The Tale of the Floating Sages is a fantasy novel packed with Taoists, demons, and deities. But for some freaking reason, our main guy wakes up one day and finds out he has been isekai'd straight into the book as a massive tiger. Meanwhile, in a nearby village, two guys are chilling, sipping on some booze and gossiping about the major event that is about to go down. Word on the street is today's the day they sacrifice a tribute to the Sangun. And that sacrifice? It's a pale, skinny little girl with white hair and striking blue eyes, looking almost like a little demon. To the villagers, offering up a kid is totally normal if it means keeping the peace for everyone else. That very night, the chosen girl is quietly thrown into a palanquin and carried straight up the mountain. She is shivering head to toe, desperately clutching onto whatever she can, but she is still scared out of her mind. After what feels like forever, four guys are struggling to lug the palanquin up the steep mountain. No matter how exhausted they are, none of them dare complain. Once they finally reach the spot, they trade quick glances and immediately book it, abandoning the poor girl all alone in the middle of a creepy, deserted forest. After a long while with zero sound, the little girl slowly creeps out. Right in front of her is a straight-up gargantuan cave, so deep she can't even see the bottom. She stares up at the entrance and can't help but whisper, "Whoa, this place is huge." But then she snaps out of it, quickly slapping her hands over her mouth. Duh, stupid me. I'm about to meet the Sangun. I can't be acting like a total dummy. She needs to act proper so he doesn't get ticked off, especially since she is supposed to become his bride. But despite hyping herself up, the deeper she walks into the cave, the more her body starts shaking uncontrollably. The whole place is pitch black, literally pitch black with zero light. The girl gropes around in the dark, reaching her hands out, trying to take one tiny step at a time. Suddenly, a booming voice echoes, scaring her so bad she trips and lands flat on her butt. "Who goes there?" I asked. "Who you are?" The little girl sits on the ground, tears welling up in her eyes as she stammers, Sangun, my name is Cho-Ah, and I was sent here to marry," and a pair of blood-red eyes suddenly appeared. Their owner was none other than the great tiger Sangun of this mountain. Facing the mountain, shocked, the little girl gulped, gathered every bit of her courage to stand up, and screamed. "My big sister said the first time hurts like hell, but if I want to be your wife, I gotta suck it up, so please, accept me, hubby." The moment the words left her mouth, the Sangun roared in fury. "Get the hell out! I don't give a damn who you think you are!" Cho-Ah, terrified, squeezed her eyes shut but suddenly froze. She opened her eyes wide, stared at the Sangun, and burst into tears. Seeing this, the Sangun barked, "Why the hell are you crying?" Sobbing Cho-Ah replied, You're kicking me out! Wah!" The little girl wailed even louder, tears and snot flying everywhere. The majestic Sangun from just a second ago suddenly slumped to the ground, clutching his head in pure frustration. Absolutely hating crying, the Sangun could only ask in a hushed, annoyed voice, "Stop crying already! Why the heck are you crying all of a sudden?" Cho-Ah kept sobbing for a bit before finally talking back. "I'm literally your bride, hubby, yet you're yelling at me and throwing me out." Left with no other choice, Sangun sighed and carefully wiped away the little girl's tears. "Sigh, it's already late anyway. I'll let you stay here just for tonight." Agnetho asked him one more time to make sure before she finally stopped crying. Once she got the confirmation that she wouldn't be kicked out anymore, the brat happily used Sangun's leg to wipe her snot. Heh, now this is how a little kid should actually behave, right? His claws got all covered in tears and snot, leaving Sangun straight up speechless. That night, she got to sleep comfortably on Sangun's giant body, while Sangun couldn't sleep a single damn wink, as he was seething with rage until morning, though she sure slept like a baby. White hair and blue eyes. Someone with this kind of look is super rare in the human world. The white-blooded demon beast. This girl carries the cursed blood of a demon beast. It's honestly wild to think that this weak-looking kid could actually end up making the lone thitch demons of the 10 Calamities shiver in fear later on. But the blood of the white-blooded demon beast is a one-of-a-kind elixir that every single demon beast is drooling to get their hands on. They'll claw each other's eyes out to steal it, so keeping this kid around is going to be super dangerous. She cannot stay here, no way. Right at that moment, Cho-Ah groggily wakes up with a silly grin. "Hey, hubby, you're up! Oh, we had our wedding night. So now Cho-Ah is officially your bride." Not wanting to waste his breath on a literal kid, Sangun just gets straight up. "What? Do you even know what you're saying? The sun is up, so hurry up and go back." Hearing that, Cho-Ah quickly shakes her head. "No, I can't leave. If I can't be Sangun's bride, I'll get punished." Sangun, totally caught off guard, asks, "Punished? By who?" When Cho-Ah tells him she'll be punished by young Master Bitch, Sangun finally gets the root of this whole mess. Man, turns out those villagers living at the bottom of the mountain sent those hunters. That's why they dragged this kid up here to be a sacrifice. Fearing she'll be kicked out, Cho-Ah looks up at Sangun, looking absolutely pitiful. "Please don't throw me away. I know how to do laundry and I'm not a picky eater. Even if I'm all on my own, I will do a super good job. So please, don't kick me out." Sangun stares at her and ponders for a bit. If she goes back to Bitch Village, she'll definitely be shunned, or worse, killed. With no other choice, he gets a brain blast. Just tell her to go to Eon Gold Village, far away from Bitch Village, and give her some high-value herbs so she can live comfy. Man, I'm a genius. Having made up his mind, Sangun tells Cho-Ah to follow him and hands her a few ginseng roots. Staring at the ginseng and the piece of cloth, Cho-Ah is totally clueless. Asked in confusion, "What the hell is this?" Sangun broke it down for her. "Look, we kinda crossed paths for a reason, so I'm hooking you up with this wild ginseng. Take this stuff with you to Eon Gone Village and blow everyone's minds." "But I'm your wife, hubby." Before the girl could even finish her sentence, Sangun flinched and lost his mind, screaming, "Hey, why do you keep calling me hubby? You've got some serious nerve. Stop talking trash and just do what I say. This stuff is worth way more than enough to buy a house, so guard it with your life." While saying that, Sangun used his tail to wrap up the ginseng and handed it over to Cho-Ah. But Cho-Ah didn't give a single crap about any of this. She casually replied, "I don't need any of this junk, I only need you, hubby." Instantly, Sangun unleashed a chilling, terrifying aura. "Don't push your luck and make me lose my mind. I am the Sangun, ruling over Mount Bake. I can literally wipe your soul from existence and send you straight to the afterlife. Got it?" Having said his piece, he coldly turned around to head back into the cave. But the second Cho-Ah called out hubby, Sangun instinctively whipped his head back to deny it. "I am not your freaking husband." Cho-Ah clutched the ginseng, hesitating. I don't know how to get down the mountain, and I don't even know where this Eon Gone village is." Hearing that, Sangun sighed. Since he had nothing better to do anyway, escorting her part of the way wouldn't hurt. He walked over to the girl and slowly crouched down. "Hop on." At first, Cho-Ah couldn't even believe her own ears, asking again if she was really allowed to. Sangun got a bit annoyed, snapping that he wasn't going to repeat himself. Hearing that, Cho-Ah tightened the bag on her back, grabbed onto Sangun's fur, and struggled to climb up step by step. Getting stepped right on his head, Sangun freaked out and told the girl to go easy on him. In all his 2 lifetimes, this was the absolute first time anyone had ever literally stepped on his head. After struggling to climb onto Sangun's head, Cho-Ah was completely amazed by the breathtaking view in front of her. She excitedly patted his head over and over, bragging, "I am literally the first person in the world to ride on a tiger's head. Let's go, hubby." Sang got so mad he jumped straight towards the cliff, screaming, "I am not your hubby." With Sangun's insane speed, Eon Gone village appeared in a flash. Standing there looking at the village from afar, Cho-Ah burst out laughing because it looked like a giant butt. Just then, Sangun suddenly yelled, "Ouch, my ears! Stop pulling my ears!" Turns out during the whole ride, Cho-Ah had been holding onto Sangun's ears for dear life so she wouldn't get blown away. Even though he was super annoyed, he still waited until they stopped before complaining. He is seriously cold on the outside, warm on the inside. Realizing she had hurt Sangun, Cho-Ah quickly let go. She thought about it for a second, then suddenly threw her arms around him, smiling happily. Even though he kept pushing her away, she could still feel his warm heart. Getting choked by this sudden hug, Sangun was pretty shocked and yelled, "Stop hugging me and get down already." Cho-Ah, being a good girl, obediently jumped right down to the ground, but as soon as she turned around, she saw Sangun already walking away. "It was short, but I had a blast. Let's never see each other again." But of course, there was no way Cho-Ah was going to let him walk away that easily. Her eyes lit up as she suddenly snatched his tail. Having his weak spot grabbed, Sangun shrieked, his voice sounding surprisingly gentle. "Hey, grabbing an animal's tail is seriously bad manners." Cho-Ah refused to let go, staring at him with pure determination. "Well, it's because hubby is trying to dump his wifey here." Sangun, totally confused, barked back, "What the heck do you mean, wifey?" Cho replied that since she was taken in on their wedding night, she was officially his wife. Sangun tried to wiggle away while making sure he didn't hurt her. "There is no way a tiger and a human can get married. You don't even know what a wedding night actually is, so stop talking nonsense." Cho-Ah didn't care one bit. She squeezed her eyes shut and screamed, "Whatever. Either way, I'm already married to hubby, so you gotta take responsibility for me." Sangun was scared half to death by her stubbornness, sweating bullets. "Man, if I knew she was like this, I wouldn't have given her that wild ginseng. I already gave it to you, so take it and live a good life." Hearing this, Cho-Ah untied the cloth pouch and slammed it onto the ground, without letting go of the tiger's tail with her other hand. "No way! If I don't have hubby, then I don't want these stupid roots either." Seeing no other way out, Sangun had to resort to a cheap trick, even though he really hated playing dirty. "Fine, go take that wild ginseng into the village and sell it." Seeing Cho-Ah take the bait, Sangun quickly added, "Exactly, sell it to use as your dowry. Only then can we save my face as the Tiger Lord." Hearing the word dowry, Cho-Ah blushed super red, happily grabbing the ginseng and grinning from ear to ear. "Ooh, a dowry, I'll get right on it. I'm going now, stay right here, don't you dare leave." Sangun nodded and told her to watch her step, but she had barely run a few steps before face-planting hard. She is seriously such a klutz. Even though she just fell, Cho-Ah just giggled it off, got up, and kept heading towards Eon Gone village. All she could think about was her dowry, and she was so hyped she couldn't stop grinning like an idiot. Sangun stared at her retreating figure in silence. He figured that with that much wild ginseng, she would at least have a better life. After arriving at Eon Gone village, Cho-Ah found an old man brewing medicine. "Excuse me, old man, I'm here to sell this." Suddenly seeing a white-haired, blue-eyed girl, the old man nearly jumped out of his skin and fell flat on his back. Once he got his grip back, he cleared his throat and asked, "Ahem, you want to sell something? Let me see." Holding the ginseng root, the old man instantly realized it was an absolute treasure. His eyes sparkled and he couldn't believe his eyes. He asked Cho-Ah where she got it, but her answer made zero sense. "What do you mean, hubby and dowry?" Hearing a kid say stuff like that was completely absurd. Right then, a shady idea popped into the old man's head. This ginseng root had to be over 300 years old. The kid clearly had absolutely no clue how much it was worth. She looked so naive and clueless, a total easy target. He could easily buy it for pennies, but seeing Cho-Ah's hopeful, excited eyes, his greedy thoughts instantly vanished. Old man sighed, feeling like trash for almost scamming a kid. He handed the ginseng back to Cho-Ah and pointed her in the right direction. I don't have enough money to buy this. Take it to Kimbua's place. Once you're there, tell them this is the wild ginseng from Choi Chillersome Pharmacy. Cho-Ah politely bowed to thank him and followed his directions to find a buyer. She just wanted to sell it ASAP so she could get back to her hubby. Meanwhile, Sangun was back in his cave, enjoying some quiet alone time. Nothing beats eating meat alone in peace. That's just how the world works. The one who gets fooled is the loser. If you're dumb, you pay the price. Besides, I'm technically the victim here too. But if I just let things slide, it would be bad for the kid, wouldn't it? Chomping on a pig leg, Sangun kept making excuses for scamming a little kid. But suddenly a wave of anxiety hit him. Wait, what if she actually brings that dowry all the way back here? Should I pack up and move? No freaking way. I'm the Sangun of Mount B. There is no way I'm moving because of one little brat. Suddenly a crisp voice chimed in. Are you worried? Sangun wasn't even faced, asking back, what? Oh, about that kid, the voice continued. I am not worried about her. Sangun licked his paws, trying to dodge the question. Oh, so you're saying I'm worried about the ginseng? The voice cut straight to the chase. Exactly. Wild ginseng is insanely valuable. She might run into scammers or bandits who'd steal it. Who knows, they might even murder her to silence her. Hearing this, Sangun realized his dumb mistake could actually put Cho-Ah's life in danger. Meanwhile, in Eon-Gon village, a rich landlord enjoying his meal was interrupted by his servant. He slammed the table and yelled, I told you not to disturb me while I'm eating. You totally ruined my appetite. What is it? The servant bowed and scraped, nervously reporting, Sir, there is someone from Choi Chillersome Pharmacy who was sent here to sell wild ginseng. Hearing this, the rich landlord immediately perked up and went to check it out. Seeing the ginseng in Cho-Ah's hand, his eyes practically lit up. Whoa, this is a real masterpiece. First time I've ever seen a wild ginseng this huge. Why on earth is a treasure like this in a kid's hands? Blue eyes, white hair. Could it be? He grew suspicious and asked to confirm, are you a slave from the bakery family? Cho-Ah was pretty surprised. Wait, how do you know? Once her identity was confirmed, the rich landlord decided to pull a shady move. He pointed straight at Cho-Ah and barked. This slave was clearly sacrificed to the Sangun. Wait, wasn't she sacrificed to the Sangun? How is she still alive? You must have run away. And this wild ginseng, you stole it, didn't you? Cho-Ah innocently tried to explain. No. It's not like that. My husband gave it to me as a dowry. But the greedy rich guy didn't give a crap, shouting over her, Husband? A little brat like you having a husband? Give me a break. Hey guards, grab the ginseng, beat her up, and throw her out of here. The servant obeyed, marching right up to Cho-Ah. He snatched the ginseng and threw it aside, but Cho-Ah held on for dear life, hugging the wild ginseng tight to her chest. No, my husband gave this to me. The servant pulled with all his might, but he couldn't pry Cho-Ah's hands open. For a little kid, her strength was seriously insane. Embarrassed and pissed off that he was struggling with a literal child, the servant lost his cool and shoved Cho-Ah to the ground. Even after taking a fall, she still hugged the ginseng tight, absolutely refusing to let go. Seeing this, the rich landlord yelled, Leave that stolen ginseng behind and I'll let you go. Otherwise, where is everyone? Bring out the club. Seeing the servant approach with a wooden club, Cho-Ah shivered in pure terror on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. I'm telling the truth, I didn't steal it. Showing zero mercy, the servant gritted his teeth and swung the heavy wooden club. Let's see how tough you really are, kid. Cho-Ah took a brutal beating before being tossed out like trash. Thanks to her unique constitution, she luckily survived the ordeal, but the wild ginseng was gone. Covered in painful bruises, Cho-Ah dragged herself step by step back to the meeting spot with the Sangun, crying her eyes out along the way. Sniff, sniff, it hurts so bad. What should I do? The ginseng my husband gave me is all gone. Hubby, where are you? But when she finally made it back, she realized the one person she was desperately looking for was nowhere to be found. Cho-Ah looked around, calling out for her husband, but there was only dead silence. Hubby, where are you? Hubby, Cho-Ah's back. Hubby, hubby. She had lost one of her shoes somewhere along the way, but she didn't even care. She just kept frantically running around trying to find any sign of the Sangun. But instead of him, glowing red eyes glared back at her from the pitch-black darkness, accompanied by creepy, disgusting whispers. The sweet smell of fresh blood. You smell delicious, little girl. Looks like you've been abandoned all alone. How pathetic. You must be so lonely, right? Come over here, we'll keep you company. We'll never leave you. Seeing Cho-Ah frozen in fear, these demons started closing in, their hunger on full display. Yes, so adorable. Come closer, just a little closer. We want your bones and flesh. Little girl. Right at that moment, a familiar voice boomed through the air. How dare you? You pathetic ghost minions dare to steal my person. The Sangun materialized right behind Cho-Ah, his epic, overwhelming aura instantly blowing the spirits back. After dealing with the low-level trash, the Sangun glanced down at Cho-Ah and asked, Who did this to you? Tell me, who the hell was it? Cho-Ah looked up at the Sangun, tears streaming down her face. She couldn't even speak, just bursting into loud, heartbroken sobs. Meanwhile, over at the greedy rich guy's mansion, he was busy handing out a fat bonus to his loyal servant after snatching the ginseng. Great job, here's your cut. And what about the kid? Holding the cash, the servant gave a sly smirk and replied, Don't sweat it, boss. I took care of her. Even if she comes crawling back for the ginseng, she won't be able to do squat. Hearing this, the rich guy was absolutely thrilled. He dismissed the servant and got ready to dig into his precious loot. As for the servant, his eyes were glued to his pouch of coins, already plotting a wild night out at the brothel. But right at that moment, the front gate exploded into a million splinters. Seeing a silhouette standing in the dust, he shouted aggressively, Who the hell dares to kick down the gate of a high official's estate? You got a death wish? Hearing the noise, the other servants rushed over to check things out. When the servant realized it was just Cho-Ah, he gritted his teeth in annoyance. Oh, it's just you little brat. Where do you think you are? Barging in like this? Looks like you didn't get enough of a beating earlier. Fine, today I'll beat you to a pulp. He was so busy flexing on a defenseless kid that he completely forgot how easily that massive, sturdy gate had just been obliterated. That's when the Sangun slowly stepped forward, his eyes glowing blood red, radiating a terrifying, murderous aura. Who's gonna die? Say that again. Everyone watching froze in absolute terror, too scared to even breathe. But the clueless rich landlord, completely oblivious to the danger, flung his door open and roared, "What's all the racket in the middle of the night? You useless bums, wrap this up!" But before he could even finish, the scene left him utterly speechless. His servants were literally flying through the air, completely wrecked with zero chance to fight back. The Sangun glared down at the shivering crowd with pure disgust. A bunch of cowards ganging up on a little kid. You guys are lower than trash. I'm gonna make you suffer exactly what you put her through. Just as the Sangun raised his massive claws, Cho-Ah suddenly rushed forward to stop him. Hubby, don't do it! Luckily, the Sangun's reflexes were insanely fast, and he managed to freeze mid-swing. Cho-Ah stood right in front of the servant, looking up at him. I don't want you to take any lives, hubby. Let's just take back our ginseng. Facing those pure innocent eyes, honestly, who could say no to her? The Sangun lowered his claws, awkwardly scratching his head in thought. After mulling it over, he glared intensely at the servant and demanded the ginseng back. Before the servant could even process what was happening, the rich landlord scrambled over with the wild ginseng in his hands. Here is the ginseng, my lord. I kept it safe and sound, just waiting for its rightful owner to claim it. Completely different from his arrogant attitude. When bullying a helpless child, he was now kneeling on the ground like a pathetic, obedient puppy. Losing his patience, the Sangun let out an earth-shaking roar. Shut your mouth, you dare to spit lies to my face? The rich guy trembled violently, begging for his life. In his mind, the Sangun of Mount Bitch was a terrifying legend. Mess with him, and you are instantly dead. But the Sangun suddenly lowered his voice. I was planning to tear you to shreds, but because of her kindness, I'll spare your miserable life. In exchange, hand over everything you own. If you hide even a single grain of rice, I'll turn you into ghost minions. You won't even get a peaceful death. Got that? The Sangun breathed icy air right in the landlord's face, sending shivers down his spine. Having received his final warning, the landlord didn't dare refuse. Yes, I hear you loud and clear. I'll have my servants bring all our treasures up to Mount Bitch immediately. But when he looked up, they were already gone. Within seconds, he collapsed to the ground, his hair turning completely white as if he had just lost decades of his life. He stared blankly toward Mount Bitch, realizing he had messed with the absolute worst opponent. So that little girl's husband is actually the Sangun, and since she's his wife, that makes her the Mountain Queen. The next day, the Sangun lay listlessly in his cave, staring at the massive pile of treasures that had just been delivered. How did my life end up like this? My cozy, comfortable home, my peaceful, quiet life. As he sat there wallowing in self-pity, Cho-Ah, who was right next to him, she suddenly brought over a ton of strawberries, trying to stuff them into Sangun's mouth. Hubby, I picked these myself, chow down. Aha, delicious, right? Even though she brought back here, Sangun wasn't happy at all. He just stood right up, completely ignoring Cho-Ah's endless yapping. When she asked what was up, he just said he wanted to head out for some fresh air. Cho-Ah, always clinging to Sangun, immediately begged to tag along. But after just a short walk, the little girl was already drenched in sweat. Hubby, I'm so tired. Where are we even going? Luckily, they finally reached their destination. A stunning lake right in the middle of the mountains appeared before them. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the center of the lake. Long time no see, master of Mount Bitch Dao. A glittering golden carp emerged from the water, floating in midair and respectfully greeted Sangun. Hearing the fish's funny voice, Cho-Ah couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle. Meanwhile, after exchanging a few pleasantries, Sangun asked about the item he had requested. The golden carp couldn't help but tease, "Is it that gift for the Mountain Queen?" Caught red-handed, Sangun was ticked off, but couldn't do a thing about it. Cut the crap. The golden carp spat out a wooden box from its mouth and handed it to Cho-Ah. Sangun quietly told her to open it. Even though she was clueless, she obediently did as told. The moment she opened the box, a mysterious purple light shone brilliantly. Inside was an incredibly beautiful hairpin. Sangun explained it's called the Peach Love Hairpin, crafted from a 1,000-year-old peach tree. It has the power to ward off evil spirits, so keep it with you. Holding the hairpin in her hands, Cho-Ah blushed and looked at Sangun. Hubby, is this for me? Sangun snapped back. Who else? You think I'm gonna wear it? Suddenly, Cho-Ah teared up, totally startling Sangun. Huh? What's wrong? Cho-Ah stammered. It's just, this is the first time anyone has ever given me a gift. Ever since she was born, she had always been treated like a curse, kicked out by her own family, and forced to live like a lowly servant for years. She clutched the hairpin tightly to her chest, silently promising to treasure this first ever gift. Even when fast asleep, Cho-Ah wouldn't let go of the hairpin, holding it tight while giggling in her dreams. Waking up, Sangun saw Cho-Ah lying on top of him, so he stood straight up without warning. Cho-Ah rolled over a few times, half asleep, and muttered, "Hubby, you're awake?" Sangun told her. They were about to go on a long trip and told her to pack up. Cho-Ah wanted to ask where they were headed, but he shut her down. Like you'd know if I told you. Just get ready. Already, even those sacrificial goods will do. Though confused, Cho-Ah obediently did as told and ran over to rummage through the sacrificial items. Just then, a clear voice echoed in Sangun's head. Do you really have to do this? Sangun telepathically shot back that he had no desire to get tangled up in this kid's fate. The clear voice seemed to read Sangun's mind perfectly, pressuring him further. Don't you think becoming the Mountain Queen is actually her destiny? Or are you just scared of getting too attached to her? Sangun immediately denied it. No way. Humans have human fates, beasts have beast fates. I don't want any drama. The voice kept lecturing him. You don't actually hate destiny, do you? At the end of the day, you just hate yourself. Sangun licked his lips in disgust. Your annoying, endless nagging never changes, does it? Not to be outdone, the voice mocked him back. They say foxes get wiser with age, but it looks like that's just an empty rumor. Then again, not everyone lives long enough to know. Seems like the older you get, the easier it is to lose your temper, and Sangun is no exception. Sangun's blood boiled. Just as he was about to throw down, the voice vanished without a trace, leaving him utterly frustrated and helpless. Just then, Cho-Ah walked up holding a cloth bag. I'm all packed. With everything ready, they were good to go. A while later, a black leopard with a scar over its eye suddenly appeared in front of Sangun's cave. Together with a woman, they walked right in like they owned the place. The black leopard saw no one and wondered if they had arrived too early. The woman beside him spoke up. The message was sent, but where on earth is Sun Quan? Is he trying to dodge the duel with you? Otherwise, why is the master of Mount Bitchdown nowhere to be found? The black leopard, who looked totally badass just a second ago, burst out laughing like an idiot the next. Spot on. He must be terrified of the great black leopard and ran away. Ka. The woman sighed in pure disbelief. So, are you going to leave? Nope. The black leopard hopped straight onto a rock inside the cave, rolling around. Nah, I'm staying. Who knows, he might pop up eventually. I'll wait right here until he shows his face. Ka. That laugh was seriously grating on the ears. The woman could only facepalm at her master's antics. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a master and disciple traveling down a road ran into Sangun up ahead. Instantly, the master shielded his disciple, keeping his eyes locked onto Sangun. But the moment Cho-Ah waved, the disciple was totally mesmerized, completely forgetting about any danger. Sangun couldn't care less about the duo and just kept walking forward. Seeing no threat, the master and disciple decided to tail them and keep watch. That night, Sangun used his beastly hunting skills to easily snag a deer. Am I seriously going to have to hunt like this every single meal? What a pain. But there are only a few days left until we reach Huajing village, so I'll just have to deal with it. As soon as Sangun brought the prey back, Cho-Ah rushed over, showering him with praises. Out of all the tigers, my hubby must have the absolute best hunting skills. Sangun initially wanted to deny it, but then proudly bragged, well duh, I mean of course I am. I'm a legendary hunter, you know. Guess whether you're a human or a tiger, everyone loves some flattery. Feeling pretty pleased with himself, Sangun ripped off a massive leg and tossed it to Cho-Ah. Here, eat up. Cho-Ah held the raw, bloody leg in her hands, staring at it for a moment before looking up at Sangun. Hubby, I can't eat raw food. Hearing this, Sangun blankly asked, oh, really? Then, don't you know how to build a fire? After all, Cho-Ah was just a kid, so how could she possibly know how to do that? As she stood there completely lost, a voice called out nearby, haha, looks like you're in a bit of a tight spot. Why don't you take some embers from us? Being a polite kid, Cho-Ah offered the master and disciple some meat as a thank you. While lying on the side, munching on venison, Sangun kept a close eye on Cho-Ah. Just grabbing some fire. What's taking her so long? Oh boy, look at that massive grin on her face. She's way too trusting. Having secured some fire, Cho-Ah built a big bonfire and roasted the deer leg. Since it had been days since she last had meat, she couldn't stop her mouth from watering. Sitting next to her, Sangun awkwardly probed, what did you guys talk about over there that took so long? Cho-Ah wiped her drool and replied, oh, that boy is the same age as me, so we decided to become friends. His name is Biryong. Even Sangun himself didn't realize he had already starting to care about this tiny girl right in front of him. Right at that moment, her stomach let out a massive rumble. You must be starving, he thought. Cho-Ah's face turned red as a beet as she tried to play it cool, pretending it wasn't her. But hubby, if you're the one who's hungry, you should go ahead and eat. Sangun, having absolutely zero clues about how girls work, bluntly replied, what are you even talking about? You're obviously the hungry one. That growl literally came from your stomach, didn't it? Cho-Ah quickly went into denial. No way, that was totally coming from your stomach, hubby. Sangun didn't really care. While licking his fur, he casually said, doesn't that noise only happen when you're hungry? What's there to be embarrassed about? Cho-Ah jumped up and yelled, refusing to admit it even if it killed her. Sangun glanced at her with a totally confused look. There are no ghosts around here, just you and me. Do you seriously think I can't tell whose stomach is making that noise? Hearing that, Cho-Ah grabbed the deer leg and stormed off in a huff. Hubby is such a dummy. Sangun was left completely clueless, not having a single idea what he did wrong. Just then the voice rang out again. Haha, you really have no clue how to read a girl's mind, do you? Aren't you going after her? It is incredibly dangerous for a little girl to be out in the woods in the middle of the night. Sangun figured he didn't do anything wrong, so there was absolutely no reason to apologize. Plus, knowing Aishim was right by her side made him feel a little relieved, but the voice kept warning him. Even if she can ward off evil spirits and ghosts, she can't scare off other spirit beasts. Plus, if she happens to get lost, Sangun didn't give a damn, continuing to lick his fur, replying that if that happened, it was just her fate. But the next line really made him stop and think. Then doesn't that mean your own actions practically sealed her fate? Sangun froze for a second before snapping, why on earth should I care about her anyway? The voice mocked him right back. A master who can't even be honest with his own feelings is pretty pathetic. Sangun dismissed it as complete nonsense, absolutely refusing to admit it. Right at that moment, the old Taoist drew his sword and marched straight towards Sangun. Now, he didn't seem like a spirit beast, but a straight-up man-eating monster. Sangun was pretty confused by this, since they were literally just sharing meat a second ago. He slowly stood up and asked the guy what he was playing at. The Taoist, with eyes full of righteousness, introduced himself. I am Zhangdo-san of the Kunlun sect. Do you seriously think I don't know there's a Changui right beside you? Changui are those wicked spirits who submit to a tiger after their souls are devoured. They trick humans and lure them to the tiger to be eaten. That was exactly why Zhangdo-san was so incredibly on guard. Finding out the guy was from Kunlun, Sangun wasn't all that shocked about being spotted. Taoists from there are super sensitive to the scent of spirits. Since explaining things was too much of a hassle, Sangun simply ordered the Changui to manifest beside him. Instantly, Zhangdo-san pointed his sword forward and bellowed, by the honor of Mount Kunlun, I swear I will put you down today. Sangun didn't even bother to lift a finger, simply turning around to leave. Wajan, this guy is on you, so handle him yourself. Zhangdo-san felt totally insulted and roared in anger. Hey, where do you think you're going? But he was about to realize that the Changui in front of him was anything but ordinary. Right then, the jade on Huajan's necklace glowed, and she pulled out a chipped sword from it. Allow me to entertain you, sir. With just one look, Zhangdo-san recognized the item as Gong Donggong, a treasure capable of storing absolutely anything, regardless of size. His eyes went wide with pure disbelief, unable to accept that a Changui could actually use such a thing. Once he calmed down a bit, he frowned and asked, Can I ask you one question? What exactly is that thing around your neck anyway? Huajan simply smiled and replied, You enlightened ones trust your martial arts way too much, always so obsessed with fighting for justice. Since you've already drawn your sword, all this chit-chat seems a bit out of order, don't you think? Hearing that, Zhangdo-san immediately made his move. He dished forward, his figure splitting into three, as he unleashed a lethal strike straight at Huajan. After all, humans just want spirits erased, so there was absolutely no reason to hold back. But Huajan didn't even bother to move, effortlessly blocking the strike with her sword. Since you've put this much effort into it, I will make sure to repay you in full. Her eyes flared like fire as she prepared to counter the blow. With just a single slash, Zhangdo-san was sent flying backward, his arm trembling with intense pain. Not stopping there, Huajan pressed her attack, bringing her sword down in a heavy vertical slash. Fortunately, Zhangdo-san reacted just in time to block it, but the sheer force of this strike was no walk in the park to handle. Just as he was about to buckle, Zhangdo-san quickly used his dragon step to slip out of the attack range. But Huajan seemed to have already known it, waiting for him the entire time. I won't let you escape that easily. Seeing his master completely overwhelmed, his disciple screamed in pure panic. Even if he wanted to, there was no way he could join a high-level battle like this. After being blown back, Zhangdo-san desperately stabbed his sword into the ground to halt himself. His entire arm trembled so hard he couldn't even grip his sword anymore. He was in absolute shock, unable to believe he had actually been defeated by a Changui. But at the same time, he couldn't help but wonder if the woman standing before him was even a Changui to begin with. The whole situation was just incredibly bizarre. While he was still lost in confusion, Huajan walked over and raised her sword high. Feeling her bone-chilling killing intent, Zhangdo-san sat helplessly on the ground, completely unable to fight back. Meanwhile, somewhere else, right in front of a reed field, Cho-Ah was busy munching on her meat all alone, when Sangun's voice suddenly came from behind. Is it good, Cho-Ah? Pouting her cheeks, she turned around with a sulky face, refusing to answer. Sangun went on, It's freezing out here. Let's head somewhere with a fire. Cho-Ah got so annoyed she stopped eating and turned her back on him. Seeing that, Sangun was totally done trying to coddle her and simply turned to leave. Alright, whatever, I'm out. Fend for yourself. You've been nothing but a pain lately anyway. Hearing that, Cho-Ah got super anxious, jumping up to chase after him while constantly crying out, Hubby! Sangun glanced back at her, feeling totally smug. That's more like it. You're just a kid after all. But maybe he didn't even realize that he was starting to care more and more about Cho-Ah with each passing day. Right at that moment, Sangun suddenly stopped dead in his tracks, causing Cho-Ah to crash straight into his leg. Why'd you stop all of a sudden? You almost broke my nose! Sangun hushed her, shielding her with his massive body, as he glared toward the reed field. Show yourself. In the silence, a bone-chilling voice echoed out of nowhere. I won't beat around the bush. Leave the kid behind and get lost, and I might just spare your life. Sangun remained silent for a long moment, carefully calculating his options. This guy is at least at the spirit beast or spiritual flame level. I knew this day would come, but this is way too fast. First, let's feel things out. Having made up his mind, he spoke in a calm tone. So if I hand her over, you'll really spare my life? The voice burst into a loud laugh. Haha, you sure know how to play the game, don't you? Exactly. Like I said, leave the brat and get lost. Get out of here. Looking up at Sangun with eyes full of disappointment, Cho-Ah couldn't believe she was being abandoned all over again. Sangun just stared back, coldly telling her to stay put. Hearing this, Cho-Ah's eyes welled with sadness, desperately asking him why. Why? Is it because I threw a tantrum? I won't do it again, okay? But before she could even finish her sentence, Sangun yelled at her. Shut up! You're so damn noisy. I almost died because of you. We spent a little time together, so I felt kind of bad for you, but not enough to throw my life away. We're done here. With that, he turned and walked away without even looking back. Cho-Ah stood frozen to the spot, staring blankly at his retreating back. Right then, a creepy shadow loomed behind her, wearing a spine-chilling grin. Well, I never expected to find the bloodline of the white blood demon beast here. Mwahaha! Meanwhile, somewhere else, Hwajan didn't actually strike Jong Do-san. Keeping her sword drawn, she slowly explained, Do you get it now? I won't force you to believe me, but I just hope you understand we'd never hurt her. Jong Do-san sighed, breaking into a cold sweat. Even if I didn't, it's not like I have a choice. I'll just have to trust you. Hwajan sheathed her sword and beamed. Glad we're on the same page. Now that we've cleared that up, we can avoid any tragic misunderstandings. But what brings you and that kid here anyway? Jong Do-san replied that he and his disciple were just traveling around. But as far as Hwajan could recall, there weren't any tourist spots nearby. Jong Do-san slowly got up and explained, Well, not exactly. I heard a rumor and came all this way. In the vicinity of Byukjigo, all the monsters and sacred beasts had been slaughtered. The influx of demons had caused countless casualties. Hwajan got pretty intrigued by this and asked for details. Jong Do-san shared what he knew. The limbs of the sacred beasts had all been severed, and their bellies were ripped wide open, as if someone was digging around for something, almost like they were prepping for some creepy ritual. Hwajan seemed to have pieced something together, but she couldn't say for sure. Just then, they both felt a chilling aura coming from Sangun's direction. Freezing up, they stared into the distance. Looks like something went horribly wrong. Back where Cho-Ah was, a grotesque creature had appeared, something human-looking but definitely not human. Gripping a giant blade, it stepped closer. The white blood demon beast. 200 years ago, the white blood demon beast met the Extinction Clan right here. Man, I'm the luckiest bastard alive. Come with me. He let out a sickening laugh, reaching for the catatonic Cho-Ah. She didn't even fight back, letting him throw her over his shoulder and carry her off to his lair. Right then, painful memories started flashing through her mind. Ever since she was a kid, she'd been shunned and bullied by other children, who even pelted her with stones. Ew, look at her white hair! Creepy! Get the hell out of our village. With lifeless eyes, Cho-Ah merely looked at them, but that single glance was enough to send them running in terror. Yikes, she's glaring. Don't look at her blue eyes. Run. Wearing tattered rags, Cho-Ah wandered around begging with a chipped bowl, but all she ever got was dirty water splashed on her and disgusted glares from the adults. Who do you think you are coming here? Beat it. Cho-Ah was all too used to those looks, so she just stayed quiet. She struggled day in and day out just to survive, though she had no idea why she was even alive. That winter, Cho-Ah huddled by the roadside as the freezing snow piled up on her tiny, frail body. Her life force was slowly slipping away, pushing her to her absolute limit. Lacking the energy to even beg anymore, she helplessly resigned herself to her cursed fate. But out of nowhere, the young Lord of B happened to pass by and spotted her. For some unknown reason, he took Cho-Ah in and gave her a job as a maid. From that moment on, Cho-Ah finally got real clothes to wear instead of a straw mat. She got to sleep indoors under warm blankets, spared from the bone-chilling blizzards. But even so, the other maids constantly looked down on her and wouldn't let her get close. Just like before, Cho-Ah never dared to utter a single complaint. She obediently did every chore thrown her way, even the ones that weren't hers. She kept telling herself that if she didn't want to get kicked out, she had to work twice as hard. Since everyone hates me, I have to be even more useful. Then one day, Cho-Ah overheard some noble ladies talking. They were chatting about love, marriage, and family. It completely captivated her, making her eyes go wide. Even when she got beaten for slacking off, she couldn't stop thinking about it. That night, she looked up at the starry sky and muttered to herself, love, marriage, family, and a husband of my own. I just heard the older girls talking about it. I don't get all of it, but it sounds so wonderful. Is it a blessing from the heavens? Could someone like me ever have that? Someone to protect me when I'm beaten and scolded. Someone to love me, someone to be my husband. Cho-Ah played out these fantasies, smiling like a fool even though she didn't really understand. Then out of nowhere, the young lord came and told her she was to marry Sangun. Since then, Cho-Ah was in a daze. Even while doing her chores, she was constantly thinking about this mysterious husband of hers, giggling to herself. I wonder what Sangun is like. Even if he's not some god riding the clouds, that's totally fine. I don't need him to be some grand hero who commands the wind and rain. My very own family, I won't be lonely anymore. Seeing how thrilled she was, one of the older maids warned her, He's a tiger, you idiot. You're marrying a tiger that could eat you alive at any second. Hearing the truth, Cho-Ah's eyes went completely blank, crushed by disappointment. So that's what it was. Taking in a street rat like me, giving me clothes to wear, and a room to live in. It was all for this. In the end, I can never be human. That's right, I'm just a monster wearing a human mask. Back to the present, a dazed Cho-Ah had been dragged back to the demon's lair. It was a gruesome place littered with the flesh and blood of sacred beasts. Gripping a knife, the demon stared at Cho-Ah with pure greed. Your flesh and blood will merge with mine, and in return, I'll grant you 3 divine powers. Unlike that tiger who abandoned you, I'll never forget you. Don't feel too bad, just pass away peacefully. Grabbing her head with one hand, the demon aimed his knife straight at her throat. Yet, even in this very moment, Cho-Ah was still thinking of Sangun. I don't resent you, meeting you, staying with you, your warm embrace, protection, and the gift you gave me, all of those beautiful memories. Closing her eyes tight, she braced for her looming death. Suddenly, the demon shrieked in agony. Cho-Ah opened her eyes only to see Sangun standing right in front of her, the demon's severed arm clamped in his jaws. Enraged by the loss of his arm, the demon went ballistic, charging at Sangun to fight him to the death. Sangun immediately cried out to Huajian for help. Appearing out of thin air right beside Cho-Ah, Huajian asked, "Are you—" What the Mountain Queen? Cho-Ah had absolutely no clue what was going on and asked, totally dazed, Who's that? What's going on here?" Huajian quickly explained, "My queen, I am Huajian, the ghost painting of the Sangun." Even at a time like this, Cho-Ah was still obsessing over random things. "Don't call me queen, my hubby doesn't like it." While the Sangun was going head-to-head for 300 rounds with that demon freak in a brutal fight, Huajian was still casually explaining on her end. "That guy is way too dangerous, so we had no choice but to do that. The Sangun really treasures his queen, you know." Cho-Ah was still totally confused. I mean, didn't he literally just abandon her back there? Huajian turned her gaze toward the battle. "Just look at him. He's literally fighting his heart out to protect you, my queen." The enemy was way stronger than the Sangun, and right then, Cho-Ah remembered her deepest wish and burst into tears. "Someone to protect me when I'm beaten or yelled at, someone who actually loves me, my husband." The poor girl realized she had totally misjudged the Sangun, feeling incredibly guilty. "Sob, I didn't know a thing. From now on, I promise I'll do whatever he says." Huajian stared at her for a second, then pulled out an invisibility cloth. "This place is way too dangerous. We gotta get out of here right now." Since Cho-Ah was worried sick about the Sangun and refused to budge, Huajian tried to reason with her. "Look, you need to stay safe so the Lord can focus on his fight." Cho-Ah took one last look at the Sangun, silently praying for his safety before slowly fading away. With his mind finally at ease, the Sangun unleashed his full power. In no time, the tie was broken. The demon freak got slammed hard into the ground by the Lord's razor-sharp claws. But wait, something felt seriously off. The blood splattering everywhere was actually highly corrosive. The Lord instantly leaped back, keeping his distance from the bloody puddle. Right then, the demon began to morph, turning into its true form, a colossal demon rat. Not bad for a tiger that made it to the spirit beast realm. "I'm gonna tear you limb from limb and scoop out your guts." Just seeing this hairless freak, the Sangun immediately recognized him as the blood cat rat. Before he could even think of a counter-strategy, the rat made the first move. The blood drops scattered on the ground literally came alive, morphing into a swarm of blood rats and lunging at the Lord all at once. The Lord didn't even flinch, using his razor-sharp claws to slash the incoming blood rats to pieces. Even though a simple swipe could instantly kill them, his claws were getting eaten away bit by the acid. The rat demon cackled with glee. "Ha ha ha! It's totally useless. A talentless loser who doesn't even know divine spells can never block this. You're just gonna get infected by the poison from these blood rats born from my toxic blood. You'll suffer a slow, agonizing death." No matter how many of those damn rats the Lord sliced up, another horde would just keep coming back to back without a break. God knows how long it went on, but he was starting to wear out, his body getting completely numb from the poison. In times like this, he couldn't help but think of Huajian. If only she were here, things wouldn't have gotten this messy. For just a split second, he let his guard down, and the enemy instantly lunged at his leg, making him lose his footing. Seizing the opening, the rat demon charged in and kicked the Lord, flying straight into a wall. "You stupid tiger, you're poisoned. It won't be long before you melt into a pool of bloody mush." Even when swarmed by those nasty blood rats, the Lord refused to give up, constantly unleashing his spiritual energy to blow them all away. After a brutal, exhausting struggle, all the blood rats were completely wiped out. But the Lord was practically on his last legs, barely even able to stand. Seeing this, the rat demon smirked. "Well, color me surprised. You actually pushed back my blood rats, but you're basically a walking corpse now anyway. I'll tear you apart myself." The Mountain Lord, drenched in blood, glared at him and spat. "What the hell is this trash rat muttering about? Go to hell." Right at that second, Huajian appeared from behind, slicing her sword straight into the rat demon's throat. "You absolute idiot!" Injured and screaming in pain, the rat demon thrashed around wildly, blood spraying everywhere. "You bastards! How dare you do this to me?" Losing his patience, the Lord coated his claws in green flames and lunged forward for the final blow. With a single strike of his green flame tiger claw, the rat demon's head was blown clean off, and his body, along with the entire nest, was burned to absolute crisp. In the end, only a single blade remained. After going through such a brutal fight, the Lord's body was covered in deep wounds, taking dragging steps outside. "Phew, I actually survived that. Wait, what? Is it morning already?" Huajian followed him out, holding the blade and the demon rat's eyes as trophies. "Well, we did score some pretty sweet loot. This is definitely going to come in handy for you later, Lord." The Lord didn't give a damn about that, though, and only asked about Cho-Ah. "Where's Cho-Ah?" Huajian smirked and replied, "I told that old geezer from Gonan to take her to Huajiang village." Seeing that he a bit surprised, she quickly explained, "Look, if you ended up dead, I would have lost all my power too. If that happened, that rat demon would have definitely gone after the queen, right?" Seeing her knowing smile, the Lord felt slightly annoyed, but he couldn't really blame her. With everything wrapped up, Huajian suggested going to pick up Cho-Ah. The Lord stayed silent for a long moment, lost in thought. He had literally just left Mount Bitch and this crazy mess happened. Things like this were definitely going to keep happening. With his current power, he wasn't confident he could keep Cho-Ah safe. The transformation skill from the eye stone I got from killing that guy. If I can get a human form, then I can wield the 9-ring blade and tap into even stronger divine spells. Plus there's that unabsorbable flame, the wicked phoenix green fire. Once he made up his mind, a sharp, fierce look returned to his eyes. But first there's something I gotta do. I need to get that human form. Meanwhile, in another place, Cho-Ah was worrying her head off about the Lord, asking over and over, where on earth are we going? What if my hubby can't keep up with us? Trong-Do-san explained that once they crossed this mountain, there'd be a tiny village where they could just wait for him. Right then, the little kid walking next to her chimed in, "Hey Cho-Ah, a tiger can't actually be a husband, you know." The second he said that, Cho-Ah grabbed his hair and yanked it hard. "Excuse me? If I say he's my hubby, then he's my hubby. Don't you dare talk back to me." The kid couldn't fight back for the life of him, clutching his head and shaking in absolute terror. Suddenly, a group of people on horses pulled up from behind, and upon spotting Trong-Do-san, one of them rode over to chat. Well, look who it is. Ain't this Trong-Do-san from Gonan?" Recognizing him, Trong-Do-san clasped his hands respectfully and said, "Greetings, senior brother. This Gonan disciple pays his respects." Even though this guy had left Gonan 10 years ago, their brotherly bond was still as tight as ever. Since they were heading the same way, they decided to travel together and catch up on old times. Meanwhile, over at Mount Guzun, a pack of pig demons was loudly grilling their leader. "You gotta make a move. Humans are getting stronger by the day. And let's not even mention spirit beasts. We're literally just sitting ducks for those humans. Boss, this is for the good of our whole clan. If you kick the bucket, who's going to protect Mount Guzun?" The boss of these pig demons was a colossal old boar, with a bunch of trees and plants growing right out of his back, making him look like on such a tiny mountain. Faced with the desperate pleas of his clan, he was completely torn. "I was totally ready to let nature take its course and just fade into the dirt, but looking at this bunch of idiots and weaklings, if I kick the bucket now, it's basically throwing them straight into a meat grinder." Suddenly, a bird flew over and whispered something in his ear. After hearing the news, the pig demon chief went dead silent before barking an order for everyone to back off. Right after that, Sangun slowly walked up and gave a friendly greeting. "Well, looks like this is our first face-to-face in 30 years, huh?" The pig demon chief knew this wasn't just some casual catch-up, so he got straight to the point. "Right? I'm guessing you didn't just crawl all the way here to play nice, did you? What's the deal, Lord of Mount Beck?" Sangun didn't beat around the bush either, coming right out with it. He was here to find the Lianfuang herb. Hearing this, the pig demon chief was totally baffled. To him, Sangun was just some dumb tiger, so he had no clue why the guy would even need that kind of herb. But since he was plotting something shady anyway, he decided to use it as bait to rope Sangun in. "The Lianfuang herb? Sure, I can hand it over." Sangun was actually just taking a wild guess, so he didn't expect to actually find the herb here. But before he could even celebrate, the pig demon chief cut in. "But in return, you've got to do something for me. Otherwise, you ain't taking a single thing from Mount Guzun, not even a blade of grass." Sangun didn't just blindly agree, he demanded to know what it was. The pig demon chief kept it vague, only saying that for someone who managed to take down a spiritual beast, this would be a piece of cake. Hearing that, Sangun agreed to help, but he still wanted details. The pig demon chief smirked slyly. "Chill, it's easy. You just need to back up my son Yui and tag along with him." Shortly after, the entire pig demon army of Mount Guzun assembled. They marched in a highly disciplined line, looking like a real army. Horan sized up the situation and warned, "There are tons of them. They definitely won't just play nice." Sangun replied, "We don't have a choice. There's no way I can take them all on by myself. Anyway, at least we already got our hands on the Lianfuang herb, so if things hit the fan, we can just bail." After marching for a while, suddenly halted. "We've arrived. The signal's coming soon, so we just gotta wait." From what Sangun remembered, the chief was named Guzujan, and his son was Ui. Having promised to help, Sangun asked what their next move was. Ui grinned and said, "Since you're with us, you don't need to be so on edge. But I hope you get that this whole gig is a do-or-die situation for our entire clan." Right then, a bird flew in with some intel. Sangun looked where the bird pointed and spotted a human merchant caravan heading their way, sensing something was seriously off. He took a closer look to size things up. "Those are swordmasters. Are you seriously planning to rob a convoy escorted by Taoists just for some cheap junk? Are you out of your freaking mind?" Yu wasn't shocked at all, calmly explaining, "That's exactly why I didn't tell you. This is a life-or-death gamble. Our real target is the Phoenix pill they're transporting." Hearing this, Sangun's eyes widened in absolute shock. The Phoenix pill was a legendary elixir, and just one single pill could skyrocket your cultivation, a holy grail that everyone lusted after. But keep his head clear of greed, Sangun realized this was a total suicide mission and flat-out demanded to pull out. Even though Ui tried to hold the Lianfuang herb over his head, it still wasn't enough to make Sangun budge. Ui wasn't too surprised, though. It was a pretty normal reaction. Who in their right mind would willingly jump into a death trap? But then he smirked, saying it was way too late to back out now. Meanwhile, Guzujan saw the signal and let out a sinister laugh. "It's showtime. Everything comes down to this final move. Those humans who got ambushed by spiritual beasts aren't just going to sit back. The Swordmasters will definitely raid Mount Guzun, and my people would have been completely wiped out. Well, unless Sangun showed up here today, that is." Back on Sangun's side, the pig demons received the command and charged all at once, screaming at the top of their lungs, "For Sangun! For the Lord of Mount Beck! For Mount Beck!" From every single direction, they rushed like moths to a flame, heading straight for the Phoenix Pill. Seeing the onslaught, the escorting swordmasters drew their blades and took up defensive stances. Catching sight of Sangun standing the distance, they all screamed, "A tiger! Their leader is a tiger! That's Sangun of Mount Bake! We have to kill that beast!" Right then, Sangun realized he had been totally set up, his entire body radiating pure, lethal intent. "That cunning old pig Guzujan set me up!" With the plan working perfectly, Yui hid on the side, laughing his ass off. Now that Wudong's swords are locked onto Sangun, let's keep our heads down and hide. Wow, the Wudong swordmasters were insanely strong, slicing through the pig demons with absolute ease. But with a massive crowd like this, there was literally no end to them. Dead bodies piled up like mountains, but it still didn't scare off the swarming pig demons. Watching from afar, Huaran asked Sangun, "This is a total bloodbath, what's the plan? We can still bail and head back to Mount Bake right now." Sangun had no intention of running, staring intently at the battlefield. "But if we just run, we play right into their hands. I'm not giving them the satisfaction of getting what they want. Huaran, this time we're facing those Taoists, so watch your back." Huaran didn't try to argue, she was fully on board. She pulled out her invisibility cloak, image, fading away completely without leaving a single trace. Right now, that Taoist guy sitting inside the carriage is getting super annoyed. "It's still way too noisy. I'll head out to check it out. You and the other disciples, stay here." Coincidentally, the people they're talking about are Cho-Ah and that Taoist master-disciple duo. Just as the Taoist steps outside, someone comes rushing over in a panic, saying it wasn't serious enough for the master to show up. But taking a quick look around, the situation is clearly a total mess. The Taoist pulls out a tiny bell and gives it a gentle shake. Instantly, a horde of pig monsters nearby gets blasted to pieces, guts flying everywhere. Watching from a distance, Sangun's eyes widen in sheer shock. This is sound magic. He's a Taoist immortal! Spotting Sangun still breathing, that creepy Taoist flashes a sinister grin. Well, looks like we've got a beast over there quietly staring us down. This is going to make some pretty sweet livestock." He whips out a talisman, casts a quick spell, and boom, countless wooden spikes materialize out of thin air, launching straight at Sangun. They rain down hard, but with his insane speed and agility, Sangun easily dodges every single strike without getting a single scratch. Seeing this, the Taoist's face twists in annoyance. Huh! It actually dodged that? Just a beast. Meanwhile, Sangun is staying on high alert. If he gets hit by one of those, he's toast. The guy didn't even use much spiritual energy, but the damage output is absolutely insane. Realizing his opponent is actually kind of a big deal, the battle-hardened Taoist decides to stop playing around and show his real skills. This time, he pulls out 10 talismans at once to cast his spell, muttering, "Let's see where you're gonna hide now." Facing an absolute wall of wooden spikes, Sangun's tension skyrockets. He locks in completely, relying purely on dodging the hits like a boss. That smug-ass Taoist priest bursts out laughing. "Ha, run all you want. Stop for a split second and you're toast. Where do you think you're going, punk?" But his grin instantly wipes right off. Sangun doesn't just weave through the attacks. He literally drags the fight right into their ranks, making everyone take heavy damage. Annoyed as hell, that Taoist jerk glares with glowing eyes, pushing his spell to the absolute limit. A ridiculous amount of wooden stakes spawn out of nowhere, completely surrounding Sangun with zero room to breathe. Realizing he's got absolutely no space to dodge, Sangun stops and decides to fight back. He coats his claws in a blazing blue phoenix fire, instantly blasting away every single stake. A split second, the sheer power of it draws everyone's eyes to the beast, even with countless stakes still stabbed into his back. The Taoist priest's jaw literally drops in shock. What the hell is this? He survived my ultimate spell even after I poured all my spiritual energy into it. How can a mere beast pull off a divine technique that freaking powerful? Honestly, Sangun didn't even want to pull this card out since it'd just bring a ton of trouble. But if he kept holding back, he wasn't sure he'd even keep his life. Standing in the middle of the roaring flames, Sangun asks, "Did you find it?" Huajian suddenly pops up right next to him. "Yes, I got it." "But why are you hurt so badly? Are you okay, sir?" Sangun just glances at her and mutters, "Tired as hell. But hey, that guy's spiritual power is completely drained, so he's stuck." Sigh. Huajian looks at Sangun, her eyes filled with worry. She knows he's just acting tough, but he can barely even stand on his own 2 feet. Pulls out an invisibility cloak and quickly throws it over him. Now that they got what they came for, it's time to bail. By the time the Taoist priest realizes it's a legendary stealth treasure, it's already way too late. Sangun vanishes into thin air, leaving nothing but a raging blue fire behind. Right at that moment, a lackey runs up to report, "Priest, we have a massive problem. The Phoenix Pill is gone." Hearing this, the Taoist priest is so pissed he literally coughs up blood and collapses in pure agony. Even though he tries to play it cool, he's screaming inside. "If the Phoenix Pill is gone, I'll get kicked straight out of Wudong and my reputation is trash. That ghost chick used a stealth treasure." Suddenly, he remembers seeing the Kong Din Kong pendant around Huajian's neck and snaps, barking orders to chase the tiger that just escaped. The Sword Immortals are freaking out. There are only 3 of them left, and dealing with the crazy power of that tiger named Sangun is no joke. Before they can even finish the sentence, the Taoist priest loses his mind and yells, "Idiots, can't you see that beast is already half dead from my spell? One of you stay to guard me until I recover. The rest of you get moving and hunt them down. Do not let them escape." Meanwhile, Cho-Ah, who was hiding nearby, overheard the whole thing. Knowing Sangun is in deep trouble, she's practically panicking, her heart racing. Back with Sangun, he and Huajian are limping through a field of flowers. Man, they must be losing their minds right now. Especially that priest's face. Just thinking about it makes me laugh. So hard. Ha ha ha. But no matter how much he tries to act fine, Sangun can't hide how bad of a shape he's in. Seeing his entire body shaking, Hwa-Jian quickly begs him, "Stop joking around. You need to worry about your own body first." His wounds are getting way worse and she's totally lost on what to do. Suddenly, Sangun collapses to the ground, spitting up blood. He's in critical condition and they need to yank those stakes out of him right now. With sheer determination in his eyes, Sangun growls out, "Just do it." Stealing her resolve, Hwa-Jian decisively pulls a wooden stake right out of Sangun's body. Instantly, a blood-curdling scream echoes through the entire forest. When Hwa-Jian hesitates after pulling out just one, Sangun, voice shaking, barks at her to keep going. But those freaking stakes seem to be alive, spreading roots deep inside his body. The pain of ripping them out is absolutely insane. Despite the torture, Sangun still demands her to keep going. Hwa-Jian is terrified that pulling any more will cause him to lose too much blood and bleed out. But before she can finish, Sangun cuts her off. "If we leave them, those roots will dig deeper and suck me dry. Ripping them out is better than waiting to die. This crap won't kill me. Get them out now." His eyes are dead serious, with zero hesitation. Though she's terrified, Hwa-Jian has to bite her lip, force herself to rip the rest of the stakes out as fast as she can. Sangun's agonizing screams echo through the night, enough to give anyone goosebumps. A bit later, two sword immortals track down the blood trail. They stare at the blood splatters on the ground, keeping their guard up. That thing seriously hurt the Taoist priest, so we gotta be careful. But the other guy is totally hyped up. "Come on, knockbang, I know exactly what he's capable of. That tiger is probably taking his last breaths right now. Plus, the treasure that ghost chick is carrying is super rare. If we grab that loot and bring back the Phoenix Pill, we'll become Taoist priests in no time." Meanwhile, back on Sangun's end, all the stakes have been pulled out, but the massive blood loss has knocked him clean out, leaving him limp on the ground. Hwa-Jian is freaking out. "He's lost way too much blood. I need to wake him up right now." Right then, a cold voice sneers from behind. "Still breathing, huh? Well, he might as well a corpse." The two sword immortals unsheathe their blades, eyes full of greed as they lunged at Hwa-Jian. "Trying to protect your master? Hilarious." Facing the two killers head-on, Hwa-Jian doesn't back down even an inch, ready to shield Sangun with her life. Meanwhile, after some quick meditation, the Taoist priest's spiritual energy has recovered about 30%. He can't wait any longer and storms out of the carriage, charging straight after Sangun. "Sure, 30% spiritual power isn't a lot, but combining it with my spirit step is more than enough. That gemstone around the ghost's neck has got to be the Kong Din Kong pendant. I bet she's got other crazy treasures hidden in there too. A tiger pulling off divine powers and a ghost carrying a legendary artifact. Talk about turning a disaster into a jackpot. Just thinking about it gets him so hyped he can't stop grinning as he dashes forward. In no time, he reaches the flower field. Catching sight of Sangun's limp body lying there, he lets out a creepy laugh. He never expected to score such a priceless haul. Back at the convoy, Bijong suddenly shouts, "Master, Cho-Ah's gone! She said she was going to relieve herself up the mountain, but she never came back." Jongdo-san freaks out when he hears this. This mountain is crawling with dangerous monsters, but Cho-Ah couldn't care less. Exhausted as she is, she keeps pushing forward. "It's definitely my hubby. I don't know what they're fighting for, but he's finally back. I've got to reach him." Just thinking about seeing her hubby again brings a huge smile to her face. Glowing. Back over to Sangun, the Taoist cultivator cautiously crept closer. He took way too many of those tiny wooden daggers, so he's definitely dead by now. This was always going to be his end. Since the tiger is dead, his tiger ghost is going to vanish too. Now, I gotta find Kong Din Kong. But no matter how many times he searched the area, he couldn't find a damn thing. Suddenly, he remembered those two sword cultivators sent to search had vanished without a trace. Figuring those greedy punks had snatched Kong Din Kong for themselves, the Taoist's blood boiled with absolute rage. Holding a talisman, he chopped off Sangun's head just to blow off steam. His eyes went totally bloodshot, his mind completely obsessed with that treasure. "They dared to steal my loot right from under my nose. Let's see where those bastards hide. Freaking sword cultivators." After he stormed off, Cho finally made it to the spot. Stepping forward, she picked up the tiger's head from the ground and fell dead silent for a long moment. Forcing a smile, she held the head and walked forward. "Hubby, seriously, I'm not falling for this. Quit playing around. Wake up already, hubby." Cho-Ah tried to put the head back on, but the second she let go, it just rolled away. She stared at it in complete shock, refusing to accept the brutal truth. Once again, she tried to piece the head back and shook him gently. "Hubby, stop teasing me. This joke is over, okay? Come on, you have to wake up." Just like before, the head rolled away, refusing to stay put. Cho-Ah couldn't hold it together anymore. Tears poured down her face, and her emotions completely erupted as she sobbed her heart out in the flower field. But no matter how loud she wailed or how many tears she cried, there wasn't a single response from the cold corpse in front of her. Meanwhile, far away, Hwa-Jian was struggling to carry the real Sangun, dragging her feet step by step. Pant. Why is he so heavy? Her spiritual energy was slowly fading, and her hands began to vanish, causing Sangun to crash hard onto the ground. That rough landing actually woke Sangun up. The moment he opened his eyes, he warily scanned his surroundings. "When the hell did I pass out?" Seeing this, Hwa-Jian was overjoyed. "Thank goodness, you're finally awake," Sangun was about to ask what went down when he realized Hwa-Jian was literally fading away. Panicking, he yelled, "Hwa-Jian, what's happening to you?" Just a moment ago, Hwa-Jian had bravely drawn her sword against those two sword cultivators to protect Sangun. Even though they outnumbered her, she easily overpowered them, making them sweat bullets. A mere tiger ghost can actually wield a sword this flawlessly? At this rate, we're gonna get wrecked. Desperate for a way out, his eyes locked onto Sangun lying behind her. Right away, he shot a hidden weapon from his sleeve straight at Sangun. If I kill that tiger, this ghost will vanish too. Without a single second of hesitation, Hua-Jian threw her own body in front of the weapon, keeping Sangun safe. The sword cultivator smirked, sacrificing herself to save her master. Figures. If she doesn't want to fade out, that's her only choice. We've wasted enough energy on this, let's wrap it up. But that idiot totally underestimated Hua-Jian. She wasn't just some ordinary tiger ghost. Suddenly, a strange, eerie aura erupted from her, engulfing the entire area. Sangun, I feel a bit hurt. The reckless sword cultivator lunged forward, trying to pull some cheap illusions on me now. You must really want to die by my blade, his comrade tried to hold him back, but it was already too late. A burst of purple light shot out from Hua-Jian, obliterating everything in its path. The other sword cultivator was lucky, since he was standing further back, only losing a hand. But it wasn't over. Hua-Jian stepped closer to him, dripping with pure bloodlust. I've lost every bit of cultivation I worked so hard for. Why the hell did I have to run into you losers? Recognizing the overwhelming power of an illusion immortal, the guy begged for his life. Spare me, please. I was just following orders. Hua-Jian glared at him and spat back. Oh, so now you're asking for mercy? Desperate to keep his head on his shoulders, the sword cultivator didn't hesitate to grovel and beg. I'm so sorry. Please spare my life. I'll do literally anything you want. Just don't kill me? Surprisingly, Hua-Jian didn't finish him off right away. Instead, she asked if he knew how to refine the soul-linking elixir. Seeing a tiny sliver of hope, the sword cultivator eagerly claimed he could do it. Hua-Jian pulled out an eyeball and told him, great. Look at the recipe engraved on this vision stone and get to work right now. I've got all the ingredients, so make it quick. And since you're the one eating this, you'd better not screw it up. Hearing this, Sangun finally put the pieces together. You fed that guy the power root pill to make him morph into my double. You went through all that trouble just for me. Hua-Jian was still fading, with no signs of stopping. She reached out and hung Ding Kong around Sangun's neck and said, while you were out, I fed you a Phoenix Core pill. Surviving that much blood loss, it really is a legendary medicine. Now all you gotta do is fully absorb its energy. This is as far as I can take you. I really had a blast spending time with you. Sangun cut her off. Just get some rest and you'll be fine. Don't talk like we're never gonna see each other again. Hua-Jian rested her forehead against Sun Quan, whispering softly, just thinking about leaving you all by yourself makes it so hard to close my eyes. While I'm not around, you need to— But before she could finish, she vanished completely. Sangun stared blankly into the endless empty night. Hurry back, okay? I'll be waiting for you. After that, Sun Quan quietly turned and walked away, completely unaware that someone was crying her eyes out for him. Elsewhere, on Mount Guzun, Guanzhong was totally on edge after hearing the news. During all that chaos, he actually managed to steal the Phoenix Core pill. I seriously underestimated that brat. If he recovers from his wounds and steps up to the spiritual harmony realm, he's definitely coming back for my head. Scared to death of dying, he quickly ordered his clan, find him right now. We can't let our sacrifices go to waste. Even though he's a fierce tiger, he's seriously messed up right now. It won't take much effort at all. Find him and end him immediately, or he's going to turn around and bite us in the ass. As for Sangun, he headed straight to Mount Bake, right up to the mountain lake. Yanghua, get out here! Hearing his voice, the golden carp materialized. You called, Lord Sangun. Oh my god, what happened to you? Sangun cut straight to the chase. I'll explain later, but I'm in a huge rush and need to bounce right now. If you're coming, get moving. Without a second thought, Yanghua replied, if that's what you want, Lord Sangun, of course I'm tagging along. But wait, are you seriously bringing that little brat too? Right on cue, a ginseng spirit popped up from the side, yelling loudly, what do you mean me? You're just trying to get him to dump me here, aren't you? Lord Sangun, leave that fish behind instead. The ginseng and the fish bickered back and forth, neither willing to back down, arguing non-stop. Sangun, totally used to this circus by now, could only let out a heavy sigh. Just then, the black panther inside the cave sensed something, his eyes lighting up as he dashed outside. It's Sangun, no doubt about it. I'd know that scent anywhere. Ha ha ha, he finally showed his face. Today, you and I? He was going to settle this. But the moment he saw Sangun's battered state, he slammed on the brakes. Stunned for a second, he suddenly lost it and roared in anger. Who did this? Who the hell did you clash with? Sangun didn't even bother to explain, just asking back, who I clash with is none of your damn business, all right? The black leopard awkwardly scratched his head, fumbling around before finally coming up with a lame excuse. Oh, what do you mean? Oh, right, if you're like this, you won't be able to have a real fair fight with me. Sangun didn't even care to listen, just walking right past him. I've never met a bigger weirdo than you. Seeing this, the black leopard yelled out, Hey Sangun, where are you going? Sangun glanced back. I'm busy. I'll play with you next time. See ya. The black leopard wasn't buying it and pressed him. Next time when? I've been waiting for you this whole time. Sangun couldn't care less about these pointless fights. Waiting until now is just stupid. If you're so damn eager to fight, there'll be plenty of bastards coming to Bitch Mountain soon. Go fight them instead. The black leopard naively asked who they were. Looks like the idiot was actually planning to fight. Sangun just laid it on him. Who else? Probably those damn Taoist immortals. Or maybe those pigs from Gun Mountain. The moment he heard Taoist immortals, the Black Leopard shrieked, "Taoist immortals? You fought those Taoist bastards?" Well, that reaction made sense. With Seonggun's meager cultivation, how the hell could he survive and return in one piece? Standing nearby, Hong was pretty amazed by the news. It was seriously shocking, clashing with those Taoists and still walking away, alive. At this point, Seonggun didn't want to waste any more time, so he turned to leave. "I've got too much crap to deal with. Go play by yourself." The Black Leopard was about to stop him, but got shoved aside by a massive hip. "Seonggun, could you hear me out for a second? You're being hunted by them, your body is covered in deep wounds, and you're all alone. So how about my master tags along with you?" Hearing this, Sangun was caught off guard, and even the Black Leopard had absolutely no freaking clue what was going on. Hong continued, "My master only wants to have a fair duel to see who's stronger." Of course, that was assuming Seonggun made a full recovery first. Seonggun stared at the two of them, weighing his options. There was no guarantee he wouldn't get ambushed before reaching a safe haven. Actually, leveraging this guy's power didn't sound like a bad idea, but even though he thought that, he still flat-out rejected the offer. "No way, I don't trust you guys. Roaming around with strangers is just asking to get stabbed in the back." Hearing this, the Black Leopard lost his temper. What do you mean I'm not trustworthy?" Hong spoke up. "It makes total sense for you to be this cautious. By the way, do you recognize this?" The moment he saw this assistant token, Sangun was completely shocked. The Black Leopard had no clue what it was, but the second he opened his mouth, he was instantly shut up. "Master, please quiet down," Sangun knew exactly what this thing was. The assistant token, a treasure that can control spirit beasts. He glared at her, demanding why she brought that out. Without any hesitation, Hong bit her finger and used her blood to write names on the token. "I'll write my name and my master's on this tablet." Instantly, a faint red glow enveloped the Black Leopard, as if some kind of soul link had just been forged. Once she was done, Hong handed the assistant token to Sangun with a friendly smile. "Please take it." Sangun's eyes widened in utter disbelief. This move was straight up insane. Hong continued, "Why are you hesitating? You definitely know that if I hand you this assistant token, we can't do anything to harm you." Sangun questioned her. "Handing me this means you're literally placing your lives in my hands. Do you even know what I might do with it?" The Black Leopard chimed in. "Well, Seonggun wouldn't be cowardly enough to threaten our lives with that, right?" Hong smiled, saying she thought the same. This totally blew Sangun's mind. He couldn't believe such blind trust actually existed in this harsh world. Sangun pondered for a moment, then turned and walked away. "No need. Carrying that thing is way too heavy for me." Thinking they got rejected again, the two felt a bit disappointed. But Seonggun suddenly stopped, looked back, and said, "What are you waiting for? Let's go." Hearing this, the Black Leopard was absolutely thrilled. It rushed over to Seonggun's side, yapping away. "Haha, that's right. You look pathetic right now, so I'll protect you." Just looking at his frantically wagging tail, you could tell how hyped he was. After traveling for several days, the group decided to stop and rest. Sangun lay opposite her, closely observing. They had been moving non-stop for days without showing any signs of exhaustion. Observing her this whole time, I can be sure that, unlike me, she has reached an insanely high realm. After some careful consideration, Sangun spoke up to ask Hong, "Can you teach me how to conceal my spiritual energy?" Hong replied, "Teaching you that isn't really hard. But in return, what are you going to give me?" Sangun cautiously asked back, "What do you want?" Hong glanced at the sleeping Black Leopard with gentle eyes. "I'm sure you've already guessed my true identity. I don't really lack anything myself, but my naive, oblivious master is a different story." From these words, Seonggun finally understood a few things. So that's how it is. A spirit beast will choose a master and serve them for life. Though he had no clue why she would submit to such an idiotic master like this Black Leopard. While lost in thought, Sangun was suddenly startled by Hong's question. "You have the Phoenix Elixir, right?" Sangun flinched, feeling super tense. How the hell does she know that? Does she have some god-tier vision to see right through my spatial ring? Hong suddenly clapped her hands, laughing as she explained, "Oh ho, it was just a guess, but I actually got it right. I might not look like much, but I've lived a very long time and I know my sense." Hearing that, Sangun could only muster a dry laugh, regretting not using a concealment technique on the Phoenix Elixir. Then, Hong pulled out a cultivation manual. "If you give me that, I'll give you this technique scroll. Its name is the Split Marriage Art, an ancient scroll from the Savage Era. Although it's brutally hard to master if you pull it off, your path to becoming a divine beast isn't far off." Hearing this, Sangun was completely frozen. This was a core-enhancing cultivation method. Spirit beasts have 6 realms. Spirit Beast, Spirit Harmony, Spirit Void, Spirit Life, Spirit Tribulation, and Spirit Source. And the final realm that every Spirit Beast dreams of is the Divine Beast. One's core can't just be upgraded on a whim. It can only grow bit by bit through each realm. If I can upgrade my only core, which is currently at the Spirit Beast realm, then even against others in the same realm, I'd have way more raw power. Hong mentioned that this was a unique technique belonging to a certain Spirit Beast, though she felt a bit reluctant, keeping it was useless to her anyway. Sangun fully understood the insane value of this technique and seriously asked, "Are you sure about this? Seems like you're getting a raw deal here." Hong glanced at the Black Leopard and said, "I'm fine. If you want to thank me, just treat my master well." Sangun heard this, feeling a bit confused. She asked me to play nice with that Black Leopard guy. Since we're at the same level, she wants me to help him train? Well, it's not like I'm losing out on anything, so he quickly agreed. Just then, the squeals of wild boars echoed from afar, getting closer and faster by the second. Hong calmly told Sangun to beat it first. Sangun asked, feeling a bit worried, "Can you handle this?" Hong smirked and replied, "Sangun, you came to the secret cave for the life fire essence, right? I hope you'll look after my master." Sangun gladly agreed. Honestly, with all the perks he was getting, it was hard to tell who was doing who a favor. Meanwhile, the black leopard, fast asleep, in a deep slumber, was shaken awake by Sangun. "Yo, wake up!" Before the black leopard could even open his eyes, Sangun had already turned and left. Seeing this, the black leopard panicked and rushed him. "Wait, why is Hong still standing there? Let's move!" Hong didn't give a full explanation, only saying she'd catch up later, and warned her master not to stray from Sangun. The black leopard didn't think twice. He scrambled after Sangun, terrified of being left behind. Hong smiled, watching her master walk away, but suddenly her vibe turned pure evil as she glared at the demon boars trailing Sangun. Meanwhile, after finding out he had just eaten the phoenix elixir, the black leopard screamed in shock. "Wait, did I just eat a phoenix elixir? Does that mean I can level up to the life fire realm? Why would you give me something so precious? Like, why?" Bombarded with questions, Sangun simply replied that he got something just as valuable from Hong. But this answer kind of bummed the black leopard out. Okay, but besides that, is there really no other reason? The entire way, Sangun had to endure a non-stop barrage of 100,000 questions. Finally, they arrived at a withered tree right next to a towering cliff. The black leopard looked around, wondering if they were even in the right spot. There was literally no one around. Sangun told him to watch closely and slowly walked up to the dead tree. He placed his claws on the trunk, closed his eyes, and slowly channeled his spiritual energy. In an instant, the withered tree sprang back to life, turning into a vibrant ginkgo tree. The black leopard's jaw dropped. It was his first time seeing something so insanely magical. Right then, the ground shook and a long staircase leading underground popped up next to the tree. Sangun walked over and explained, "I just stumbled upon this secret cave by pure luck. Inside, no one's going to mess with you while you absorb the phoenix elixir's energy. Let's move, but keep close since there's a maze here, so stay glued to me." Saying this, he carefully took his first steps down the stairs, his eyes locked in with pure determination. "From now on, I'm focusing on reaching the peak realm, and I won't let wooden stakes get driven into my body ever again. Plus, I'm never losing my people again." Time flew by, and 4 days passed, and the petals of the ginkgo tree had gradually fallen off. Hong stood waiting under the tree in complete silence, not leaving for a single second. Suddenly, from behind, the squeals of the demon boars erupted. "4 days have passed. We can't wait any longer." Hong's eyes went ice cold as she told them there was no other way. The demon boars lost their patience and aggressively threatened, "Tell us how to open the secret cave right now, or we're busting in." Just then, the ground suddenly shook violently, and a massive explosion blasted rocks and dirt everywhere, leaving a giant crater. Out of the dust cloud, a human figure slowly emerged. Demon boars, with their sharp sense of smell, instantly caught a familiar scent. "Wait, this scent, it's Sangun. If we catch him, we can find out where he is." The handsome young man before them suddenly spoke up. "You idiots, I am Sangun." Hearing this, the demon boars lost their minds. "What? You're Sangun? But why do you look like a human?" Sangun stood dead still, not saying a word. In a flash, his figure vanished, only to suddenly reappear in midair, driving his blade straight through a demon boar. Only then did the other boars snap out of it, backing away in absolute terror. From that single strike, Sangun clearly felt that his physical strength had jumped to a whole new level. Right then, the blade in his hand started acting weird. It kept sucking the target's blood until only a withered corpse was left. This made the demon boars boil with rage, but they were too excitement. With such a massive surge of spiritual energy, it looks a bit dark, but it's actually pretty dope. The demon boars surrounding Sangun started whispering, "How is this possible? He was clearly just a spirit fire rank spiritual beast. Should we really take him on?" Seeing the panic, the leader screamed, "Don't be cowards! Is only at the spirit fire realm. Plus, he's all alone while we have the numbers. There's no way we lose." Fired up courage, they charged forward as one. "Let's go, brothers. Kill him." Sangun stood in the center of the encirclement, completely unfazed. "Hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Come at me and show me some fight." He gently ran his hand down the blade and slammed it hard into the ground. Instantly, a black mist erupted, swallowing everything around them. Leader realized things were going south and hastily ordered, "Don't panic! Group up first." But the area was pitch black, making it impossible to see a single thing. Only chaotic voices echoed through the dark. Consumed by fear, the leader panicked and screamed, "Head towards my voice!" But there was absolutely no answer, which made him furious. "Are you guys deaf? Answer me!" But the only response he got was the agonizing screams of his pack. Suddenly, the area went eerily silent. Out of the black mist, a demon boar bleeding from its eyes, nose, and mouth stumbled out, trembling violently. Save me." Before the words could even leave its mouth, countless bizarre arms covered in eyeballs lunged forward, ripping the demon boar apart in an instant. By the time the leader realized what was happening, it was already too late. He instantly became the next prey, screaming Sangun's name in absolute despair. After devouring everything, the black mist returned into the blade, leaving behind absolutely no trace. Sangun held the blade, observing it carefully, so it craved blood, using all its cursed power to devour spiritual beasts. "If I had been careless, I would have been swallowed up too. Well, it's mine now anyway." Just then, Hong walked up and mentioned it was a demonic blade. Sangun replied that he thought so too, but wasn't worried at all, putting it back into his spatial storage. Seeing this, Hong didn't try to stop him, smiling and saying, "Anyway, congratulations on reaching the Spirit Fire spiritual beast realm. But why did you choose to take a human form?" Sangun replied that he just found it more convenient. Hong then asked, "Is this because of the Mountain Queen?" Sangun remained silent for a moment, then shook his head in denial. In that brief second, Hong understood at least a part of his reason. Having wrapped things up here, Sangun made a suggestion. "I'm heading to Mount Guzun now. Are you coming with me?" "No way, right? My master is always dragging his feet. Who knows when he'll finally get his butt out of there. I can't leave yet. But the second my master gets out of here, he'll definitely hunt Sangun down to settle the score." As she said this, she pulled out a love-binding ribbon and handed it to Sangun. Sangun looked at this thing, totally confused. Like, this is literally for couples in love, so two dudes using it? Yeah, that is just wrong. Before he could even say no, half of the love-binding ribbon wrapped around his arm, while Hong carefully tucked away the other half. Hong then asked, "My master might not recognize your transformed look. Since you're using a transformation pill, could you spare me one?" Sangun was a bit suspicious. Why the heck would Hong even need one of these? Hong just gave a sly smile, saying she'd need it sooner or later. Since it wasn't some super rare artifact anyway, Sangun pulled one out and tossed it to Hong after the trade. Sangun said his goodbyes and turned to leave, saying, "I'm off then. Who knows when we'll meet again. Take care." Hong stared into the distance, smiling mysteriously. "Who knows when, but we'll definitely cross paths again. I'll be waiting. When night falls, only the mountains keep us company." Appian stared into the distance and let out a deep sigh. Even the mountains could hear his whining. Honestly, it was all because of that Lu Bing guy that he was suffering like this. Just then, someone slowly walked up and suspiciously asked if this was really the hiding place of that Sangun tiger. The old man confidently swore it was, bragging that everyone in the village knew about it. Right at that moment, more guys showed up, but the cave was totally empty. Looks like the beast knew we were coming and fled from Bok's son. Du Young Mi pulled out a magical treasure and said, "Did it really think running away would save it from us? All we gotta do is drop its fur into the gold-seeking array, and we'll pinpoint its exact location. The only catch is, once we use it, this baby goes on cooldown for 2 days." After checking out the beam of light, he pointed out it was heading southeast, about a 4-day hike away. Hearing this, AP immediately urged them to hit the road, since he wanted to get this over with and go back home. So the command was barked out, "Head southeast." His lackeys shouted in unison as they took orders. The next morning, a furious roar echoed across the mountain. "How dare you pluck the 3-leaf clovers in my territory?" Even though the poor intruder was shaking like a leaf and apologizing, the bully kept yelling and wouldn't let them take a single leaf. With teary eyes, Leonie whimpered that her chickens at home were starving, and if they didn't eat, they wouldn't lay any eggs. But the bully just growled back, "Are you seriously talking back to me?" Giving her a death stare, it snapped, "You guys only raise those chickens to eat them anyway? You evil humans aren't allowed to take a single thing from Sangun's turf." Leonie stammered, but the angry rabbit cut her off, screaming, "No buts! You want to catch these hands? Want to feel my terrifying claws?" Even though she was scared, Leonie felt a bit cheated. I mean, she had imagined Sangun to be a tiger as big as a whole house, but this was definitely not it. The rabbit's claws looked sharp, sure, but they were honestly kind of cute. Still, she shivered a bit at its threats. "Feast your eyes on these claws. If I scratch you, you're gonna cry." The rabbit smirked smugly at her. But right at that moment, karma hit. "Who's the Mountain King of Bok's son again?" The little rabbit didn't even flinch and started squirming. "What do you think you're doing? You want to taste my claws too?" Lian Yi panicked and begged him to stop, saying this rabbit was actually the Mountain King of Bok's son. The rabbit puffed its chest out and shrieked, "I'm the boss around here, and nobody like you dares to grab Sangun's ears." Meanwhile, the real Sangun, our boy, just calmly stared back. "What if I do?" Then Sangun unleashed a tiny sliver of his kingly aura just to teach it a lesson. The rabbit froze, completely terrified, squeaking, "Sangun!" Next, he turned to Lian Yi and told her she could pick all the clovers she wanted, since the actual Mountain King of Bok's son wouldn't be petty about it. She politely thanked him. With that sorted out, Lian Yi skipped away on her merry way. Our guy just kept watching her walk off, totally ignoring the rabbit who was literally shaking in its boots. Once she was gone, Sangun lowered his voice and told the rabbit it was time for a little chat. He figured a rabbit's ears must be pretty sharp, so he wanted some info. And hey, if it didn't talk, he'd just chop its ears right off. Turns out he wanted to know if a bunch of people had been snooping around the area. The rabbit, terrified, spilled everything. Apparently 4 days ago, a whole gang of Taoists showed up, and then they headed southeast. Sangun immediately put 2 and 2 together. 4 days ago, he was hiding out in that secret cave, so for those guys to go there, they had to be tracking him with that gold-seeking array artifact. Sangun's eyes flared with anger. No matter where he hid, these pests just wouldn't stop hunting him down. He had already planned to head to Guzun Mountain to wipe out those wild pigs anyway. A sword immortal was one thing, but dealing with high-level Taoists was a whole different story. Plus, he had no clue how many enemies he was dealing with, or what kinds of crazy spells they had up their sleeves. But right then, a brilliant idea hit him. The second he called its name, the rabbit scrambled to answer. Sangun flared his heavy aura before speaking. "If you play along with my plan, I'll let you live." It was a super simple task. After that, the rabbit ran back to its pack to spread the word, making sure to gossip about how the Taoists were heading to Guzun Mountain. Sangun's master plan was to use the rabbit to leak the intel. Meanwhile, from a distance, a pair of incredibly sharp eyes watch everything unfold. Only an eagle could have vision that insane. In a flash, the bird took off from the branch, spreading its wings and soaring into the open sky. It was heading straight for Guzun Mountain. Over there, the wild boars were in a total panic. They couldn't wrap their heads around why the Taoists were invading their mountain instead of hunting down Sangun. Just then, Guan figured that the tiger simply didn't want to die alone. Another boar looked totally lost. Guan sneered and explained, "That tiger probably told everyone the Phoenix Core pill is hidden here." The crowd of boars instantly lost their minds, shouting, "He framed us and lied that we have the Phoenix Core pill? How low can he get? And they're not even sword immortals, they're Taoists." The boars were shaking in their hooves, terrified of getting massacred by the Taoists. Right then, Guan heard some coward yell, "We gotta run!" Furious, he slammed his foot down on a boulder, making his lackeys instantly bow their heads in terror. Guzhang roared, "You brainless idiots! This is our home turf. If we abandon this place, where the hell are we supposed to go? Fighting here gives us the home field advantage. We can use the terrain to crush them." He then barked out the ultimate order. "Kill every single Taoist and snatch that Phoenix Core pill from Sangun." The boars roared back in agreement, ready to fight to the death. Meanwhile, in another desolate part of the forest, a figure zipped through the trees using light footwork. Apyong finally realized their entire squad had been heading the complete opposite way, immediately blaming Sangun for it. But when he asked for the tiger's current location, Youngmi unexpectedly told him the target hadn't budged at all. Basically, judging by the coordinates, he was likely hiding out at Guzun Mountain. So, they both agreed to head there. And of course, Ayung didn't forget to swear that I'm gonna skin that bastard alive. Despite being exhausted, his lackeys grit their teeth and push forward, desperate not to lose the trail. At that exact moment, a young man's silhouette stands tall on Mount Guzun. Sangun stands silent, whispering to himself, "Everything is set. Now I just gotta wait for them to show up. Guzan, I'm gonna pay you back tenfold for every single thing you did to me." The wind howling through the mountain peaks sounds creepy as hell. Up there, the Taoists are taking a breather after their long-ass journey. AP figures, even though they made it to Mount Guzun, he has no clue how to find the Sangun in a massive place like this. Plus, he knows the kid heavily injured Rockbing, but if they split up to search, they're bound to find him eventually. Right then, Apyong spots a figure flickering in the distance. Instantly, he yells out, "Hey kid!" Caught off guard, the teen points at himself, "Who, me?" Then he pretends to think hard. "A tiger as big as a house, you say?" Yung nods, explaining they're hunting down that man-eating tiger to stop any more people from getting mauled to death. Sangun claps his hands like he just remembered something. "Oh right, it was my first time seeing something that huge, so I was a bit confused, but looking back, it did look like a tiger." The guy impatiently asks where he saw it. A smirk plays on Sangun's lips, but nobody notices. Next, he tells them the spot is pretty hard to find, so he volunteers to guide them. And just like that, Sangun leads the group into a narrow mountain pass. He makes sure to mention that even though it's super thick with bushes, if you look closely, you can see a beast trail that leads straight to where the wild animals live. He guarantees they'll get there if they follow this path. At the same time, Sangun quickly does the math in his head. 2 Taoist masters and 6 sword masters. Even if their cultivation levels are high, dealing with those wild boars won't be a walk in the park. Seeing them about to tear each other apart makes him absolutely thrilled. Right then, Sung casually asks, "Do you guys know anything about this mountain?" Yung looks utterly clueless, having no idea what the kid is hinting at. A second later, Sangun starts sharing a local legend about this place. Apparently, this mountain is where humans and beasts who realize they're idiots come to cultivate, and Guzun literally means dumbass. Even today, the spiritual wild boars are keeping that tradition alive. Everyone listens on the edge of their seats, waiting for him to continue. Sangun adds, "That's exactly why you see so much pig hair scattered around this mountain." Apyong thinks the idea of boars cultivating is freaking hilarious and asks Yung what he thinks, but he's way more cautious. He knows Rockbing's men were also ambushed by boars. He's worried they're being lured into a trap by the Sangun. Api sneers, "Even if they're spiritual beasts, they're still just dumb animals." Listen closely. Not only is there no sound of beasts, there isn't even a single bug buzzing. The low-level Taoists look around warily, and right at that moment, one of them spots something. Suddenly, a pack of savage wild boars charges out from behind them. A boar as massive as an ancient tree sends 2 guys flying just by brushing past them. Another Taoist manages to react quickly and stands his ground. After that, the boar dashes right into the opposite forest. The lackey just stares blankly after it. Of course, a mere human like him has zero clue why the pig did that. Right then, his teammate screams, "Watch your back!" But he just stands there, totally oblivious to the giant boar charging straight at him. His official headgear gets blasted off into the air. The boar crushes the Taoist into a bloody pulp of meat and bones. His partner cries out his name in sheer agony, but the boar's roaring instantly drowns out the human screams. A chaotic, deadly sound echoes right behind Apyong, yet he casually mutters, "An ambush. Pretty well prepared, huh? Guess I'll have to thank you by roasting you all." Meanwhile, a sword master is struggling to block a headbutt from a boar. The beast is putting all its weight into pushing forward, trying to run him over. The Taoist grips his blade with both hands to hold it back, when suddenly a blast of heat hits the beast. Deep blue flames engulf the fatty flesh of the spiritual beast. Apyeong channels more fiery power into his fists, making his subordinate incredibly grateful for saving his life. But he just barks coldly. Stupid idiot, stay alert. The boars only know how to mindlessly charge, and getting knocked down like that is pathetic. Apyeong's crew keeps scanning their surroundings. Deep inside, the bushes, another boar is glaring at them. Turns out they actually care about their roasted buddy. Luckily, it's still breathing. Right now, the boar sees the Taoists using their spiritual energy, exactly as their leader planned. But while he's plotting, Sangun pops out of nowhere and says, "Yeah, that's not gonna work. You guys have to stay here until one side is completely wiped out." They all panic at the sudden appearance of a human. At that moment, the boar's mind flashes with terrible memories. Turns out 2 of his clan members just had their heads blown off, and the culprit is none other than Myung. He coldly announces that these pigs are quick on their feet and have probably surrounded them, so they need to regroup the sword masters immediately. When a subordinate reports that Seongun is missing, he dismisses it, assuming the boars dragged him off, so they should just leave him. Right now, they need to focus on killing as many boars as possible. The situation is spinning out of control because the boars, who should be retreating, keep charging in. He doesn't notice Seongun sneaking up behind them. The kid lets out a bizarre howl that startles the crap out of them. Suddenly, 2 boars charge out of the bushes. This little trick makes him struggle to hold in a massive laugh. Sangun is absolutely thrilled because animal instincts aren't easily controlled, and wild boars only know how to attack without thinking ahead. If this keeps up, Sangun is sure both sides will tear each other to shreds. Now, the bizarre movement of the boars catches the attention of one of their own. Right at that moment, the majestic alpha of the boars shows up. Gujan declares he's taking command himself. He's furious at how brain-dead these boars are. He told them to stick to the plan, but they're just running wild. The more he thinks about it, the angrier he gets. Why are they running around like headless chickens? Even being stupid should have its limits. Among the herd, some are running away, some are getting shot dead by Myung, and others are basically lining up to become roasted pork. That's all Gujan sees when he arrives. His 2 eyes widen in sheer shock, though there are still more than 10 left. Meanwhile, Myung gets word that a monstrously huge boar has just appeared. He can also feel the massive aura radiating from its body, confirming it's the pack leader. While Guji is still trembling, Gujan roars, "Regroup right now." Songun sits on the sidelines and commentates, "Finally showing your face, huh? Hiding in the back while your own kind dies, only to pop out when victory is close. Those boars are pretty much wiped out, and the Taoists are pretty worn out too. What's your move going to be?" Turns out he chose to keep fighting. "Charge, my warriors. Crush the Taoists and protect Mount Guzan." But they have to get past the front line of Apyeong and Myung first, before they can even reach the low-tier swordmasters. Apyeong starts to, "Let's spread some peace and love." Wait, is this the alpha? Damn, he's on a whole other level. My rage is gonna burn you to straight ashes. I'm pumping every last drop of my spiritual energy into this. He's trying to end this stupid fight once and for all. The firecrow is already flapping its wings and taking off on its master's command. And obviously the prey it's locking onto is the alpha boar, Guzan. But dude isn't even flinching. Thinking you can kill him with some garbage magic like that is just insulting. Digging his feet deep into the dirt, Guzan silently tells his enemy to try and survive with that smug-ass attitude. With a massive, deafening roar, Guzan rips right through the fire energy in midair. Apyeong's jaw completely hits the floor, seeing his signature move get absolutely wrecked. To make things worse, Guzan's savage boar face is about to smash right into him. Luckily, a protective barrier pops up just in time to keep them apart from colliding. But the insane shockwave of Guzan slamming into the barrier makes everyone behind wobble. The other wild boars just let themselves get blown away by the blast. The other sword cultivators are shaking in the wild wind too. Dust blocks their vision, making them panic and scramble to find their commander. The gem on the scroll is actually the source of the barrier. Dongyung warns in a low voice when he hears Apyeong cursing out the enemy. He tells him Guzan isn't holding back, but is actually risking his life to fight. Dark red blood drips onto the dirt. Guzan painfully realizes his opponent is still hiding one last move. Even though this blow is pretty legit, did they really have to resort to a defensive treasure? The other boars rush over to check on Guzan. Over on Apyeong's side, those Taoists do the exact same thing. Guzan figures this is about to get way messier. Next, Myung coldly tells his crew to charge up their spiritual energy while he goes to finish things off. Right then, Sangun casually shows up, saying a fight like this is totally boring. Both sides, humans and boars alike, turn to look at where the voice came from. Sangun lightly steps back, and with a swift whoosh, nothing is left on the ground but a bit of dust. Guzan jumps out of his skin once he tracks the movement. Turns out the guy just teleported right behind both sides. What's more, it looks like Sangun, the Mountain King, is holding something very familiar. In the middle of such an intense fight, using a defensive treasure is totally cheating, so I'm confiscating it. The owner of that arm is obviously losing his mind. A few seconds later, Myung finally realizes what's happening and looks down. Seongun casually tosses the severed arm aside, only caring about the guiding treasure. Rushing over to check on his buddy, Apyeong screams at the top of his lungs, "What the hell do you think you're doing? How dare you mess with the Wudong sect? You think I'm just gonna let you walk away?" Guzan is the sharpest one there because he already suspected the guy is actually the Mountain King. That's when Sangun unleashes his signature, suffocating pressure. Aren't you a sharp old monster? Your nose is crazy good. I got what I needed from you, but as for these bystanders, I can't just let them slide. The Taoists are absolutely losing it, wishing the most brutal death on him. The other boars are also starstruck to finally lay eyes on him. Sangun raises his hand and says, well, I've seen enough. With a snap of his fingers, he declares that it's time to end this. A weird, creepy force rapidly spreads, completely boxing in the humans. Surging waves of raw power immediately swallow up their flesh. Screams of agony echo through the forest, mixed with the squeals of dying beasts. Apyeong can't believe his eyes when he sees the blue flames. Guzan's 4 limbs are being devoured by the blue flames. He obviously refuses to accept this, because this power belongs to the evil phoenix heavenly beast, a species that went extinct back in the Mono era, way before he was even born. Yet the young kid standing right in front of him possesses the power of a divine beast. He just stares blankly at him in shock. But he doesn't know that Sangun's 9-ring broadsword is gradually waking up and begging for blood. Sangun has also tapped into his ruthless survival instinct. He's about to teach them a lesson. What does it actually feel like to taste absolute disaster? Apyeong shivers as absolute despair washes over him. But Sangun keeps walking forward, radiating that suffocating pressure. The 9-ring broadsword slowly sweeps across 2 suffering figures. He just casually walks past, and the blue flames instantly spread to the weak humans, the fire growing bigger as their life forces fade away. Next, up is probably Guzan's turn to face death. His eyes stretch wide as he stares at the terrifyingly overpowered weapon, and he finally accepts the bitter truth that he's been toyed with this whole time. What's worse, Guzan can even feel the aura of spirit fire radiating from him. Sangun is completely heartless, but he still asks if Guzan has any last words. Guzan figures there's no point, but he still hesitates. Turns out Guzan actually has one favor to ask him. But blades have no mercy, and the edge already slices through his body like cutting through soft meat. Sangun scoffs mockingly. Are you seriously trying to give a whole final speech? What a pain. After finishing the job, he sweeps the 9-ring broadsword aside. Over here, Guzan's body is slowly burning to ashes. No matter what happens, the next day, the sun still shines down like normal. Things slowly get back on track in Village B. Sangun is mumbling to himself, let's see. Even if it's low-grade trash, he got 1 inner core from Guzan, along with 2 giant Kong cauldrons, 2 mind technique scrolls, and 3 spiritual talismans. Honestly, that's not a bad haul at all. But then he remembers that using the 9-ring broadsword means it'll swallow everything up. It's insanely OP, but being too strong is also a total drag. Sangun hesitates as he looks at the 2 letters. Seeing they're sealed on the outside, he figures the contents must be pretty important. While crying inside because he's completely illiterate, he runs into Leonor. She starts telling him that thanks to him, the chickens back home grew super fast, and she sold the eggs to pay for school. Hearing about learning to read, Sangun is actually pretty surprised. It seems Leonor also realizes he needs someone to read for him, so she just takes the 2 letters right out of his hands. Leonor is hyped up and says she'll read them right now. She clearly reads out the contents. The fight against the monsters is far from over and is spinning totally out of control. With Honghae declaring war on the monsters, he never expected an actual war to break out now. Leonor pauses to look at him, so Sangun just tells her to keep reading. The letter goes on. The movements of the Demon Kings and the 3 C's 10,000 tracks are looking extremely sus. All the Taoists are debating how to handle this. Leonor quickly admits her reading skills only go that far, but he feels like that's already plenty. Sangun genuinely wants to pay her back, but she turns him down, saying he's already helped her out before. Her innocent face touches something deep inside him. A face like a snowflake flashes in his mind. Sangun gets lost in his memories of Cho-Ah for a good while, the corner of his mouth curling up into a tiny smile. Then, he pulls out a pouch and says, "Take this anyway, it's just a little thank you." The gold coins inside are super shiny, but she just thinks they're pretty toys. Sangun carefully warns her, don't show this to anyone. Go straight home and make sure you only open it with your mom. And with that, both of them say their goodbyes. Each other. Before she actually left, Yeonhee even told him that if he ever needed to learn how to read, he could just come find her. That little meeting made Sangun feel genuinely happy. Next, he stared up at the sky, totally lost in thought. Turns out he was brooding over the war news. Night quickly fell, wrapping up a grueling day. Sangun had already finished calculating. Honghae was located to the west, a whole year's journey from here. But he figured the war would eventually reach Bake Mountain anyway. Sangun's hand lightly pressed against a spot on the cliffside, causing the ancient runes to slowly glow. The inner mechanism clicked, pulling the door up, and in no time, a hidden passage appeared with stairs inside leading straight down into a bottomless abyss. Sangun kept his signature cold look. He figured if a massive war between humans and magical beasts broke out now, demons would probably swarm in and ravage the mortal realm too. To prepare for that dark era, Sangun kept walking deeper into the cave, getting closer and closer to a strange glowing light. After all, power was the absolute #1 priority right now. Sangun muttered in a flat voice. The divine beast of the Mompo era, the evil phoenix bird. Who could have ever imagined this? Even though it was sealed in Bake Mountain and its body had turned to stone, its fiery aura kept absorbing the mountain's spiritual energy and never went out. He took another step closer. Honestly, when he first saw it, he couldn't even get close, but things were completely different now. Sangun could now stroll right up to it without a single shred of fear. The spiritual energy swirling around the evil phoenix was insanely wild, suddenly shaping itself into a phoenix phantom, letting out a screech fit for the king of beasts. But Sangun didn't even flinch, declaring he would completely absorb it. The evil phoenix got pissed, preparing to spit fire, blasting a massive stream of pure energy straight from its mouth. Its raw power slammed directly into his body. After a brutal struggle, Sangun's clothes were torn to shreds. He told himself that since he had reached the spiritual fire stage, he could still handle this. But he wondered if his body would hold up until he fully absorbed it. The evil phoenix's soul was still radiating pure bloodlust, but it was clearly being drained. That's because he was actively absorbing it. Its blue aura quickly drowned, his silhouette in a sea of blue. The phoenix's head began to shrink as if it was running out of steam. Suddenly, a pair of blood-red eyes snapped open. Sangun stood tall and unleashed his full power, telling himself he had to make this happen. This was only the beginning of making it entirely his. If he gave up now, he'd never achieve anything else in life. The evil phoenix screeched in agony, trying to break free from the fusion. But Sangun grit his teeth, desperately trying to seize it. He'd rather die right here than fail. Again, he commanded the evil phoenix, "Come here and yield to me." The torrent of power began to flow into his palm. After a while, only a few final embers remained. When everything settled down, all he could hear was his own heavy panting. Sangun thought he had actually succeeded. Right at that moment, the evil phoenix inside him thrashed again, causing his internal energy to overflow. But Sangun defiantly declared to it, "I won't submit." Then a sudden realization hit him. Even if it's just a remnant of a bygone era, it's still the majestic flame of a divine beast. The thoughts in Sangun's head fell into place. "That's right, let's see how far you can go. I will adapt to you perfectly." The eye of a wild beast radiated a sovereign's bloodlust. Sangun let his body merge into the flow of the evil phoenix. Without opening his eyes, he muttered, "For 4 years the blue fire has danced wildly inside my body, refined hundreds of thousands of times." His body felt completely reborn, and the evil phoenix blue fire had finally become entirely his. What's more, Sangun's mental power had reached the mid-stage of the spiritual fire realm. He clenched his hand into a tight fist, as if wanting to hold on to it forever. Once the power receded, Sangun let out a soft sigh. He knew there was still a lot to do, but overall, everything still felt pretty vague. Right then, Sangun made a decision. That kid, he should go see that young girl first. The fossil of the evil phoenix no longer radiated any power. The one who had absorbed all of the phoenix's energy was leaving. Human rooftops began to appear, and the streets were bustling with people walking back and forth. Sangun was still searching for Yeon-hee. A vendor nearby immediately knew he was looking for the daughter of the Yeon family. According to the locals, her family had fallen into ruin, and she had been turned into a slave. That situation had caused quite a stir throughout the county. Supposedly, the Yeon family had suddenly come into possession of a massive amount of treasure. Their young daughter was sent to study at the academy. The nobles hated studying alongside her, so out of pure jealousy, they reported the mysterious money to the officials. As a result, the Yeon family was convicted of theft. Young Yeon-hee was turned into a servant for the B family, and later, thanks to her pretty looks, she was taken in as a concubine. Several men gossiped excitedly about Yeon-hee's gorgeous flower-like beauty, but his cold, stiff voice made them shut up instantly. "Where?" he coldly asked, pointing toward the B family estate. Very soon, this mansion before his eyes would face some serious trouble. Inside a small room, an old woman's voice echoed, saying that life's joy or sorrow depends entirely on how you look at it. If you just accept it calmly, it's really no big deal. Besides, Lord B is the wealthiest man in the region. The old nanny figured many people envied her, so she told her to stay positive. After getting ready, Yeon-hee looked incredibly charming and alluring, but there wasn't a single trace of joy on her face. Tonight, the moonlight was exceptionally bright. Yeon-hee stood in a daze, letting the moonlight bathe her face. Standing in the deserted garden, she looked as ethereal as an angel. Just then, someone suddenly called out to her, "So, this is where you were." She never expected Sangun to show up so quickly. Yeon-hee gasped in shock. "Young master." That voice made him realize she still remembered him. Yeon-hee, of course, knew he was the one who had helped her 4 years ago because his appearance hadn't changed a bit. Sangun simply told her that he came to learn how to read this time, which left her completely stunned. Learn how to read? In the end, Yeon-hee agreed, though she made sure to mention that she didn't have much time. They settled under a nearby tree and began the lesson. Yeon-hee gently explained, "If you write it like this, the meaning of the sentence changes. If we analyze..." Then she suddenly went quiet. Sangun noticed her abrupt change in mood. Yeon-hee closed the book and said they should end the lesson there. She stood up and bowed to him. "Teaching you was a pleasure, young master, but I can't anymore." Memories of her childhood, when she would never bow or bend her knees no matter how harshly she was scolded, suddenly rushed back. "Thanks to you, I've found my courage." However, Sangun didn't quite catch the hidden meaning in her words. Yeon-hee looked at him with unwavering determination. "I've taught you how to read, so please grant me one request." Meanwhile, in another hall of the manor, a man was stumbling his way in. He roughly kicked off his shoes and staggered and burst in. Still clutching his liquor bottle, the guy dragged the door open. Yeon-hee was already sitting on the bed waiting. He sneered at her. "Kept you waiting, huh? I had a few shots to warm up before heading over." With her makeup done, she looked way hotter than before. The jerk even promised to give her a wild, good time, as long as she just played along. He started undoing his belt, but out of nowhere, Yeon-hee snapped, lunging to smack his filthy hand away. Right on that creepy face of the bitch family's perverted young master, there was now a nasty slash. Lian Yi pointed her weapon straight at him, declaring she'd personally end his worthless life. But a dude's strength is enough to easily overpower a girl with just one hand. Lian Yi could only take that brutal heavy slap, yet her eyes were freezing cold like covered in ice. The sick bastard kept on beating her. I made you look this gorgeous and you dare lay a hand on me? Die! Lian Yi was pushed to her absolute limit. After what felt like forever, the guy was huffing and puffing from exhaustion. Lian Yi just sat there, completely motionless. The trash hadn't even realized it yet and kept trash-talking, calling her stubborn for not making a single sound. Pretty soon, her silent treatment only fueled his inner beast. But just as he was grinning like a smug idiot, someone grabbed his collar. Sangun tossed the filthy trash back with absolute ease, sending the young master flying backward like a useless sack of potatoes. Checking her breathing, he finally spoke. When you asked me for that knife, I figured you'd do something stupid. Her lifeless eyes slowly came back to reality as she recognized him. Sangun couldn't help but smirk and praise. You're one tough little girl, you know that? At this point, the young master finally crawled up and started screaming. What the hell is going on? He was pissed, demanding to know who the hell he was. As Sangun slowly tilted his head, his eyes turned dead cold and terrifying. Pure fury. In Sangun's mind, a soft voice suddenly echoed, No, I can't leave. Little Cho had cried her eyes out, saying if she didn't become his wife, she'd get punished. Snapping back to reality, he said coldly, I always knew the day would come when I'd run into you again, but I didn't expect it to be today. The bitch family's young master, obviously, had no clue who the hell he was talking to. Little Cho's face flashed in his mind again, begging him not to abandon her. Just thinking about that made the demon phoenix's rage burn like absolute hell. The young master shook like a leaf and stammered. Who are you? Sangun unsheathed his razor-sharp claws. Me? I'm the Sangun you wanted to dead so badly. Perhaps everything in the town was now a blur. Lian Yi quietly trailed behind him up the mountain. She kept looking around at the scenery, but mostly she couldn't take her eyes off his back, wanting to stare just a bit longer. Even though she was totally shocked, she kept it to herself. Who would have thought this young master was actually the legendary Sangun of Bok's son? Breaking the silence, he said grimly, I heard about what happened to you. It's all because of my damn fate. Don't you hate me? She looked up at him with crystal-clear eyes. Lian Yi softly admitted that since he was her savior, there was no way she could hate him. If anything, she was just glad she finally got to do what she wanted. Her voice started cracking and getting softer, but I never expected people's petty jealousy and envy to be this damn cruel. Choking back her tears, Lian Yi sobbed, I just wanted to do what I actually liked. Why the hell is that so wrong? She cried in pure agony, saying she felt totally useless and had no idea how to even survive from now on. Suddenly, a heavy object slammed hard onto the ground. Sangun practically ordered her, take the sword. He promised he'd show her the way, telling Lian Yi to become a real warrior, learn some serious swordsmanship, and protect Bok's son. Seeing her hesitate, Sangun snapped that being a woman didn't mean crap. Even though those trashy people looked down on her, she still busted her ass to learn to read. Besides, Lian Yi had literally fought to take control of her own life, and having that kind of grit was more than enough. In the end, Sangun hyped her up, saying, You're actually strong as hell. His blunt words kind of threw her off, but with her tough-as-nails attitude, she got the message loud and clear. Her delicate hand reached out to grab the hilt. Holding it close, a wave of fear hit her, but she shook it off instantly because she had to give it a shot anyway. With pure determination, she declared, I'll walk the path the Sangun laid out for me. She swore she'd protect Bok's son until he made his return. He gave a warm nod and replied that he totally trusted her and told her to stay safe and live well. Flash forward to 3 months later at the Sun Moon sect. Sangun was completely blown away by what he saw. For the very first time, he saw a mountain so ridiculously high it literally touched the moon, making Bok's sun look like a tiny joke. This Sun Moon Mountain was the ultimate base for the Sun Moon sect. Inside lay the 4 Moonrite, where you could literally restore anything. Sangun knew that thanks to the power of his spiritual core, he could maintain his human form to get here, but he didn't have any official pass or status to actually step inside. Just then, a guy named Manhwa called out, Hey, you a rogue cultivator, right? Sangun gave him a dry, deadpan shrug. Yeah, so what? The old guy got hyped, saying they were short one person and dragged him to tag along. The other guys also started badgering him. In no time, they moved to a completely different area. While walking, he overheard some gossip that today was the day the Sun Moon sect opened its Inner Spirit Mountain, an event that only happens once every 100 years. The guy explained that all the major sects would gather, and they just had to do some basic chores, and if they got lucky, they might even get recruited. Thinking that, they started laughing at him, saying standing around staring at the front gate like an idiot wouldn't get him in anyway. Sangun just found these rogue cultivators insanely annoying when suddenly, one of them started whined about how they came all this way to help, but still had to use the crappy side gate. Sangun realized these fools had absolutely no idea why they were even going into the Inner Spirit Mountain, but since the gate to the Sun Moon sect was finally open, he didn't care. As the group neared the side gate of the sect, Manhwa pulled out a wooden token to show his ID. A weird light from the token started messing with the barrier on the gate, and the next second, thick green smoke came pouring out of the entrance. A shady figure hiding in the smoke barked, Is that you, Manhwa? You're freaking late. He quickly babbled some excuse about being short of one rogue cultivator and having to hunt down a replacement. The guard let it slide and shoved them inside. In the main courtyard, some coordinators were already bossing everyone around. Listen up. Remember your assigned groups. Group 1, Sun Moon Sect. Group 2, Yu Ming Sect. The young guys were totally geeking out seeing so many high-level powerhouses around. Just then, some loudmouth barked, "Hey, you rogue trash over there, get your asses moving already!" As they passed Group 5, Swan Quan instantly recognized them as the Ice Palace. A moment later, the announcer shouted, "Today marks the once-in-a-100-years opening of the Inner Spirit Mountain. Welcome to the Sun Moon Sect." The crowd boasted top-tier masters from the Sun Moon Sect, along with martial arts masters from the Wudong Sect. Then came the representatives of the Yu Ming Sect, the ladies from the Ime Sect, and finally the heavy hitters from the Ice Palace and the Mount Tai Sect. The announcer then yelled that they were booting up the teleportation array to head straight into the Inner Spirit Mountain. On his command, the entire courtyard lit up with a blinding yellow light. Swang, even Sangun was totally shocked by this bizarre sight. In such an unexpected place, there was a massive green snake, but it was obvious the poor beast had become a tragic victim to someone way stronger. The snake meat was so fresh that blood was still dripping from it. Then a creepy voice echoed from the shadows. "Finally, they're here. Some fresh, delicious prey. I welcome you all with open arms." Then the entire space was drowned in a wicked laugh. Meanwhile, magic was wrapping around the rogue cultivators. After a while, the dust started to settle. They were completely blown away to find themselves teleported to Ling Noi Mountain in the blink of an eye. Just then, someone freaked out and screamed in pure terror after spotting a giant fox-like demonic beast. Compared to this monster, they looked like absolute ants. Everyone started whining about how unfair it was to face such a beast right off the bat. The Earth Spirit just looked down coldly at the tiny humans. Right then, a big buff guy yelled at them, calling them complete idiots. "You seriously can't even distinguish a spirit beast from a demonic beast?" The other disciples from his sect laughed along with him. No wonder they can never escape being low-life rogue cultivators. Bakryong of the Wudong sect guessed that this giant fox was a gatekeeper beast. The Taoist master of the Sun Moon sect proudly introduced it, saying, "Indeed, this is our guardian spirit. As you can see, it is the Earth Spirit Jiryong, possessing the golden life force, having reached the purple piercing realm." The Wudong disciples immediately began showering the Earth Spirit with praise. The master arrogantly boasted that this guardian beast was one of their sect's greatest prides. Soon after, they realized they couldn't afford to let their guard down. The leaders of each sect quickly gathered their disciples together. The Earth Spirit silently watched over them. Suddenly, it picked up a strange vibration from afar, its instincts instantly screaming that danger was near. All of its focus shifted directly onto Sangun. Jiryong sensed an unusual red aura radiating from him. Its sharp, piercing eyes suddenly widened right behind his back. Sangun started to panic internally, thinking, "Man, I knew something felt off from the start. It probably knows I'm not human." He thought that if his cover was blown, every single Taoist there would butcher him on the spot. But suddenly, the Earth Spirit put on a friendly face. Sangun couldn't believe it was actually turning a blind eye and letting him off the hook. Just then, someone patted him on the shoulder, snapping him out of his daze and urging him to keep moving. He added that the others had already set off. As they walked, they chatted. "Wait, you entered Lin Noi Mountain 100 years ago?" The guy nodded but expressed regret that he hadn't dug up any spirit herbs back then, though he still remembered the way. Beiki chimed in, saying they would split the spirit herbs as agreed. However, she suspected they were lost. Manhwa stopped walking and calmly reassured her, saying, "Don't worry, I won't let myself get the short end of the stick either." Juji couldn't help but warn, "If you make me waste my time on a wild goose chase, I will take your life." A split second later, something sliced through flesh. Beiki and her disciple quickly looked back, only to see a towering, non-human figure emerging. An Amei disciple was trembling and crying out for help. Beiki immediately felt something was fishy. She had no idea why there would be a demonic beast in this place. The ginseng demon slowly licked his lips with a long tongue. Meanwhile, other groups were using their light footwork technique to fly off. Even though they were warned that the rogue cultivators couldn't keep up, the Taoist master of Wudong couldn't care less. He muttered that they hadn't come here to dig up spirit herbs anyway, and he didn't give a damn about the lives of those weak, useless rogue cultivators. He casually added that if they ran into spirit insects, they'd be toast. But suddenly, the master had to call for an emergency halt. Upon landing, he summoned a paper crane. For some unknown reason, he rushed off in a hurry. Turns out he was eager to dig up something nearby. The low-ranking disciples obviously could only stand and watch without asking questions. His hands were covered in dirt and sand, but the payoff was absolutely worth it because he finally found his target. His junior brother eagerly asked, "Is that it? The golden clay womb master told us to find?" He explained that it was just an egg, but the golden clay womb could only form where golden moss grows. 3 years ago, their master knew the time wasn't right yet, so he hid it here. He thought that if he brought this back, he would finally ascend to immortality. But suddenly, a loud shout stopped them. A group of people emerged from the darkness. "I was wondering why you guys didn't give a crap about the spirit herbs and sneaked off somewhere else." The Wudong disciples were shocked to see the Taishan sect show up. The Taishan leader smirked and said, "So there was a secret after all. I didn't expect you guys to hide such a treasure." The Wudong master immediately claimed that since they found it first, it belonged to Wudong. In response, the Taishan side summoned all kinds of powerful fighters and scoffed, "Where on earth did you get that logic?" Seeing them draw their weapons, the Wudong side snapped, "Are you trying to start a war with us?" The Taishan leader shrugged, arguing that treasures belong to whoever is strong enough to take them. That shameless attitude made the Wudong master boil with rage. "You started the killing first, isn't that the unspoken rule?" At the same time, Sangun's bright red eyes widened in sheer joy because he had just found a wild ginseng. Looking at its dense roots, it had to be at least 150 years old. Thanks to his sickle, he had dug it up completely intact. Right at that moment, Sangun threw his tool onto the ground. He got annoyed at himself for almost getting sucked into the whole spirit herb digging craze. Honestly, he didn't come here for this crap. Sangun decided to forget about digging for those tempting spirit herbs. Just then, the team leader rushed him, yelling, "Hurry up, we need to move to the next spot." Sangun obediently followed his orders. Quite a distance away, the ginseng demon was draining the spiritual energy from the Taoist masters. He was so greedy that he pressed himself right against them to suck them dry. Manhwa bowed low and asked politely, "My lord, are you satisfied with this?" The demon ruthlessly tossed the shriveled corpse to the ground and sneered, "Satisfied? Are you kidding me? These trashy Taoist masters are nothing. Only an ascended immortal is worth my time." Manhwa quickly explained that there were plenty of other masters left. Then Manhwa hesitantly brought up their deal. The ginseng demon crushed his victim's core and told him not to worry. He confidently declared, "I am one of the demon kings of the 10 evils of curved thorns. I'm not some untrustworthy human like you guys." Manhwa quickly nodded in agreement. Next, the ginseng demon told him to follow him. He figured Manhwa was getting sick of waiting around. But now the ginseng demon was ready to officially start the hunt. Suddenly, a man's footsteps sped up as he followed a shout. "It ran that way," he yelled, directing his team to corner the target. They were chasing a spirit beast that looked like a lion-tiger hybrid. When the man leaped forward to block it, he thought he had it bagged, but the spirit beast suddenly spun around, dodging the attack and letting it hit the ground instead. To make matters worse, it took the opportunity to snap its razor-sharp teeth right at his face. Just at that critical moment, a 10-meter-long spear pierced straight through its neck. Thanks to that dude barely made it out alive. Ahone barked out orders to round up every single rank 1 spiritual beast, warning everyone that quitting wasn't an option. Then he smoothly reported, "Senior, brother, looks like it's a wrap." But while they were hyped about using those spiritual beasts to whip up some pills, a whole new threat crept up on them. A few low-level lackeys screamed, "Watch your back!" The guard next to him took one look at the ginseng ghoul and thought it was just some dude. But his partner had sharper eyes, catching a clear view of its horns and creepy posture, instantly realizing it was a monster. Ahone's senior brother called out to him in a low voice. On command, Ahone grabbed his spear and charged right in. One clean slash, he sliced the ginseng ghoul right in half. The low ranks were totally losing their minds, hyping up Taoist Immortal Ahone's insane power. But out of nowhere, the monster's body started stitching itself back together, and it used its claws to rip some poor extra's head clean off. In the end, nothing but a shredded corpse was left at its feet before the monster vanished into thin air. It mocked them in a bone-chilling, raspy voice, "Too slow." Its real target was Ahone's senior brother. In just a split second, its sharp spike drove right through his body. Staring at the core it ripped out, it sneered, "This is probably the only valuable thing you trash have. The rest is just garbage. Too bad for you, I'll be taking your souls now." The low-level weaklings finally panicked and tried to run, but the ginseng ghoul just cackled, knowing damn well nobody could ever escape its grip. Meanwhile, in another part of the inner mountain, a hand was twitching. John was super curious, wondering if her senior brother had sensed something. He didn't answer right away, instead telling her they should set up an illusion barrier right there. She was pretty thrown off by his weird request. Then he mentioned he was going to activate the illusion artifact, asking everyone to watch his back. Glimmering streaks of light shot out from his jade pendant. Once they reached a certain height, they burst into countless tiny beams. Those beams rained down, completely enveloping the Ice Palace squad. John yelled out a warning, telling them an illusion barrier was going up. She told the Sword Immortals to stay focused on the illusion artifact they were assigned to. She stationed the Wandering Immortals in the back, ordering everyone to get into position ASAP on her command. A thick fog rolled in, but through the haze, dark silhouettes started to appear. The other Ice Palace members scouted around, pretty sure they were in the right spot. Just then, something right in front of them caught the whole squad's eye. One of them spoke up, "Hey, you're Dai-Ho, right? We've got you covered, so don't sweat it. Just go ahead and gather those spiritual herbs, but make sure you don't wander off too far." Swang Quan just nodded to get them off his back, feeling pretty annoyed about being treated like some low-life errand boy. The air around them slowly filled with a freezing chill, and the frost was getting seriously thick. He warned them to stay sharp because there was no telling what might go down, telling everyone to keep their guard up. But then, some of them got curious and asked, "Senior, why are we even using an illusion barrier? I don't see any spiritual beasts or monsters around here." John then heard her senior brother bring up the flesh-eating grass crane. That beast was a notorious monster back in the Manmo era. Meanwhile, the Ice Palace crew stood there cluelessly, staring at this weird spiritual beast in front of them. See its innocent-looking face, they actually tried to catch it, completely clueless about how savage and bloodthirsty the damn thing really was. In a split second, its beastly energy ripped a massive hole straight through that guy's body. His teammates screamed his name in panic, but it was already too late. Back with Suan Quan, he was still muttering and venting to himself. Right then, he caught a sound echoing from nearby. Listening closely, it sounded a lot like a scream. Suan Quan wondered what the hell was going on, but he couldn't sense any energy signatures because the illusion barrier was blocking everything. Over on John's side, her senior brother quietly muttered that the Sword Immortals were no match for a rank 2 demon beast. He mused, "Just think about it. What if those rank 2 beasts hunt in packs?" And as luck would have it, Suan Quan was dealing with that exact nightmare right now. A pack of demon beasts with bloodthirsty eyes surrounded him. But the real kicker with these things was their ability to control the illusion barrier's powers from literally anywhere. If you got sucked in it, you'd be in for a world of pain, sliced up by tens of thousands of blades closing in from all sides. Suan Quan was already starting to get dragged into the array, his entire body merging with the bloody streaks of light. Normally, anyone caught in this would end up as nothing but a puddle of blood. But Suan Quan wasn't about to go out like that. He was busy unleashing hundreds of slashes on those damn monsters. Blood spilled and bodies dropped, but it was the monsters who chose the wrong guy to mess with. John hesitated, admitting she had no clue those kinds of beasts even existed, suggesting they should probably get the hell out of there. But her senior brother said there was something in this area worth risking his neck for, which is why he used his own barrier to counter the monster's illusion. He explained they'd naturally swarm toward any familiar spiritual energy, so they couldn't afford to slack off until then. Meanwhile, Suan Quan had completely let his guard down, mostly because he had already slaughtered every single one of them without even trying. Still, it was a real eye-opener for him to see monsters that could actually cast illusion barriers, but now he was in a bit of a pickle since the Ice Palace crew was completely wiped out. He wasn't sure if he should keep guarding the place, but since he was already here, Suan Quan figured he might as well loot whatever valuables they had on them. Suddenly, he froze mid-motion, his eyes locking onto something above. Who goes there? A massive shadow was looming in the thick fog, and Suan Quan stayed completely still, keeping his eyes glued to him. The figure didn't make a move, and Suan Quan kept a super sharp eye on him, full of suspicion. Not knowing who it was, he called out, "You from the Ice Palace?" Nearby, blood was dripping onto the dirt, forming a small puddle, as a Taoist immortal from the Mount Tai sect manipulated a magical orb made of talismans. Those guys were pissed off because the white ice array of the Lianvu was blocking their path. He was asked by his lackeys what their next move was, but in the end, he just ordered them to push forward, saying, "Move out. It's just a minor annoyance, nothing to be scared of. In the worst-case scenario, we'll just have to throw down with the Ice Palace." With that, the Mount Tai sect began marching straight into the illusion barrier. As they stepped out of the freezing mist, a non-human foot stomped hard onto the ground. Manhwa respectfully asked, "My lord, why did you let that prey slide and just walk away?" Turns out the ginseng ghoul figured they'd all end up grouping together anyway. Instead of hunting them down one by one, he thought wiping out the whole herd at once would be way more satisfying. Manhwa muttered back, "But that barrier was set up by humans. What if they all end up hiding inside it?" But the ghoul quickly snapped, "You think I'm acting without a plan, you fool?" Several centipedes writhing on his hand were revealed to be the ginseng ghoul's parasitic bugs. His eyes glowed a different color as he ordered, "Go, find the core of that illusion barrier for me." The ginseng ghoul reached out his hand to release the venomous pests. Instead of crawling, they literally launched themselves in all directions. The ginseng ghoul smirked, knowing damn well that illusion barrier would soon be completely under his control. A panicked voice echoed through the heavy fog. "Damn it, I only jumped into this illusion barrier to save my neck from immediate danger, but I never expected to run into just a clueless rogue cultivator stranded right here." Ryup realized he'd walked straight into a dead end. Before long, the Taisen sect thugs cornered him, sneering, "This is the end of the line for you." "What? Using your own sect brothers as a shield just to run away?" The dude was totally shocked they'd caught up to him so damn fast. His enemy sneered, giving Book Ryup some smug advice to just throw in the towel. Sangun finally realized those guys were from the Taisen sect. Book Ryup let out a cold laugh and spoke up, "So you actually chased me all the way here, huh? But as a Wudong disciple, I can't just stand by and watch you trash play dirty anymore. That Gumjang Jitai you bastards want so badly is right inside this gong hall." He pointed his sword straight at the enemy, daring them to bring it on. Standing nearby, Sangun heard him mention the Gumjang Jitai. He finally put the pieces together and figured out what the hell was actually going on. While they were all facing off, poisonous centipedes started crawling all over the barrier formation. Over where the siblings were standing, the older brother was utterly shocked by what he discovered. He immediately reported that some group had managed to infiltrate the place, but then he witnessed something way more terrifying with his own eyes. Before he knew it, the freezing mist had turned into a creepy, eerie red smoke. He finally realized someone had broken their illusion barrier, meaning their illusion array was completely compromised. In the corners, the guards tried hacking away at the poisonous centipedes, but the damn bugs just wouldn't die. That freaky red glow was starting to engulf the area where Sangun was standing. Bukryup also froze, startled by the bizarre change. The leader of the Taisen sect muttered to himself, wondering if someone outside knew how to bypass the barrier and was controlling the array. "Either way, we gotta grab the treasure first." He immediately barked orders to his men, "Get ready, Once you get the signal, we strike together. Kill that rogue cultivator standing next to us too. Deep in the shadows, a monstrous demonic arm reached out from the glowing red mist. A blood-curdling shriek made everyone whip their heads around, and then the Samgui spoke in a chilling, wicked voice. So you're all gathered here? Right beneath him, a Tizen cultivator was shaking like a leaf. The leader's survival instincts instantly screamed danger. Barking at his men to fall back, he quickly unleashed his magical treasure. The talismans erupted into a fiery, scorching explosion so massive that even the strongest masters struggled to withstand it. After unleashing that devastating attack, he quietly waited for the dust to settle. But all that met his eyes was a dim red haze and panicked screams of, "We're trapped in a toxic miasma." What? Who the hell dares? Suddenly, the space in front of them began to distort, twisting the raw energy and red smoke into a dizzying maze. The Samgui absorbed all that firepower and materialized, scoffing, "How annoying. That treasure was just powered by cheap paper charms, right?" The furious Tyson warriors immediately roared that they'd tear him to shreds, which was exactly what the Samgui was waiting for. He even taunted them to hurry the hell up, completely riling them up as they charged forward. Bukrayup muttered in disbelief. How did everything turn into such a shit show all of a sudden? Meanwhile, Sangun was staring intently at the demon's blood-red skin. Right then, the Samgui began his massacre, using his bare hands to rip out the inner core of his victim. He also noticed the horns growing out of the demon's head. The other foolish cultivators didn't even bother to read the room, just rushing in to get slaughtered. Sangun closely examined the two glowing red treasures in the demon's hands. With one hand, the Samgui blasted demonic energy to rip mortals apart, while his other hand unleashed raw energy to shred his prey. Desperate, a Tyson cultivator ignited his talismans to unleash more fire, screaming, "Just die already!" The spiritual flames erupted, painting the sky red. The cultivator was completely drained, his hands severely burned after unleashing a fire attack using tens of thousands of talismans all at once. But despite the blast, the Samgui casually walked right through the flames to stand before him. With a brutal squelch, fresh blood painted the air. Bukrayup was terrified seeing how the Samgui wiped out all those cultivators in the blink of an eye. As for Sangun, he was now absolutely sure of the demon's identity, which was indeed the Samgui, the stabbing demon of the 10 Calamities Valley. Its eyes burned with hellish green flames as it glared in their direction, making Sangun and Bukrayup freeze in sheer terror as the demon slowly approached them, oozing overwhelming bloodlust. Sangun's mind raced, completely clueless on how to handle this. He knew damn well that fighting this thing meant certain death, yet escaping was impossible within this illusion barrier. His eyes filled with a mix of desperate emotions. Finally, Sangun made his move. While the imposing demon stood there waiting, Sangun respectfully got down on his knees and spoke up. "I have prepared an offering for the demon king of the 10 Calamities Rift." Even though he had no idea what would happen next, he knew that both he and the demon were spiritual beasts. The demon quietly listened to his clear voice as Sangun offered everything up. The Samgui couldn't help but grin and call him an interesting guy. Bukrayup barked in anger. "Hey you! No matter how desperate you are to stay alive, you can't just throw away your pride and kneel before a monster like that. How can you degrade yourself like this?" Sick of his shouting, the Samgui ended the noise with a casual flick of his hand. Too damn noisy. Bukrayup's entire body was sliced into two halves by that simple swipe. He looked down at his unfortunate victim, muttering coldly, "Like I said, a mere human dares." Sangun stared in horror at the lifeless corpse of Bukrayup. Then, the demon turned his gaze to Sangun and said, "Now it's your turn." Blending in with humans despite being a spiritual beast in human form. Fascinating. Due to the war between the piercing demon of the 10 Calamities and humanity, those cultivators set up several outposts. This place happens to be one of their strongholds, which is not a place a level 2 Tong spiritual beast can survive. The Samgui spoke coldly, suspecting he might be a human spy, and warned that if Sangun couldn't clear his name, he'd kill him on the spot. The demon then demanded to know his reason for being here. Sangun knew that any unconvincing answer would get him killed, so he claimed he was looking for the 4-moon Jahang. The demon's face was unreadable as he studied him. After a moment, his lips curled into a smirk, and the Samgui covered his face, letting out a manic laugh that echoed through the area. Sangun had no idea why this guy was laughing like a lunatic. Finally, he pulled out a treasure and asked if this was what he wanted. Sangun was shocked to see it in the demon's possession, the Samgui declared excitedly. "Even if they knew it was here and searched all the spiritual beasts, no one would ever suspect it was in my hands. What a bunch of idiots." Next, he straight up ordered Sangun to become his subordinate. He generously promised he wouldn't make him work for free, cheerfully declaring that he would reward him with the 4-moon Jahang. The Samgui made his intentions clear, hiding nothing. "Right now, I'm still incomplete. Even though I still suspect you might be a human spy, I only need to use you to regain my original power. After that, this treasure will be yours. It's better off with a fellow spiritual beast like me than falling into the hands of humans." Sangun knew he couldn't hesitate. If he showed even a hint of disobedience, he'd be dead on the spot. He immediately accepted the command with respect, which made the demon very pleased. Just then, Manhwa spoke up. "I never expected to see a spiritual beast that could take on human form." Sangun glared at him with all the wariness of a wild beast. The old man just chuckled and told him not to glare like that since everyone has their own struggles. Turns out he had been working his butt off just to gain entry into the Illwool Gate, but got used for a whole 100 years. If Manhwa sees even a tiny sliver of hope to cling to life, even for a bit, he knows humans will surrender anything, whether it's their soul or whatever, would sacrifice it all. Then the old man told him to keep up because getting lost there is a death sentence. The two of them quickly bounced from where Boo-Rup bit the dust. Van Sa stood there frozen, staring at the crimson void ahead. She could feel this creeping, invisible terror rising in her chest. Her senior brother quickly reassured her, saying he was currently controlling the core of the illusion array, but he had no clue how much longer he could hold it. While he was still hanging on, he urged them to get to where the illusion core was, and to make sure they brought all the immortal swords with them. Suddenly a voice cut in, saying, "Bro, no need to bother with that." The forest devil appeared, shattering the final illusion like glass, and mocked, "Out of everyone in this illusion array, you few are the only ones left alive." He blasted a wave of demonic energy, completely shattering their last line of defense, and declared that they should all just go ahead and die together. The senior brother stood there dazed, unable to believe his protective barrier was broken so easily. Right then, Dion charged forward, determined to block the forest devil. The demonic beast's raw power surged with dark energy as it flew straight at her. Dirt and dust suddenly blinded everyone around them, leaving nothing but two blurry silhouettes clashing in the smoke. Van K frantically called out for her senior brother and sister, but she quickly lost the strength to even scream. Her brother and sister were already horribly mutilated. She looked ready to lose her mind, screaming in absolute despair. Annoyed by the noise, the devil casually fired off another energy orb. While she was standing there frozen, someone else stepped up. She drew her ice-cold, snow-white blade. The moment her sword tip pierced the ground, a thick layer of ice shot out through the earth. The ice spikes grew larger and larger, forming a massive wall of thorns to clash with the devil's attack. But with just a few light spins of that golden orb, the ice and snow were instantly crushed to pieces. Right after, its searing heat began to press down heavily on her. Her hood slipped off, revealing her pure white braided hair. Along with her ragged breaths, fresh blood slowly dripped onto the ground. The girl clutched her remaining injured arm, the ground around her scarred with the violent aftermath of ice and fire. Over here, Sangun had also arrived at the scene. He couldn't help but respect someone who could tank that Luankuzi attack and actually survive. But he figured she was going to end up dead anyway at the hands of the demon. The forest devil was also pretty amused that someone actually blocked his Luankuzi. He thought she was someone special. Sangun quietly agreed in his head, because if she was weak, she would have been completely swallowed by the Luankuzi, so surviving it wasn't just pure luck. Still, he knew they'd ultimately end up just like the rest. But suddenly Sangun noticed something. Looking at the girl's pale snow-white side profile, those familiar features struck him. She looked exactly like the child from his memories. Just like that, Sangun realized she was the Cho-Ah from back then. A massive question popped into his head. What the heck was Cho-Ah doing here? Meanwhile, the forest devil was absolutely thrilled to run into the white-blooded demonic beast. He figured this was pure destiny. Cho-Ah glared at his crazed expression. Turns out the forest devil only needed to consume her to restore his primeval state. Sangun was completely shocked. What on earth was going on? She was supposed to be following Taoist Ganun. How did she end up as a member of the Ice Palace, let alone here? He knew that if he let this play out, she would get slaughtered by the forest devil, so he had to save her right away. But 100 questions were spinning in his head. Save her? Me? Fighting the top devil king of all demonic beasts? No way in hell. Besides, Sangun figured he'd only been out in the world for less than a month. There was absolutely no reason to gamble his life. Meanwhile, Cho-Ah had already unleashed dozens of ice sword slashes. The forest devil dodged them easily while mocking her. "You're too stubborn. It's totally useless, you know. Just give up and surrender." At that life or death moment, Cho-Ah barely managed to dodge by tilting backward, but a small scratch was left on her beautiful face. Seeing that scratch completely snapped something inside him. The devil clicked his tongue, slightly impressed by how quick his opponent was. After tasting a bit of her blood, the forest devil put on a fake show of pity for her short life. But suddenly the playful look in his eyes vanished, replaced by an excitement way beyond his expectations. It had been forever since he tasted such premium quality. In a flash, the forest devil slipped behind Cho-Ah. He could smell her incredibly rich and pure primordial essence. A mix of shock and sheer terror filled her eyes. A second later, her tiny body was lifted off the ground by one of his demonic hands. "A drop or two won't do. Consuming you whole will let me break through to the primeval realm. You're going to be my special treat." Right then, a sharp blade shoved straight into his mouth. His eyes darted around, desperately searching for the culprit. And of course, Sangun had stepped in just in the nick of time. The devil roared in anger. "What do you think you're doing?" Sangun didn't say a word. He swung his 9-ring blade with his right hand, hacking at the devil's arm. Suddenly, the forest devil couldn't even withstand the excruciating pain. He screamed, his voice shaking the heavens as his burning rage erupted. Cho-Ah was thrown ruthlessly to the ground. She recognized Sangun as the wandering immortal who had been traveling with the Ice Palace, but his 9-ring blade felt bizarre to her. It triggered a weirdly familiar feeling, as if she had seen it somewhere before. As for him, he thought he must have lost his damn mind to actually throw hands with a demon. Sangun took a deep breath to steady his racing heart. Looking over at Cho-Ah, he made up his mind. Even if he ended up dying today, dying by her side wouldn't be the worst way to go. Seeing the little girl from back then all grown up, he felt a wave of awe wash over him. Cho-Ah, though, was still on guard under his gaze. Manhwa furiously charged forward, demanding to know what he had just done to the forest devil. Sealgun slightly tilted his powerful 9-ring blade and casually let loose a slash. The old man stammered, completely paralyzed by sheer terror. How is this? Sealgun just stared back coldly and said, I don't have any beef with you, but if you keep running your mouth, I'll happily shut it for you. Didn't you say everyone has their own struggles? Manhwa, now completely desperate, begged him for mercy, but he was slowly swallowed up by Sealgun's power. The forest devil was still in deep shock and agony over the betrayal. He glared, spitting out each word. Do you even realize what you've done? You are literally making an enemy out of every single demonic beast in Thaphaluantich. A smirk played on Sealgun's lips, even knowing that his grip on his sword only tightened. Honestly, he was regretting it a little bit right now, but there was no turning back. Sealgun boldly declared that it was just his instinct. The forest devil wondered what kind of absurd instinct that was, but either way, he figured Sealgun was just begging to die. Sealgun's 9-ring blade unleashed a dark shockwave. On one side was the crimson demonic energy, on the other was the raw power of the beast, both about to clash. Right before him the air was thick with pure, suffocating dread, and sensing the absolute danger, he was totally terrified. Crap, it was bad! But thanks to his lightning-fast reflexes, he managed to block the attack with his blade. He actually stopped it. Furious, Sangun charged right at him, screaming, I'm gonna tear you into 100 pieces! A massive crushing blow slammed down, forcing the kid's entire body to buckle. Behind him, the ground and rock shattered from the sheer force of the shockwave. The monster glared down with pure murderous intent, but Sangun didn't back down for a second, staring straight back into his eyes with zero fear. Then Sangun slammed another heavy strike down at his target, but luckily, Sangun dodged it just in the nick of time. Massive cracks split the ground, tearing through the dirt straight toward the kid. The demon was totally shocked that he'd actually survived. Meanwhile, Sangun was half kneeling on the ground, panting like crazy from pure exhaustion. He couldn't even stop himself from shaking. His precious Puyu sword was completely shattered, and if it wasn't for his 9-ring Dao, he'd be dead meat by now. Suddenly, a crater cracked open right in front of him. Sangun froze, trying to make sense of what was happening. Something in there was glowing with a faint blue light. Actually, wait, a massive wall of ice had somehow popped up right in front of him, making the demon freeze in pure disbelief too. He heard the person in front of him speak up. You're no ordinary wanderer, but taking this bastard on all by yourself is still way too much for you. Cho-Ah offered to team up and fight the demon, making sure to emphasize for both of our lives. Sangun's lips twitched as if he wanted to reject the offer, but in the end he got back up to stand by her side. Fine, let's get out of here alive. Sangun's eyes burned with the fire of absolute destruction, while Cho-Ah's eyes were as cold as a raging blizzard. The demon lost his mind and roared, Who the hell do you think I am? I'm Sangun, one of the 10 calamities of Chikran. I'll show you the true power of a demon king. Cho-Ah and Sangun stood their ground, waiting for him to make the first move. Charging at them like a homing missile, the demon vowed to make them die in pure agony and despair. That insane speed was way beyond anything humanly possible. But right then, Sangun stood up first, using his blade to block him head-on. Furious, Sangun whipped out his remaining arms, slashing wildly at the kid. Every single swipe ripped through the air with thousands of shockwaves that literally shook the entire space. The fierce clash between the two powerful beasts showed no signs of stopping, and the demon finally realized something was off. He started questioning if this kid was really just some low-tier level 2 weakling like he'd thought. In reality, Sangun's inner core possessed a 6-harmony defensive seal, with his energy almost reaching the 3rd-tier spiritual connection. Still, that alone gave them virtually zero chance of winning. Suddenly, a razor-sharp, ice-cold blade of frost materialized, pointing straight at Sangun's face. On top of that, Cho-Ah conjured dozens of other ice swords to rain down on him. Even in this tight spot, Sangun still had the nerve to spit out, You little brat! But that burst of anger was the exact opening Sangun had been waiting for. Instantly, the kid sprang forward on his toes, launching himself high above the monster's head with everything he had. His 9-ring Dao was inches away from slicing the target, while down below, Cho-Ah pivoted her blade right toward the demon's gut. Glaring at them with pure rage, the demon stomped his right foot onto the ground, shattering it. Immediately, a massive volcano-like blast of lava erupted to blow them away. Sangun took the hit head-on and was sent flying, while Cho-Ah crashed hard onto the solid ground. Stunned, she gasped in horror. Lava? She never expected a demon beast to be able to manipulate both fire and magma like this. Spotting her sword lying nearby, Cho-Ah quickly tried to summon it back, but the demon moved faster, stepping forward and crushing the blade with one single stomp. Cho-Ah's face completely froze in terror. Then he stabbed his own demonic sword straight into the ground as he knelt. The blade pierced right through her hand. The sudden agonizing pain made her pupils dilate. Ignoring her screams of agony, the monster gave a chilling, brief command. Be a good girl and wait right here until I get back. With that, the demon vanished into thin air. Sangun was slowly dragging himself up after being blasted away. Once his head cleared, he frantically looked around for Cho, but out of nowhere, a massive hand grabbed him by the face. Sangun lifted him up like a piece of absolute trash. The monster was pissed that the kid had made him exert so much effort. You've got some serious nerve, he growled. With that, he vowed to melt Sangun into nothingness. Suddenly, a blinding light illuminated the space right in front of the kid. A massive beam of demonic energy blasted from the monster's chest, tearing straight through his body. The sheer, overwhelming force felt like a rocket engine blasting at full throttle, completely decimating the landscape for miles around. As the blast finally faded, it left a massive, gaping crater in the earth. To make matters worse, the attack seemed to have ripped an even bigger hole in the barrier. Cho-Ah froze in absolute horror at such brutal, overwhelming cruelty. Exhaling a puff of hot air, Sangun sneered. Now that the annoyance is out of the way, I can finally enjoy my dinner in peace. Instantly, he spun around to head toward her, swaggering with sheer excitement. But out of nowhere, his gut warned him of an oncoming threat. Emerging from the inside of the massive crater, a shadowy figure began to take shape. Cho-Ah saw the silhouette too. Realizing what was at stake, she knew she had to back the guy up, but she was terrified about the state of her impaled hand. Gritting her teeth, Cho-Ah slowly forced her hand up, completely ignoring the fact that she was tearing her wound wide open. Her arm throbbed with such agonizing pain that it shook uncontrollably, yet her resolve burned 1,000 times brighter. But then who should appear right in front of her but her junior disciple, Yoonjae? It looked like Cho-Ah had just caught a lucky break. Meanwhile, back on the battlefield, Sangun's clothes were ripped to shreds, and his breathing was incredibly heavy. Even though Sangun had unleashed the full power of his level 4 spiritual meridian, he realized it still wasn't enough to finish the job. He then let him in on a little secret. That white-blooded beast girl was trained in the Ice Palace, so her element counters mine. But you're a different story. Determined to end things once and for all, Sangun hoisted a massive chunk of molten lava and declared, "Time to put you down for good." At that exact moment, Sangun pivoted on his heel. He channeled his spiritual energy, wrapping his fist in a powerful aura. He silently dared the wretched Demon King to bring it on. Sangun charged forward with a massive burning mass of lava, daring the kid to try and block it. Sangun looked completely dwarfed by the sheer scale of the incoming strike. But right then, a slender figure suddenly threw herself in front of him. The one who came to his rescue was none other than Cho-Ah. Manifesting her spiritual energy, she thought to herself, "With a barrier forged from my own blood." The frost expanded rapidly into massive swirling rings, forming a giant shield that successfully halted the oncoming torrent of molten rock. But the searing hot waves kept blasting through. Sangun poured even more raw power into the lava block, making Sangun feel a sudden surge of pure dread. "No, stop!" Blood and flesh suddenly sprayed everywhere like rain. He screamed Cho-Ah's name in pure agony. Below them, everything was swallowed by a sea of raging flames. Amidst the thick smoky haze, a woman's voice echoed from all directions. "Junior sister Baek Ryeon!" Yoonjae frantically searched for her sister in vain. After what felt like forever, she finally caught sight of two faint silhouettes. Straining her eyes, Yoonjae saw junior sister Baek Ryeon, who was actually Cho-Ah, lying completely unconscious on the ground. Not far from there, a stone slab that was once dead silent. Suddenly, it started shaking violently as if something was writhing underneath. Barely 1 second later, a hand blasted the boulder aside. Sangun was now absolutely pissed off because of that annoying barrier getting in his way. Plus, since Cho-Ah had jumped in, his previous killer blow was completely wasted. Half-conscious, Cho-Ah felt like her entire body was being set on fire. Sangun was also freaking out. He was already preparing for the absolute worst-case scenario. Thank God Yoon-ka managed to rush over in time. "Are you okay, junior sister?" Meanwhile, Cho-Ah's entire body was radiating waves of this crazy reddish-pink mist. Seeing her groan about the heat, Yoon-ka tried channeling some of her icy energy, hoping to snap her back to reality. Even Baek Ryeon was shocked to see her unleashing such intense flame energy. If they didn't get rid of this heat soon, she was toast. But no matter how much frost energy she pumped in, Yoon-ka's power just wasn't cutting it. If they wanted to purge this crazy flame energy, Yoon-ka knew they had to get her out of there, or things would get way too critical. Sangun immediately laid her down and told them to let him handle the rest. He even carefully instructed me to entrust junior sister Baek Ryeon to her. Meanwhile, Sangun had already gathered his dark energy, waiting for them. He clicked his tongue, completely baffled as to why Sangun would risk his own life just to protect a white blood demon beast. He could easily read 3 things off the guy: ragged breathing, scattered energy, and a desperate surge of killing intent. Sangun scoffed, using the most mocking tone possible. "Are you completely out of your mind, you idiot?" Sangun grit his teeth in pure rage and swung his hand furiously toward him, but the demon casually blocked the strike with just one hand. Still, Sangun refused to back down, cranking his inner energy to the absolute max. Seeing this, Sangun countered by unleashing even more demonic energy to push him back. In a fit of pure rage, he drove his bare hand straight through Sangun's shoulder. But if you look closely, the real reason he was so pissed off was because the demon's left arm had been completely severed. Sangun grabbed the demon's remaining arm that was still impaling him. Channeling raw power into his right hand, he swung it straight at the demon's face. Right at that moment, 2 bloody claw marks ripped across the demon's ugly face. Absolutely losing it, he kicked out with insane force, screaming, "How dare you challenge me?" Caught off guard by the sudden strike, Sangun was sent flying back. But a tiger's claws are no joke. By digging them deep into the dirt, he managed to stay on his feet. Still, that brutal kick had definitely done some major damage to Sangun's internal organs. But he was back up in a split second. There was absolutely no time to waste. He realized that even if his body was torn to shreds, he had to squeeze out every single drop of strength he had left. He was going to rip the demon king of the Sipsek to pieces. Moving like a true apex predator, Sangun lunged. His sheer speed and savage energy made the enemy flinch in shock. Before the demon could even react, Sangun went into full beast mode, shredding him like a rabid tiger. Sam-Gui wanted to swear, but there wasn't even time. Instead, he forced Sangun to face a massive geyser of rising lava. A pillar of molten rock hotter than 1,000 degrees erupted right beneath him on command. Sam-Gui smirked with absolute confidence, laughing like a maniac. "You pathetic piece of trash, melt and become one with my lava." But wait, the guy who was supposed to be burning alive actually seemed to be getting stronger. Shimmering streams of blue light began swirling around the molten heat. It was his unique inner power erupting like crazy, and that wasn't water, it was a raging blue flame. But he wasn't done yet. The azure flame completely wrapped around Sangun, slicing the massive torrent of lava right down the middle. Sam-Gui could only watch in dumb shock as his ultimate move was wrecked. He couldn't even comprehend how his opponent had pulled that off. Right then, Sangun used his Azure Calamity Phoenix Fire to ignite his own hand. The flame started as a small spark before spreading rapidly onto Sam-Gui's body. The fire raged bigger and wilder by the second. The demon's agonizing shriek only made the eerie blue glow of the azure fire look even more epic. Sam-Gui's entire body was basically premium fuel for the flames to devour. The angry red of his flesh slowly charred into black, and his entire body withered away like burnt twigs in a forest fire. Seeing the demon cooked, Sangun finally let the temperature drop. He was completely drained after surviving that insane, lopsided battle. Meanwhile, over on Cho-Ah's side, the burning heat was finally fading. After a moment, she slowly fluttered her eyes open. Yuncha was still doing her best to channel ice energy into her. When Cho-Ah mumbled about wanting to go help, Yuncha told her that the demon beast was already dead. But upon hearing Cho-Ah warning her about something terrible, Yuncha realized that these weird premonitions might actually be spot on. Just then, Sangun's 9-ring blade began emitting a dim, eerie glow. Sam-Gui was slumped on his knees, completely wrecked. Sangun stood there, keeping a close eye on him. He let out a sigh of relief, thinking that after all that hell, it was finally over. But right then, the demon's raspy, low voice echoed. "This is no ordinary flame, it's the fire of a divine beast, a flame of pure destruction. Letting a weakling like you wield it is way too much for you to handle." In an instant, Sangun's survival instincts screamed danger. A sinister light flared back into Sam-Gui's eyes. "Take a good hard look at the true power of the Forest Demon King." Sam-Gui! His chest cracked open, unleashing an insanely overwhelming power. His flesh turned into pure molten lava, sending a sudden wave of heat and crushing pressure that forced him to drop to his knees. The fire sizzling from Sam-Gui's skin made a sickening crackling noise. Sangun tensed up, terrified that the demon had just advanced to another cultivation realm. But shockingly, the demon had sacrificed his entire cultivation base just to pull off this desperate move. Sparks flew from Sam-Gui's head, and the horn on his forehead morphed into a brand new, lethal blade. He swung the wicked weapon straight at him. One thing was clear, Sam-Gui was determined to kill Sangun at all costs, while our boy was too drained to notice the danger closing in. Suddenly, a massive glowing flash sliced across the pitch-black sky. That devastating slash whipped up a violent gale. Seeing Sangun barely dodge it, the demon clicked his tongue in annoyance. Sam-Gui decided to unleash a rapid combo of slashes, treating his weakened opponent like a helpless little mouse. Every chaotic swing sent fierce winds whistling through the air. Relying on his raw tiger reflexes, Sangun twisted his body to dodge, but there was no way he could completely avoid getting sliced up by the blades. 3 deep, bloody gashes opened up in a row across his shoulder. Even with blood spurting everywhere, he didn't stop. The demon couldn't help but gasp in shock. Could this really be the insane agility of a wild beast? Next, the demon lunged forward with fiery claws, daring Sangun to dodge if he had the guts. This attack was absolutely insane. It was basically like a blast from a giant flamethrower, radiating a heat that felt like the surface of the sun. On top of that, Sam-Gui threw in a devastating demon blood strike, throwing everything he had at Sangun. Cornered and exhausted, Sangun realized that desperately trying to dodge was getting him nowhere. Meanwhile, the demon smirked, incredibly proud of this overwhelming power that truly earned him the title of Demon King. Deadly, sharp spikes erupted from the ground, locking Sangun in. For the umpteenth time, the demon declared that this was the end. The spikes morphed like writhing tentacles, binding Sangun tightly up in the air. In that split second, the demon paused, realizing that his opponent had completely run out of inner energy. Sam-Gui knew he had to finish him off with a swift execution. The kid before him possessed a crazy amount of spiritual power that transcended his cultivation realm, making him a major threat to the Sipa Sukran. Long story short, the demon was dead set on executing Sangun right then and there. Sharp blades hovered just an inch away from skewering him. Splat! Crimson blood sprayed everywhere. Looks like Yoongae beat the forest demon to the punch. The bastard spun around and barked at her, calling her a brainless idiot. Yoongae had used up every ounce of her courage, and now she was shaking like a leaf. Right then, a bunch of purple aura started swirling around his wrist. Even though the guy thrashed around, those freaky spirits wrapped around him even tighter. Seon-jun was quick to realize those were vengeful souls. This was the exact second chance he'd been waiting for. He could feel raw power surging right into his sharp claws. Seon-jun flexed every single muscle, unleashing the hidden energy inside him with an explosive burst. The forest demon lost his mind, screaming, "You think this is over?" He braced himself for a fight, completely ignoring the vengeful souls dragging him down. Seon-jun charged straight at him, with both arms blazing with azure flame, while the forest demon raised his blade to slash. He shoved the azure flame deep into the enemy's chest. The forest demon's eyes went blank as he stared down at his own body. This time it was our boy's turn to drop the mic. Game over. His azure flame fox claws instantly unleashed a massive fire that swallowed the demon whole, while his inner energy kept pumping insane power into the attack. Right where they stood, the azure flame shot up like a massive pillar of fire. A ghostly silhouette of a mythical beast flickered within the flames, soaring high up from the dirt. Just then, a pure white figure was quietly watching the whole scene unfold from the shadows. Its body was so ridiculously long it could easily wrap around a giant stone pillar. The creature's eyes glowed like shiny emeralds. After a while, it shed its skin and shrank down, finally taking on a human form. All it muttered was, "So the forest demon is actually dead." Down below, the rest of the crew were trying to stand guard on high alert, just to show off some proper etiquette in front of the other sects. Right then, a weird-looking shadow slithered past. They figured it was probably some priest from the Doomyang sect, but he looked totally off. Ah Huan rushed in panting and screamed, "A demon beast?" They were super confused about what he meant by demon beasts and everyone dying, so they told him to spit it out clearly. The guy was so shook he could barely put words together, sobbing. "Everyone got wiped out in a split second. I had to run like hell just to survive." A master from the Wudong sect could see he was completely losing his cool. When asking his senior brother's opinion, he added that Ah Huan was probably just talking out of his ass. A master from the Sun and Moon sect darkly replied, "It's been ages and there's still no sign of the host sects. I can't just sit on my hands." With that, the high-ranking members of the Sun and Moon sect were ordered to gear up with their relics and weapons. The elites were told to head inside, while the low-tier sword immortals had to wait outside. Right at that moment, a few people came limping out, supporting each other. Squinting closer, it was Yoon-gae helping Seon-jun walk while he was carrying Cho-Ah in his arms. The crowd immediately guessed Seon-jun's group had run into a demon beast. Before Yoon-gae could even open her mouth, they told her they already heard the story from Ah Huan, who had managed to escape. Meanwhile, Ah Huan overheard someone saying the demon beast was already taken down. He went absolutely wild, snapping back, "No freaking way, that thing is stronger than the third stage. No one here stands a chance against it." That trash talk obviously earned him some heavy-duty death glares. Yoon-gae stepped in to clear the air, saying, "Even though the Ice Palace took a huge hit, the demon beast has been dealt with. But because of it, my junior sister was severely injured." They told her to lay Cho-Ah down and called over the medical sage. But after checking her out, the diagnosis was that they had to take her back to the main palace immediately. Seon-jun was worried sick, but he could only watch in silence. Right then, the earth spirit popped up and asked if he was the one who killed the forest demon. Seon-jun flinched, caught totally off guard, and quickly linked minds with it. "Did you seriously let that forest demon into Yongne Mountain?" The earth spirit confessed that since humans had kept it chained up there for hundreds of years, it made a deal with the demon. If it let him in, he would destroy the binding artifact that kept it locked down. That relic was made specifically to enslave powerful spirit beasts. All you had to do was smear the beast's blood and write its name on it, and it would obey. The earth spirit blamed him for ruining its only shot at freedom. He figured the thing was probably going to try to kill him, but instead, it let out a creepy smirk and said Seon-jun would be the one to break its chains. But he pointed out he was only at the spirit fire stage, and in human form he was just a low-tier Taoist at best, while that relic was guarded by a high-ranking illusion sage. The earth spirit cut him off, promising to hook him up with a spirit pill that could force a breakthrough to the spirit gate stage. It figured anyone who could kill the forest demon, even at just the second stage, could easily pull it off. Seon-jun hesitated, muttering, "And what if I say no?" The earth spirit snarled at him. "Are you seriously asking that right now? The fact that you're a spirit beast gets leaked here." It gave him two choices: die on the spot or level up to the spirit gate realm. Seon-jun knew damn well from the start that he never had a choice anyway, plus he just barely dodged death once already. There was no way he could pass up on a pill that could boost him to the spirit gate stage, so he agreed to the deal. Another place under the soft glow of the night moon, voices inside a pavilion were complaining. Those blood-sucking freeloaders worked so hard, yet they were still ordered to pack up and leave. There was no reason to hang around anymore, but they were still being played and hunted down, which was annoying as hell. Seon-jun didn't see anything special about it either. He figured Yoon-gae had kept her promise to keep the three ghosts quiet. Seon-jun couldn't do Jin Myung-ji-young's job anymore, so he thought it'd be best to start fresh. The treasure orb and the other items the forest demon looted surprisingly contained both the strong branch herb and the 4-moon emperor scent. Seon-jun paused for a moment and muttered, "I actually lucked out on items I could only dream of." Still, he couldn't help but feel a sudden emptiness inside. He lowered his head, letting his feelings melt away under the moonlight. In that exact moment, Seon-jun regretted not saying a proper goodbye to Cho-Ah. Thinking back on it, a faint smirk cracked on his lips. Seon-jun figured nothing would really change anyway. Even if someone claimed he was the Sangun, who would actually believe it? He remembered Cho-Ah, who was probably back at the Ice Palace by now. Seon-jun saw that she was living a real, genuine life now. Honestly, their time together was way too short, barely enough to even call a memory. He convinced himself it was just a fleeting twist of fate. Suddenly, his train of thought shattered. His sharp eyes scanned around as he sensed danger creeping in. The distinct presence of another person getting closer made him whip around. "Who's there?" Ryujing politely replied, "Apologies if I'm intruding, but I noticed a stranger here who doesn't look like a priest of the Sun and Moon sect, so I..." came to check it out. Seonjun immediately asked if he knew Seongmyeong of Sun City, while secretly sizing the guy up and guessing he was a flying immortal. Ryu Jing gave a brief reply, "I'm a wandering sage named Ryu Jing." Hearing that name left our boy totally shook, because that was the main character of the novel The Ancient Chronicles of Mountains and Seas. This was the legendary guy known as the absolute beast among young Taoists, the star of every major twist of fate, and a monster like that was standing right in front of him. Sangun quickly explained that he was just crashing here for a bit. He was actually a guest on a mission to explore Mount Ingon. Hearing this, Ryu Jin found it super sketchy, because he had never heard of any guests from the Sun and Moon sect coming over. Sangun's heart skipped a beat, realizing he'd been caught red-handed. Instantly, Sangun whipped out more than 10 blue and yellow talismans of different kinds. Ryu Jin only needed a quick glance to recognize the brilliant Citadel talisman as a blinding pillar of light shot straight into the sky. That burst of internal energy was created by his own prized fan, and don't sleep on it, because it works like a massive drill that can tear right through dirt and solid rock. What's more, the bricks and tiles up there were already completely smashed to pieces. Ryu Jin thought Sangun was a pretty interesting kid for being able to pull off the brilliant Citadel talisman, and assumed his master plan was to hunt down and rob the Taoists. Sangun was on high alert against this enemy. Anyone who could unleash that kind of power with just a single fan was definitely worthy of being one of the 7 great immortal elders from the 7 immortal protection orbs. However, he found it weird that after the forest devil, only this single monster Ryu Jin showed up, which felt a bit underwhelming. Sangun summoned his azure flame and flew up into the air. Ryu Jin never expected his opponent's hidden power to be this insane. Brimming with bloodlust, Sangun thrust his hand forward. Ryu Jin, however, smugly thought that trying to use fire against a treasure that controls the wind was just a fast track to getting himself killed. His internal energy slowly condensed into a glowing sphere, a concentration of massive azure flames hovering behind Sangun. Ryu Jin stood there dazed, staring up at him, charging up his move. Sangun's eyes burned with intense bloodlust. Once the technique was complete, a blast of fire sliced the mountain in half like a giant sword. The sheer pressure from the flames blasted out all 4 directions, the crackling of the fire instantly turning into a roaring blaze. Down below, a figure was struggling desperately to withstand the brutal, scorching heat. Ryu Jin swung his fan, creating a gale to block the flames. He roared in anger, "Is this fire seriously swallowing my wind? If I hadn't shielded myself in time, I'd be freaking dead meat." The flames kept raging up to the very clouds in the sky. A cheeky chuckle suddenly rang out. "Whew, that was terrifying. I must be totally nuts to take on a flying immortal directly. Plus, staying in a place surrounded by all these ordinary folks is extremely dangerous." Sangun also realized that overexerting himself had caused his old wound to flare up again. While telling himself he had to get the hell out of there, a rift opened up right above his head. This threw off his bird form, making it hard for him to fly. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning crashed down out of nowhere. It shocked Sangun so hard that all his feathers stood on end. With the enemy paralyzed by the lightning, Ryu Jin smirked with sheer joy. "Gotcha! Did you really think you could slip through my fingers?" Just then, the precious orb of the river demon shattered the lightning, saving him from a disastrous fate. Ryu Jin hadn't anticipated that at all. Although he was a bit surprised that the kid could shapeshift, the fact that he possessed a treasure capable of blocking his now Ho-Land lightning was downright mind-blowing. In the end, he felt like he had hit the jackpot, figuring the kid must also be holding on to a magic orb that could summon that fire. If he could steal it, he'd be set. The staff in his hand immediately summoned more lightning, as if celebrating this newfound stroke of luck. Ryu Jin let his laughter echo across the sky. He yelled out his command to wipe him out. Now Ho-Lan. The lightning bolts gathered even more densely, as if trying to trap him inside. Sangun knew for a fact that he wouldn't make it out alive if this kept up. Even though that item was incredibly precious to him, he had no other choice. Ryu Jin, still completely clueless, flew right toward him. Suddenly, a strange blue light appeared in front of him, splitting into swift eagles that flew alongside Sangun. Ryu Jin probably assumed the kid's ultimate move was just a simple clone technique. He confidently thought he could catch him, but then gasped, "No way. My technique should be able to sense everything. Did you actually use a clone jutsu to trick me?" He was absolutely furious because despite his best efforts, he had completely lost track of him. And just like that, the flock of eagles Sangun transformed into successfully escaped. Ryu Jin could only stand there in dead silence for a long time. Knowing that letting the kid escape would mean wasting a perfect chance to steal the treasure, he had no choice but to pull out that same fan from earlier. Ryu Jin figured that if he could get his hands on Sangun's magic orb, flattening 1 or 2 mountains would be a tiny price to pay. Hiding in a dark corner, a cloaked Sangun watched his every move. He found it bizarre that Ryu Jin wasn't chasing after the clones, especially since each clone possessed a core that felt incredibly real, yet he remained so calm. Sangun was extremely anxious that Ryu Jin might notice something, but he also doubted the guy had the ability to see through his ultimate stealth technique. Right now, Sangun was down to his very last core. If he got caught, he was straight up dead. Right then, a blue and purple aura completely distracted him. A dark purple light was now blanketing the sky right above his head. Sangun had a bad feeling that Ryu Jin was planning to blow away all the clones along with every single mountain in the area. The rift in the sky suddenly summoned a colossal bolt of lightning, blasting a distant mountain into straight-up dust. And it didn't even stop there. Channeled the lightning right over to the neighboring mountain. With a massive boom, a wave of pure destruction completely enveloped the mountain. Meanwhile, back at the sun and moon sect, the azure flame was pouring down like a rushing river. Screams echoed all over as people frantically yelled at each other to put out the fire. Panicking, everyone scrambled to pour water to save whatever they could. What's more, even the water-type Taoists were summoned to hold back the flames. As they scrambled around, they kept wondering what the hell had started all of this. Swirling jets of water, looking like mini tornadoes, shot directly into the azure flame. But the flames were crafty, snaking right around the streams of water. To their absolute horror, the phoenix's fire swallowed the water whole. Seeing this, they instantly scrambled and jumped out of the way. Nobody expected this fire to actually devour water. Just as they were bickering, Manhwa made his entrance. First, a Taoist immortal rushed up to report that trying to put this fire out with water was completely useless. Manhwa lost his temper and barked, "Why are you useless bums just standing around watching the fire destroy everything? Why are the Taoists here so pathetic?" Dumbfounded, they asked him what they should do instead. Instantly, Manhwa ordered them to seal the azure flame, demanding they bring out every single sealing talisman they had to get to work. His subordinates shouted in unison, "Yes, sir, we're on it!" Still, Manhwa was absolutely furious that whoever set this fire dared to pull off such a major stunt without anyone noticing, especially when this place was packed with sun and moon sect Taoists. While everyone was yelling and rushing to seal the fire, only Manhwa noticed the commotion off in the distance. Seeing the lightning striking harder and harder, he immediately cast a teleportation spell. Meanwhile, on this side, the overwhelming power of the lightning was throwing rocks and dirt high into the air, and Sangun was forced to reveal himself to dodge the blast. Losing his footing, he slipped and fell flat on his back. He was absolutely terrified of someone who had the sheer balls to blow up entire mountain ranges. Right then, a boulder like a falling meteor came crashing down, heading straight for the exact spot where Sangun had fallen. Reacting instantly, he blocked the rock with both hands. He knew it was finally time to unleash his true strength to fight back. Sangun's eyes flashed crimson and his fangs bared, showing he was done playing nice. But right then, another massive boulder came hurtling down. This completely caught him off guard, leaving Sangun with nothing to do but curse under his breath to vent his frustration. Just at that moment, a hand grabbed him by the collar and yanked him up like a helpless little kitten. After pulling Sangun out of harm's way, the mysterious savior casually blocked the falling boulder with a single hand. According to instinct, he softly calls out, "Sis," but before he can finish his sentence, he's cut off. The other person quickly gestures for Sangun to keep quiet. A second later, that massive boulder from earlier slams violently into the ground, and everything suddenly goes dead silent. Ryu Jing finds it incredibly weird that he can't sense even a single trace of them. He starts thinking of the worst-case scenario, that the kid actually escaped. But he quickly shakes his head, thinking, "No way, I already blew away all his clones." Sure, he might have fooled those Taoists back at the Sun and Moon sect, but there's no way he could maintain his stealth magic this far. Just then, the landscape ahead starts to crumble and collapse. Furious, Ryu Jing roars, "You plan on hiding until you completely run out of juice, huh? Once I drag you out, you're dead." Right at that moment, Wanwu suddenly shows up, asking, "Are you the one causing all this chaos?" He definitely didn't expect the sect leader of the Sun and Moon sect himself to show up. Another powerhouse had pulled up, and he was at the crazy ascendant level. Then the old man heard him claim the name Ryu Jing, which sounded super familiar. Finally, Van Engu put two and two together. Ryu Jing was literally the youngest prodigy among the modern-day cultivators. But the old geezer unleashed a heavy pressure to force him to spill the beans about everything that happened. That overwhelming rage completely crushed his ego. Ryu Jing quickly explained he didn't mean to start a riot. He said some fake cultivator was running around, so he couldn't just let it slide. Since the copycat was slippery as hell, he had to search the place aggressively. Hearing about this imposter put Van Engu on high alert too. He figured Ryu Jing had no reason to spit out lies. Thanks to their massive clash, the other cultivators had already scrammed from the mountain. Still, the old guy wanted to interrogate him directly. "Don't you think this is a big deal? Even if this is just some random mountain, it is still our sect's turf." Ryu Jing snapped back, arguing that his target was no ordinary scrub and could easily shapeshift while using high-tier stealth and spiritual arts. But then, a thought popped into his head. Wait, I can't ask this guy for help to hunt that punk down. He might use the Sun Moon sect's authority to snatch the treasure orb for himself, and if that happens, I'll just have to watch my prize fall into someone else's hands. Noticing his sketchy expression, Van Engu muttered in a low voice, "Did this old man say something wrong?" Ryu Jing was totally torn, desperately wanting to keep the treasure orb out of anyone else's hands. In the end, Ryu Jing had to back down. "My apologies, this junior didn't think it through. That punk might already be dead, so please cool your head." Van Engu was finally satisfied for now. Still, Ryu Jing was cursing the old geezer out in his head, calling him a cocky roadblock, which was the only reason he bowed to him. Then Van Engu slowly added, "You made such a huge mess, there's no way that guy left any trace. Let's head back to the palace and talk details. I also want to hear exactly why you came to our sect's turf." Even though he swore in his head to pay back this humiliating debt, he still obediently followed. But Ryu Jing still glared back over his shoulder. "I might let you slide today, but I will definitely track you down and snatch what you're holding." The crazy phenomenon in the sky gradually faded away, though the path of destruction still left pretty obvious scars. Suddenly, a and burst out from the dirt. Nobody had a clue that Sangun had actually survived this nightmare. He let out a massive sigh of relief, and right then, a sweet voice called out, "Fighting that guy must have been brutal on you." Sangun just gave a tired nod. "I'm in your debt again. Thanks, sis. If it wasn't for you, I'd be a goner." He knew that without Hongjian's stealth arts, that Ascendant would have definitely vaporized him. Sangun felt completely helpless. Even though they used similar spiritual connection arts, the gap in raw power was just too insane. There was absolutely nothing he could do about it. Right then, a sharp, piercing screech blasted from right next to him. "Yo, Sangun, why is it that every single time I see you, you're always beaten half to death? If we hadn't stepped in this time, you'd literally be pushing up daisies." He looked at her with a mix of fear and suspicion. Could this annoying brat right in front of him actually be the fox? Even though Hongjian tried to calm the fox down, she just scratched her ears in annoyance because they were itching like crazy. Sangun hesitated for a long time. It turned out he was just shocked because she was actually a girl. The fox shrugged and basically told him he was asking dumb, obvious questions, but her only real issue was that he had ditched her and left. Even though he explained that she was the one who went off on her own, the fox snapped back in a rage, claiming that because he abandoned her, he ended up getting trashed like this as punishment. Finally, she declared that he shouldn't even dream of going anywhere else. The fox shoved her face right in his and asked, "Did you get all that?" Sangun blushed so hard his cheeks turned beet red like a girl wearing heavy makeup. In his confusion, his eyes accidentally caught the snake-shaped bracelet. That instantly shocked him. Instinctively, Sangun stared at the matching band on his own wrist. He suddenly raised his voice, demanding to know if Hongjian could break this curse. She nodded, confirming that she could indeed remove it. Hearing that, he couldn't help but snap, "Break it for me right now." Since Sangun asked, she was willing to help. But there were two ways to break it. Method 1, if one of the wearers dies, it disappears. Method 2, you just grab a blade and chop your own hand off. Hongjian suddenly transformed into a terrifying, monstrous form and asked which option he preferred. The gorgeous girl was suddenly cloaked in a pitch-black, sinister aura. Sangun nervously whispered her name. "Hongjian, actually, on second thought, I think this bracelet is totally fine. I mean, I'm wearing it of my own free will, nobody forced me to do it. So, please calm down, I get it, my bad, okay?" The sun finally set after a brutally long day. Sangun wandered alone across the grassy plains. Checking his stats, he realized his body had healed up, but his internal spiritual energy was only at 50%. He figured this was because he had lost his spiritual core. To fully recover, he needed to unlock all 3 spiritual purities. Sangun realized that since things had gotten this messy, the intel from the Earth Spirit was actually his golden ticket. But with his current power level, he'd have to brace himself for a ton of major struggles. Looking out towards Zhubangdong, he figured his priority was to reforge those junk relics. This place felt a bit different because of its low spiritual energy, which is why it was mostly used by rogue, low-tier cultivators. Plus, he realized Ryu Jing was probably still hunting him down, but the guy would never guess he'd be hiding out and living among humans. So, Sangun decided to crash there for the time being. The fox was pretty pissed off that after only a couple of days, he chose a dump like this when there were way better spots. Her excuse was simple. She hated how annoying it was to bump into humans everywhere. Sangun couldn't help but tell her to shut her trap, warning that if she wanted to tag along, she had to keep her mouth shut. A few hours later, the moon finally showed up. Down below was a pretty spacious cave. Inside, Hongjian and the fox were fast asleep, but he still hadn't gotten any rest. Hongjian actually noticed Sangun standing outside the cave entrance, but she decided to just roll over and keep sleeping. Tonight, the moonlight was pretty dim. Sangun could feel that the yin energy wasn't radiating properly tonight, but he had to prepare ahead of time anyway. When utilizing the 4 Moons Emperor incenses, Sangun noticed it seemed to amplify his abilities in an unexpected way. So, he started with the most valuable item, the adamantine essence, because absorbing it could grant him spiritual power that way surpassed 3 channels. Taking a risk like that was totally worth it, though. He opened up the incense burner and dropped the essence inside. Sangun stared at the treasure with pure anticipation. He knew that if things went south, it just meant the item was never meant for him in the first place, and besides, he had no intention of keeping it forever. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept the dark clouds away. The sudden shift in the sky was enough to startle him. Sangun was super hyped to see the moon was completely round, and he quietly felt the night's moonlight beaming down on him, so he activated the 4 Moons Emperor incense. This thing would spread its power under the cold moonlight, and a brilliant glow began pouring out from the incense burner right below him. Sangun watched intensely, the blinding light making it almost impossible to keep his eyes open. After a brief moment, the item inside finally appeared. Incredibly, its quantity had literally doubled. Sangun's pupils dilated in pure shock. He gasped out loud, "Oh my god, an exact replica actually spawned. It's here. Turns out it's true that no treasure can top this bad boy." Without wasting any time, Sangun quickly dug into his prize. Just a few seconds later, a faint mist began to envelop his body. The moment he snapped his eyes open, a bright light shot out of them. On top of that, a surge of imperial energy lifted him straight into the air, and in an instant, his bones and veins underwent multiple breakthroughs, which was almost too painful to handle. Right after, a small explosion shook the mountaintop. As the smoke and dust slowly cleared, a dark silhouette gradually emerged. Feeling the flow of true chi inside him, Sangun muttered that with this kind of power, he was finally ready to head to John Hio's capital. After a long, grueling night, the next morning finally arrived. Red sound waves were literally shattering the rocks around him. Sangun was pretty satisfied, thinking that was just about enough. Then he pulled out a blue artifact. As it glowed, water literally gushed out of thin air. Staring at the stream, he couldn't help but mutter, "I wonder if there are any issues down in the Gongdong River?" The Huali fish shook their heads, signaling that everything was cool. Sangun simply told them he'd be staying here for a bit, then pulled out another item and said, "You guys have been absorbing the Tao refinement pills lately, so now it's time to refine them yourselves." Manhwa immediately shook its head, too scared to accept. It knew Sangun had gone through hell to get them. Sangun patiently explained, "I've attained divine powers and am going to become a mythical beast. If you want to keep following me, you've got to take these and get stronger." They kept saying they didn't deserve it, but he told them not to think like that, since even an ordinary fish can leap the dragon gate and become a dragon. Hearing that, Manhwa went dead silent. Deeply moved, both of them said, "We will humbly accept your generosity, my lord." With that, Sangun lowered the Tao refinement pill down to the water, then tossed a handful of dirt and sand in. He kept manipulating the magic artifact in his hand. Manhwa also popped out happily, having waited for way too long. Seeing how playful the little guy was, he couldn't help but treat it like a kid. He then mentioned they'd be staying here for a while and would leave this pile of herbs in its care. But when he handed over an infant elixir, Manhwa pinched its nose, complaining it was super stinky. Seeing how disgusted it was, Sangun didn't want to force it. However, the crafty Sangun slyly mentioned that Manhwa and Yihua were about to level up to the second stage of spiritual flower, while it would be stuck at level 1 forever. Manhwa immediately snatched the pill and chewed it down, grinding its teeth. Sangun's eyes went wide, watching the little guy like a picky eater. After a while, he noted that he needed to deal with the rest of the loot, which was mostly junk weapons and discarded artifacts. But honestly, none of them compared to his 9-ring saber. Seeing how cracked it was, he figured the blade must be insanely powerful by now. But until it was fixed, he couldn't use it anymore. He then stared at the Gumgong Chi grass for a bit. Since he'd already used this divine herb once, his body was building a tolerance, meaning its effectiveness would drop. If he could cultivate a Gumgong Chi Lord, he might be able to get a Gumgong Chi 4. The problem was Sangun had zero clue how to breed them. Just then, that centipede from the ginseng demon crawled back out. This sparked a whole new idea in his head. But first, he had to give the little pest a good scolding. Since it was causing trouble, he yelled, "Hey, I can only recreate one of these, all right?" Instantly, the centipede's eyes lit up like light bulbs. It suddenly lunged backward toward its own kind. Sangun was totally baffled while the bug was busy having a feast. Panicking, he rushed over yelling, "Why the hell are you guys cannibalizing each other?" Right then, Hong Jian appeared and told him to keep a close eye on them. Turns out they're actually a well-known species of spirit insects in the barbarian realm. He was pretty shocked that this centipede had an actual name. It was called Tamhwa, a wandering spirit insect that feeds on blood and devours everything. True to its greedy nature, it gobbles up other specimens of its kind to mutate and grow stronger. The only drawback is its lack of consciousness. Suddenly, the Tamhwa spat out countless golden silk threads, which shimmered and waved along with its movements. Hong Jian assumed it had eaten a Gumgong Chi Lord, but he corrected her, saying it actually ate the Gumgong Chi grass. Long story short, Hong Jian knew that depending on how it was raised, it would hatch into a completely different spirit insect, so she advised him to give it a shot. Sangun got pretty hyped up. A spirit insect that can keep growing stronger without any limit? He thought it was a goner after swallowing that stuff, but it turned out to be a massive stroke of luck. He then asked her how to repair the 9-ring saber. Hong Jian honestly admitted she used to think it was just a piece of fake junk. Still, she believed she could fix it, though the materials would be tricky to find. Hearing that, he promised he'd handle the material hunt. A bit later, Sangun realized the core problem. He had plenty of the required inner cores, but was completely out of divine iron, meaning he'd probably have to head down to a human village to track some down. As he was muttering to himself, a voice suddenly called out, "Where do you think you're going?" Sangun instinctively looked around to find the source. The cute little fox stared back at him, looking totally spaced out like she'd just woken up. He honestly admitted he had some business in a human village, and surprisingly, he actually invited her to tag along. This unexpected treat brought a sweet smirk to her face. In the end, the fox cheerfully replied, "Well, if you really want me to come, I guess I can't say no." She then bolted right over to him as if she was afraid of being left behind. Back inside the cave, Hong Jian was staring at the 9-ring saber. She muttered under her breath, "You might have fooled everyone else with the illusions masking this blade, but you're not getting past me." She released a few energy beads, forcing it to reveal its true form. The energy beads slowly coalesced into the shape of a lotus flower, casting a magical fragrance right beneath the sharp tip of the blade. After a moment, the floral scent drifted up to the hilt. Suddenly, a demonic, agonizing shriek echoed through the entire cave. But the only one there to witness it was Hong Jian. The demon roared in pure rage, "You little bitch! How dare you pull this crap in front of the ginseng demon?" She couldn't understand why he was acting so high and mighty. Hong Jian sarcastically replied, "Oh, what's this? Is the famous ginseng demon reduced to just a pathetic, shattered soul? He snapped back, telling her she had no right to make wild guesses. Normally, he'd punish this sheer insolence. But if she played dumb and kept her mouth shut, he'd not only let it slide, but also let his demon soldiers guard her. But suddenly, Hong Jian tapped a point right between his eyebrows. The ginseng demon shrieked in absolute panic. "What the hell are you doing? Trying to kill me?" Wearing a devilish smirk, Hong Jian replied, "Since the owner of this saber is going to be the husband of the person I'm escorting, I've got no choice but to take you out." The ginseng demon immediately scrambled to strike a deal, promising to give her the exclusive heaven-shattering demonic style. But Hong Jian just scoffed and replied, "You mean that secret technique only passed down to the 3 demons? Just that alone is barely enough to buy your life." Desperate, he immediately offered to hand over the Heavenly Yang ultimate treasure. However, even if she knew where it was, she couldn't actually get it without him guiding her. Hong Jian knew he was just playing tricks. Whatever he possessed would eventually just fall into the hands of the demon soldiers anyway. She realized this demon was completely beyond saving. His agonizing screams echoed even louder. Next, Hong Jian added that the exclusive technique and the Heavenly Yang ultimate treasure, since it's pretty valuable, she's going to split a piece of his soul and keep it to study later. The rest? She's tossing it in to reforge those trashy relics. He stamped, mirrored, and said, "Split my soul? Are you seriously telling me your power doesn't have any backlash?" Since the soul splitting had already started, the smoky haze of his soul began to dissolve. Our story shifts to a human town. The fox looked at him totally confused and asked, "Yo, didn't you say you needed to buy something?" It couldn't understand why he kept looking around like that. Sangun explained that even though the big sex pavilions charge an arm and a leg, they're the only ones with the real forging tech. So the smaller sects always rip people off on material costs, which is why he didn't trust them. The fox tilted its head, totally lost, and ended up slamming straight into Sion, guns back. Staring at a super rundown, raggedy roof, Sangun smirked, "Found it." The fox poked its head out, curious as hell, and snickered. "All that walking just to find this dump? Seriously, looking at this trashy house, it doubted anyone even lived here." Sangun stepped through the front door and called out softly, "Anyone home?" Inside was dead quiet, but if you listened closely, you could hear faint whispering. "Why are we hiding? They're guests." "Fine, you go then." "No, let's go out together." Finally, 2 sisters stepped out, one totally shy, the other hyped up to greet him. The fox was pretty shocked. "Wait, what? They're neither spirit beasts nor humans, but living right here in human territory?" Sangun told them he wanted to rebuild this broken relic into a 5'6" smiling crane. The old sister Jum was super hyped to see this for the first time, while her little sister Ume looked stressed about handling such a weird item. Sangun straight up brought up the money, and Jum stroked her chin, acting all professional. She finally quoted 500 spirit stones, making her sister freak out. Sangun also thought that kind of cash could buy a brand new relic. Suddenly, the fox jumped in. "Let me help. Don't have enough spirit stones? I got you." It slammed its pouch down, warning him not to freak out when he saw it. But there were only 3 tiny green stones on the table. The sisters stared with dinner plate eyes, and Sangun was completely speechless. The fox just laughed out loud, super proud. "It's a lot. Okay, I snatched him while chasing that guy." Next thing you know, they got kicked out, and the fox could only silently curse him as the shop's flag fluttered in their faces. Quick intro. Jum and Ume, out of everyone from Sionhai Mountain, didn't seem like a big deal, but in 100 years, they would become legendary Wanjin masters. But right now, they're just helpless, homeless kids, just like Cho-Ah. That thought made his face go dark. In the end, Sangun easily paid 500 spirit stones. The 2 girls froze, staring at the pile of cash. Seeing Ume about to decline, Jum quickly shut her up and promised they wouldn't let him down with his item. But then he dropped a bomb. He wanted to help reforge the relic himself. The twins shared a look. Sangun pretended to reach for his spirit stones, basically saying "you're lost," because plenty of Wanjin masters would kill to get their hands on a 5'6" smiling crane. They panicked and immediately agreed, but made him swear right then and there never to show their reconstruction secrets to anyone. Just then a voice came from the door. "Oh, we have a guest here." All 3 went dead silent and looked at the door. The girls yelled out together, "Master Hansu, guess what? We finally got our very first customers." He smiled and congratulated them. Seeing he was interrupting, Hansu excused himself. Why? He didn't want to get in the way, since he only planned to drop by for a second anyway. Jum and Ume ran to the door to wave him goodbye, but Sangun got a bad vibe from this guy. He decided to probe about that so-called master. Jum said he's a cultivator from the Sun and Moon sect. Ume added that he's the reason they're allowed to stay here. Sangun gave a dry robotic, "Oh, really? What a generous guy." But deep down, he was highly suspicious of why Hansu was playing nice with these kids. Outside, his handsome face glowing in the sunlight, but a split second later, his expression turned dark as hell. Outside, the fox was whining, wondering how much longer Sangun would be in there. Its little ears twitched as it tried to eavesdrop, but the noise from the streets was way more exciting. Just then, a ball came flying out, and a bunch of kids chased after it, totally hyped. The ball bounced back to the left. The kids bolted so fast, leaving one little girl struggling to catch up. The fox couldn't hold back its inner child either. First, it dashed to the right with the boys, then happily chased after the crowd. But seeing its grown-up body acting so goofy, the kids got creeped out. Once they told it they didn't know who it was, it tried to act normal. Then, The kids whispered in hushed voices. Is she crazy? She's definitely missing a few screws. Seeing the fox flare up, they scrambled away. It thought to itself, I just wanted to play with you guys. You should be honored. Right then, its ears picked up something weird. The fox whipped its head around, but only caught a white-haired girl gliding past. Its sharp fox eyes narrowed, trying to read her. It was actually Cho-Ah, but since the fox didn't know, it just stood there, staring. Only thing the fox could sense was an icy cold aura. Bottom line, she was one weird priestess. Then someone called out, Hey, Black Fox, here's the blueprint. Take it back to Hong On for me. Turns out Sangun wasn't finished yet, so he wanted it to head back. The fox pouted hard. There's nowhere I can't go. You don't get the meaning behind my words at all. The fox got serious. Last time you just vanished without a word, and now you're leaving me behind again? The sheer frustration in its voice made him choke up. Sangun softened his tone, telling it he wasn't going anywhere weird, so don't sweat it. And if he did leave, he'd let it know first. The fox perked right up. For real? That's a pinky promise between us, okay? Seeing him nod, it warned him not to go back on his word. As soon as he stepped into the shop, he was warned to keep dead quiet during the forge. One slip of focus and the whole thing could blow up in their faces. Once he agreed, work immediately began. Ume and Jun closed their eyes, channeling two tiny pearls. They chanted some weird incantations under their breath. A glow slowly started appearing on the relic's body. Slowly, more tiny spots floated higher. The girls completely broke down the materials. They melted, prepping to fuse back together. Xian's gun thought about the boundary between existence and nothingness. That was their unique method of creation. Without understanding the connection between heaven and earth, it's impossible. This wasn't just a routine task. You had to understand the flow. There was no special refining method. And yet they were pulling this off in a complete dump. He realized they were amazing kids. After a while, they told him they did it and asked him to name the item. Its old wheel shape had transformed into shouting out to Go Ryun. Xiangjun didn't forget to thank them for their insane strength, even promising to meet up next time. Yunmi was too shy but still wanted to thank him, while Jumi was already locked in on booking their next collab. Meanwhile, the cave outside the village was filled with the fox's annoyed whining. Hongjian tried to calm it down, but the fox was stressing out since Xiangjun hadn't returned in days. She assured the fox that if he promised, he'd definitely make it back. Just then, a familiar figure slowly appeared. The fox rushed out to greet him like a puppy welcoming its master. The ring blade was pulsing with massive power. Songjun found it extremely handy, but he was even more shocked that Hongjian had used the soul of the ginseng demon during forging to turn it into a treasure orb. She replied that she wasn't sure if it was his soul or the souls of his victims, but after forging, it just became a treasure orb. Only now did Songjun realize that the bastard had been lurking inside the blade, always waiting for a chance to strike him from behind. Without Hongjian, he would have been in deep trouble. The massive soul of the ginseng demon loomed over, haunting him. Just thinking about it gave Songjun the chills. His thoughts grew even heavier. There were still way too many unpredictable things in this world. Now that he had achieved the second path of mastery, he knew he had to be way more careful from now on. But hey, getting another treasure orb was still a big win, so he cheered himself up. He reached out his hand for the slender creature wrapping around his arm. Turns out, after feeding it the core strengthening herb, the calamity beast had clearly leveled up. It was even acting all clingy and cute, which it had never done before. Next, Songjun announced that he was heading to Yogu town. Not knowing how much time it would take, the fox immediately pounced and grilled him. You made me wait for days and now you're leaving again? Do you always have to do whatever the hell you want? His gentle voice made it blush as he replied, That's why I was about to ask. I don't know if there'll be any dangerous Taoists this time or how long it'll take, but do you guys want to come with me? Both girls blushed hard at his sudden offer. The fox stammered, asking why he was bringing this up out of nowhere. Songjun shut it down immediately, saying, Guess you don't want to go, huh? It instantly snapped back to its aggressive self. Who said I didn't want to? I'm coming. Meanwhile, back at the twin sisters' treasure forge, someone was kicking the shop's doorstep. Thinking it was another customer, they got curious. The two girls greeted them in unison, but to their surprise, the one standing there was actually Hansu. Hansu told them that the place was within the territory controlled by his Sun Moon sect called Chogu. It got its name after a beast trap there transcended into immortality. There's a secret technique hidden there. Fearing people would fight over it, the great immortals sealed it away. But once every 100 days, the seal weakens. And according to his math, today is that exact day. Jum and Yumi immediately saw right through him, guessing he wanted them to help find the secret technique. Hansu quickly denied it, claiming it was for the relic of his late master, someone closer to him than actual family, who had sealed himself inside. Back then, he was told that there was no time left, so he had to scram. His master would leave a treasure orb behind, hoping Hansu would retrieve it one day, a promise he swore never to forget. Back to the present, Hansu sadly expressed his desire to give his master a proper burial, so despite his embarrassment, he asked the sisters for help. Jum and Yumi felt he had helped them so much that they'd be stoked to return the favor. As Hansu was thanking them, someone was secretly watching everything go down. Right after Jin and that guy gang stepped out of the alley, the girls looked at the two strangers with caution. Hansu introduced Jin and gang as his associates with keeping the sisters safe. A few hours later, they arrived at Yogu town. There was a highly suspicious tree standing there. Well, actually, the suspicious one was Songjun. When the fox asked what he was looking for. He replied that he was searching for a tooth. Seongjun explained he'd only heard rumors that the tooth protecting the ruins was hidden inside the tree, but not this specific one. The fox eagerly offered to help but got shot down immediately. Turns out their suspicion had shifted to that tree emitting blue smoke over there. Seongjun stood right in front of the spot to inspect it. After a moment, he made a quick assessment. Even though it felt like a recent event, it seemed 100 years had already passed. Over that time, a whole ancient tree had grown like this. After rummaging around for a bit, he uncovered a hollow opening. Once the leaves were cleared away, inside was indeed a fang-like object. Seongjun couldn't help but shout, "Found it!" The fox was totally shocked by this, but it found it weird because he was kneeling down, making it wonder if he was begging for its forgiveness or something. Flushing red with embarrassment, Seongjun snapped, "Shut up already! If you don't know, keep your mouth shut!" Their bickering echoed back and forth for another 2 lines before finally dying down. Meanwhile, a tense situation was unfolding elsewhere. Someone was dead set on entering a danger zone, but after 100 years, even the battle with the beast was long over. All the great immortals had been involved back then, so it was a super complicated mess. But Hansu confidently spoke up, "A blade immortal's lifespan is 300 years, and I've already had to wait 100 years. I don't have time to waste!" In the end, they had no choice but to give him the green light. The order to clear the path into Chogu was executed. Seeing her sister's anxiety, Jum comforted her, saying everything would be fine. With that, the 2 sisters held hands tightly and set off. The 2 tiny figures slowly vanished into the dimensional portal, leaving behind only a blinding streak of light. Standing amidst towering peaks tens of thousands of feet high, the scene looked even more breathtaking. The squad led by Hansu stood before the wild expanse. The moment Gang pointed out the entrance, Jin gasped at how massive it was. At that moment, Hansu called out to the sisters, Jum and Yumi, and said with a remarkably gentle voice, "I'm counting on you." The 2 girls quietly stepped into the thick fog. Gang was a bit worried since he wasn't sure if they could actually break the seal. He felt uneasy leaving such a heavy task to kids. Hansu, on the other hand, gave a sinister smirk and replied, "Just watch." Meanwhile, the 2 girls couldn't help but gasp as they looked up. Yumi was stunned because it was her first time seeing so many seals layered together. Jum simply gave her sister a nod. "Let's begin." Tiny hands touched the barrier. Jum continuously chanted cryptic spells, her eerie voice causing cracks to spiderweb across the barrier. Just a few seconds later, a hole taller than a grown man split open. Jin was blown away that they actually pulled it off, showering the girls with praise. "Are those kids want immortals? That's insane!" Elsewhere, sweat was pouring down a handsome face and his hands were rapidly losing strength. Finally, Seongjun collapsed after completing the cycle of 108. The sharp fang was emitting glittering rays of light as the hollow inside the tree widened by the second. Seeing the entrance open, Seongjun proudly said, "Now you know why I had to kneel, right?" He led the 2 girls inside. The outside light cast their long shadows into the hollow. The fox was completely blown away to find tons of primrose and glowing grass, but it had no clue what he was planning. After studying the surroundings for a bit, Hong Jian realized this was a pocket dimension created using the Huanzhen technique. She saw the place was packed with vital energy, totally cut off from the outside world, and primroses were even planted to keep the energy circulating. Long story short, it was freaking awesome, and the fox was stoked because she thought some epic treasure was waiting inside. Sangun had to take dozens of steps more, and only after a while did he stop, saying it looked like they had arrived. An instinctive gasp of shock escaped their mouths. "What the hell? This is a wolf, though." The fox had no clue why it was sleeping there. It was a demonic beast with its mouth wide open, trying to threaten its enemies. Jin coldly landed a finishing blow to end its life. Once it was done, he started digging around. Turns out what Jane was looking for was the beast's core. That guy Jang was also super hyped about this brutal wildlife slaughter. Seeing Hanshu not joining the massacre, they laughed out loud and mocked him. "Doesn't the master of the Sun Moon sect want some?" But he didn't respond at all. Meanwhile, the crack in the barrier was showing different signs. Turns out the 2 sisters, Mi and Jumi, had opened up another pathway. Hansusu was deep in thought. Opening the forbidden spell barely took any time, but it looked like they got tired way faster than he expected. If they're already wiped out, this is going to be a pain. Meanwhile, that guy Jiang and Jane were heading to another spot. Their surprise at the current scenery was sky high. Right then, a tree with white leaves appeared. Hansu, who knew his stuff, introduced it as the sacred tree guarding this place. By keeping its leaves, it makes the sacred plants here way stronger. His Sun Moon sect had refined it to create and use a special beast form. Hanshu handed the leaves to them, saying they might as well grab a few since they made it this far. He was totally stoked. Seeing the sacred tree meant they were super close to their goal, and the secret technique would soon be his. Right then, he saw the 2 little girls approaching. Turns out they wanted to warn him that there were tons of seals starting from that point. Things were getting messy, almost as if some living creature was living there. Mi and Jumi figured that if they wanted to break the seals without triggering anything, it'd take a few days. That guy Zhang lost his cool and snapped, "No way we're camping here for a week just because breaking one seal takes a few days. Brother Han, what's the plan? You said there wouldn't be any issues. What about that secret technique you promised? How's that going to work?" "Now?" Han Shu drew his dagger and spoke up. "So that's how it is, huh? It's a bit early to do this, but I guess I have no choice." He decisively slashed his blade across the two children, and the long cuts began to ooze drops of blood. Back to him, Sangun was telling the fox to keep quiet. He said if the spirit beast woke up, it'd be because she made too much noise. Hearing him confirm it was a spirit beast, Hongjan started putting the pieces together. She figured this place was actually a tomb made by that wolf. Sangun nodded and then said the spirit beast in front of them was once sought after by heaven's destiny and the earth's spirits, which are actually spirit beasts guarded by the sun-moon sect. This wolf is actually a spirit beast named Unryon, who loved the human world so much she took on a human form. Years ago, she met a master, and they fell head over heels for each other. But the earth spirits and her clan fiercely opposed it, which only made them fall deeper in love. Even though they got past her clan, there was still one thing they couldn't beat: lifespan. Both had similar abilities, but a spirit beast can live for 10,000 years, while a master can only live for 300 years at most. And that master couldn't beat time. He passed away, and she was left to guard his grave. Although the earth spirits offered to help extend her life, she turned them down. Unri believed that she had already met a soulmate she'd never find again, so extending her life was totally pointless. She said she'd go back to where she belonged and let nature take its course. Destiny. Now she finally gets what she treasures way more than anything else in the world. Plus, she's actually hoping the earth spirit will find a sweet match like that too. So the thing that the earth spirit could do for her was build a grave. The dummy totally pushed itself to the limit building it, draining so much of its spiritual power that it got captured by the priests of the Sun Source sect. The fox couldn't help but ask, seriously, is that what happened? Unri looked like she was just taking a nap. Sangun could only stand there in silence, staring at her, his mind drifting to the whole lifespan thing. He knew that if he reached spiritual purity, he could live for 2,500 years, while humans, even if they reached the immortal stage, could only make it to 1,000 years. Thinking about it, he realized they were just worlds apart. Snapping back to reality, Sangun said in a low voice, the only reason I came here is because of 4-5. This red box sitting on the stone table. Honestly, this is what the earth spirit wanted to give Unryon. This crystal clear bead that looks like the deep ocean is called the Cho-Ah. None of them 6 knew what this thing was, especially that clueless fox. He explained that the Cho-Ah can ease troubles using the energy of the spiritual herbs, which is super helpful for reaching spiritual purity. 6-7. With his business done, he told them to get lost quickly so they wouldn't disturb the dead. Right at that moment, a massive tremor shook the ground. The fox hesitantly called out to him, Sangun, and he had no idea why she was using that kind of voice. Right then, some freaky bubbles appeared right in front of him, and the fox wanted to dive in and help him. But Sangun was already about to get completely surrounded. Then, one of the bubbles popped, freezing both of them in their tracks. Seeing Mei collapse 10, in pain, Jum instantly screamed her little sister's name. Luckily, she was only grazed on the outside. Shaking, Jum asked Lord Hansu, why are 11 you doing this? He replied with a mocking sneer. Why, you ask? There wasn't a shred of humanity left in his eyes. Turns out he only did all this for their blood. Then Hansu 1112 ordered the girls to watch what he was about to do. Drops of dark blood splattered onto the barrier. A second later, a cracking sound echoed through the air. In an instant, the barrier was 12-13, shattered, leaving a gaping hole. Hansu smugly declared, this blood can break any seal or forbidden spell. I brought you brats here from the very start just to break 13-14. Them down simply because you carry that exact bloodline. Jum timidly brought up how nicely he had treated them, but he just scoffed, asking how anyone could actually be nice 14-15 to half-human, half-elf freaks like them. Hansu was just putting on an act to use the girls. A sharp dagger clattered to the ground. Playing the generous guy, Hansu 15-16 said he could easily just drain their blood right now, but he'd give them a chance to do it themselves. That was his final act of mercy. Then Hansu tilted his head up, 16-17, glaring down at them like a master looking at filthy slaves. Meanwhile, the fox and Hongan were frozen in place. She was freaking out because Sangun's was nowhere to be found. Right, 17-8. After that, the fox turned to Hongan, asking why he had vanished. She was terrified that something bad had happened to him. After checking around for a bit, Hongan said, just as I thought. Looking at this weird 18-19 spiritual energy the space Sangun was in got warped somewhere else because of the other spatial distortions. The fox had no clue why that would even happen. Hongan 19-20 explained that this place naturally creates Hon-chan distortions and they easily mess with each other. Between that tremor just now and this flow of energy, 2021. She could tell he hadn't gone too far, so she shouldn't worry. Sangun was just pushed to another spot, that's all. Instantly, the fox collapsed to her knees in pure relief. What a massive relief. 21-22. But he was still totally bummed out because there was no way to track you down. That's when Hongjan brought up that bracelet. If those Hon-chans are nearby, it means you're still in here. This place, since the place is crawling with monsters, she warns him to hurry the hell up. Fox is also freaking worried that some dude might be beating him up. Meanwhile, at the foot of the mountain, Seongjun is slowly being warped out. That's done. He is completely mind-blown. The thing he least expects is that he is actually still alive. But then, he gets totally confused, having absolutely no clue where the hell he is. Because obviously, he was just inside a cave a second ago, but now his teammates are nowhere to be found. Still, with the spiritual energy being so thick, he thinks the Spirit Mountain is insanely beautiful, and he wonders whose phantom array is covering this place. Right then, he stops dead in his tracks. In front of him is this beautiful branch with pure white leaves, and thanks to that, he finally remembers its name is the Hongbao Divine Tree, the legendary tree that grows in Jiandong. Finally, Xiangjun freaks out and screams, "No way am I seriously inside Jiandong right now? Honestly, only a divine tree could have such insane luck energy." Suddenly, a blood-red eye lights up. "A human? Sweet, eating a human to restore my energy is way better than munching on leaves. By a mile." A glowing red light is cast right onto Songjun. He guesses this beast has already reached Tier 3, but because the divine tree's energy was masking it, he didn't even notice the damn thing. The beast roars, "Just stay still and let me eat you." It lunges at him like a starving venomous spider that hasn't eaten in ages. Then it uses its claws to slash at him a bunch of times. Songjun just stands there like a boss, his hair blowing in the wind as the beast zips right past him. Next, he's actually pretty happy because it gives him a chance to test out his 9-ring blade, which has now become a treasure. The monster goes absolutely berserk after being totally ignored. Songjun, on the other hand, just casually lowers his blade and politely tells the beast he's going to start with a light tap. The enemy is shooting out green venom beams. Meanwhile, the 9-ring blade is releasing waves of purple energy. Songjun is shocked because just a tiny bit of spiritual energy can activate the ghost weapon. Plus, he never expected a weak move to pack this much power. The beast is now trapped in a pool of dark purple slime. Soon, all its leg joints are totally glued shut. In the blink of an eye, fresh blood splatters everywhere like red plum blossoms. Xiangjun just coldly says, "Did I seriously just one-shot this thing?" Out of the dark purple smoke, the Ghost River Demon King appears once again. The swirling smoke starts forming different shapes, looking like some insanely powerful spirit beasts. Now he gets it. The soul fragments sealed in this 9-ring blade still keep their original forms. Xingjun warily looks back. If that's the case, he has no clue what those massive shadows are, because he's pretty sure he's never faced monsters like them before. Songjun is totally intimidated by the insane energy of those souls, which could easily engulf Mount Tai. He doesn't know what they are, but he can definitely feel them. However, the more he looks, the heavier the pressure from those souls gets. He feels way too tiny to stand up to them. Songjun knows he probably can't see it clearly, but he is positive these are the soul fragments inside the ghost weapon. Unlike the River Devil, those soul fragments can't reveal their true forms, and honestly, he has no idea why they're even trapped in there. The original owner of the 9-ring blade was the Blood Tomb Scholar, and Xiangjun never imagined his true form would be this freaking terrifying. If that Blood Tomb Scholar guy actually targeted him, he'd probably end up as just another soul fragment trapped inside. Xiangjun sighs softly, realizing that the more you know, the more you see how many monsters are actually out there. Right then, another crazy entity shows up. The second that dark shadow appears, Songjun vanishes. Pure predator instinct tells him he needs to keep his distance. He has no clue what's going down. Kim Jian just stands there chill as hell, staring at him. The old guy jokes that spirit beasts like Songjun have zero guard up. "If you were human, your head would have flown off by now," he says. When the old man asks for his name, Songjun panics a bit. Thinking fast, he makes up a fake name. Stealing the identity of the person he hates the absolute most, he says, "My name is Ryu Young." Meanwhile, Jumi is gasping for air, crying out in pain from her failing body. Hansu is like, "Just use the sword I gave you, problem solved." But she refuses to touch anything from him. Gritting her teeth, Jumi rubs her bloody hand on the barrier, and where the blood touches, it cracks right open. Hansu looks pretty pleased with this. Gang also thinks this blood trick is pretty damn neat. Hansu turns and asks him if he's feeling any better now. Of course, Gang has to apologize for being a jerk earlier, claiming he was just worried they'd waste their time. Hansu warns him not to get cocky about the seal. He'd better remember his place and not get slaughtered by a monster. Knowing they'll need more blood later, Jumi temp patches her wound. Yunmi is super worried about her sister and volunteers to go next. While Jumi is still stunned, Yunmi explains they still don't know how many seals they have to break or how much blood they'll need, so taking turns is the smartest move. Yunmi thinks that's the only way both of them survive. Gang gets annoyed by the chatter and barks at them to keep moving. Both sisters glare at him together. On the other side, Kim Jian casually asks, "Did you get warped here all the way from Chogu?" He says he doesn't know how Seongjun did it, but the phantom arrays are completely messed up. Seongjun stays silent, staring intently at the old guy because he can see the man breaking those arrays effortlessly like he's just taking a walk. This dude's power is easily above tier 4. Stuttering a bit, Seongjun speaks up. "Can I ask you something?" Kim Jian leaps over a gap and asks what's on his mind. Turns out Seongjun wants to know how the hell he got here. Kim Jian is quiet for a moment before replying, "It's because of the night parade of 100 demons. I'm looking for it." Seongjun gets goosebumps just hearing that name. That's the blood festival to pick the Demon King of nearly 10 years. Getting to that festival is near impossible because tens of thousands of beasts are constantly fighting to the death. The bloodbath will leave only one Demon King alive in the end. Just as Seongjun is about to say more, Kim Jian cuts him off. The River Devil was one of the fallen Demon Kings. I don't know who took him out, but once the night parade ends, every single beast will hunt down and slaughter whoever did it. The actual culprit, Seongjun, feels a shiver run straight down his spine. Meanwhile, heavy panting is echoing. Yumi and Jumi are completely exhausted. Yumi barely manages to squeeze out, "It's finally over." Then her eyes roll back and she faints. Sensu is standing on a nearby ridge, eyes wide open. This is it, there's no way I'm wrong. His master definitely left this sign. He gets closer and closer to a tiny plant. Turns out it's the silver grass marked with the sigil his master used as a link for his channeling technique. Hansu instinctively reaches for the soft fuzz, and then he roughly squeezes the flower. Suddenly, ripples of light burst out, and a wave of dark energy starts gathering. A familiar figure from his memories begins to materialize. Hansu has waited his whole damn life for this moment. Shaking, he calls out to his master. Though the master has been dead for a long time, he still reaches out with a trembling hand trying to touch him. Overcome with raw emotion, he cries out, "Master, it's you! The very thing you sacrificed your own life to protect." Shu kicked his foot and declared, "Now this disciple will be taking this with him." His master's lifeless body slumped backward and the skin and bones on his hands started falling apart. Shu was just bathing in pure ecstasy. He let out a psychotic laugh while staring at the box. Finally, it had fallen into his hands. Meanwhile, the blue fire inside Sangun's memories was blazing hot. He anxiously asked himself, does he already know the ginseng demon is dead? Back then, only that Taoist was there and Cho-Ah was knocked out cold. It hasn't even been a few days, so how could he? Immediately, he asked the old man if he had any leads. Kim-kun replied that there wasn't anything yet, but since some of the minions survived, they'd find out soon enough. Son, Quan secretly felt lucky that the old man still didn't know he was the one behind it. But then Kim-kun suddenly went dead silent, making him wonder what was going on. Turns out the old geezer had found the reason why Sangun got teleported here in the first place. But of course, Sangun couldn't see a damn thing. Back over here, Hansu was bragging that he'd found what was inside the box, along with a ton of elixirs. He snagged the brush and the green jar for himself, throwing the rest of the loot to his cronies. Zhang and Jin stared at the pile of treasures, totally drooling with greed. To Hansu, a treasure that makes one immune to 10,000 poisons was incredibly rare. Plus, he knew that brush was something his master always kept close. Everything he needed was finally in his hands. Just then, a foot glowing with a red light appeared. Why did you idiots block your own path, turning the illusions into this mess? Jin and Zhang thought they'd run into some monster, while an angry Kim-kun unleashed his full power, whipping up a mini-storm that made it hard for them to even move. Hansu instantly recognized Kim-kun and immediately dropped to his knees in front of him. On top of that, he didn't forget to play buddy-buddy with the guy. Lord Kim-kun, Hansu is here. I brought all the stuff you asked for. Stunned by this bizarre scene, Hansu's crew could only stand there frozen. Sangun was on high alert. Knowing what this Taoist was up to back then, he realized right away that this scumbag had planned this whole thing from the start. Hansu gleefully introduced, "This is the Autumn Harvest Core. With this, it'll be super useful when you launch the night parade of 100 demons." Kim-kun was also pretty surprised that he had actually tracked them down. Hansu sincerely begged to be taken in as promised. Jin and Zhang were completely shocked that their leader was conspiring with monsters. Hansu decided to stop playing nice and showed his true colors. "Yeah, so what? Why else would I drag myself to this dangerous place with you guys? My plan was simple, use you losers as meat shields when things got ugly." His crew was furious at how incredibly shameless he was. Hanu let out a sly smirk, declaring that he'd soon transform into a demon beast. He did this to escape the burden of a mortal lifespan, desiring to live for 1,000 years like them. Then Handu respectfully pleaded, "So Lord Kim-kun, please turn me into a demon beast as promised." Kim-kun let out a mysterious grin and said, "Very well." Raising his voice, he added, "I shall grant your wish." As his red eyes flared, weird tentacles began sprouting all over Hansu's body. Witnessing this mutation, he burst into laughter, believing he was finally reborn. Now a demon beast, he was extremely proud that he'd lived for tens of thousands of years. But right after the transformation, things got a bit awkward. Suddenly, those eyes of his looked suspiciously like human eyes. Hansu started trembling violently, making weird noises. Watching closely, Sangun realized right away that the guy was trapped in an illusion. Kim-kun spoke in disgust. "Just a pathetic human with wild delusions. How dare a lowlife like him refer to us as demon beasts? Let him rot away in his own fantasy. Now it is time to deal with the rest of you." Suddenly, the sky was completely blanketed by a thick black fog. Next, hundreds of spiders, big and small, started descending on their webs. Down below, Jin and Zhang panicked as they were completely surrounded. Sangun realized this was a trap and immediately confirmed that the old man was a high-level demon. Meanwhile, Jin and Zhang desperately tried to kill the venomous spiders to escape, but they were overwhelmed. Seeing the monsters multiply by the second, they could only scream for help until nothing but agonizing shrieks filled the air. Sangun knew they stood zero chance of survival, but right at that moment, he spotted the two sisters, Mi and Jum, also trapped by the swarm. A venomous spider suddenly dropped down with fresh blood dripping from its mouth. But actually, that was because Sangun had jammed his weapon right into its mouth. Thanks to his quick reflexes, the two young girls managed to escape. He then ruthlessly slashed through the spider's legs with his blade. The bug corpses splattered everywhere, making for a pretty gruesome scene. Once the dust settled, Sangun asked gently, "Are you girls okay?" Yunmi was sobbing uncontrollably while only Junmi stared at him in a daze. She whispered, "Young master." But when he saw both of their tiny hands covered in blood, the sight of those wounds broke his heart. Then Kim-kun approached and demanded to know what the hell he was doing. Sangun explained that the two girls were spirit blood children, not humans. But Kim-kun argued that was all the more reason to slaughter them since they were traitors who obeyed humans. Sangun immediately shouted back, No way, they didn't want any of this. Just look at them. Kim-kun argued that being used by humans was a supreme disgrace, so there was no way he'd let them live. Meanwhile, Honshu was still lost in his deep trance, but surprisingly, the brush in his hand began to glow with spiritual energy. His pupils darted back and forth before Honshu's entire body was enveloped in a brilliant golden light. A playful laugh echoed, things are getting quite interesting. To think my own disciple would summon me under these circumstances. Sangun thought to himself, this bizarre aura. His body is the exact same, but the vibe is completely different. Honshu tilted his head from side to side, sizing up the area. This situation is definitely far from ordinary. Kim-kun glared menacingly and sneered, a dead man hijacking a young man's body. Have you no shame? With that, the old man launched a fierce attack, sending a barrage flying directly at him. However, Honshu effortlessly deflected them a second later. He arrogantly scoffed, well, what can I say? If there's a way for me to resurrect, how could I possibly pass it up? Kim-kun roared in fury, no matter how powerful you are, get the hell out of that body. Did you think you could oppose a spiritual being like me? He flashed a sinister grin and replied, say what you want, but this is my shot at a new life. Why on earth would I throw it away? From there, an incredibly intense clash erupted between the two. Kim-kun shouted in anger, life and death are the laws of nature. A pathetic soul who refuses to accept that and clings to life is truly despicable. With those words, the old man unleashed spiked weapons straight at Honshu. Unfazed, Honshu countered, a spiritual beast like you who has lived for tens of thousands of years could never understand what it's like. As he spoke, he fired back with an attack of his own. The collision of their immense powers triggered a massive shockwave, shaking everyone to their core. Yunmi and Jum were absolutely blown away by the sight. Sangun was also completely taken aback. A battle between masters of illusion. Just how long did one have to cultivate to reach such a godly realm? While the three of them stood there in awe, they had absolutely no idea that danger was creeping up right behind them. Sangun noticed. He quickly warned the two girls that danger was coming. Then, with one swift slash, he shattered the boulder into pieces. Seeing this, Yunmi was shocked, blurting out, young master! Sangun locked his eyes forward, but didn't forget to remind the two girls to stick close to him. On the other side, the brutal clash between Kim Hyun and Honshu was still going strong. The battle was insanely fierce. The old geezer thought in frustration, using illusion magic? What an annoying bastard. But he can't fly. Looks like he still can't break past the limits of a mere human. Smirking at this realization, Kim Hyun grinned and muttered, if that's how it's gonna be. With that, he began chanting a bunch of spells, his hands instantly glowing with power. Kim Hyun decided that before that body got completely hijacked by Honshu, he would end this right here using his strongest spells and all his spiritual energy. Honshu, sensing the shift, started getting a bad feeling. He watched in stunned silence as the old guy charged straight at him. Instantly channeling his energy, he muttered with regret, you figured out my weakness? I've got to be careful. The moment the words left Honshu's mouth, they clashed violently again. Kim Hyun poured every ounce of his strength into the attack, his face twisted in rage, while his opponent wasn't doing any better, starting to look even more worn out than the old man. Their clash was so intense it literally shook the earth. Seeing this, Sangun was completely dumbfounded, the blinding flash of light from their battle forcing him to shield his eyes with his hand. A moment later, Sangun looked back up only to see them still tearing into each other like before. But this time, the tables had turned, and it looked like Kim Hyun was the one on the defensive. Meanwhile, Honshu smirked, gloating. And here I thought I was done for in a split second. Look at you struggling so hard. Let me put you out of your misery. Watching this unfold, Sangun realized Kim Hyun's barrier spell that covered the area had vanished. If the old man got taken down, they would be next. In this life or death situation, there was only one shot left. Sangun knew that taking action right now was his only chance. Their opponent was a monster capable of crushing actual spiritual entities. What could he even do against that? Behind him, Yunmi and Jumi were shaking like leaves. After thinking it over for a second, Sangun cursed himself for being an idiot. Because if he didn't do something, they were just sitting ducks waiting to die. To avoid such a pathetic end, Sangun had to go absolutely savage until the very end. With that thought, he bolted toward Honshu, aiming to strike him down. But the monster was too quick, noticing him and blocking Sangun's attack instantly. Honshu immediately snarled, calling him a piece of trash insect. With a brutal shove, he sent Sangun flying back, the deflected force of his own strike sliding him far across the ground. Intense pain shot through Sangun's body. Honshu spat, calling him a damn bastard, and raised his hand to finish him off. Right at that split second, a smug, triumphant voice cut through. Gotcha, you slipped up! By the time Honshu turned his head, it was already too late. Kim Hyun had caught him off guard. The old man unleashed a barrage of savage attacks, even throwing a compliment to Sangun for the distraction. Laughing hysterically, Kim Hyun cursed, die, you freaking monster! Even on the brink of death, Honshu desperately gritted his teeth. No way, I went through so much to get this body. Screams of pure agony tore out of his throat, but the louder he screamed, the more hyped the old man got, raining down even heavier blows. In his panic, Honshu suddenly thought of Su-Gyol, telling himself he had to link up with him. But a split second later, Kim Hyun's magic completely shattered that hope. His arm was brutally snapped by the old man's magic, sending him into absolute agony. Kim Hyun laughed in pure ecstasy. Game over. Too bad I'm the only one here to enjoy you squirming like a worm. Spikes impaled Hansu's body all over, yet he still forced out his final words. For over 1,000 years, I overcame countless hellish obstacles to reach Taste Sion. Ending like this makes absolutely no sense. To suffer such a pathetic defeat, with those final words, Hansu stopped breathing, officially logging out of life. Not too far away, Sangun watched the whole thing unfold. Once the dust settled, Kim Hyun turned to him and said, "If it weren't for you, things would have gotten messy. Good job, kid." Sangun hesitated before asking who exactly was that guy back. The old man cut him off immediately, replying that was Hansu's master. He tried to hijack his own disciple's body to extend his life, a greedy scumbag clinging to life like a desperate freak. Sometime later, Sangun dragged Hansu's lifeless body over to a flat patch of ground. Nodding to himself, he murmured, "So there are only 2 treasures in total. This spirit bead is the dragon's essence, and this gourd is a defensive relic. I wonder what's inside. Guess I'll have to ask Honggon later." Seonggun stared at the stiff corpse and thought, is this what they call karma? Turning others into tools just for your own greed, only to end up so miserably. After a moment, he suddenly muttered to himself, I should probably grab whatever else is worth keeping, right? Ooh, what's this? Looks like there's something else here. With that, Seonggun pulled out a massive brush. He had no clue how to use it, but it definitely wasn't some ordinary item. On the other side, Kim Hyun grunted in annoyance. Since he had been channeling his energy for so long, a faint white smoke was now rising from his body. After a moment, Kim Hyun let out a sigh of relief. Man, now I finally feel alive again. Though some unexpected crap popped up, everything got sorted out nicely. Seeing the old man, Yoonmi and Jumi immediately scrambled behind Seonggun's back. Noticing this, Kim Hyun tried to ease their minds. No need to be so paranoid. Sangun helped me out, so I'm not going to kill anyone. I've got nothing left to do here, so I'll get back to the night parade of 100 demons. Once we're there, I'll recommend you to the Demon King. Finally, Kim Hyun wrapped it up with a firm order. Just follow me. Hearing this, Seonggun quickly ran the math in his head. Becoming a demon general of Siap Heimanjiaka was definitely an appealing offer for any spiritual beast. But not right now. With that in mind, he spoke up frankly, "Thanks for the offer, but I'm still just a spiritual artist. I've got way too many shortcomings to take on a role like that." Kim Hyun fired back instantly. "I know your skills are way past that level. Your power is just right, so there's no issue." Seonggun pushed further. "Right now, my crew and I still have things to take care of, so at this moment..." Losing all his patience, the old man cut him off. "I said it, so you just do it. Move it!" By now, the sky was starting to get bright. Kim Hyun's crew was flying through the sky like the wind. Sangun silently stared at the old man's back, lost in deep thought. He began analyzing the situation. Now that the battle with the Taoists had reached its peak, dragging things out wouldn't do him any good. For a spiritual artist like him, how much backup would he actually need? This lingering attachment was intense. Wait, could it be that when he first met Kim Hyun, the demon gate opened and dragged the spiritual senses along? Is it possible Kim Hyun already saw the spiritual senses of the 3 demons? What if he knew Seonggun was the one who killed the 3 demons? It would be like jumping straight into the lion's mouth. He had to get out of here no matter what, but how was he supposed to escape? Could he even stand a chance against the old man? Even if he had assistance. Things were totally different now compared to when he faced the 3 demons. He wasn't alone anymore. He had these kids to protect. He had to think of a way, anyway, to get away from Kim Hyun. Right at that moment, Yoonmi telepathically called out, "Young master, looking at your face, it seems things are looking pretty bad, just like I figured, right?" Sangun was low-key shocked by the kid's sharp guess. He eventually had to own up to it, saying, "Yeah, we are getting dragged straight into the lair of the 10,000 thorns of the 10 seas." Hearing this, she finally clued in, and Ume immediately pitched an idea. "Since we're ghost kids, we can sense things normal people can't. Jun can sense the shifts and energy of the Hwanchin, while I can feel the essence flowing inside." Sangun was totally caught off guard when the little girl asked if he needed backup. Umi just calmly kept sending mental messages. "When the seals broke, I felt a crazy strong wave of energy. The Hwanchin kept getting messed up, like someone was frantically searching for something." This piece of news hit him right in the gut. Sangun instantly realized it had to be Hongdi and Fox. He figured they must have broken in just to find him. Talk about a massive relief. Right after that, Sangun warned the 2 girls to hold on for dear life. Before they could even blink, he leaped straight off the flying carpet. Seeing this, Kim Hyun was like, "What the hell is this punk trying to pull?" After diving down, Sangun casually slashed the side of a nearby mountain, carving out a flat piece of land in an instant. He set the 2 girls down and warned them, "Stay behind me. Okay?" Then Sangun slowly turned back to face the threat. In less than a second, Kim Hyun warped right in front of him, absolutely seething. "You got a death wish, kid? I'm losing my freaking mind here." Facing Kim Hyun's absolute rage, Sangun didn't even flinch. Without saying a single word, the 2 just stood there, locking eyes. Losing patience, the old man barked, "What are you playing at?" Sangun shrugged casually. "I'm not the type to dump my crew, I'm just waiting here." Hearing this, the old geezer was absolutely livid. Sangun could feel the intense killing intent radiating off him, so he kept his hand locked on his weapon. Finally, Kim Hyun spat out a curse at the little brats. If they had just played nice, they might have walked away with all their limbs intact. Suddenly, Calamity slid out from Sangun's sleeve and spat out a massive web of golden silk. The golden silk instantly tanked the destructive force of the red silk, completely throwing the old man's attack off course. Seeing this, Kim Hyun realized that was actually the legendary golden silk. Meanwhile, Sangun was casually petting Calamity like a good boy, before letting out a super chilling threat, saying that hoping to walk out of here in one piece was pretty much a death sentence anyway. The relic he pulled out activated instantly, splitting into 3 clones of Sangun in the blink of an eye, completely catching Kim Hyun off guard. The Hwanjin technique? Where the hell did you learn a dirty trick like that? I'll crush you with my own Hwanjin. With that, the old man unleashed his own illusion magic to trap him. But a moment later, Kim Hyun gasped in shock, thinking, wait, how is he resisting my illusions? That soul painter must have tapped into the relic and amplified its power. Panicked, he realized his spell had been totally hijacked. Strange specks of light began floating right before his eyes. A split second later, the silhouettes of the 2 girls started taking shape. Finally, Ume and Junmi, armed with the relic, materialized right in front of Kim Hyun. The old bastard lost his mind and screamed, "You little pest dare rebel against me? I should have wiped every single one of you out when I had the chance." But before he could even finish his threat, 2 insane waves of energy blasted toward him. The attack was so brutal that Kim Hyun barely managed to dodge it by a hair. Letting out a shaky breath, he realized his body almost got absolutely shredded. Is it because of that relic? Wait, isn't that the tool the 3 specters always use? Seizing the moment while Kim Hyun was totally distracted, Sangun dashed in and landed a heavy slash on him. Clutching his wound, the old man hissed, "Damn it, I can't maintain this human shell anymore." Meanwhile, Sangun was locking in, thinking, this isn't enough, I need to end this guy fast. He immediately took his stance, gearing up to throw a barrage of lethal strikes. But right as he swung, before his blade could even connect, the old man's body started morphing weirdly. A split second later, the entire shell exploded, sending shockwaves through the entire area. Kim Hyun's sudden blast of energy knocked both Ume and Jun back. Once his transformation wrapped up, Kim Hyun sneered, "You can't even begin to grasp this, punk. You're the one who forced me to drag out my true form." Sangun stood there completely speechless at the monstrous sight. The old monster just kept smug-talking. "Gotta hand it to you, you're no ordinary soul painter. Maybe I should throw you a compliment as a reward." With a roar, he lunged forward, aiming to rip him to shreds. Right after that, Kim Hyun charged like a complete madman. His savage attack forced Ume and Jumi to scramble to the side. Without even breaking a sweat, he managed to land a nasty hit on Sangun. The sudden wave of pain hit him so hard his eyes rolled back. Cut to another scene. Out of nowhere, the bracelet in Fox's hand started vibrating crazy fast. Looking totally confused, the fox stared down at the ring on its paw. Hongdi immediately spun around and asked if anything was wrong. In a total panic, the fox blurted out, "The ring is going off again," just like when Sangun was being hunted down by that human master. He's obviously in deep trouble right now. What do we do? What if something terrible happens to him? Bursting into tears, the poor fox started sobbing. Hongdi just kept a cool head and said, "We gotta move fast. We'll have to smash through the Wanjin and force our way out." Hongdi asked with a dead serious face, "Which way is this ring pointing?" Seeing it lock onto a single direction, she immediately made her move. A split second later, a bizarre portal cracked open right in front of them. The fox's eyes popped out in absolute shock. Seeing that, she just grabbed the little furball by the scruff of its neck and explained, "We're taking the express route, buddy." Before the poor fox could even process what was happening, she dragged it straight into the warp gate. The fox was completely losing its mind. Cut back to the totally lopsided showdown between Sangun and Kim Hyun, which was still raging on. The old monster kept charging like a maniac, trying to corner him for the kill. But Sangun was still fighting tooth and nail till his very last breath. The old geezer scoffed. "No wonder. That form from the devil dance belongs to the 3 specters, and that Ryugokja bead you've got is their go-to weapon. It's blindingly obvious his death has everything to do with you, even though there's no way a weakling like you could ever take them down." But right as Kim Hyun started interrogating him about who killed the 3 specters, Calamity made its move. It clamped onto the old man's giant claw to attack, but he easily shook it off and sneered, "Spill the beans, and maybe I'll make your death quick and painless." That's when Sangun finally spoke up. "If you really want to know, I can show you exactly how the 3 specters breathed their last under my blade." Kim Hyun's jaw dropped as he heard this, but right at that split second, Sangun triggered the blue fire blossom. Instantly, a violent blue flame erupted, engulfing Kim Hyun's body in fire. This gave Sangun an absolute rush of adrenaline. In no time, the flames flared up insanely, completely trapping Kim Hyun and leaving him screaming in absolute agony. He could only watch helplessly as his body was charred black, failing miserably at trying to put out the fire. This wasn't some basic fire. It stuck to his skin like glue, actively feeding on and burning through all of his spiritual energy possesses. As the old monster was losing his mind, Sangun casually remarked, "Once those flames catch you, there's no putting them out. They'll eat away at your body piece by piece, and in the end, you're still gonna end up as freaking ashes." Just like he said, Kim Gyun's massive, overpowered body is slowly getting wrecked. Swang Quan coldly sneers, "Just like what I did to the 3 demons of the 10 seas and 10,000 traces." Kim Gyun lets out a blood-curdling shriek of pure agony. Right then, Swang Quan realizes if he screws up this opening, there won't be a second chance ever again. With that in mind, he charges straight in to take the old bastard down. A second later, a massive wave of dark energy surges toward Kim Gyun, but with just a single glare from him, those dark waves are instantly wiped out. Swang Quan is completely stunned. That's when Kim Gyun smugly speaks up, "Well, color me surprised. To think a mere low-tier spirit picture realm brat could possess such insane innate divine power. But no matter how much crazy power you flex, it's still not enough to beat the raw power of nature itself. He grunts in mock praise. Nice warm-up, but all I gotta do is slaughter you before your power burns me to a crisp. Right after saying that, he lashes out with a crazy amount of limbs. Sangun barely dodges, getting blasted into oblivion, thanks to his insane agility. But before he can even celebrate, another massive leg whips out to take Sangun down. He immediately draws his sword and slashes right at explodes. Kim Goon's raw power bursts out, shaking the entire sky. Before long, the entire area is completely covered by his dark energy. Sangun is totally exhausted, gasping for breath, but he still grips his sword, ready to fight to the death. Meanwhile, Kim Goon has already regenerated a brand new leg. Sangun's jaw literally drops. How the hell did he? He mutters, totally blown away by Kim Goon's terrifying power. Sangun got lucky this time, but what about the next? Just then, Kim Goon sneers, you got lucky this time, kid, but luck won't save you twice. Sangun realizes he can't let this drag on. Since the old bastard is in the spirit life realm, Quan has to go all out. He has to awaken every single cell and trigger his sixth sense from head to toe. Even if he gets eaten or ripped to shreds starting now, it's hunting season. With that, Quan leaps forward in a do-or-die charge. He jumps straight onto Kim Goon's giant legs, but is immediately swatted down and attacked. Sangun dodges like a lightning bolt. Seeing this, Kim Goon thinks this little one-eyed punk is moving way differently now. If that's how it's going to be, he'll turn this entire place into a wasteland. 1 second later, he uses his massive limbs to tear up everything around him. The flames keep burning Kim Goon's body, kicking up a thick screen of smoke. Suddenly, a faint shadow appears in the distance. Spotting it, Kim Goon assumes the kid is there and yells, "Lord Three Demons!" before launching an attack right at it. But nearby, Quan was actually sneaking up to ambush Kim Goon. Taking a direct hit, the old man screams in pure agony and roars in fury. Where is that sneaky little rat playing these cheap tricks on me? He lunges wildly, almost landing a fatal blow on him. Quan flips through the air to dodge Kim Goon's strike. But the old geezer isn't backing down, only getting more savage as he unleashes another heavy blow. Quan doesn't flinch and counters, but he's slowly getting pushed into a corner. 1 second later, Kim Goon successfully lands a devastating critical strike. His leg stabs through the thick smoke and impales Sangun's shoulder out of nowhere. Sangun brutally rips the leg his shoulder, letting out a painful shriek. Kim Goon gloats, thrilled that he finally pinned him down. Cackling, the old bastard says, with all my sheer brutality, no amount of treasures or gifted divine power can save you now. Meanwhile, Quan curses under his breath because he can't even lift his arm. Kim Goon keeps mocking him, saying he'll never surpass his own realm. Sangun can only think, is this really the end for me? Right after, the old man charges in, unleashing his final move. Now die! Half-conscious, Sangun wonders, is this my life flashing before my eyes? Cho! Why Cho? Again. But I can't even remember what her face looked like. If I knew I'd die like this, I should have just pretended to know her back then. Suddenly, a loud echoes, cutting off his thoughts. At the same time, someone calls out his name. Out of nowhere, Hwagan appears, shielding him. Blocks the old man while scolding. Are you seriously giving up already? I didn't sign up to follow some weak-ass master. Quan is completely shocked by her sudden arrival, only able to mutter Hwagan's name. Even Kim Goon's eyes pop out at her dramatic entrance. Before anyone can process that, another shockwave hits. A figure suddenly emerges from the express tunnel. 1 second later, Hong Jian and the fox step out. Hong Jian glares at Kim Goon with a completely blank face. Quan, totally stunned, calls out her name, which accidentally draws the old man's attention to her. Facing their stares, Hong Jian still keeps her cool. Without saying a word, Kim Goon just stares at her, while she shoots him a freezing, hateful glare. Seeing this, Kim Goon wonders, who is she? Just then, Hwagan makes her move. She fiercely snaps, "You're gonna pay with your life for hurting my master." Hearing that, the old man tries to bolt, muttering, "I gotta run, I can't take them on." But Hong Jian instantly blocks his escape route. Kim Goon screams in fury, "Look, you're not even a spirit beast like him. Just let me go." She coldly replies, "That man is going to be my master's husband. Messing with him like that is a big fat no-no." With that, Hong Jian blasts him with lightning. Meanwhile, Hwagan also leaps into the fray. Flying toward Kim Goon, she shouts, "Purple Twilight Sword, Plum Blossom Sacred Dance." Down below, Quan casually comments, "Well, women are seriously terrifying." He manages a small smile before passing out from sheer exhaustion. Seeing this, the fox immediately rushes over to catch him. As Sangun slips into unconsciousness, the fox frantically cries out his name. Even with its screams, Quan remains unresponsive. With tears welling up, the fox cradles him. Sangun's eyes stay tightly shut. After what feels like forever, his eyelids flutter. A whisper suddenly breaks the silence. "Look, his eyes are opening. Quan, are you awake? Lord Quan." As soon as he opens his eyes, he sees Hwagan and the others crowding around him. Quan's eyes go wide in total shock. The girl all fuss over him with worry. When Sangun doesn't reply, they get even more hyped up. "Say something! Say my name! Can you move your body? Why is he silent?" And a million other questions. Eventually, Sangun finally comes to and begins unwrapping the bandages on his arm. Out. Just shifting his body, the wound on his shoulder started throbbing like crazy again. As the wave of pain hit him, Sangun concluded that he was indeed still alive. Moment later, Sangun was already standing on a rocky cliff staring at the sunset. He was lost in thought, still unable to believe he had actually survived. He began to worry because even though he had used up all his treasures. If it wasn't for the Jung sisters' help, he'd be totally dead from Jian's illusion leg technique. If he had taken a direct hit from that old geezer, he definitely would have been history. If Hua-Gan hadn't shown up in the nick of time, and if Hongjian hadn't gone looking for him, he'd probably have died a million times over. Sangun had used up all his spirit arts and soul summoning, blowing through all his protective orbs and defensive gear, but everything was useless against that insane, overwhelming power. Ultimately, he realized he just couldn't break through that realm wall. Thinking about it made Sangun curse under his breath. Right then, Hua-Gan showed up. "So you were here?" He blurted out, totally surprised to see her. He quickly changed the subject to the view, and she just nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Hua-Gan blurted out of nowhere, "Just spit it out already," leaving Sangun pretty dumbfounded. Seeing his clueless face, she had to explain, "I mean whatever you're thinking. Stop bottling up your worries and just say it out loud." Sangun fell silent upon hearing that, his eyes heavy with thoughts as they flickered. Finally, Sangun decided to open up, saying, "I actually reached the realm to unleash the wind evil blue flame. When I got those protective orbs, I was so full of myself. But facing that beast just now made me realize I'm just a total nobody. Honestly, it still feels so bizarre that I can't even believe I survived. I was way too arrogant. I finally know my limits now. This is probably enough. No need to risk my life anymore. Might as well just head back to Bake Mountain." But while he was rambling on, a fist suddenly connected with him. Hua-Gan snapped back furiously. "Do you seriously think you're that special? You really are arrogant. You're just one of countless spirit beasts in the spirit painting realm." Sangun was totally baffled by her words, but Hua-Gan didn't care and kept going. "Your opponent was a spirit being 2 tiers higher than you, so of course you stood no chance. But surviving against an opponent like that is already a miracle. You literally did the impossible." Sangun immediately shot her a deeply moved look. Hua-Gan coolly added, "Besides, even if you go back to Bake Mountain, you'd still have to take Cho-Ah with you. Even at the very last second, you were still thinking about her." Hearing this, he shyly denied it. "Why the hell would I think about Cho-Ah?" She rolled her eyes and said, "You still don't get it? I'm a Jangui, so I can literally feel your deepest feelings." Sangun quickly tried to cover it up. "I didn't even realize it back then." Hua-Gan calmly replied, "Fate is a scary thing. Once you're bound by it, you can't break it off or deny it. The chaotic era you mentioned is coming, and you're going to need serious power to protect Cho-Ah." Hearing this, he just scoffed defensively and after a moment denied it again. "It's not because of Cho-Ah, okay? From the very start, I decided to master the 6 divine powers to become a divine beast." Hua-Gan giggled at his reaction and said, "That's the spirit." Sangun got fired up and declared, "Until that day comes, I'm not stopping. So you stop complaining and just follow me." "Hua-Gan?" From a distance, Sangun's voice called out softly, "So you guys are leaving?" Yeonmi and Jummi meekly replied. Yeonmi paused for a moment before adding, "Since we've made it back anyway, we'll go our own way now. We won't cause you any more trouble." Sangun didn't answer directly, only asking, "Do you guys even have a place to go?" The 2 innocent girls replied, "Well, we don't, but as long as there are no people around, we'll be totally fine." Hearing that, he was completely dumbstruck, his face going blank. Yeonmi and Jum turned back and said, "For us, you're our own master. We'll never forget you, the one who saved us without asking for anything in return." With that, the 2 girls happily held hands and walked away. Cho-Ah's silhouette also flashed in his mind. Seeing this, Sangun's heart wavered. Ultimately, he couldn't help but call them back. Sangun pulled out some kind of treasure and said, "Take these." Yeonmi and Jum stared in shock at the 2 round red pills in front of them. He calmly explained, "They're reversion pills." The 2 girls immediately panicked and asked, "Aren't these the elixirs that can help us unlock 2 divine powers? Why are you giving us something so insanely precious?" He replied sadly, "I can only help you guys this much. Only you can protect yourselves. Whether human or spirit beast, this world is a place that exploits the weak to swallow them whole. You guys have to get stronger and you have to survive." Finally, Sangun snapped, "Forget about your pride and just take them." Yeonmi and Jumi finally agreed. "One day we will definitely find you to repay this debt, so you'd better stay safe until then, okay?" Sangun silently stared at the 2 girls' burning determination, then nodded helplessly. Scene cut, Jian was suddenly tossed onto the ground mercilessly, panicked, and blurted out, "Holy crap, why are these creepy things?" Before Sangun could even finish, Hongjian cut him off. "I don't need them, but you definitely will." Jian's eyes are a special illusion tool that can be fused with your divine powers. His legs can boost your spirit arts. If you refine them, they'll become the ultimate weapon. Hearing this, he thought to himself, "Well, I don't know about the eyes, but I sure know about those legs. They literally turned me into a rag doll." She paused for a moment and continued, "Also, this is the purple dragon pearl, made to be completely immune to poisons. It only contains a fraction of its master's power, but it'll do. Of course, this isn't free." While Hongjian was still talking, something suddenly flew over. Looking at the sparkling object in her hand, she guessed, "Is that the white elixir bead?" While she was still confused, Sangun explained, "That's what kept me alive. To break through to the spiritual tribulation realm, I need to go into secluded cultivation." Hongjian finally got it. "Ah, I see. So we're parting ways for a bit? In that case, I'll watch over things." He calmly thanked her as he closed the door. Having said that, the door slammed shut instantly. Inside, Sangun stared at the white elixir bead all by himself, muttering thoughtfully, "If I absorb this, achieving the spiritual tribulation realm. Sangun gently closed his eyes and began absorbing the white elixir bead. A second later, his entire body was enveloped in a soft aura. Cut chatter could be heard. I heard the rumors. The master takes in disciples to save them. They say a Taoist master's lifespan is 300 years. Please teach me the secret technique to become one. If not, at least show me how to extend my life. Here's a small token of my appreciation. Lu Bing calmly replied, since you're so impatient, I can't just ignore you. Leave it there, I'll let you know later. The man thanked him profusely. He hurried away, muttering to himself, those absolute idiots. Dumb Taoists aren't just some random losers falling from the sky. If you don't know, well, now you do. Awakening before my lifespan's up? Just remember, that's when my cash flow actually starts. Right when I was flexing, though, some dude suddenly jumped out and blocked the way. Luke Bang immediately barked, who the hell are you? The stranger slowly pulled down their hood. The intruder was none other than Cho-Ah. As soon as he saw her, he started trash-talking. What's this? You actually came prepared? Good for you, you pathetic little brat. Before Luke Bang could even finish his sentence, she leaped straight up. A second later, Cho-Ah's blade came crashing down on Luke Bang, leaving him completely shook. Lucky for him, his quick reflexes saved his skin from the clutches of the Grim Reaper's scythe. After dodging death, he immediately spat, what is this, an assassin? Luke Bang screamed at Cho in a rage. Who sent you? Was it the sorcerer? Cho slowly replied, I wouldn't have found this place, since you don't belong to any sect and are just living with a bunch of clueless people. Hearing that, he got even more pissed off. What did you just say, you arrogant brat? That trash mouth of yours dares to bark at me? I'll end your life right here without wasting another word. He threw his flying daggers at Cho without saying a thing, but she quietly gathered her power, unleashing a sudden burst of intense, freezing aura. Witnessing this, Luke Bang was completely dumbfounded and gasped, how is this even possible? A second later, his painful shriek echoed out. By now, Luke Bang was completely trapped inside a massive block of ice. Even his throwing daggers had been completely frozen solid by Cho-Ah. Now Luke Bang was totally losing his mind. It's too cold, this insane freezing energy is icing me over in a flash. Are you a Taoist from the Ice Palace? I've never had any beef with the Ice Palace, there's gotta be some kind of misunderstanding. Cho-Ah calmly called out his name. Shocked, Luke Bang stammered, how do you know my name? She frowned and asked, 14 years ago, do you still remember the Mountain King of Bake Mountain that you slaughtered? Luke Bang hurriedly explained, 14 years ago? How could I possibly forget? Because of that, I was hunted down by all those sects, forced to live like a stray rogue Taoist, wandering from place to place in this miserable state. After explaining, he got confused. But why would you, lady? Cho-Ah coldly replied, the tiger you killed back then was my Lord Lang. He gasped in disbelief. That tiger was Lord Lang? What kind of crazy BS are you spitting? But still, facing her sharp blade, Luke Bang couldn't help but shake like a leaf. And he resorted to screaming, that beast isn't even dead. Seeing Cho-Ah freeze, he seized the chance and blurted out, the Mountain King of Back Mountain is still alive. Just as expected, she was completely stunned and asked, on that day 14 years ago, Cho-Ah was practically dead inside, to the point where she wanted to just throw her life away. It got so bad that Doang had to anxiously ask her, are you really going to starve yourself like this? You want to die that badly? Seeing this, B also sighed in frustration and called out her name but gave up. Cho-Ah hesitated and asked, what would happen if I became a Taoist? He immediately replied, you're still way too young to make that call. Once your skills are ready, you'll see the world through a whole different lens. But if your mind's still made up by then, I won't stop you anymore. With that, he turned and walked away. Cho-Ah stood there, lost in thought. A Taoist? That's right. The Taoist Luke Bang. I can't just die like this. I have to put that bastard in the dirt so Lord Lang's soul can finally rest in peace. For Lord Lang's sake, she followed Thon, Dao's son, to go to Koluan. Mount Koluan was a sprawl of rolling peaks and ancient houses, but since she was a half-breed of the snow, she faced nothing but hateful glares. This prejudice was honestly no different from her days of wandering around. But whatever, Cho-Ah was totally used to it anyway. All she had to do was swing her sword. She trained so hard that her hands started bleeding, and she couldn't even grip the hilt anymore. The blade slipped from her grasp and clattered to the ground. Cho-Ah gasped heavily, completely exhausted, with beads of sweat dripping down her face. Her hands, once delicate and smooth, were now covered in ugly calluses and scars from training. When her right hand got too battered and started shaking uncontrollably, Cho-Ah silently switched to her left hand. She just kept swinging her sword like a maniac, completely ignoring the passage of time. Even when Tan Dao's son, the person who had taken care of her and brought her to Koluan, passed away. Even when Choluan shut its gates and Cho-Ah was forced back into a wandering life. Then one day she suddenly appeared in the dead of winter. Exhausted, Cho-Ah exhaled warm, humid breath into the freezing cold. Paying no attention, she dropped her pack to the ground. Then she immediately got back to her sword training like always. The moment she unsheathed her blade, a blinding flash of light burst forth. Cho-Ah calmly slashed at the ground, sending the snow flying in all directions. Still, she wasn't satisfied, muttering to herself, no, this isn't enough. Cho-Ah swung her sword furiously, thinking, this won't do. She unleashed another powerful strike, but she still wanted more. No matter how hard she trained, Cho-Ah just kept hungering for more. Suddenly, a stranger appeared. The image of the Mountain King with his eyes shut tight, covered in wounds, while Luke Bang stood there looking smug, flashed before her eyes. Cho-Ah snapped out of her daze, silently muttering his name. That bastard Luke Bang immediately flashed a highly provocative smirk. A second later, he ruthlessly sliced the Mountain King's body in two. Seeing this, Cho-Ah snapped and screamed Luke Bang's name in pure rage. Her power erupted violently along with her fury. Eventually, Cho-Ah couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed onto the white snow. She swore to herself that she had to get way stronger to kill that bastard. Suddenly, a strange voice echoed in the air. Looks like you're struggling hard after hitting a wall. No matter how talented you are or how much natural energy you have, doing this solo is a real pain. You're a kid with some pretty special blood running through you. What if I help you get that power you crave? Finally, he closed with a deal. What will you do for me in return, Cho-Ah made a deal, selling herself out to some shady cultist she bumped into by chance. She became a maid in the Ice Palace, then worked her way up to a Taoist, and eventually reached the realm of the Blade Immortal. Cho-Ah never expected the cursed demon blood flowing inside her to be this useful. No matter who they were or what they did to her, she didn't give a damn because all she wanted was the strength to slaughter Luke Bang. Once that bastard was dead, she would finally return to his side. The hands grasping Cho-Ah's robes shook uncontrollably. She quietly warned him, if you dare utter another word of that BS. Right then, Luke Bang screamed, cutting her off. That's not true. I'm the one who got played. That guy actually called backup from some martial arts gym. He brought along some disciple from a martial arts dojo with him. Hearing this, Cho-Ah's heart wavered for a second. Sensing this, he quickly pressed on. If you don't believe me, you can check the judgment scroll in here. I was actually planning on tracking him down myself. So please, I beg you, get me out of this ice. I'm about to freeze to death, Cho-Ah coldly spoke up. This freezing aura has already seeped into your vital organs. This kind of cold is a sealing technique that freezes even your spiritual energy. She casually added, from the very start, you were already dead. A moment later, Cho-Ah tossed and turned, murmuring to herself, Lord Lang, are you really still alive? If you are, why haven't you come looking for me? She snapped out of it, telling herself that nothing was set in stone yet. Cho-Ah needed to head to Bake Mountain to see for herself. A while later, Cho-Ah arrived at Bake Mountain just as planned. She cast her eyes. Cho-Ah stared off into the distance, her eyes full of nostalgia, and whispered, this place hasn't changed a bit. As old memories flooded back, she thought to herself sadly, I guess I'm the only one who did. She quietly took everything in, then hung her head and told herself not to hesitate anymore. Finally, she mustered up enough courage to make her move and step inside. Cho-Ah slowly walked deeper into Back Mountain. Suddenly, a thought popped into her head. A miracle! Who is it? It's not my husband. Wait, where is this place? How dare they? Feeling suspicious, she demanded coldly. Come out, she yelled in a rage. Who the hell dares to defile Cheonho-gun? Suddenly, a noise broke the dead silence and someone stepped out and asked, that should be my line. Who are you to show up with such a crazy thirst for blood? Cho-Ah snapped back fiercely. This is where Sangun, the master of Bake Mountain, lives. How could anyone else be here? Hearing that, the other girl froze in shock. Sangun? Yana realized, are you someone close to my master? Cho-Ah thought to herself, a girl? A second later, she questioned, your master? Yana quickly explained, he's the one who taught me swordsmanship and left this place to me. Since you know this is Cheonho-gun, you must be an acquaintance of his. But still, I can't just let some total stranger walk right in. Hearing this, Cho-Ah was stunned and asked blankly, is your master really Sangun? Since when? Yana patiently replied, that was 10 years ago. Right now, he isn't here, so come back later. But if you keep pushing it, I'll have to make you leave. Cho-Ah instantly put the pieces together and burst into tears. Cho-Ah, feeling absolutely certain that he was still alive, she started sobbing even harder. Just then, the sun began to rise. Overwhelmed with a mix of joy and sadness, she quietly whispered, my love. Cut to a group of hideous monsters. Suddenly, a blinding purple light burst out behind them. The beasts instantly scrambled and rushed toward it. A second later, they were completely blown away all at once, screaming in absolute agony. Yu-Jung, catching his breath, watched them quietly. Suddenly, a creepy voice echoed, damn, you really pulled them out by the roots. So where is the 7th celestial orb, the strongest of them all? Too bad it's basically a monster that devours spiritual energy. He breathed heavily, like a dog panting in the scorching heat of May and June. I've waited long enough. Now I'm going to tear you to pieces. With that, the beast lunged straight at Yu-Jung. He didn't hesitate for a second and whipped out his treasure. With one swing of his fan, a massive blast of power exploded. The monster was pushed back by the force, but recovered a second later and launched an attack. Seeing this, he quickly leaped up to dodge. Suddenly, a creepy voice echoed from out of nowhere. Looks like your power has seriously dropped. Another beast had somehow appeared right in front of Yu-Jung. It suddenly unleashed its move, cursing him to die. While blocking the strike, Yu-Jung thought, this defensive treasure. A second later, he decided to use invisibility. And just like that, the monster's razor-sharp blades sliced through empty air. Still, a smear of blood remained on the blade. Seeing this, it sneered way too thin. The scene shifts to a desolate area where Yu-Jung suddenly materialized. A few drops of blood dripped down and several wounds opened up on his chest. The monsters mocked him, saying, looks like using invisibility to dodge was too much for him. Trying to hold out with spiritual energy will only bring more pain. Now die by our hands! They prepared to charge again. Yu-Jung let out a heavy sigh and muttered, I didn't think I'd have to use that move here. Myriad Extreme Single Sword. This is a style meant to engrave the soul into the heart. It's too good to waste on annoying pests like you, but since I'm running low on energy, right now, feel honored to die by it. With that, he delivered a horizontal slash, slicing through everything in his path. The two monsters were no exception. They stared in sheer disbelief at their halved bodies, their power completely shattered in an instant. As they tumbled down, they stammered out the word monster. Immediately, Yu Young grabbed one of them. He said coldly, "You're not dying yet. Even though humans and beasts are natural enemies, why the hell have you guys been obsessively hunting me down for years?" The beast snapped back furiously. "Reason? You slaughtered the Demon King of the Sifei 10,000 piercing devils. Did you seriously think we just let that slide?" Yu Young was dumbfounded. "Kill the Demon King? Me? What the hell?" The monster screamed in rage. "Even if we lose here, our comrades will come and wipe you out. Yu Young, we all know your name. Every single beast in this kingdom will hunt you down. You're gonna pay for touching our Demon King." Before it could finish, Yu Young permanently signed him out. He pondered in confusion. What the hell is going on? Who the fuck is using my name to stir up trouble? I'm gonna murder him. Meanwhile, the sun had already risen. A bull happily stared ahead and trotted forward. A slender hand quickly scratched an ear. It was Sangun. He muttered in annoyance, wondering who was talking trash about him. A moment later, Sangun asked, "Old man, is there still another turn?" The old man replied, "We still have a few more miles to go, just rest up." He nodded and thought to himself, "It's been forever since I've had a break like this." Right then, Hwagan suddenly spoke up, "You don't really have to go to Bake Mountain." Sangun, half asleep, thought, "Yeah, once I'm done here, I've got to head back." Hwagan asked again, "With Cho-Ah?" He confidently confirmed, "Duh, of course." Under the warm sunlight, Sangun whispered to himself, "Let's head back to Bake Mountain together." A figure flickered in and out of sight amidst the vast rice fields. It was none other than Sangun himself. As he walked, he suddenly noticed something. The mountain ahead of him radiated an intense, majestic aura. Cut to the sound of heavy, exhausted panting. The Mundaoists stared ahead in utter shock, and one of them suddenly said, "Whatever mistakes were made, they're ancient history. I heard that Demon King has insane, peerless power, but I never expected his underlings to be this ridiculously strong too." Sangun stood on a high ledge, looking down at the upcoming clash, deep in thought. A wave of memories and plans crossed his mind. On my way to the Zhang Gate, I felt a chaotic surge of energy. Is there a fight going on over there? They've got some serious nerve, pulling this crap right on the Zhang Gate's turf. Their defensive ward must have weakened after the battle of subduing demons. That pattern is the emblem of the Zhang Gate, so they must be Taoists from there. Sangun figured that if he rescued them and joined the Zhang Gate, setting up his future plans would be a total breeze. Below, the Spectre King mocked them arrogantly. "You arrogant, brainless Taoists, is that all you've got? Stop struggling and just become food for my minions. Kill them all and bring them to me." With that, the guy charged forward at insane speed. The other Taoist was completely stunned by their speed and urgently urged him, "Taoist Yang, get out of here right now with the others." "I'll do my best to hold them back." Confused, he asked, "What are you doing, Brother Wen?" He immediately channeled his power and fiercely replied, "This is my duty as your senior brother. Hurry up and go back to report to everyone." Just as Taoist Yang screamed out, "Brother," the monsters were already right upon them. Right at that moment, something crashed down from the sky, totally breaking the deadlock. The Ghost Soul King, who was ready to enjoy the show, was also stunned for a moment. Taoist Wen was even more shocked to witness that scene. He stared at the figure in front of him, wondering who it was. Leaped down from above, calmly saying, "I'm just a passing Taoist." He casually introduced himself as Daiho. Sangun coldly explained, "Seeing you stand up to that Demon King, I couldn't just stand by, so I wanted to lend a hand." Hearing this, Taoist Wen gasped in shock. "A Taoist." On the other side, the Ghost Soul King snarled angrily, "Another pathetic Taoist who doesn't know his place. How dare a lowlife like you touch my underlings? You just got lucky catching them off guard, but what are you going to do now? How can you face this many enemies all by yourself, right?" In the face of his contempt, Sangun simply countered, "All by myself." While waking up his allies, he asked back, "Who told you that?" A mysterious light surged instantly, and before long they began to take shape. Now Sangun really wasn't alone anymore because he was surrounded by buff, powerful warriors. Seeing this, the Ghost Soul King was completely floored, and the Taoists of the Zhang sect were no exception. Were shocked by this scene. Then Sangun casually asked, "Do I look like I'm all on my own?" Every single one of his underlings was radiating an intense aura, making them a perfect match for those white-eyed monsters. Sangun confidently stared straight at his opponent without a hint of fear. The guy was gritting his teeth in sheer rage. That group of Taoists didn't run away. They chose to stay and watch the drama unfold. Finally, the Ghost Soul King roared in anger, "You think these ghosts can do anything to my underlings? I'll tear you into 100 pieces." With that, he ordered his minions to attack. Faced with their fierce charge, Sangun just calmly muttered, "Wipe them out." His ghost immediately clashed with them. Both sides fought relentlessly, with everyone fighting with their lives on the line. Suddenly, one of his ghosts vanished. This left his opponent totally bewildered for a moment. A second later, it reappeared and grabbed the opponent's head. With zero hesitation, Sangun's ghost slammed the enemy straight into the wall. The Ghost Soul King's underling tried to fight back, but before long, her long, creepy fingernails were completely useless. She was utterly stunned by the opponent's massive claws. Even so, the Ghost Soul King's minions didn't give up and tried to strike again. Looking at the big picture, almost all of his ghosts had been defeated. The Ghost Soul King muttered in rage, "My minions! I spent hundreds of years cultivating them." Sangun, however, sighed in disappointment. "Man, I thought I could use this chance to boost my ghost count, but it looks like they're just worthless, soulless husks. I guess I'll have to settle for just one. He ordered his underlings to bring the guy over here, and they immediately charged. Seeing this, the Ghost Soul King screamed, "Bring it on!" as he transformed. "You're seriously underestimating me." Second later, Sangun's ghosts were wiped out. Every single one of them was sliced and diced into pieces, and some even had their heads violently grabbed by him. While fighting back, the Ghost Soul King declared, "I'm the real deal here. Now, let me show you the true power of a Ghost King." The look on Sangun's face suddenly turned serious. On the other side, the Ghost Soul King rushed forward like a maniac, shouting, "I'll turn you into my personal slave." A pair of giant eyes behind him suddenly glowed. Massive hands, 10 times larger than his opponent, reached out and grabbed the Ghost Soul King, pinning him down effortlessly. The grip of Sangun's underling tightened, making the Ghost Soul King grit his teeth in agony. Right at that moment, he ordered them to pause. Sangun looked at his pathetic state and let out a sigh, casually saying, "Look, they're throwing a massive tantrum. When I get hungry, my eyes turn blood red without me even realizing it. My sealing technique also has its limits, so how about we have a little chat?" The Ghost Soul King asked, trembling. "What the hell are you?" Instead of answering, he pressed on, "How did you manage to cultivate yourself into a demon king?" Scene cuts to Zhang Gate Pass, a massive temple nestled behind the cliffs. Mei Wong leisurely asked, "You're telling me he subdued that troublesome monster in an instant, and Bo's crew was there too?" With this, he's shown his true colors. He's always busy training, which is why he looks so weak in daily life. Finally, he concluded, "Send that guy to Wind Valley." Hearing this, Yangfang hesitantly asked, "So do you plan to recruit him?" Mei Wong gave a wicked smile and replied, "How can I pass up delicious bait when it walks right into my trap?" In another scene, a soft voice murmured advice, "If you need anything, just say the word. It's hard for us to say no to you." Sangun flopped onto the bed, totally relaxed, and sighed in relief. It had been forever since he'd felt a warm blanket and a soft mattress like this. A second later, Hwagan wondered, "This is just the beginning, but why did they let us in without any suspicion?" Just then, an odd sound came from outside. "Master Deho, please excuse me." With those words, Yangfang opened his door. He spoke politely, "I am Yangfang. I came to express our gratitude on behalf of the elders." Sangun replied, "No biggie. Fellow Taoists should naturally help each other out." Yangfang paused, then continued, "The elders sent me here because they're busy. So during your stay here, if you need anything, please let me know." Hearing this, he slyly said, "Oh, really? Then I heard there's a spiritual beast protecting Mount Jiande. Can I go check it out sometime?" Yangfang's expression suddenly shifted. "The Jemyong Earth Spirit?" He chuckled sheepishly and replied, "Yeah, it's pretty famous. But if it's not possible, then..." Realizing his reaction was a slip-up, he quickly laughed it off and said, "What are you talking about? It's our absolute pride and joy. So of course I have to take you to see it. But tons of people want to see it too. Teleportation stations are placed all over this mountain, and this place is one of them." Yangfang looked around for a moment, then pointed in a direction and said, "It's over this way." Meanwhile, Hwagan said with a dazed look, "I didn't think we'd track this thing down so easily either." Sun Quan agreed. "Seriously, this is way too easy." On the other side, Jungfang started warning them, "All right, I'm activating the magic array now. Might get a little dizzy, so brace yourselves." The moment the words left his mouth, the array flared up, and in no time they reached their destination. Jungfang hyped it up. "Here we are. This is the entrance to Qiandi Mountain, and that's the spirit beast guarding the place." Seeing him arrive, the Earth Spirit thought to itself in pure excitement, "Finally, you're here. You need to reach the pure spirit realm, no matter what." Sun Quan didn't say a single word and just let out a massive, exhausted sigh. He started complaining, Yeah, heard it all before. I'm literally half asleep right now." The spirit looked at him, totally skeptical. "No freaking way. Did you really come all this way just to drop by and say hi?" Sun Quan just brushed it off. "Yeah, pretty much." The Earth Spirit couldn't help but crack up. "So you actually feel sorry for me? Those jerks dumped me here and always treated me like some joke of a plaything. A few people would stare at me and order others to get close. Honestly, sometimes I just want to slaughter every single person who comes to gawk at me, even if they end up wiping me out too. And after all that, I have to beg some weakling who's stuck at such a trash tier." Hearing this, he froze and repeated in disbelief, "Trash? Tier? Seriously?" Meanwhile, the Earth Spirit was riding a roller coaster of emotions, wiping away its tears. Sun Quan took the chance to ask where the golden token was, but the spirit bluntly shut him down. "I don't know. You expect me to raid this whole place just to hunt it down? And what if the guards catch me, huh? Have you lost your mind? Stop talking nonsense. The guards of the Jung sect are currently at the Yellow Springs, and honestly, the spiritual energy I'm sensing from you couldn't be any weaker compared to theirs. No, wait, I think most of them are already at the Yellow Springs. But look, I know a spot where they might be hiding that golden token." Sun Quan immediately jumped on it. "I'll get you there." But the Earth Spirit made a different offer. "Aren't you demanding way too much just for grabbing a token? How about this instead? If you bust me out of here, you'll get permanent protection from the Four Moon Clan." The Four Moon Clan is home to 4 noble clans gathered in the southern part of the Spirit Palace. 4 generations have lived completely isolated in their own territories, never messing with one another. Since every clan is a different species, they've all got their own bizarre customs. But among them all, the Four Moon Clan is totally one of a kind, boasting the noblest bloodline among the wolves. If anyone receives their protection, no matter who the heck they are, they'll treat them like one of their own, and the entire clan will back them up to return the favor. But if that person dares to harm the clan, the whole pack will hunt them down and tear their throat to pieces. After weighing his options, Sangun agreed. All right, gold rank earth spirit, you better keep your word. The spirit immediately boasted with pride. Duh, obviously! The Four Moon Clan is one of the 4 legendary southern factions, and that elite blood flows right through my veins. Time flew by, and soon enough, night fell. Standing in his room, Sangun muttered to himself, he wanted to help me and handed me this thing. It looks exactly like one of the 10 deadly poisons. Then he thought that if he used this to snatch the blessing lock pendant, when suddenly a flashback hit him. The earth spirit had told him solemnly, first, we've got to do one thing. There's a nasty curse carved right onto my heart. So even if I break free from the blessing lock pendant, my heart will literally get crushed to pieces instantly. We have to find the sea wind stone to break this curse first. Sangun thought, finding that thing is going to be a massive pain, since it's a legendary stone that can break any curse. Huajang agreed, no kidding. The sea wind stone isn't just some random pebble, things are seriously getting messy. Even so, he kept his cool, thinking, but it's totally worth the risk. If I can get my hands on that sea wind stone, I can master the heavenly cultivation art. Hearing those 3 words, she was completely blown away. Sangun started calculating his next move. Up until now, he'd only relied on internal energy and spiritual power to level up. But at the next stage, the soul realm was on a whole different level. To reach that peak, I've got to dive deep into my inner chi. One wrong move and I'm dead meat, literally turning into a true destiny tree. This is a secret cultivation technique exclusive to the Four Moon Clan, designed to stop them from turning into those trees of destiny. You actually see these true destiny trees every now and then, trees shaped like weird animals. When they try to break through their evolutionary limits, those who fail end up having their souls trapped, turning into trees. Hearing this, Huajang shuddered. Man, crossing that boundary sounds absolutely terrifying. So this heavenly cultivation technique guarantees a successful evolution, and the Four Moon Clan's protection is just the bonus prize. The scene cuts as a panicked voice shrieks, "What? Did you say the sea wind stone?" Mai Hung stared at him, completely speechless. A second later, his face went through a whole roller coaster of emotions. Does this dude seriously think the sea wind stone is just some cheap pebble? No freaking way I'm handing over one of our ultimate treasures. Sangun read him like an open book, thinking, one look at his face tells the whole story. They think I'm some total idiot. After cursing him out in his head, Mai Hung put on a fake apologetic face, claiming they were fresh out of sea wind stones and that hunting for them was a massive drag. Sangun already knew he'd play that card, but then Mai Hung kept talking, but I do happen to know a place where you might find one. Sangun's eyes lit up with hope as he asked, for real? The guy scoffed internally, though whether you can actually grab it is a whole different story. If you don't know the way, I can take you there. The scene shifts to a solitary tower standing tall in the middle of breathtaking nature. As soon as they arrive, Sangun asked, is this the spot? Mai Hung introduced the place as Wukong, one of the major cities in Wangan, home to a black market auction that trades exclusive cultivator gear. Sangun was pretty surprised. Damn, I didn't expect this kind of shady business to go down here. He smirked, acting like it was obvious. Well, that's exactly why they call it a black market, dude. That fortress is the Dunyan Pavilion. It's run by the Chaman sect, and the secret auction goes down right inside. They host some insane, ultra-rare treasures here. If items have equal value, people trade them, or they just buy them straight up with spirit stones. Chatting away, the two of them were walking inside when a couple of guards blocked their path. The guards coldly warned them that this wasn't some tourist spot for random bypassers. Mai Hung didn't even blink, he just pulled out a golden token. In no time, they slipped inside the auction arena. The room was buzzing with endless, chaotic bids. Mai Hung leaned in and whispered, this is the Heavenly Dragon Hall. Only the real powerhouses get to step foot in here. Sangun just gave a casual nod. Up on stage, the auctioneer shouted at the top of his lungs, behold, the internal chi core of the Thunder Dragon. If you can absorb this bad boy, you'll inherit all of its crazy lightning attribute spiritual power. The heavy hitters in the crowd were drooling, whispering, I gotta have that. A second later, the auctioneer added, it can also be fused with an immortal orb to awaken pure radiant power. Hearing that, the crowd went absolutely wild, shouting out bids left and right until the auctioneer finally hammered down the sale at 2,000. Down in the crowd, Xianjun started doing the math. 2,000 spirit stones for just one chi pill? That is a total ripoff. I only have about 3,000 spirit stones left on me. Meanwhile, up on the stage, the announcer kept hyping things up. The next item is an absolute masterpiece. It was used back in the ancient primordial era, but has been lost to history until now. The experts in the crowd started whispering, no way, a talisman from the primordial era? A raggedy-looking talisman was brought out, called the teleportation talisman. The crowd looked totally baffled. They immediately started calling Cap, shouting, this is literally just a piece of trash paper. What are we supposed to do with that scrap? Trying to scam us or what? The auctioneer scrambled to defend it. Wait, it still has a remnant rune of a lost secret art. Who knows, you might actually find a clue to the legendary teleportation magic. Hearing this, Mei Wang sneered in disgust. What kind of idiot would buy garbage like that? But out of nowhere, Xianjun piped up, I'll take it for 500 spirit stones. Mei Wang whipped his head around, completely dumbfounded. Wait, 500 spirit stones? Are you out of your mind? Mei Wang was super skeptical, thinking, is this dude seriously buying it? A second later, Xianjun threw down the cash. Here's 500 spirit stones. Everyone around immediately spun around to stare at him, making Xianjun feel a bit awkward. The auctioneer immediately slammed the gavel, selling it to him for 500 spirit stones. Everyone looked at him like he was a total clown as the attendant handed over the talisman. Mei Wang, keeping a straight face, passed it right to him. Xianjun quickly grabbed it and muttered a quick thanks. With a bright, happy grin on his face, he stared at his newly won treasure. Up on the stage, the host started hyping up the crowd again. All right, let's keep this hype train moving. Let me show you the next item. But while the auctioneer was still in the middle of his pitch, something bizarre started happening in midair. Shocked, he looked up to see what was going on. Right in front of him, floating in the air, was a terrifying, monstrous skull face. In a split second, the auctioneer was crushed flat right on the stage. The experts in the crowd panicked, shouting to each other, "What the hell? Is this some surprise show for the item?" Suddenly, out of the thick dust, a curvy silhouette emerged. Xian Riang chuckled playfully, saying, "Well, look at that, lucky me. Looks like everyone is gathered here in one place." She arrogantly sneered, "This makes it way easier to absorb all of you." A cultivator looked at Xian Riang and smirked in disdain. "What? Eat us?" she squealed with excitement. "Hey, playing with my food before eating is the most fun thing in the world." Suddenly, someone spoke up, drawing everyone's attention, a giant beast skeleton demonic energy. "That woman, it's definitely her." Hearing that man's words, the crowd screamed, "The Yin Fiend Rakshasa of the Ghost Corpse sect." "Wait, what? Is it that crazy demon witch? Does that mean the demon sect has crawled all the way out here?" Xianjun frowned, deep in thought. "The Yin Fiend Rakshasa. Isn't she the one everyone calls the ultimate crazy psycho? This is weird. It's definitely not time yet for the demon sect to be running wild like this." Xian Riang licked her lips and said in a playful, mocking voice, "Oh, you guys are giving me such a warm welcome, it's making me blush. I guess I should turn up the heat to return the favor, right?" Right as she finished her sentence, she snapped her fingers, and suddenly, a horde of guys dressed in black swarmed down, surrounding the place. They gripped their staffs tightly and started chanting some weird spell. One of them stared with bloodshot eyes. He looked at the sharp tip of his staff and screamed at the top of his lungs, "Tana win!" Dampening right after. Saying that, he stabbed the staff straight through his own body, spraying blood everywhere, while the staff began leaking a dark, creepy miasma. The entire room went into absolute chaos, everyone screaming in sheer panic. "What the hell is this? A swap array?" Xian Riang covered her face, laughing like a maniac. "Come on, let's enjoy this blood festival together." Suddenly, the bodies of these people started mutating, and they screamed in pure agony, "My body is burning. We have to get out of this swap array." Xianjun just sighed, totally done with this drama. Watching her wrecking havoc, he thought to himself, thoroughly annoyed. "I haven't even found the unsealing stone I was looking for, and now this random disaster happens?" Over on this side, they were struggling and screaming in pain from the swap array's torture, their blood starting to seep out. "Save me!" Blood kept pouring out from his mouth and eyes, and he whimpered in absolute terror as the blood kept gushing. Xianjun also noticed a trickle of blood running down from one of his own eyes. Wiping it away with his hand, he frowned and thought, "This is the Demon Immortal Dampening spell, using cultivators as sacrifices to boost her cultivation. It feels like some invisible pressure is crushing my body. But if it's a swap array, then I've got plenty of experience dealing with this." Xianjun's eyes widened as he activated his secret technique, soul-severing Shant, and his vision instantly shifted. "This is the secret technique to bypass the swap array that I ripped from GM Jion's eyes." Soon enough, Xianjun located the core of the array. Once you find the core generating the swap array, standing right in the middle is that guy who stabbed himself earlier, with dark energy constantly pouring out of his staff and guards on both sides. Glaring at the three of them, he thought, "Found you." Xianjun glanced down at Yongpung, who was struggling miserably on the ground, and instructed him, "Wrap your body in spiritual energy right now, and let's get the hell out of here." With that, he walked away without looking back, leaving him behind. "Cultivators, those damn cultivators are losing their minds. My body is so heavy, where's the exit? I have to find it. Where is everyone?" The two guards couldn't help but mock them. So pathetic. The path is literally right in front of them, and yet they're rolling around struggling like that. Just as the guard finished speaking, Xianjun suddenly appeared behind them, his face dripping with pure murder, looking at them like trapped flies in a jar. The guard whipped his head around, his eyes popping out in sheer shock. Xianjun's face looked absolutely terrifying right now as he coldly spat out two words, "Game over." Crimson blood sprayed once again. Meanwhile, a cultivator fell to his knees on the ground, his entire body shaking in agony. He gritted his teeth and glared furiously at her. "You filthy demon trash, using such underhanded tricks." Hearing him trash talk her, Xian suddenly burst into laughter. Enraged, he grabbed his weapon and charged at her. "What are you so proud of?" Ignoring the agonizing pain, he screamed, "This pathetic swap array will vanish once I kill you." Xian Riang just sighed at his utter stupidity. "Oh please," with all his might, the guy swung his blade at the giant skull. "Once I shatter this pile of bones, that stinky witch's head is mine." But the giant skull didn't even get a single scratch. Instead, his own blades started cracking up. His eyes went wide with shock as he watched his weapon shatter into pieces. "My precious blade!" The giant skeleton opened its massive jaws and lunged straight at him as he froze in sheer horror. Next came the sickening crunch of bones and flesh, mixing with a splash of deep crimson blood. Amazingly, he was still alive, trapped inside the skeleton's mouth, trembling and gasping for air. Sion Ryong watched him struggle with pure amusement. Throwing yourself at me like this? Could there be anything more romantic? She got close, licking her lips. I'm going to enjoy savoring you first. With that, Sion Ryong stretched her long tongue out toward him, but suddenly she whipped her head around to look at the empty space in front of her. Sion Ryong's eyes widened in pure shock. The swap array has been broken? Frantic, she quickly pulled out a scroll against her chest. Tianlong whipped her hand out, unfurling the scroll with a sharp snap. Out of nowhere, the scroll flashed with a creepy, bizarre light. Instantly, 3 summoned zombies spawned right in front of him. Tianlong looked at the 3 of them and ordered, "All right, playtime's over, eyes on me. I've got a new game for you guys. Go find the bastard who broke the barrier array." The moment they heard they were getting toys, they went wild with excitement. "I'll hook you guys up with tons of awesome toys, got it?" On Tianlong's command, the 3 of them bolted away. "Let's get this party started." She stared into the empty space ahead, guessing that only a top-tier Taoist master could have shattered the array and demolished the core of the array. While Tianlong was still scratching her head trying to figure out who the hell did it, over on this side, he had already wiped out all those lackeys. Sangun looked absolutely terrifying right now, his entire body shrouded in a heavy, suffocating, murderous aura. Tianlong got more and more hyped, thinking, that bastard actually managed to get my blood pumping. This is freaking awesome. The men in black were totally losing their minds. How the hell is this happening? What is that guy's deal? Sangun stepped forward, oozing pure killing intent, leaving everyone completely dumbfounded. How did he walk right into this demon array without a single scratch? He glared at them with his glowing red eyes, making them instinctively back away, raising their guard. He's coming. Before they could even finish the sentence, Sangun had already sliced them to ribbons. Get ready. The icy cold blade shredded their bodies into pieces before they even knew what hit them. Sangun then muttered, the demonic path and the immortal path definitely clash. In a shithole overflowing with demonic energy, something's bound to go wrong. A smirk played on his lips. That is, if I hadn't infused that anti-demon energy in my own body. Sangun suddenly recalled that giant ancient tree and thought, the divine wood of the cold treasure from Qianjudong. Even though I know how to refine pure spiritual energy, I didn't think I'd be completely unaffected in a place this choked with demonic energy. Glancing down at the sword fused with his right arm, he thought, just to be safe, I crafted the anti-demon dead man's sword and perfectly implanted it into my body. Suddenly, Sangun's eyes locked onto the staff that was spewing dark energy. With a quick flick of his wrist, he slashed, clean-cutting the staff into 3 pieces. Sangun thought, all right, both eyes of this demon array are trashed. I need to quickly smash whatever's left and get the hell out of here. He glanced down at an elixir rolling around on the floor. Where's the next spot?
Sangun walked
over, picked it up, and checked it out. Wait, is this the inner core of the Thunderbrain Earth Dragon I saw at the auction? An old man stared at him, his voice shaking as he spoke. That's mine. Sangun glanced at the old geezer, then back at the inner core in his hand. This thing is insanely alluring. Just because of the demonic energy in my mind. He suddenly started calculating something, his eyes turning slightly vacant. Sangun spun on his heel and walked away with the inner core, leaving the old man struggling to cry out, how can you just walk off with something so valuable? Just lying there? That's completely ignoring him, Sangun muttered to himself. No idea who owns this, but I've got to track them down fast. After taking just a few steps, Sangun's entire body suddenly locked up, a look of pure shock hitting his face. What the hell? His hand clenched tightly around his sword, which was shaking slightly. Is this thing actually controlling my body? Out of nowhere, a green liquid sprayed out from a gourd bottle. Sangun's eyes widened in shock. Why is this green liquid wrapping around me all of a sudden? The fluid quickly solidified into a shield, blocking an incoming attack out of nowhere. Sangun broke a sweat as he stared at 2 arrows hovering right in front of his face. Bone arrows? So those damn zombies are behind this. He looked at them, a bit puzzled. Hearing that, one of the kids immediately snapped back. I am the 3-clawed ghost child demon zombie. Sangun couldn't help but be taken aback. You're a zombie? That's right, it sneered. Thousands of 99-day-old newborns were gathered, and my zombie body was crafted from the desire spirits of every single one of them. I'm way stronger than any regular zombie made from thousands of ordinary souls. Sangun asked, totally confused. Why the hell did it have to be newborns anyway? The kid explained, because the purer the desire spirit, the thicker and more powerful the demonic energy it can store up. He muttered, ah, so that's why. The kid went on, explaining as the first one raised a bow. Even though I look like a brat, I ain't human. I'm a zombie. The second one held drum. I beat this relic drum to mess with Sangun. The last one held a magic staff. The power pinning Sangun down right now was coming from the relics controlled by those zombies. Realizing what was going on, he said, oh, I get it now. The arrows were flying around without leaving a single trace, creating a sound wave barrier that locked Sangun down. Sangun shot them a frosty glare. Yeah, those relics are pretty handy for hunting down targets. Facing this crap must be a real pain for anyone else. The sword inside him glowed with a faint light. Too bad for you, I've got my anti-demon dead man's sword. With a loud roar from Sangun, the energy binding him shattered to pieces. The zombie spell was completely shut down. The zombie next to him burst out laughing, mocking his buddy, which ticked him off. He bared his teeth and raised his drumstick high. The zombie smashed the drum with a heavy thud, blasting a wave of energy straight at Sangun. Staring at the oncoming flash, he muttered, "Wait, is that lightning? Seriously, why does everyone love bringing back my worst memories?" Sangun swiftly swung his sword, slicing the lightning bolts to pieces. Gaining momentum, he lunged at the three zombies, swinging his sword with both hands, but they managed to dodge his strike. Floating in midair, the three of them laughed hysterically, totally mocking Sangun. Down below, he looked up at them, a smirk creeping on his face. "Look at these cute little shits, hilarious." Keeping his expression deadpan, Sangun yelled, "Calamity!" The giant centipede slithered out the second it heard its name. Sangun commanded, "Don't pierce through them. Just wrap them up nice and tight." Hearing the order, it hissed back in agreement. Calamity spat out a barrage of silk threads, trapping all three of them. The silk spun into a tight rope, binding the three zombies together, slamming them onto the ground as they shrieked in pain. Happy to be praised by Sangun, the centipede rubbed its face against his cheek. "Good job, Calamity. Who's a good boy? Now behave. No matter how good your sword she is, you ain't cutting through that golden thread." The zombies threw a massive tantrum, screaming in rage. Sangun stared at them, lost in thought. Man, killing things that look like kids is going to leave a bad taste in my mouth. But even so, mercy doesn't belong in a lesson about fairness. With that, he pulled out a stack of talismans from his robes. "Right, I snagged some talismans from that demon master last time, didn't I?" The kids were still screaming their heads off, completely clueless about what was coming next. Sangun slapped the talismans right onto their foreheads. They instantly shut up, which cracked him up. Oh damn, it actually worked. But just as he was celebrating, Sangun suddenly felt a massive surge of magical power closing in fast. That vibe, it was definitely Tianlong. The bitch had finally found Sangun. He glared at her, looking like he wanted to rip her throat out right then and there. Tianlong cackled with glee. "Found you!" Xuanquan scanned her from head to toe, sizing her up. This demonic aura wasn't human, and it definitely wasn't from some corpse. As a demon, she was the ultimate enemy of the immortal path. Right now, her face looked absolutely twisted and terrifying, a total Rakshasa demon. Xuanquan clicked his tongue, muttering under his breath, "Damn it!" He kept his eyes locked on her, totally on guard. He was only trying to smash the swap array and get the hell out of there. She spoke up, sounding completely amused. "There's no way that weak little shell is your real body, but damn, I actually dig it." Tianlong grinned at him and introduced herself. "An absolute pleasure. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the Rakshasa demon, Tianlong." Xuanquan glared back at her with pure disgust. "Cut the crap," he thought. "Nothing good ever comes out of your mouth, you psycho bitch." She went on, "Honestly, I'm a bit shocked. Even those flying stage weaklings are completely useless inside this barrier. Yet you somehow tracked down the swap array and actually tried to wreck it. It makes me super curious. Just what kind of guy are you?" "Tian!" Long glared at him, her tone getting a bit heated. "And to top it off, you shut down my little pets in no time flat. Seems you're a much more exceptional boy than I thought." Xuanquan's face went completely pale when he heard that. No way in hell." Realizing the danger, he immediately whipped around and bolted. This chick was way more obsessed and twisted than he had ever imagined. A total disaster. While running, Xuanquan thought, "You can never tell what crazy shit this woman will pull next. I've got to find a way out of here before I get completely sidetracked." But before he could even get any distance, a skeleton suddenly lunged at him. With only one eye left, it rammed Sangun so hard he went flying, crashing back first straight into the wall. Tianlong raised her hand, her palm enveloped in a surge of powerful demonic energy. "Don't you cute boys know that ignoring a lady's greeting is like totally ungentlemanly?" Her face twisted into absolute ecstasy. "You're starting to piss me off, you know." Suddenly, Xuanquan kicked his way out of the rubble, sending the skeleton flying with a brutal strike. The sheer force of his kick blasted it away. Tianlong stared, completely speechless. Xuanquan got back on his feet as two blinding blue lights flared up behind him. "Damn it, is this what it takes? I didn't want to deal with you at all. But I guess it had to end like this, huh?" He glared at her, his face dripping with pure murder. "Since we're already here, let me give you exactly what you want." Tianlong's entire body suddenly shivered. Was it fear or excitement? Turns out it was pure hype. She split her face into a massive grin. Tianlong's madness was peaking, her smile stretching almost from ear to ear. "Who knew you could be such a passionate boy?" As she spoke, she pulled a pair of scissors from her chest. "All right then, a lady must return the favor." With that, Tianlong snipped off a chunk of her own hair. Clumps of dark red hair fell in front of the skeleton, gradually turning snow white. The skeleton's eyes suddenly flared and its entire body began to mutate, transforming into a terrifyingly hideous beast. Xuanquan stared at it, a cold sweat breaking out. The dry bones had quickly morphed into a massive, ferocious monster. "Well, do you like me, darling?" She kept staring at him with that same manic look. "Now, let's turn up the heat on our little romance, shall we?" Hearing that made Xuanquan's skin crawl, sending a shiver down his spine. He waved his hand and a massive surge of energy erupted. Now his entire body was wrapped in a powerful aura, slowly lifting him off the ground. "Let's see if we're on the same page." Xuanquan pointed right at the untouched core of the array and said, "But not today." A blinding flash erupted, triggering instant panic among the guards. "What the hell is that? No, stop!" With a massive boom, Sangun obliterated the array's core. Even Tianlong couldn't hide her utter shock. Could this be the final core of the barrier that was left? The dark energy from the staff gradually faded away. The cultists collapsed to the ground, completely motionless. Wang Quan touched down slowly, facing her, and said, "If you really want to play, why don't you play with those guys over there?" He gestured toward the crowd, struggling to stand up, muttering, "There's plenty of them." Tianlong burst into a wild laugh. Her laughter grew louder and louder, like she had just heard the funniest joke ever. Then suddenly she went dead silent, staring intensely at Sangun. He looked at her warily, thinking, what's her deal? Why'd she get so serious all of a sudden? Tianlong spoke up, her voice returning to its normal tone. "I've had enough fun with you for today, handsome. May I know the name of this fine cultivator?" Swang Quan kept his mouth shut, thinking, "Do you think I'm insane? Why would I give you my name? Who knows what crazy shit you'd pull later?" Suddenly, a loud voice from behind called out his name. "Lord Dai-Ho!" he shouted. "The array has been destroyed." Sangun glared back at that idiot Duangfong, cursing him under his breath. "You absolute dumbass." The cultists had also snapped out of it, rallying together. "We'll back you up, Lord Dai-Ho. The swap array is destroyed. Get ready, you demon bitch. We're gonna make you pay." Tianlong muttered his name over and over. Dai-Ho. So it's Dai-Ho? A rift suddenly tore open behind her. Way too many party crashers interrupting our little intimate chat. Stepping into the rift with her monster, Tianlong added, "Though we have to say goodbye for now, don't worry, we'll definitely meet again." She turned back to him, hinting, "Because I've engraved your face and your name in my head. So, until then?" She left him with a farewell before vanishing into the rift. "Take care, Dai-Ho." Meanwhile, a crowd of people was arguing back and forth. How could this even happen? Every sect is in total chaos right now. Are you saying our Tian Tuvan has to team up with the Kui Chuangjiao? What kind of bullshit is that? Cut the crap and let's find a way to deal with this first. Just then, a kid-looking guy resting his chin on his hand cut in. Well, either way, there's bound to be something useful since everyone took a massive hit from the demon war. Turns out, this kid was actually an elder. Alright, who the hell is in charge of the Phi Long sect? One of them stammers out. "Yes, it's me, Elder," he frantically speaks up. "According to our intel, there's a mole inside our ranks working for the Ghost Corp sect. Now we gotta find that traitor." Before he could even finish, the guy cuts him off. "Yeah, alright, whatever." Resting his chin with a bored expression, he asks, "Are you telling me the guy who single-handedly fought off the demonic sect is just a rogue immortal?" The subordinate quickly replied, Yes. Word is a new dragon slayer has just emerged. Right within the immortal realm," he muttered. "Everyone's definitely eyeing that rogue immortal. I want to recruit him too, but if we pull him in, it's going to trigger a ton of drama. We'll have to be flexible to quiet these rumors down." What a real shame. The scene then shifts to Sangun. He stares at the glowing jade in front of him, wondering, is this the item I've been looking for? The other man smiles politely and says, "If it weren't for you, Grandmaster, our Tian-Tu sect would have faced endless trouble." Sangun gets straight to the point. "Actually, I'm looking for the unsealing stone. How much is a precious item of this scale worth?" Hearing this, the man replies, "Please, just keep it." He looks at him in confusion, but the man adds, "In return, I have a favor to ask." Sangun asks, "What is it?" The man's next words make him a bit suspicious. "Please become an honorary elder of our Tian-Tu sect." He calmly explains, "It's nothing strange, especially at such a sensitive time during this demon-subduing battle, since this incident has triggered suspicions and criticisms from other sects that still haven't died down." The Grandmaster he is referring to is Sangun, a master who prevented the worst-case scenario. With him here, all of these issues will be resolved in a heartbeat. He looks at him, his heart filled with doubt. "What? You want me to be an honorary elder with 0 strings attached?" Thinking this, Sangun can't help but chuckle. "And if you ever need anything in the future..." Standing opposite him, Sangun says, "I get it. You're trying to say the Tian-Tu sect has absolutely nothing to do with the Ghost Corp sect, right?" Hearing this, the man is thrilled. "You understand our position. Thank you so much, Grandmaster Dai-Ho." Over at the Sun Moon sect, someone's shocked voice shouts, "Say what?" he asks in disbelief. "Are you saying that guy is becoming the honorary elder of the Tian-Tu sect?" The subordinate confidently replies, "That's exactly right." Mai Hung's expression instantly sours. He sneers. The guy is just a mere guest of our Sun Moon sect, yet he dares to act like some honorary elder? What a joke. Mai Hung puts his brush down and thinks to himself, how shallow. I had my eyes on him first, but in a split second, other sects already want to win him over and rushed in like a damn hurricane, huh? He raises an eyebrow, glaring at Duangfong. But is it really true that a single rogue immortal stopped the entire demonic onslaught? He confirms confidently, absolutely. He found and shattered the array eye in the middle of that demonic formation. Without Grandmaster Dai-Ho, then every flying immortal there that day would have... Duangfong hesitates for a second, then continues. Ended up in a bloodbath. He frowns, breaking into a light sweat. Not just Hathan, but all the masters present witnessed it. Mai Hung stands by the window, staring into the distance. It turns out this guy isn't just a juicy slice of fish, but the ultimate catch. Well, our Sun Moon sect needs to get even closer to him. Since things have come to this, we must move up our timeline. Duangfong asks with a hint of worry. What if Grandmaster Dai-Ho stubbornly refuses to come here? Mai Hung glares at him and snaps back. For all this time, have you shown zero sincerity? What did he save your life for anyway? Duangfong hangs his head, stammering. No, it's not like that. Honestly, he only did it to save my skin. He smirks and orders him. This is all for the sake of our Sun Moon sect. Bring that guy to me right now. The scene shifts again. Late night at Sangun's house. He stands there, holding a talisman in his hand. Now, Everything's ready, right? Sangun looks at the crumpled talisman in his hand and whispers, anyone else would ask why I bought these useless scraps of paper. But for someone with a purple moon blessing like me, it's a completely different story. With that, he waves his hand and the scraps of paper instantly float up. Now it's time to restore the invisibility spell. If I piece these paper scraps back together, I can recreate a relic from the myriad treasures era. The paper scraps fly toward the glowing inner core, which instantly absorbs them. Although restoring the invisibility spell requires a massive amount of spiritual energy, whatever is missing can be resolved by melting down the inner core to make up for it. Sangun is now intensely focused on casting his spell. Bright beams of light begin to shine out from inside the small house. Once the spell is cast, Sangun pants heavily, sweat dripping down his face. Staring at the fully restored talisman in front of him, he can't help but feel thrilled. Awesome, I can actually use the invisibility spell with this. Suddenly, a voice from outside breaks his privacy. Grandmaster Dai-Ho, it's Duongfang. Sangun quickly hides the talisman and replies, come in. The moment the door opens, Duongfang quickly steps inside and gets straight to the point. Our Elder of Law has sent word that he wants to meet you, Grandmaster. I'll take you to the VIP guest room. Hearing this, Sangun silently glances at him without a word. Duongfang casts his eyes down, a complicated look of deep thought flashing in his eyes. He walks ahead, leading the way for Sangun. They stop in front of a massive door. Duongfang says, we've arrived. But just as Sangun turns to step inside, Duongfang calls out to him. A bit confused, he asks, yeah, is there something wrong? Duongfang turns away, avoiding his gaze, sounding like he's hiding something. Ah, no, it's nothing. Seeing this, Sangun's expression darkens as he stares at him, but he doesn't press any further. He steps into the room, leaving Duongfang dazed outside the door. Mai Hung greets Sangun with great enthusiasm. Finally, we meet face to face. Please come in. Let me introduce myself. I am Mai Hung, the one in charge of the Sun Moon sect. He introduces himself briefly as a matter of courtesy, and I am the rogue immortal, Dai-Ho. The man politely invites him to sit down. Mai Hung brings out 2 cups of tea, introducing them cheerfully. With all the chaos lately, my mind's been a bit of a mess. I've specially prepared the spirit elixir tea, the pride of our Sun Moon sect. Come, have a taste. The liquid inside the teacup faintly glows with a soft light. This tea is brewed directly from spiritual herbs. Sangun picks up the cup and takes a gentle sip. He has only just taken a tiny sip, yet the spiritual energy in his body is already reacting. It's the real deal. The man's eyes look incredibly sinister as he watches him. Taking a sip of his own tea, he feels, wow, my soul and body spiritual energy really feel purified, and the taste is pretty smooth too. Mai Hung instantly put on his fake smiley face again. I heard you faced that witch all by yourself. It's seriously reassuring to have someone like you around, packing both spiritual energy and demonic art. Suanquan slightly bowed, giving a polite reply. You flatter me, sir, so is the reason you called me. Mai Hung didn't beat around the bush and cut straight to the chase. I'll lay it out straight. For you, join our Sun Moon sect. He was a bit surprised, his eyes widening at the old man. Mai Hung kept offering sweet deals to Sun Quan, from spirit medicines and elixirs to rare treasures. Whatever you want, I can get it for you. What do you say? He stared at him with a serious face, thinking to himself, that is an interesting offer if I were an ordinary guy. Suan Quan politely rejected Mai Hung's offer. I'm highly grateful for your offer, Elder, but this is still a bit too difficult for me. He calmly asked, oh really? Then what do you want? Mai Hung's face instantly twisted. He glared at him. Guess there's no other way, huh? Only then did Suan Quan realize something was off, but it was already too late. Poison spread, covering Sangun's body, causing him intense pain. Is this poison? Mai Hung slowly stood up and walked toward him. Well, things like this happen from time to time. Wouldn't it be better if you just did what you're told? As he approached, he explained, you've probably heard of it at least once. This is the Crimson Child poison, one of the 10 deadliest poisons. But don't worry, I don't actually want to kill you. How could a righteous cultivator like me just kill people blindly? Mai Hung kept rambling on. Everyone is in an uproar over the demonic faction's provocation. Our righteous faction must pay them back in full for what we received. That's why I'm handpicking people from each sect to face them, and of course, that includes the Sun Moon sect. He looked at him struggling with the poison, but calmly continued. But the people I had in mind are locked up in training grounds, only knowing how to practice. If they face even a single demon cultivator, they'd panic. I'll definitely protect the weak ones, so you'd better play an active role in the upcoming fight against the demonic sect. Mai Hung didn't hesitate to spit it out. I'm talking about sending you to the absolute front lines. Hearing this, Suan Quan burst out laughing. I'm just a rogue cultivator living day to day. So what does it matter if I die while being used? He urged him once more. If you experience the backing of a major sect just once, your thoughts will completely change. As a man, shouldn't you walk the grand path of a sect like the Sun Moon sect? Suan Quan glared, shutting Mai Hung down. Is this so-called grand path the kind that uses poison in such a cowardly way? He still answered calmly, as if it were nothing. Well, things look different when you're looking down from a higher position, after all. Mai Hung didn't even look at him, asking, all right, let me ask you one last time. His cold, sharp eyes locked onto Sangun. Are you joining the Sun Moon sect? Or, seeing him suffering from the poison, he continued, will you just rot and die right there? He pressured Sangun. Come on, make your choice. Your abilities might be outstanding, but no matter where you go, you're just a rogue cultivator at the end of the day. Even if you die like this, it'll only be a minor shame. He couldn't help but burst into laughter. Man, you really are something special. Mai Hung looked at Sangun in confusion as he laughed like a crazy man. He spoke up, "What the hell is?" But before Mai Hung could even finish his sentence, blood started spraying from his mouth. Mai Hung clutched his chest in agony, blood constantly spilling from his lips. Swan Quan suddenly stood up while Mai Hung was struggling on the floor. "What is this, you brat? What kind of trick did you play on me?" In his hand, he held some kind of incense bottle that was releasing smoke. "There's poison in this bottle, don't worry." Swan Quan glared at him, giving him a taste of his own medicine. "The amount of poison accumulated in your body isn't actually that much, so you won't die." His eyes widened, unable to believe what he was hearing. "Tissue poison? How could a nobody like you know about this deadly poison? Did you forget that you were poisoned by me too?" His next words were like a slap to Mai Hung's face. "This garbage, this doesn't do a thing to someone who has reached the state of complete poison immunity." The poisons on his hand suddenly dripped onto the ground, shocking the old man. Mai Hung's voice trembled. "A rogue cultivator who is completely immune to poison. No way, even I haven't achieved that." Very quickly, the poison surrounding Sangun vanished. "Do you want to live? There's only one way for you to survive." Gritting his teeth in rage, he glared at him. "What the hell is this?" Swan Quan glared back at Mai Hung. "To get my revenge and protect the Ling Noi Mountain, hand over the fortune-lock tablet of the golden fate ley line right now." Shocked, he thought to himself, "The fortune-lock tablet? Does he want to take over the golden fate ley line?" Keeping a cold face, he spoke again. "If I can get my revenge smoothly, I'll neutralize all the tissue poison in your body." Otherwise, before he could even finish his sentence, Mai Hung desperately agreed. Looking absolutely pathetic, his voice trembled. "I'll give you the fortune lock tablet, all right?" That's what he said on the outside, but deep down, Mai Hung was cursing him. "I'll play along for now, you bastard, but you just wait and see." With that, he pulled out a tablet, and a white light glowed from the center of the fortune lock tablet. A beam of light appeared before them, revealing a secret staircase. The staircase was incredibly wide, and its bottom was nowhere in sight. The two of them headed down. Mai Hung clutched his chest in pain, leading the way. Swan Quan thought to himself, "It's right in front of me, yet it's still such a mess." Wearing a bored expression, he thought, I'm holding the entire treasure vault of the Sun Moon sect in my hands right now. The more precious it is, the easier it is to spot." "Wait, what does that mean?" Swan Quan sighed softly. "Also, I never expected the poison of the golden fate ley line could be used like this. I should have recognized the filthy side hidden behind the facade of a great sect, right? Or do we have to let them capture us first to realize we've been tricked?" Watching Mai Hung struggle to walk down the stairs, Sangun judged him silently. Anyway, these human masters. Just as his mind was wandering, the scenery ahead suddenly changed, shocking him. Swan Quan glanced around. "Holy crap, are all of these treasures?" Suddenly, Hua Zhan spoke up, catching his attention. "Lord Sangun, please look over there." In front of him was a small tower. "Do you see that small stone pagoda over there?" Sangun asked her. "Is that thing actually a valuable treasure?" she explained. "This is the green spirit thread pagoda, the most unique of the 10 treasures." His eyes instantly lit up when he heard that. "Wait, there are 10? A treasure?" Mai Hung whipped his head around and barked at Sangun. "What the hell do you think you're doing? Don't forget, we are only allowed to unlock the blessing seal plate." Swan Quan covered his mouth and let out a soft cough, typical of him. He suddenly stopped in front of the blue light. They must have arrived. Mai Hung shook as he pointed ahead. "This is the thing. This is the blessing seal plate of the golden fate earth spirit." He placed his hand over the blessing seal plate, mumbling some kind of spell, and the plate was instantly released from its storage box. Mai Hung snatched the blessing seal plate. Still not fully trusting him, he warned him again. "The plate's restriction is gone. If I hand this over to you, you better not forget our deal to purge the poison from my body." Quan smirked at him, letting out a soft sigh. "If you keep doubting me, your feet are going to freeze up till the very last second. We're in this together now." He didn't hold back and added, "The second you break our deal, I'll destroy your spiritual energy." Mai Hung gritted his teeth in frustration, speechless. After a moment, he handed the blessing seal plate over to Sangun. "Fine." The blessing seal plate left Mai Hung's hand and floated toward him. Now the blessing seal plate was resting right in Swan Quan's palm. The old man saw this and rushed him. "Now get rid of the poison." He looked at the item in his hand and asked softly, "Before we seal the deal, let me inspect this treasure one last time, okay? With this, I now have full ownership over the golden fate earth spirit, right?" Mai Hung lost his patience and screamed, "I already told you, right?" Then in that case, Swan Quan suddenly did a total 180, a terrifying gleam flashing in his eyes. Time to start crying. Tease. The moment those words left his mouth, Mai Hung's body started going haywire. His eyes widened as he stared at Sangun, his voice trembling. "You bastard." Mai Hung was now bleeding out heavily from all over his body. "Are you trying to drain my spiritual energy and turn me into a useless cripple?" Swan Quan waved his hand. "Who, me? I didn't do a thing." "What?" He glared at Mai Hung and explained, "I'm just taking back the golden fate earth spirit in one piece. I can't believe you didn't know about the other restriction placed on it." Swan Quan continued, "If I had blindly trusted this blessing seal plate and escaped the Sun Moon sect's holy ground." The more he spoke, the more into it he got. "The moment the restriction activates and your heart shatters, your core will turn into a mere rock. Did you get all that, you rule breaker?" With that, Sangun pointed his finger at him and declared, "I'm talking about you." Hearing this, Mai Hung was absolutely dumbfounded. "How is that even possible? I didn't know." Swan Quan just turned around and walked away, leaving the old man behind to die. Even if you didn't know, there's nothing you can do about it now. What's done is done. With the blessing seal plate in hand, his eyes were already locked onto another treasure. Xuan Quan smirked, looking like he was about to pull off some wicked scheme. The scene shifts to the golden fate Earth spirit, which was still sound asleep. Its eyes were tightly shut, but suddenly snapped open as if it felt something. Finally, Xuan Quan popped out nowhere right in front of the Earth spirit. So you've come to me too. In his hands, he held the blessing seal plate on one side and the unsealing stone on the other. Seeing exactly what it needed, its eyes lit up instantly. That's it, the blessing seal plate. Hell yeah! As the Earth spirit spoke, the unsealing stone and the blessing seal plate fused together. A loud boom echoed out, and a blinding light illuminated the entire cave. The whole mountain began to shake violently, and right after, it glowed bright and exploded into pieces. The Earth spirit soared out from the heart of the mountain, standing beneath the full moon, absorbing the natural energy of heaven and earth. Earth spirit thought to itself as it drew in the spiritual power. 1,000 years. Exactly 1,000 years. It threw its head back in anger. The time I spent locked up in this dump was a whole 1,000 years. Excited, the Earth spirit soared into the sky, greedily soaking up the spiritual energy, finally tasting sweet freedom. Swan, sitting on its back, panicked and yelled, "What the hell are you doing? We gotta get out of here quietly and fast." The Earth spirit glanced back at him and replied, "No use." The second the blessing seal plate shattered, they already noticed. Right as it finished speaking, 3 ascended immortals rushed up from the foot of the mountain. The 3 of them quickly lined up, blocking Sangun's path. The chief elder of the Sun Moon sect, Mahan, asked in confusion, "How did the Golden Fate Earth spirit break free?" Mai Hung was clearly in charge of the blessing seal plate. Another Sun Moon sect elder, Van Ungu, was absolutely fuming. "That bastard Mai Hung, I isolated our sect with this boundary and yet he dared to escape." Sun Moon sect elder Ho Kim spoke up, drawing the attention of the other 2. "Brothers, look at the Golden Fate Earth spirit." Seeing Xuan Quan riding on its back, everyone was utterly shocked. A human? There's no way the Golden Fate Earth spirit broke the seal on its own. This punk definitely has something to do with it. Gritting his teeth in rage, he spat, "An insider. While the Heavenly Scripture mess is already causing a huge stir, why did this have to happen in our Sun Moon sect? If this gets out, what are we gonna do?" Ho Kim calmly proposed a plan. "Then we just capture the Earth spirit, kill the spy, and shut the disciples' mouths." Hearing this, Van Gu roared even louder in anger. "A mountain that was the very symbol of our Sun Moon sect has collapsed. This is way worse than when that demon beast burned down half the peak last time." Mahan stepped in to keep the peace. "Whoa, chill out first. We need to handle the mess right in front of us first." Xuan Quan warily eyed them. "All of them are ascended immortals." He whispered to the Earth spirit, "So what's the game plan now?" It was also on high alert as it replied to Sangun, "What do you think?" With that, a powerful aura erupted from the Earth spirit, blanketing the sky. Then it whipped around and bolted at lightning speed, leaving the dumbstruck trio in the dust. "Of course we run." No matter where they fled, the elders chased right after them. Xuan Quan yelled in disbelief. "Running? I thought you had a backup plan." The spirit shot back, "What backup plan? Are you kidding me? How am I supposed to fight them when I don't have any treasures on me? I'm just taking the shortest route out of here." The 3 elders had already caught up. Ho Kim roared, "You think you can run?" He raised his fan, casting a firebird spell. Snapping his fan down hard, he created a massive fireball that shot toward the duo. The Earth spirit looked at his magic with pure disdain. "A basic fire spell? It's not breaking through my lightning barrier." With that, it conjured a shield of lightning to block Ho Kim's attack. Van Nengu raised his twin weapons, declaring, "Your heavenly lightning isn't breaking my dual rings." With a shout, he hurled them straight at Sangun and the spirit. "Go, monster rings!" His dual rings colliding with the Earth spirit's heavenly thunder, throwing sparks and lightning everywhere. On top of that, it spun wildly, putting up a fierce struggle. Van Engu's twin rings sliced a deep gash across the shield before finally slowing down and falling. Xuan Quan's eyes widened in sheer shock, his face going completely pale, even though he was blocking with some seriously high-tier magic that was way too close. Ho Kim and Van Engu kept spamming their spells at them. The enemies weren't just pressure testing them with those relics, which slowed down their reaction time and drained their spiritual energy like crazy. The lightning from the Earth spirit's heavenly thunder was getting wilder by the second. At this rate, there was no way they'd make a run for it in time. Its shield probably wouldn't last much longer under this relentless pressure. Suddenly, a sacred sword pierced right through the shield, thrusting straight at him. Xuan Quan was completely panicking. Before he could even finish his sentence, he clenched his fist, and his palm suddenly burst with a crimson light. When Xuan Quan opened his hand, there was a bead shrouded in red smoke, which instantly transformed into his usual twin sword. Standing on the back of the Earth Spirit, Xuan Quan swung his twin swords to block that incoming sacred blade. The moment they clashed, a blinding flash of light exploded. Screaming with every ounce of his strength, Xuan Quan managed to deflect the descending sacred sword. Mahan, who was controlling the sacred sword, was actually a bit surprised. "Block it, huh?" He suddenly opened his eyes, glaring at the kid with a cold, sharp gaze. "You're just a basic ascendant at best. You're gonna get yourself trashed." Xuan Quan yelled to the Earth Spirit, "I'll back you up, but at this rate, we're dead meat." The beast glanced back at him and replied, "The Southern High. Immortal territory isn't far now. We just need to hang on until we get there." Hearing this, he felt a wave of relief. High Immortal, the territory of one of the 4 great clans. Awesome. Quan turned back, putting on a serious face as he told the beast, I'll do everything I can to hold them off. Just focus on your spiritual power. By then, he was already surrounded by 3 elders of the Sun Moon sect. Quan glared at them, bracing himself, then suddenly charged straight at the 3 of them to clear a path for the Earth Spirit to escape. The elder muttered to himself that things didn't look good at all, and spiritual beast without a single relic and a useless ascendant kid. Vanungu cast his spell and gritted his teeth. This is outside the Sun Moon sect's domain at this rate. Right then, Mahan suddenly called out to both of them. Old Vanungu glanced over at him. Ho Kim also turned his attention to the one calling him. Mahan commanded, release the dragon god. The order caught both of them completely off guard. But senior brother, that's the sect leader's tamed beast. If it dies, Mahan kept his cold expression and spoke up, this is high immortal territory. If we fail to capture them and let them escape, the Sun Moon sect's reputation will be ruined. We must eliminate them no matter what. Get ready. Quan watched the 3 Sun Moon sect members fade into the distance. He gasped for air, feeling like something was totally off. He thought to himself, what's going on? Why did they suddenly stop attacking? Suddenly, a white speck of light appeared in the distance. It shot towards Quan at an insane speed, and that light suddenly morphed into a massive dragon god charging right at the 2 of them. Quan's eyes widened in horror, and he screamed as it closed in. The dragon god was massive and terrifyingly strong, opening its giant maw to swallow Quan whole. The Earth Spirit gasped in shock. That's the dragon god! Hearing this, he was completely stunned. The dragon god, the strongest summon of all forbidden arts. Even though I've reached half-step immortal ascension, this is still way too dangerous. The dragon god, like a feral beast, relentlessly pursued them, opening its mouth several times their size to devour them both. Quan screamed, here it comes! Staring at the dragon god, he thought in awe. It's too strong, that power, such overwhelming spiritual energy. In a flash, Quan summoned his twin swords into his hands. With a loud roar, he hurled both swords straight at but unfortunately, Quan's attack didn't even scratch the dragon god. Unable to believe his eyes, he froze in despair. The beast kept charging, aiming to swallow both him and the Earth Spirit. Right then, the Earth Spirit activated its magic, sparks of lightning crackling from its eyes. Bearing its razor-sharp fangs, it let out a low growl as its entire body was enveloped in a surge of lightning. Bolts of lightning crashed down from the sky, and the Earth Spirit dashed forward like a flash, narrowly escaping the claws of the dragon god. Quan desperately clung to its fur to keep from falling off. We dodged it. Your magic is insane. Panting heavily, the Earth Spirit groaned, we got away this time, but there's no guarantee for the next. I used up way too much spiritual power just now. It stared at the dragon god, which was still charging madly, feeling completely hopeless. Are we seriously going to die like this? The high immortal land is right there. Damn it! Standing on the back of the Earth Spirit, Quan suddenly spoke up, then I'll try to block it. His words caught the beast completely off guard. What? Overflowing with murderous intent, the dragon god closed in on them. Quan clenched his fist again, his palm glowing with that same crimson light. The red beads he conjured were ready to launch at the dragon god at any second. The Earth Spirit was stunned by the sight. How is he doing that? Are those all sacred relics? Meanwhile, the 3 elders riding inside the dragon god were also completely shocked. Quan looked absolutely crazed, gritting his teeth so hard they clicked, his eyes burning with a blinding red glow. He roared as his entire body was enveloped in a massive wave of burning spiritual energy. Vanungu screamed in shock, Senior brother, look at those flames. That's the sacred flame that burned down our sect's mountain. The raw power of the spiritual fire merged with the red beads, forming a massive, majestic vortex. They fused together into a single sphere of energy. Floating behind Quan, those orbs felt like they could wipe out the entire Sun Moon sect with just a wave of his hand. Ho Kim stammered in disbelief. His cultivation level is clearly way lower than ours. Senior brothers, there's no way he can control all those relics at once. Vanungu also screamed at the same time. Brothers, he definitely can't control all those relics at the same time. Quan now looked like a wild, raging beast. It seemed he was no ordinary kid. Mahan, who had been dead silent until now, suddenly spoke up, everyone, focus. No matter what tricks he pulls, they're useless against the dragon god. The orbs instantly shot toward it, but the dragon god opened its jaws wide, trying to swallow every single sphere. Devour everything, Quan glared at them, his voice dropping to a dark, cold tone. Detonate! As the beast clashed with his spheres, he activated them all to detonate simultaneously. The sheer force of the explosions halted the dragon god in its tracks. The blast left Vanungu completely terrified. This is insane. What kind of freaky relic makes an explosion that huge? Senior bro, your power is insane. If this keeps up, even Mahan won't be able to keep his cool. Just hang in there a little longer. Sangun was getting more and more maniacal, screaming like a lunatic, burn hotter, fiendish azure flame. A massive explosion instantly engulfed the Sun Moon sect in a sea of fire. The 3 elders were also burned to a crisp by Sangun and turned to ash. The flames grew bigger and bigger, soaring straight into the sky. It was finally all over, and Hoajian kept desperately calling out his name. Sangun had lost consciousness and was free-falling straight down. Sangun, wake up, please! Seeing him totally unresponsive, she panicked even more. If he keeps falling, he's toast. I can finally manifest now. The Earth Spirit up above also spotted him and reached its long, massive claws towards Sangun. One of the Earth Spirit's claws managed to catch him. Suddenly, the clawed hand began to transform into a human arm. The earth spirit reached out and firmly grabbed Sangun's wrist, thinking to itself in awe, "Seriously, you're amazing." The earth spirit turned into a beastman, cradling Sangun tightly in its arms. Looking down at him, it whispered, "He completely drained all his spiritual energy, that's why he passed out. You must be exhausted, my savior." The scene suddenly shifts to Baksun, Sangun's hometown. The figure of a woman stands in the middle of a vast field, gazing into the distance. It turns out to be Cho-Ah. She stared into the empty sky, and memories of the past started flooding back. That blade back then. Right, it was the 9-ring blade. Fuzzy memories began to surface, crystal clear and deeply familiar. His silhouette flickered before her eyes, recalling the times they spent together. Cho-Ah bowed her head in deep thought. Especially when he was right in front of her, there was no way she wouldn't recognize him. Her small figure looked so delicate, almost lost in the tall grass that grew over her head. But the more Cho-Ah thought about it, the more confused she got. Why did he pretend not to know her? She sighed softly. Even so, he hadn't changed a bit. Cho-Ah suddenly remembered when he fought that giant tiger all by himself. Just like back then when she was attacked by the bone demons, Sangun was the one who rushed to protect her. Looking up at the clear sky, Cho-Ah murmured to herself, "No matter who talks trash, he's always the one who stands up, gets mad, and doesn't mind taking on all the trouble for me." She couldn't help but smile softly. "My dear husband." The scene fades into black and white, likely recalling the past. In a grassy field surrounded by mountains, a creature suddenly limps into view. Its entire body is riddled with arrows. It's a tiger cub. Shaking, it drags its bloody body forward step by step. The cub, now completely exhausted, stops to gasp for air. Right then, before its eyes, there appears a human, a woman leaning back against a tree trunk. Using whatever strength it has left, it lets out a loud roar. Its cries weren't in vain as the woman finally notices it. Looking at her, it roars even harder. She walks over and reaches out her hand, wanting to save it. The tiger cub is a bit surprised and scared, backing away slightly, but she stays put, keeping her hand extended. Just then, Sangun wakes up slowly, opening his eyes to look around. In front of him is the blurry silhouette of a woman, which gradually comes into focus. "Oh, it's Hua Jian, you're awake." Lying on her lap, he softly asks, "Hojian, where are we?" She gently reassures him, "Don't worry, we're in the High Immortals domain. To be exact, this is the territory of the Four-Moon Orchid." Sangun closes his eyes, mocking himself. "Is that so? And here I thought I'd gotten way stronger, yet I ended up in such a pathetic state. How embarrassing." He looks at Hua Jian for a moment and continues, "But being held in your arms like this isn't bad at all." Hearing that, she smiles warmly. "Is that so?" Hua Jian suddenly brings up the past, making his face turn bright red. "Back then, you were always the one throwing yourself into my arms, and every time you did, I'd stroke your hair. Back then, you absolutely loved it, Sangun." Her words embarrass him even more. "And if I recall, you even chased me around, begging for cuddles." He springs up and heads outside, muttering, "Why is it so hot in here? I need to get some fresh air." Seeing him react like this, she can't help but giggle with amusement. Now Sangun and Hua Jian are standing in front of the gate of the Four-Moon Fox clan. Inside, everyone is living in perfect harmony, with kids excitedly building snowmen. Sangun is a bit surprised. "I heard they never interact with the outside world. Who knew their lives could be so peaceful?" She replies, "This is a world completely different from the human realm." Just then, Hua Jian seems to notice something as her face darkens, and she instantly turns into wisps of smoke, slipping into Sangun's body. Caught off guard, he asks, "Hua Jian, why'd you suddenly do that?" She calmly replies, "I'm just a tiger-bound ghost returning to my true form, that's all." "What in the world is?" Just then, a voice cuts off their conversation. Our savior is awake. Standing before him are 3 foxes. He introduces himself. "Greetings, I am Ngok-Thu, the clan leader of the Golden Destiny Earth Spirit." Sangun's eyes widen in surprise. He thinks to himself, so he's the clan leader of the Golden Destiny Earth Spirit, meaning he's the leader who guides the Four-Moon Wolf tribe. The scene then shifts to several empty wine barrels scattered all over the floor. "I've heard all about it from my son." He seems extremely excited to unleash such incredible power under those circumstances and to control so many life-risking treasures at once. How is that even possible? You even blew those transcendent immortals away, didn't you? You're the very first person in thousands of years to pull off something so insane. Sangun asks, "But why don't I see the Golden Destiny Earth Spirit around?" Ngok-Thu gently explains, "My son has entered secluded meditation to break through to the next realm. After all, his time at the Sun Moon sect wasn't short." He wipes his mouth and softly replies, "I see. Makes sense. Even spiritual beasts aren't immortal." Ngok-Thu suddenly turns serious. The Earth Spirit is truly admirable. Looking at him with deep respect, he thinks, "I heard he's over 100 years old, yet he's not arrogant about his realm at all. He's so determined, and each day I find myself admiring him even more." Ngok-Thu pours some wine and says, "To repay you for saving his life, no gift seems enough. How about this?" As soon as Sangun hears the word treasure, his eyes light up. "My ultimate treasure." But the leader's next words make him spit out the wine he just sipped. "I offer you my daughter." Blushing, he waves his hands frantically. No, I'm good. I really don't need that." Ngok-Thu looks at him, slightly puzzled, thinking, "I'm actually being serious here." He suddenly speaks up, catching his attention. "Actually, there is something here that I want. The Heavenly Longevity Life-Sizing Technique." Hearing Sangun's request, Ngok-Thu looks thoughtful. As he gazes at him, he explains softly, "I don't know where you heard about that, but to tap into the spirit destiny, you have to forge an extra life. It only increases the probability Forget it. If you can't reach enlightenment, you'll easily fall into a mental backlash and kick the bucket. Nokthu looked over at him and asked, I heard my benefactor has lived for about 100 years. In 100 years, reaching that realm means you must be a self-taught cultivator. Why are you in such a freaking rush anyway? Sangun replied dead seriously. Thanks for the advice, Hallmaster. But I'm currently stuck in the spiritual defect realm. Even if it's super risky, I still gotta do this. Seeing how stubborn he was, Nokthu could only sigh. Although it was kind of embarrassing, he had nothing to hide. His next words immediately caught Seongun's attention. Actually, there are 2 rare artifacts in the Heavenly Life Ascension Law, but their whereabouts are super vague, so it's tough for me to fulfill your request, benefactor. Sangun gritted his teeth in frustration. What? They're gone! I traded literally all my treasures just for that. Nokthu stared blankly off into space. Wait, one of them is in the high immortal realm, but having it only brings trouble. Sangun asked him, feeling a bit anxious. You know where it is? But Nokthu calmly replied, the other spirit clans don't see eye to eye and constantly pick fights. Because of that, I've strictly banned trespassers from other spirit clans, and I can't leave this place right now. Seongun listened even more closely. The brush and the ink stick are a pair. The Jeolyong brush and the blood ice water go together. Once we find them, the rest will easily fall into place. Sangun suddenly piped up, then let's go hunt for them together. I'm not part of the 4 great clans, so I can roam around freely. Hearing this, Nokthu was pretty shocked. It sounded easy, but how could he just let his benefactor do all the dirty work? Without hesitating, Seongun stood right up. Just tell me what the blood ice water and the Jeolyong brush look like. Nokthu asked, like right now? Sangun smirked and said, what are you waiting for? Even a tiny sliver of hope is worth a shot. Hearing that, Nokthu was completely stunned, his eyes going wide as he stared at him. Nokthu lowered his head and sighed in defeat. Fine, whatever. The benefactor was right, after all. He then started describing the blood ice water. This one is a no-brainer to spot. It's a tiny vial containing blood. The vial is small but acts like an endless void. When you pour it out, the blood never runs dry and just keeps flowing. Forever. Sangun was listening intently to Nokthu. Now, the Jeolyong brush looks just like an ordinary calligraphy brush, but it gives off this insanely mystical aura that anyone can sense. And yeah, it's bright red. Hearing this, Sangun was shocked, thinking to himself, a calligraphy brush, bright red, and a mystical aura? With a quick thought, he cast a spell and pulled something out. Lo and behold, in Sangun's hand was a massive calligraphy brush. He looked at it skeptically and asked, is it this thing? Seeing the brush in his hand, Nokthu's eyes practically popped out of his head. That's the Jeolyong brush. Scene cuts to Sangun, who was now on a snowy mountain, heavily panting. All that alcohol he had chugged with Nokthu earlier had been completely thrown up. Hwagan asked with concern, are you doing okay, boss? He groaned exhaustedly, finally catching his breath. She said in surprise, who would have thought that brush you randomly snagged back in the Heavenly Flood Dragon Cave was actually the Jeolyong brush? Sangun softly replied, yeah, though I've been struggling with it all day long. Meanwhile, Nokthu was completely wasted in making a scene. Oh my god, I seriously can't believe our benefactor has the Jeolyong brush, our clan's ultimate treasure. This isn't just luck, it's a divine destiny handed down by the heavens itself. He yelled out in pure excitement. In that case, my benefactor and my daughter are absolutely meant to. Sangun rubbed his temples, totally exhausted. Man, his head hurt and he was getting sick of hearing this crap. Suddenly, someone approaching from behind caught his attention. Yep, time for her grand entrance. It was Nokthu's daughter, Jeomyung, the Earth Beast. Seongun turned around to look at her, his first thought being, wait, a girl? With an ice-cold expression, the Earth Beast spoke up, greetings, I am Jeomyung, the Earth Beast. I will accompany you, benefactor. Without answering, he turned around and walked away, leaving her behind. After a short walk, Sangun sneaked a glance back at her. He suddenly recalled his conversation with Nokthu. Since you rejected the marriage proposal with my daughter, so be it. But since you still want to find the blood ice water, I'll have her protect you. Please don't decline my good intentions. Sangun cursed that sly bastard Nokthu in his head. He knew the guy wanted his daughter sticking to him like glue from the very start. Freaking clever. Sangun sighed and asked, so Fairy, do you actually know the exact location of this thing? The Earth Beast calmly replied, I'm simply following you by the Hallmaster's orders. You have to figure that out yourself. With that, she coldly turned away, leaving Sangun feeling completely abandoned. Hwagan suddenly piped up, well, duh. Who wouldn't act like that after getting their marriage proposal rejected? Not giving up, he tried to strike up another conversation with her. But seriously, finding it somewhere on this vast high immortal land is kinda. She glared at Sangun and mockingly cut in, oh, so now you're calling me irresponsible, excuse me, but isn't that just like how you threw our marriage away like a joke? San flinched with guilt at every single word she said. Is that why you rejected it in the first place? Her sharp words felt like arrows piercing straight through his chest. Even if you are my benefactor, you're only at the spiritual defect realm. I can't believe you actually rejected me. Or, did you just know your place? I guess it makes sense. No man can easily accept a woman who's in a much higher realm than him. The Earth Beast bragged on and on about herself, and when that woman is as gorgeous as me, it's even harder. I get it, I totally understand. Sangun was completely frozen in disbelief by her words. Furious, he turned on his heel and stormed off. Let's just go. I'm gonna freeze to death at this rate. Determined to get it over with, Sangun confidently declared that it would only take one year to search the entire high immortal land and find it. Walking behind him, the earth beast suddenly spoke up. Let's get one thing straight. The only reason I'm mad is because that marriage was proposed without my consent. And on top of that, I was rejected before I even knew about it. Of course, I'm grateful to you for saving my brother's life, but business is business. Without even looking back, Sangun casually muttered, "Whatever you say, fairy." Hwagan chimed in to tease him. "Yo, if you keep giving her half-hearted answers, you're gonna get punished." The earth beast asked suspiciously, "Don't tell me you're into guys?" Sangun rolled his eyes in sheer disbelief, shaking his head. No freaking way. The two of them were now standing on a high cliff as he pointed toward a small village. "First, let's head into that human village. The sixth son of the 4 moon wolves is there, so maybe we can dig up some info on the blood ice water." Meanwhile, at a certain sec, thick smoke and fire filled the sky. Inside, the disciples of Shanliang had arrived and completely burned the place to the ground. Just then, a heavily hooded figure walked up, catching the attention of one of the guards. He barked at the lookouts. "Is the crown prince still not done?" They quickly replied, "The ritual is over, but he hasn't come out yet. We don't dare get anywhere near him." He stepped inside, leaving them completely speechless. "Yeah, I got it. Let me go check it out." With that, he walked right in to assess the situation. Under the ground, a shriveled, scrawny hand popped up. He casually stepped over it, looking up at the guy they called the Crown Prince. Right in front of him was a human tower, and the person sitting on top was definitely that Crown Prince. He stared at the prince and said bluntly, "They're gonna show up." Meanwhile, that chick was resting her chin in her hand, looking totally lost in thought. "So weird," Xianrong said, looking a bit spaced out. "No matter how much I eat, I just can't seem to satisfy this freaking hunger." She pressed her hand against her chest. Inside here, it feels so damn uncomfortable, like something deep within me is growing. Xianrong suddenly stood up, releasing an insanely powerful aura. "I'm going crazy, because I don't even know what the hell I'm supposed to do." Her subordinate standing below could only stand there in dead silence. "Ah, I think I finally get it." Right. It was since then. Xianrong suddenly remembered Sangun, and she couldn't stop calling his name while reminiscing about his silhouette. Xianrong regained her composure and said, "I need to see him again." Standing below, the guy thought to himself that someone had passed on useless emotions to her. She stood on top of the human tower, starting to pull back the intense aura she had just released. Meanwhile, the earth beast kept pouring her heart out. "I'm usually not one to talk much, so please bear with me." A flash of exhaustion showed in Sangun's eyes, but he still told her to keep going. "Go on," he said. The two of them were now sitting opposite each other in a small room. "Is this your plan, Savior?" He snapped back, irritated. "What kind of nonsense are you talking about?" Remembering the innkeeper's suspicious, knowing look, Sangun found it baffling why there was only one room left. "What do we do now that there's literally only one room left?" He looked at the earth beast, sighing in frustration. "Wait, didn't the sixth son of the 4 moon wolf find this room? Wasn't this your plan all along, fairy?" Hearing this, she blushed furiously, and her fur literally stood on end. "Men and women shouldn't be in close quarters like this. Why would I ever do that? Watch your mouth!" Sangun could only let out a helpless sigh. "Look, if you find this awkward, I can just sleep outside. I can't let a woman stay out in the cold anyway." Hearing that, the earth beast looked dead serious and asked, "So what you're saying is, girls are just a pain in the neck?" Caught off guard, Sangun tried to explain. "No, that's not what I meant at all." She suddenly jumped to her feet, giving Sangun a mini heart attack. "You basically just said I'm a nuisance, which is why you're leaving." With that, the earth beast spun around to leave. "Fine, but don't you dare step over this line." She stormed to the door and declared, "I'm going out." But right as she grabbed the door handle, she suddenly froze. She stole a quick glance at him while Sangun just stared back with a totally confused look. Blushing, the earth beast tried to play it cool. "Actually, thinking about it, this isn't very polite. You're our clan's savior, so I should make sure you're as comfortable as possible." Saying that, she spun around and walked toward the cabinet behind Sangun. She grabbed a set of bedding and started laying it on the floor, dusting off the blanket. Playing hard to get, the earth beast stood up and said, "I'll be right outside. Just call if you need anything." Then she stormed out, slamming the door shut with a loud bang. Gun let out a tired sigh, utterly clueless on how to please her. Just then, Hwagan's voice suddenly rang in his ears. With an absolutely murderous look on her face, she appeared right before Sangun. Hwagan snapped in irritation. "I usually try to avoid showing myself in front of others, but this time, I guess I've got to step in." Sangun couldn't help but feel a chill at the terrifying aura radiating from her. "Whoa, what's wrong?" Hwagan glared at him. At first, I thought she was just a bit heartbroken over the rejected marriage proposal, but after watching her, that's clearly not it. Sangun's face was a picture of pure confusion. "What do you mean by that?" She suddenly pointed at the bedding the earth beast had laid out and yelled, "The blankets. You seriously have no clue what that girl's playing at, do you?" Hwagan grew even more furious. The golden, destined earth beast brought Sangun all the way here, yet she only prepared one set of bedding. "Do you know what that implies?" With that, she marched right over to the bedding. Gan flopped down onto it and said jealously, "She obviously wants to share a bed with you, duh." Confused, he asked, "Even if that's true, why are you the one lying there?" Sangun added helplessly, "Are the three of us supposed to share one blanket or something?" Hwagan immediately snapped back, "I've been by your side all this time. How could you leave me out?" He didn't reply, simply turning around to walk outside, leaving her yelling his name behind. Just then, on a rocky cliff outside the inn, of them were looking out at the scenery together. It felt so peaceful. Hwagan, looking a bit down, lowered her eyes and murmured, "Yeah, it really is peaceful. Was this place originally a peaceful village, or—" He remained silent, his face grim. Sangun knew exactly what she was about to say. Right before their eyes was a ruined village, with battle scars scattered everywhere. The faint smell of blood still lingered in the air. To think they had just arrived in the human domain, only to be greeted by such a scene. Just then, from afar, 2 armed guards came running toward them. "Who are you guys? You're not allowed to just wander in here." As soon as they saw Hwagan, their eyes lit up. "Whoa, a girl! It's been ages since we've seen one, and she's a total babe." Suddenly, a hybrid beast monster appeared behind them, grabbing one of their heads and saying, "Even if she wasn't a beauty, she'd still be amazing." Sangun glanced at him, silently noting that his build definitely wasn't human. The monster smirked at him and said mockingly, "What are you looking at? We don't need guys." The 2 guards suddenly charged at Sangun, aiming to kill him. Sangun didn't even try to dodge as they swung and thrust their weapons straight at him. But they were just cutting through thin air. Sangun had completely vanished. They frantically looked around for him, completely oblivious to the fact that Sangun was already standing right in front of the monster. "Wait, what? Where did he go?" The monster looked around, stunned, his eyes widening as he saw him. Keeping his usual calm expression, Sangun spoke. "And here I thought this place was full of half-breeds." Infuriated, the monster swung his axe at him, calmly. Sangun curled his finger, preparing to flick it. With a simple flick of his finger, the axe in the monster's hand went flying. "Let's have a little chat." The axe was struck so hard it snapped in 2. The handle spun through the air a few times before plunging straight into a nearby tree trunk. The entire area fell dead silent as the monster stood there in utter disbelief. He roared in anger, "You're definitely no ordinary human." With a loud growl, he began transforming into a beast. "You asked for this." Sharp fangs started growing in his mouth. He was now like a wild, frenzied beast roaring endlessly. Sangun frowned in annoyance at the monster. "Seriously? I literally just said we should talk." Ignoring his words, the beast charged at him, Sangun easily, slamming the abomination's head straight into the dirt. "Why the hell do you always gotta go crazy like this?" The scene before them as those 2 soldiers completely shook, jaws dropping to the floor. Right in front of them is Sangun totally dominating that abomination with just one hand. The 2 soldiers start shaking in their boots, stammering, "Boss, how did he wrap this up in literally one move?" He glares right at them, spitting out, "How many people did you and this freak slaughter to reek of blood this bad?" Seeing Sangun like this, those 2 goons go completely pale. Clutching his 9-ring blade, he gives them his final warning. "Just killing you guys and letting your souls slip into the underworld is way too soft. I'm gonna turn you losers into ghosts and lock you up in this 9-ring blade forever." Right at that moment, a giant hand shows up. Seeing that, the 2 guys totally lose their minds, staring in horror at the massive hand clawing its way toward them. Then all that's left are their desperate screams echoing through the mountains. Meanwhile, Jisoo is chilling in a hot bath to relax. Just as Ryung finishes speaking, the shadow of her female subordinate appears behind her. Jisoo asks her, "So how do I look?" Ryung keeps it real and says, "You managed to hide most of your beastly features, so you actually look pretty human." She tilts her head, totally disagreeing. "No, stupid. I'm asking about my looks. Like, how hot am I?" She glances at Jisoo and barely gets out 3 words. "You're very beautiful." She doesn't buy it, shooting back, "No cap? You really think I'm pretty, right?" Jisoo slumps, feeling down, "But my savior still treats me like that." Ryung actually knows a bit about him and says, "I heard that guy is a total training maniac. He's all about his big goals, so he definitely stays away from girls." Jisoo sighs, "I get it. Reaching the spirit void realm in barely over 100 years is insane, but still, even so, it still bugs the hell out of me. Like, who's gonna heal my sad, rejected little heart?" Suddenly, she stands straight up, slamming her chest in pure rage. "This is insane. I'm this gorgeous, this perfect, and I got rejected by some spirit void realm loser?" She whips around to Ryung. "Am I spitting facts or what?" Having zero choice, Ryung just plays along with her boss. "Yeah, totally. That guy made a massive mistake." While she's still ranting to Ryung, a weird sound suddenly reaches her ears. Not a mistake, but him just knowing his place. Jisoo whips around and orders, "Wait, that shadow. It looks like my savior's back. Ryung, go hide." She wears a devious smirk. "Maybe he's coming in here to join me." Ryung immediately shuts it down, highly doubt it. Jisoo urgently tells her to scram. She looks outside, completely hyped. He's definitely coming in. A moment later, Sangun is still a no-show. Taking his sweet time, huh? Is he getting cleaned up or something? An hour later, there's zero noise. Jisoo is totally over her hyped-up phase now. Half a day later, still nothing. "No way you forgot about me, right?" Boiling with rage, she smacks the water, splashing it everywhere. Jisoo stands straight up, still incredibly annoyed. She stands there, frozen in denial, thinking, "No way. There's literally no way." Standing there fuming, she whines in her head, "How am I the one getting ghosted like this?" Her anger actually brings tears to her eyes. "How does he dare treat me like trash?" Shoving the door open, she storms out, muttering under her breath, "I'm gonna make him pay." But the moment she steps out, the bloody face of that abomination drops right in front of her, making her jump out of her skin. Freezing up, she gasps, "What the hell is this?" It looks absolutely hideous. Sitting nearby, Sangun spots her and casually says, "Oh, you're out?" He stands up and starts explaining, "This is an abomination. The demonic path guys make them by fusing humans with spiritual beasts or by injecting them with spiritual beast blood." Curious, Jisoo looks at him and says, "An abomination, huh? Pretty wild." Suddenly, her eye land on the girl standing right next to him. Staring at Hwaran, she asks Sangun, "Who's that? Are you seriously dragging a ghost around with you?" Hearing Jisoo talk about her, she timidly bows her head in greeting. Sangun's voice goes ice cold as he glares at her. "She's my companion." Hearing this, Jisoo sneers in disgust. "Wow, you have some bizarre taste, rejecting my marriage proposal just for a literal ghost." Seeing her trash talk Hwaran, Sangun glares intensely at her, his eyes flared, with an insane amount of killing intent, completely rattling Jisoo. Behind her, Ryung is crushed by the heavy pressure, collapsing to her knees in a cold sweat as she struggles to get back up. Quickly shaking it off, Jisoo stares him down and asks, "Can you even handle the heat?" Sangun doesn't blink at her threat calmly, answering obviously. Jisoo's golden eyes lock onto him, while a chilling killing intent glares back from deep in his eyes. Seeing how things are, Hwaran quickly rushes over to hold Sangun back. Watching them from a distance, Jisoo thinks his spiritual power flared up and vanished in a literal blink. Hwaran looks up at him with teary eyes and whispers, "I'm sorry." Sangun pulls back his killer glare and says, "What are you even apologizing for?" She steps back, keeping her distance from him, her voice sounding super sad. The very existence of a Changui is cursed anyway, so it is what it is. Hearing this, Jisoo gets curious, thinking, "A Changui? If that's true, then my savior's real form must be a tiger." Meanwhile, Sangun and Hwaran just stand there, trying to comfort her, and the other completely in denial. Annoyed, Jisoo cuts them off. "Are you two seriously making a scene right in front of me?" She snaps a warning, "You only just reached the spirit void realm, and you seriously think you can take me on?" Hearing the clear provocation, Sangun gives her a side-eye and says, "Even if my power can only wipe out a village, that's probably more than enough to handle someone in the spirit fate realm." Hwaran quickly grabs his arm to calm him down, seeing that she doesn't want him. Giving up on the fight, he let out a heavy sigh and recalled the floating spheres hovering around him. The spheres obediently nestled right in his hand. Turning around, he was ready to walk away, but still threw one last remark. "Guess now I know exactly how you lived your life as the princess of Sawolrang. You can be as rude to me as you want, but if you ever say another word to my soulmate." His voice turned ice cold, giving a sharp warning to the Earth Beast. "I'll show you what real cruelty looks like." Behind them, Yul saw the Earth Beast get completely humiliated and snapped. "You arrogant prick!" Sangun didn't even blink at the insult and just kept walking. Hwagan, who was next to him, politely bowed to say goodbye to them, then quickly chased after his fading figure. Yul stood there, shaking his head. "Arrogant? No, that dude is straight up delusional. He's way too full of himself." Meanwhile, the Earth Beast, who had been staring intensely at Sangun, spoke up. "There's only one reason." Yul seemed to get what she was hinting at. "Wait, is it because he's in the middle stage of the Yongyul realm? Honestly, even my own spiritual energy was vibrating from his power earlier." She looked at him skeptically and asked, "Did you seriously not notice his treasures?" Yul replied, "Of course I saw them, princess. But don't you also carry your own share of high-tier artifacts?" The Earth Beast felt she barely had any compared to him. Sangun didn't just have one set of treasures. They were compressed into tiny marbles, with each single marble representing an entire set. Hearing this, Yul practically lost his mind and yelled, "No freaking way! Nobody can carry that many artifacts." But she remained deadpan, reminding him that he had single-handedly freed that guy from those Taoist cultists, something he couldn't have pulled off on his own. A small smirk crept onto her face as she thought to herself, "Now that's a rival worth fighting." Meanwhile, Sangun was making his exit, his steps completely unfazed by the snow-covered path. He walked aimlessly without looking back, even for a split second. As he walked, his mind drifted back to the day Hwagan became his Changui. He had always known things would turn out like this. He knew that being a ghost meant denying one's own death, and a Changui's sole purpose was to bewitch humans and lure them straight to a tiger's jaws. Any living being would utterly despise them, but he himself just couldn't accept that reality. Seeing him abruptly halt, Hwagan spoke up, "Master, just how far do you plan on walking?" Hearing her voice, Sangun turned around to look at her. Locking eyes with her, he said firmly, "I'm perfectly fine, but I absolutely refuse to let you speak so weakly about yourself." His face darkened as he continued, "I plan out every single move I make. If I had killed the princess of Sawolrang, we would have had a massive target on our backs." His tone shifted from anger to overwhelming regret. 100 years ago, if I had just saved your life instead." Hwagan gently placed her hand on Sangun's trembling shoulder. She looked straight into his eyes and said, "Even if you had, I wouldn't have survived anyway." Her voice was incredibly soft as she asked if he regretted turning her into a ghost. But in the depths of Sangun's eyes, there wasn't a single shred of doubt as he firmly told her that he had absolutely no regrets. Hearing his answer, Hwagan let out a gentle smile. "That's all I needed to hear." She leaned against his chest and murmured, "I'm so grateful to you." Amidst the eerie silence of the snow, she whispered, "Because of that, I get to stay by your side." And while Cho-Ah was wandering all by herself in the middle of a brutal blizzard, suddenly the artifact in her hand started reacting violently. Confused, she muttered, "Where on earth am I for this thing to spin so insanely fast?" Out of nowhere, a sound rustled behind her, making her whip around instantly. Staring into the pitch-black darkness, she demanded, "Who's there?" Seeing how tense she was, the intruder said, "Whoa, chill out, no need to get your guard up." A figure slowly stepped out of the shadows, adding, "I'm just passing through." But Cho-Ah didn't let her guard down for a second, and snapped back, then keep moving. Seonryang stepped into view, completely unfazed, and teased, "Come on, isn't meeting out here like this pure fate? Don't be so cold." How about we chat for a bit? We're heading the same way anyway. Cho-Ah narrowed her eyes, staring right at her, and retorted, and why the hell would I do that? Amused by her attitude, she smirked. Are all you Goseen Taoists this uptight? Talk about heartless. Cho-Ah locked eyes with her and shot back coldly. I'm not one of those Goseen Taoists, and I don't owe you any explanation. Hearing her icy tone, Seonrang playfully mocked, oh my bad, guess I had you all wrong. But then why are you heading toward Gosin? Man, you're pretty grumpy, aren't you? Cho-Ah was completely baffled, wondering who this weird woman was. She needed to quickly catch up with her husband. Seeing Cho-Ah's silent treatment, Seonryang gazed into the distance and murmured, actually, I'm looking for a guy. Cho-Ah was caught off guard by the sudden shift in the conversation and paused. With a sly grin, she added, and while I'm at it, I'm also here to meet up with some of my underlings. Staring at her expression, Cho-Ah couldn't help but ask, you must really miss him, don't you? Hearing the word miss, Seonryang froze, a flicker of confusion crossing her face. Cho-Ah calmly continued, every time you think of him, you find yourself remembering his eyes, his expressions, and the way he talks. If I'm overstepping, I apologize. Seonrang stood there in dead silence as the realization hit her. Lost in thought. Is that what this is? She suddenly realized that the strange ache in her chest was actually longing. Snapping out of it, she turned to Cho-Ah and asked, hey, can you talk to me for just a bit longer? She continued, I hated leaving him, but I couldn't for the life of me figure out what this feeling was. Cho-Ah saw so much of herself in this woman, only realizing what those feelings meant once they were gone. Letting her guard down slightly, Cho-Ah smiled and said, I get it. Come on, let's walk and talk. Meanwhile, back with Sangun and the Horned Fiend, Sangun raised his hand and slapped the monster lying on the dirt. Seeing him groggily open his eyes, he demanded, oh, you're finally awake? The moment the monster opened his eyes, he was greeted by Sangun's terrifying, murderous glare and immediately panicked. Sangun glared down at him, saying, if you answer my questions honestly, I'll give you a quick and painless death. The Horned Fiend broke into a cold sweat, staring at him in sheer terror, completely speechless. Annoyed by the silence, Sangun threatened, actually, whatever, just die already. Hwagon tried to cool him down, saying, hey, getting mad over nothing isn't healthy. But Sangun calmly traced a few runes on the Horned Fiend's forehead. Suddenly, in the monster's mind, there appeared a vision of a frail, skinny old beggar. A massive shadowed figure wrapped in a thick scarf loomed over the old man, followed by a horde of monsters swarming out like a colony of ants. The bizarre scene made Sangun's eyes widen in shock. He looked down at the Horned Fiend, deeply suspicious, but right at that moment, he sensed someone creeping up on him from behind. He slowly turned and muttered, I've got a question for you. Yul, realizing she'd been spotted, nearly jumped out of her skin. As she reluctantly stepped out, Sangun demanded clues on where to find the blood ice water. Trying to play it cool, she answered, the princess. But before she could even finish her sentence, she was paralyzed with fear by the terrifying aura radiating from him. She struggled to breathe under the suffocating spiritual pressure. We're literally in the same realm, so how the hell is he this overpowered, she thought. Sangun gritted his teeth and barked, you don't get to choose right now. Spit it out. Yul stammered in fear, I don't know anything else, I swear. The only thing I know is that a place called Hansan is your best bet. Hearing this, John saw him looking curious about the place and broke it down. Han Mountain is dead center in Saoshan. She kept going, even though it's a totally off-limits sacred land, the boundary line separating the 4 spirit clans is right in that crack, and that's where a human village sits. This village is where spirits and humans just chill together naturally. Sangun once again unleashed his crazy pressure, making Luan completely buckle under the weight, instantly forcing her to her knees. Sweating bullets, she squeaked out, I heard the benefactor wants the Heavenly Longevity starter spell, but if the benefactor keeps acting like this toward the princess, it's gonna end badly. His face didn't even twitch as he calmly threw it back at her. Oh yeah? How about this? You went out on behalf of the 4 Moon Wolves to hunt down a keepsake with the Shen clan's benefactor, but your bestie here got mocked and totally looked down on. I wonder what the big boss of the 4 Moon Wolves would say if they found out about this. Luan stared at Sangun, totally speechless and stammering. Just then the Earth Beast walked up from afar and said, if that's the case, then of course I should apologize. Hearing that, Luan was completely shocked, thinking, wait, did an apology actually just come out of the Golden Destiny Earth Beast's mouth? She wondered if this was really the same princess who always acted so high and mighty. She looked at Sangun, softening her tone. I was way too out of line. You've done so much for the 4 Moon Wolves, and you're practically one of us, so yeah, I was totally in the wrong. She bowed her head and kept going. For now, this simple apology is all I can offer. But once we're back at the palace, I'll let you pick out whatever treasure you want to make it up to you. So I hope you can chill out. Luan was so shocked she couldn't even squeak, just staring blankly. Sangun's eyes didn't even twitch as he called Hwajian over. He saw her pop up and said, I'm not the only one you need to apologize to, you know. The Earth Beast actually bowed to her and said, I'm really sorry. Hwajian was totally flustered, bowing back. Oh, it's fine. But Sangun wasn't satisfied yet and demanded 2 more treasures. He looked right at her and said, since both my buddy and I got disrespected, cuffing up 2 rare treasures is only fair. Luan saw him pushing his luck and cursed in her mind, what are you, a freaking robber? But the Earth Beast just calmly agreed to his pretty absurd demand. Sangun flashed a smug grin, thinking, you gotta milk these chances for all they're worth. Seize the day, right? Meanwhile, over with Cho-Ah and Xianliang, the two decided to part ways right here. Cho-Ah said it was cool meeting her and wished her luck on finding that guy if they were meant to meet again. With that, she turned around and bounced first. Right next to Shanliang, a masked dude suddenly popped up and suspiciously asked, "Why didn't you just grab her?" She glared at him, her face dark. "I already told you, you should have known how I feel about this. Just because I'm a demon master princess doesn't mean I don't get to have feelings." Hearing her snap, he quickly tried to explain, "We're demon masters and our goal is to become actual demons. Emotions like that are just going to trip you up." He stared straight into Xianliang's deep eyes and added, "Everything I do is strictly for you, princess." She was totally done talking about this. So she turned away and said, "Whatever. No matter what you're after," she said to the guy trailing behind, "we should just get moving and finish what we started." "Son." Quan looked at the weird road and said, "This doesn't look like the way to Han Mountain at all. Where the heck are we going?" The Earth Beast replied, "We're doing a quick check. First, obviously." She led him straight to a massive, towering cliff. He walked right up to the edge and peered down. The drop-off was so insanely deep that one slip would literally turn you into paste. She broke it down for him, explaining that if they crossed this cliff, they'd hit the spiritual domain of the Flying Fox Palace, one of the 4 big spirit clans. "Son." Quan asked how they got along with the 4 moon wolves, and she said they were cool. He looked down the cliff again, thinking, so the birthplace of human memories is right down there. Who would have thought it was the Flying Fox Palace's turf? His eyes widened as he activated his golden domain gaze to pierce right through the thick fog. The mist slowly parted before him, revealing a glowing crack hidden behind it. In his mind's eye, a cup of blood-red tea was being poured into a bowl. Seeing his sketchy look, the Earth Beast asked, What exactly are you looking at?" He didn't hide it and started breaking it down. Even though they tried to cover their tracks, he could still spot those level 8 flying immortals and level 8 transforming immortals. He wondered why those demon punks were acting so high and mighty on sacred ground. The Earth Beast thought to herself, so a spiritual nexus like him can actually see right through a transforming immortal's barrier. She spoke up, "We have no clue what those demon creeps are plotting. And since this is the Flying Fox Palace's turf, we don't have any excuse or authority to step in." Sangun spun around, looking straight into her eyes. "Then what's the play? Those guys have blood ice water." Ignoring her completely shocked face, he kept going, "They're using it to breed chaotic beasts and totally wreck Cao Xian's order." The Earth Beast got a grip on herself, her face darkening as she asked, "Are you absolutely sure about this?" Sangun knew she wouldn't totally buy it, so he said, "We'll find out soon enough. Not like I have any beef with the Flying Fox Palace anyway." He turned back, peering down the insanely deep cliff. Before anyone could react, he just dove straight off the edge to handle it himself. Luan saw him pull this stunt in panic, screaming, "No way!" She watched his fading figure and muttered, "That guy is a total psycho." She turned to the Earth Beast. "No matter how cracked he is, there are transforming immortals down there. What if our benefactor gets totally wrecked? Like, what if things go south?" Keeping a straight face, the Earth Beast walked toward the ledge and calmly said, "Yeah, that'd be a real pain." She seriously handed down orders to Luan. "I'm going after him. Keep an eye on things here and slaughter any traitors." With that, she dove right off the cliff after Sangun. Watching his back, she thought to herself that she'd stand back and see how strong this guy really is. She quickly closed the gap, catching up to him. Suddenly, a rift tore open in midair and sucked him right in. He passed through the space and completely vanished from her sight. The sight blew her mind, realizing Sangun could actually manipulate space and time. It finally clicked that he'd been hiding his true power level all along. Right then, a blood demon was strutting around, dragging some beast by its head. Suddenly, he froze, spotting something ahead. Sangun materialized right in front of him, staring him down. The demon looked at him with pure trash talk in his eyes. "Hey, Doas boy, what are you doing here?" Sangun casually waved his hand, and a blade instantly materialized right between them. The dude skeptically touched the hilt and asked what the deal was. Sangun, keeping a total poker face, unleashed his technique. A wicked purple smoke, oozing with killing intent, poured from the blade, and a wrinkly hand crawled out of the mist. A dark shadow materialized, rasping, "What's with all this racket?" The guy who popped out was an old demon master. He looked around and muttered, "This place was supposed to be nice and quiet, wasn't it?" He continued, "The barrier is totally normal, so how the hell did you even get in here? Was it because of that disguise? I seriously didn't expect you to find this place." Quan calmly sheathed his bloodthirsty blade, feeling curious and highly skeptical about the meaning of immortal summon in the old man's words. The old demon master let out a cold snort and said, "Well, in that case, there's no other way." With that, he lunged straight at Sangun with pure murderous intent. As he attacked, he growled, "Since you saw something you shouldn't have, you've got to die." Quan quickly dodged his ground-shattering attack. Sitting on top of the rubble, the old demon master flew into a rage. He roared, "You brought this on yourself. I'm going to throw you to the chaos monsters as food to make blood-dripping cakes." Suddenly, Sangun drove his blade straight into the old man's back from behind, making him cough up blood. Quan calmly said, "How, you ask? It's because you blindly trusted your cultivation realm that you ended up like this." Looking at his miserable state, he continued, "Did you really think you wouldn't get payback after taking so many lives? This is what you get for being so full of yourself." The old demon master screamed as he unleashed his second style, and a smoke full of murderous intent erupted from his body. Out of the smoke, a blood-red bead flew straight out. The bead whizzed past his face and vanished into the distance. Sangun smiled to himself and thought, is that so? If it's an immortal summon or a spirit destiny, can they really control armies or other living beings at will? This is my first time seeing it in person. The blood-red bead flew quite a distance. Suddenly, a centipede crawled up from the ground, chasing after the bead. Slithering rapidly, it quickly caught up with it. The centipede leaped into the air and caught the bead in its mouth. A crowd witnessing this immediately began whispering. A group of blood demons looked over at Sun Quan and instantly recognized him as a human Taoist. Staring at them, he felt like 7 guys was way too few. Suan Quan slowly walked forward with a 9-headed serpent looming behind him, adding a terrifying edge to his murderous aura. Brimming with killing intent, Suan Quan charged at the blood demons in front of him, but they just stood there casually, looking down on him and mocking. What the hell is that half-snake, half-butterfly thing? This kid must have a death wish or is seriously delusional. Ignoring their trash talk, he swung his blade down with deadly intent. With just one slash, he sliced one of them clean in half. Still completely clueless about the situation, they thought he just got lucky and teamed up to attack him. Suddenly, from behind, one of the blood demons was skewered straight through. He trembled, looking back in shock, wondering what the hell just happened. Quan's dragon heads were ready to tear the remaining blood demons apart. Suan Quan calmly muttered, "It's been a while since the 9-ring blade went hunting, huh?" Suddenly, a sharp claw lunged toward him in an attack. He reacted instantly, blocking the strike, but the massive force behind it pushed him right back. Suan Quan stared in the direction of the attack, thinking, so you finally showed up. Right on cue, a figure stepped out from behind a lion and sneered, "What a bunch of useless trash. You couldn't even handle one guy when we have so many people." Quan's expression didn't change a bit. He thought, a revered immortal vessel? Wait, isn't this guy a little weird? The stranger pulled back his cloak, saying that although the goo poison had just been completed, he pulled it all the way back to reveal a ghastly skeletal arm. He was also a demon master, and his shriveled arm suddenly started bulging with power. Seeing this, Hoajian quickly warned, "Hey, you've got to be careful. That's a relic graft. Once it's grafted, it can never be separated. Its destructive power is equal to that precious blade." The demon master saw Quan just standing there calmly and ordered the beheading lion beside him. He commanded the lion to rip Sangun to shreds. Receiving the order, it lunged straight at him. It tore through the 9-headed dragon behind his back and let out a roar that was both majestic and terrifying. The demon master smugly bragged, "The beheader's claws and fangs are so sharp they can easily crush steel, let alone this ghostly garbage." He swung his claws towards Sangun and roared, "I'll feed your corpse to my goo bugs." But Quan calmly used his earth-shrinking technique to teleport away. Suan Quan instantly vanished right before his claws. Confused, the demon master wondered where the hell he went. Suddenly from behind, Quan swung his blade and slashed the demon master, slicing his cloak clean in half to reveal a spinal column that didn't have a single scratch on it. Suan Quan was shocked by what he saw. The demon master calmly swung his hand, blasting Quan away. Caught off guard, Quan couldn't react in time. The demon master was extremely confident that no matter what Quan did, he couldn't scratch his bones. He had completely merged with the relic graft, but Quan still surprised him with his ability to use spatial techniques. He sneered, "Even if you're good with that spatial trick, in the end, it's just some cheap trash. Fighting me is completely hopeless." Suan Quan stared at him, wanting to deliver a single fatal blow to finish him off. Thinking this, he said, "You're getting way too cocky." The arrogant demon master replied, "With a grafted body protected by a relic, my body is an iron fortress, completely immune to any attack. And obviously that dull blade of yours won't do crap." Suan Quan completely tuned him out, letting out a contemptuous smirk. "Well, that's just perfect." He calmly looked at the guy's provocative face and added, "Let me show you the good stuff I just absorbed. The power of the soul-nurturing soaring pagoda." Recognizing it immediately, the demon master began to tremble. "Oh crap, I spoke too soon. If that's the soul-nurturing soaring pagoda, how the hell is it here?" Immediately, the demon master turned and ordered the beheader to get back to him. Suan Quan teased, "Whoa, hold on, buddy. Summoning the soul-nurturing soaring pagoda made me forget to test it against the power of my 9-ring blade. Let's see which one is duller, shall we?" By now, the dark shadow had grown several times larger than the beheader, since Quan had endured countless poisons up to this point. In an instant, the shadow obliterated the beheader right in front of the demon master. He ran for his life, gasping, "I've got to get the hell out of here. I'm running as fast as I can, so why can't I lose this thing?" He looked back in panic, crying out, "How is it even tracking me?" Finally, giving up on running, he turned around to face Quan. Transforming into a hideous monster, the demon master spat, "Since I can't run, I'll fight." As the soul-nurturing soaring pagoda closed in on him, he screamed in agony, unable to bear the pressure. It drew closer and closer, threatening to crush him. Refusing to give up, he tried his best to hold it off, but it was just too heavy. Suan Quan showed no mercy, letting the pagoda press down. Right before dying, the demon master managed to shriek, "Are you trying to turn me into beef jerky? Save me!" Finally, all noise from the demon master stopped. Suan Quan calmly recalled his soul-nurturing soaring pagoda, stared blankly at the scene before him. Seeing the man squashed into minced meat, he sighed. Well, he really turned into beef jerky. He thought to himself, but that relic graft, still in one piece, huh? Even if it's not my main target, I wonder what kind of crazy power this thing has. Suddenly, Sanjun darted his eyes somewhere, staring straight into the thick, white fog and called out, Alright, you saw the whole thing, so quit hiding and get your butt out here. The Earth Beast stepped out from there, smirking. Wow, nothing gets past you, huh? Sangun just shrugged coolly, as if I wouldn't notice. She looked a bit embarrassed, feeling called out like some sneaky little rat. Sangun shrugged and kept going. Whatever, since you're already here, we might as well go see what kind of shady crap they're plotting. She just stood there, speechless, staring at his back as he walked off. The Earth Beast muttered to herself, Dude, the enemy is literally in a whole different league. Yet you still insist on throwing hands. Plus, that last relic is obviously one of the 7 legendary immortal swords. There's still so much stuff I don't get, but honestly, this guy is making me super curious. Now, this goo poison is basically a messed up sick curse. You throw a bunch of venomous creeps into a jar and let them fight to the death, cannibalizing each other. In the end, the last monster standing absorbs all that nasty poison, turning into an ultra-lethal toxic curse. Sangun stared at the massive chalice dripping with blood-like liquid, totally confirming his hunch. He glanced down at the massive pit below him, realizing those blood demon scumbags were using innocent humans as guinea pigs for this sick poison. The Earth Beast frowned and asked, Wait, is that stuff dripping down there blood ice water? She continued. But it looks like they're doing way more than just storing it, right? I never would have guessed they'd weaponize blood ice water like this. She glanced down at the wraith below and muttered, First they spliced together these mutant freak monsters, then force-feed them blood ice water and goo poison. Seriously, what are these cultists planning? There's just no way to tell. Sensing their eyes on her, the wraith slowly looked up. The very first words out of her mouth were, Just kill me, leaving them both totally stunned. Her voice sounded completely broken, exhausted as she kept begging, End me, please. This poor wraith was so utterly crushed and drained that she could only beg Sangun and the Earth Beast to put her out of her misery. She was on her knees, staring up at Sangun while creepy red mist drifted off her body. She kept pleading for him to just do it and end her life. Usually, anyone infected with goo poison has their mind completely shattered, losing every ounce of sanity. Sangun turned to the Earth Beast. Seeing that this woman still had some humanity left, he asked if there was really no other way to save her. But the Earth Beast shook her head. Even though the transformation wasn't complete, she had never heard of anyone surviving this. The Wraith spoke up again, crying that her entire family and all her friends were already dead because she was the one who literally devoured them. Even now, she could still see the horrifying images of them being ripped apart piece by piece, even her own baby. The Wraith broke down sobbing, jet black tears streaming down her face. What was she even supposed to do? She had absolutely zero will left to go on. Only death could finally set her free from this living nightmare. Sangun stared down at the broken woman with his glowing red eyes, keeping his mouth shut, his mind probably racing. Suddenly, he reached out his hand and told her he would grant her final wish. The brilliant blue flames on his hand flared up, shaping into a phoenix that charged straight at her. Seeing the flame, the Wraith let out a soft sigh of relief. She embraced the blue phoenix, whispering, Thank you, truly. In an instant, they merged together, lighting up the entire sky. Sangun clenched his fists so hard they shook, his anger burning towards the demon cult. Watching her fade away into nothingness, his thoughts drifted to the Guizhong bridge, scowling with pure rage. Just then, some crazy flying tigers carrying a guy on one of their backs soared down right next to Sangun. Looking at the crew, blocking his way, Sangun thought, Those hyperspeed wings and solid bodies, these guys are definitely from the Flying Tiger sect, showing up only after the dust settles. Is this just a coincidence? Or are they up to something else? Right then, the Earth Beast stepped up and introduced herself as the Golden Life Earth Beast of the Four Moon Wolves and the third young lady of the Golden Life Spirit Beasts. We have zero intention of crashing your sacred ground, so don't get the wrong idea. Zhang Ji stared at them. Hearing her explanation, he quickly recognized who she was, but he had absolutely no clue who the guy standing next to her was. She quickly told Zhang Ji that Sangun was her savior. The old man just locked eyes with Sangun, saying absolutely nothing. Finally, Zhang Ji introduced himself, stating he'd let the trespassing slide this once. However, he demanded to hear the full story from start to finish. Staying on his tiger, Zhang Ji invited them to the Winged Guard Sanctuary of the Flying Tiger sect. Located deep in the steep Gumjiang Mountain, surrounded by a sea of clouds at dawn, right at the very peak of Fenglu stood a small temple. A few figures were hanging out near the top. Pointing ahead, he told them that massive gate was the entrance to the Winged Guard Sanctuary. Zhang Ji handed them each a special token, warning them to keep it safe since it was their only key to getting inside. Plus, it would protect them from the sanctuary's deadly barrier. With the warning out of the way, Zhang Ji walked right into a giant painting at the entrance, telling them to stay close. Watching this happen, Sangun was totally blown away. He reached out and touched the painting, shocked to find a whole separate dimension tucked away inside. This wasn't some basic teleportation magic like with paper amulets. He could actually see the raw dimensional structure with his own eyes. The Earth Beast stepped through first and teased him, Hey, why'd you go all quiet on me? Is this seriously your first time seeing a pocket dimension? Loon followed right behind her, laughing and calling him a total country bumpkin, which made Sangun flush red with embarrassment. Gritting his teeth, he finally stepped inside the Winged Guard Sanctuary. Instantly, he was warped into a completely different world. The sanctuary was a pocket realm completely cut off from the outside world, a mystical wonderland packed with legendary beasts. Looking around, Sangun spotted rare spirit lynxes that you wouldn't even find on the famous Spirit Mountain. On top of that, the air was practically buzzing with rich spiritual energy, which was wild. Soon they arrived at a small shrine. Zhangji told them he had to go report to the boss and that they should wait there, adding they could ask the young maid if they had questions. Then he spread his massive wings and took off. Sanjun locked eyes with a little girl standing in front of him. She stared right back at him with big, sparkly eyes. Seeing her just staring for a while, Sanjun asked, "What? Do I look weird or something?" The girl's face turned red, and she stammered that she was sorry for staring, but they rarely ever got visitors around there. Then she looked closer at Sanjun and asked, "Are you a tiger?" Sanjun flinched, completely caught off guard, and blurted, "Wait, how'd you know?" The girl cheerfully replied that she had a super sharp nose, and he totally smelled like a tiger, which gave him away. They kept chatting back and forth, right in front of the earth beast and Lun. She was honestly shocked to see her quiet savior talking this much. Finally, she couldn't help but tease him. "Wait, why are you answering her so obediently like a good little boy?" That hit Sanjun like a ton of bricks. It was like he only just realized what he was doing. He slowly turned his gaze back to the little girl, staring at her with a highly suspicious expression. To believe it, while that little girl just kept smiling like nothing even happened. Sangun then stared intensely, trying to figure out who the hell this person in front of him actually was. But even when he activated his Doanling Kim Trin eye technique, he couldn't see a single thing. Despite Sangun staring her down like that, she just kept grinning. The Earth Beast and Luan saw him acting all weird and wondered what the heck Sangun was up to. Ignoring her completely, he kept his eyes locked on the girl, demanding she reveal her real identity already. But she just looked up at him with those big, sparkling eyes. Since she wanted to play hard to get, he had no choice but to use that move to force her out of hiding. Sangun snapped his eyes wide open, unleashing his space-shattering illusory three-pupil technique. Suddenly, the space between them cracked open like glass, dragging them into another dimension. The Earth Beast and Luan got sucked into this domain too. The Earth Beast was absolutely shocked, asking if this was an illusion realm. Sangun was now radiating this insane, suffocating pressure, yet the little girl just giggled and praised him, saying he was pretty dope. Out of nowhere, her innocent eyes turned incredibly sharp. Staring right back at Sangun, she said, with standard spirit binding, "It's pretty wild that you can pull off an illusion realm like this. Turns out your power level has already surpassed the spirit life tier." Right after that, she clapped her hands, and the space instantly shifted again. The little girl had transformed into a young woman. "Sorry for the late intro," she said. "I am Thiet Ho, leader of the Yigi Guardians," introducing herself with total confidence. Meanwhile, at Mount Han in the early morning, everything was dead quiet. Two people were walking around when one of them stopped, pointing at something. The other took a look and immediately blushed like crazy. At a nearby shop, Cho-Ah was sitting there waiting for someone. A bunch of guys wanted to slide over to hit on her, but seeing the massive sword by her side, they all chickened out. Cho-Ah picked up her compass and noticed that the gold-seeking array had stopped, but it wasn't broken. She spun the compass around. Seeing her hubby's hair still intact, she wondered if he was trapped in some alternate dimension. Cho-Ah told herself to stay chill and not rush things. Right then, a random guy's voice piped up, asking, well, is this a female cultivator? And a total babe at that. "Glad to meet you, I'm Du Jian, an apprentice of the Taiwan Taoist Immortal." The guy grinning like an idiot was Du Jian. He stared at Cho-Ah and kept rambling, saying she looked like she was on some brutal ascetic path. He then tried to smooth talk her, saying, "Hey, why don't we team up?" He quickly added, "Don't get me wrong, though. Teaming up is super useful when taking on missions at the demonic temple, and we can back each other up if things get messy." But all he got in response was dead silence. The crowd around them started snickering. Dude got totally clowned by the beauty, and it was secondhand embarrassment at its finest. Du Jian grit his teeth, obviously pissed, but he kept up his fake smile and spoke with a threatening tone, saying, "Guess you didn't hear me, huh?" While smiling, his hands secretly scraped his armor claw against the table, warning Cho that he was being super polite but was getting disrespected. Then Du Jian leaned in and glared intensely right at her, making it clear he wasn't going to play nice anymore. Just as he was about to say something else, a hand suddenly grabbed him by the collar from behind. Next thing he knew, he was yanked back with insane force before he could even register what was happening. A masked guy dragged him and slammed him backward, smashing tables and chairs everywhere. The newcomer looked at Cho and muttered, "So this is where you were." He then casually sat down right across from her, completely ignoring Du Jian, who was left gasping for air on the floor. Masked guy reached up and pulled off his hood. "If you came to Mount Han, you should have checked in at the Ice Palace. I told you to lay low since your face is too eye-catching." Revealing his face, it turned out to be Phi Thon. As he spoke, he suddenly remembered something and said, "Actually, maybe you didn't know. Doing this is a death sentence, you know? Didn't you discuss this with the masters?" Closing his eyes, Phi Thon calmly explained that Luke Bang's corpse had already been taken care of and all her tracks were wiped clean. No one would ever link her to Luke Bang. He opened his eyes and stared straight at Cho-Ah, saying he had helped her get the revenge she wanted. "So, just stop now," he urged, wanting her to return to the Ice Palace with him. But in response to all of his talking, Cho-Ah hadn't uttered a single word. Then, out of nowhere, she muttered his name, making him jump. She looked at him and said she had something to confirm. When he looked up and met her cold gaze, he froze, stammering, "Confirm what?" Cho, calm but completely firm, said, "Yeah, I have to see it with my own eyes. I'm sorry, Phi Thon, but I can't go back to how things used to be." His pupils dilated in utter disbelief. Cho had changed too much. She was like a white lotus living solely for revenge. This wasn't the Cho he knew. What the hell changed her so much? That was the question eating away at Phi Thon. He let out a long sigh, finding this whole situation a massive headache. Standing up, he told Cho-Ah that when he found out she killed Luke Bang and fled to Bok's son, his heart was literally pounding with anxiety, knowing her entire reason to live was just revenge. He didn't know what this sudden change in her would lead to, but maybe it wasn't all that bad. He pulled his hood back down, leaving only his eyes visible. Then Phi Thon casually walked away, giving her exactly 3 days, warning that any longer would be pushing it. Cho-Ah just watched him leave in silence. Meanwhile, back in the pocket dimension Thiet-Ho created, Sangun was still glaring at her with his godlike eyes. Even if we're outsiders casting a mind control spell on me, is this how the Gumiho Fox clan treats their guests? Thiet-Ho didn't get mad. She calmly explained that they only wanted to know why Sangun's squad broke into this sacred land. After all, they knew those demonic sect bastards were up to something on their turf. She then turned to look at the Earth Beast and Luan. Still, the 4 great spiritual clans of Joseon aren't supposed to meddle in human affairs. Isn't that the case for the 4 Moon Wolves too? The Earth Beast introduced himself and replied that, just like she said, the 4 great spiritual clans don't interfere with humans unless pushed too far. But anyone who becomes a benefactor to the 4 Moon Wolves takes priority over everything. Thiet-Ho didn't seem surprised at all by the word benefactor. It had been several hundred years since she last heard that term. She began deducing everything. Since Sangun was their benefactor, he probably received a treasure from the 4 Moon Wolves, and what he wanted was the Chronicle of Thousand Autumns. But right now, Sangun was tracking something else, got lost, and ended up following the demonic sect, ending up wrecking her sacred ground. Hearing this, Sangun started sweating bullets because Thiet-Ho's deduction skills were absolutely terrifying. She then, as the saying goes, bound by their oath, the 4 Moon Wolves lent their aid. And so the young master, completely free from any damn vows, will stop at nothing to hunt down the Kiryong brush and the blood ice water. Ciolo stared at Sangun with her sparkling purple eyes and mocked, "Man, you sure are ridiculously lucky." Hearing that, Sangun thought to himself, this chick literally called the leader of the 4 Moon Wolves a kid. Just how freaking old is she anyway? Ciolo smirked, telling them they wouldn't lay down any restrictions until Sangun's squad tracked down the blood ice water. The Earth Beast couldn't believe things were going this smoothly. Like, they were literally just strolling through the sacred grounds of Gungbiho. But this was way too easy, and it started rubbing Sangun the wrong way. If they wanted that blood ice water, they had no choice but to clash with the demonic cult. So, what exactly was in it for them? Realizing the truth, he let out a low chuckle. "So that's your game," he muttered. Then, looking straight at Ciolo's drop-dead gorgeous face, he brought up the 5th Ghost King of the 10 Evils. Smirking, Sangun threw a cryptic question at her, asking if they even had a clue. "Life-swapping ritual." Sangun's eyes flashed as he called her out. The second those words left his mouth, Ciolo exploded with an absolutely terrifying surge of killing intent. She slowly levitated high into the air, glaring down at Sangun. Seeing this, the Earth Beast panicked, screaming, "What the hell is going on?" But both she and Luan were already trapped inside a glass barrier. The Earth Beast slammed against the glass, desperate to break free, but it wouldn't budge. Up above, the other two, engulfed in blue, the other in red, hovered in the air, ready to throw down. Ciolo finally dropped her voice, demanding, "Just how much do you know, brat?" Sangun felt a chill, but he kept his smirk, playing it cool. See, in Gaoxian, there are 5 major factions. The 4 great spirit clans ruling the east, west, south, and north, and a shadow organization hovering over all of them. This shadow group is called the Masked Faction. No one actually knows its real name to this day. But since its members always wear wooden masks, people just call them that. And the next leader in line for this shadow group is a powerhouse at the ultimate Earth Immortal realm. His name is Huanmang. Rumor has it that the 4 great spirit clans made a peace treaty to keep the harmony. But the ugly truth is that it was a humiliating, one-sided oath forced upon them by Huanmang's overwhelming power. To prevent their clans from getting completely wiped out, the 4 great spirit clans had no choice but to bend the knee to the Masked Faction. But don't get it twisted, they've been biting their tongues, waiting for any chance to break this cursed oath. Gungbiho has been sharpening their blades in secret for ages, building up power to take down Huanmang. And the lethal weapon they chose to plant in the dark? None other than the Demon King of the 10 Evils. Ciolo glared at Sangun and growled, "Spit it out. Tell me exactly what you know." Even though Sangun was feeling the intense pressure of her power, he kept a straight face and boldly replied, "Everything." Furious, she snapped, "Cut the crap!" She demanded to know how on earth he found out and if anyone else besides him knew. Ciolo warned him to watch his mouth. If even a whisper of this got out to anyone else, she promised Sangun that he would be absolute history. Unfazed, Sangun raised his hand to show Ciolo his wrist and smirked, "Are you seriously trying to threaten me right now?" When Ciolo saw what was on his wrist, she gasped in shock. She scoffed, asking what he could possibly achieve with that. Sangun calmly replied, "Sure, killing me would be a breeze for you. But if I die, my partner will instantly head straight to the Masked Faction and expose you. They'll tell them that Gungbiho has been plotting to break the oath for a long time, joining forces with the 10 Evils and resorting to dark, demonic arts." Ciolo was totally shook, stammering, "What did you say?" Sangun pressed on, "Of course, I know Gungbiho and the demonic cult aren't actually working together. But how do you think the masked faction will react when they find out you've been secretly letting a bunch of Taoists run amok and kill people here? Ciolo lost her mind and screamed, "You arrogant brat, how dare you threaten the Grand Elder of Gungbiho?" Sangun's face darkened as he coolly countered, "Oh please, the actual threat hasn't even started yet." Ciolo's beautiful purple eyes burned with pure hatred, but she didn't dare make a move. Sangun went on, "First, get rid of this damn illusion. Just holding it up is already draining you. Also, because of your sudden little threat, I'm so shocked that my jaw has literally dropped. Who knows what kind of crazy rumors this mouth of mine might spill. If you want to shut me up, you'd better cough up some legendary treasures to seal the deal. That usually keeps my lips sealed. But hey, if you don't want to, no hard feelings. My two friends and I can just happily cross over to the afterlife together." Ciolo was shaking so much she couldn't even form a coherent sentence. She clenched her fists, desperately telling herself to play nice and endure it for now. The big opportunity she had been waiting ages for was finally right in front of her. In her head, she was cursing Sangun's entire lineage 1,000 times over. Having lived for 3,000 years, this was the first time she had ever been humiliated like this. It was a massive shock to her system, absolutely humiliating and infuriating. With a shaky voice, she muttered that she'd lift the restrictions. After watching Sangun's crew walk away, Solo just stood there lost in thought. Suddenly, Zhangqi materialized behind her, tentatively asked, "Are we going to be okay, ma'am?" Ciolo sighed in utter defeat. "Even if we aren't, what the hell do you expect me to do? We just have to go along with whatever that punk wants." Zhangqi was also baffled by how that kid knew a top-secret secret that barely anyone in the world knew. He worried that once the kid got those treasures, he might still open his big mouth. Solo sighed. If he's that kind of scumbag, then the reputation of the 4 great spirit clans is going straight down the toilet, and none of us will make it out alive. 2,000 years of history can't just end in vain like this. Summon all the elders immediately. Meanwhile, over at the Guiban Pavilion, a hand was playfully pinching Sangun's cheek. Sangun groaned. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" she replied with a giggle. "Master, your cheeks are just too squishy. If I don't pinch them, I won't be able to sleep tonight. Do you have any idea how close you came to crossing over to the other side just now? How on earth? Are you still looking so damn calm after pulling off a crazy stunt like that?" The two kept bickering back and forth, refusing to back down until they both tripped and tumbled onto the floor. The fall landed Hwagan right on top of Sangun. Grinning, he teased her, "Are you trying to make a move on me?" Shook. Blushing like crazy, she quickly stammered, "No, I'm not." He then activated a technique called Electro-Earth Evasion. Before vanishing, Sangun told her, "All right, I'm gonna go take a quick walk. Go clear your head. Next time you try to jump me, I'll happily let you have your way." Inside the pavilion, she yelled his name in pure frustration. Strolling outside, Sangun thought to himself, Hwagan was right. What he did back there was absolutely insane, threatening a spirit tribe. They definitely didn't see this coming, but since this secret still hasn't fulfilled their long-lost wish, they have zero choice but to hand over exactly what they wanted. While walking, Sangun bumps into the Earth Beast, and man, he is not happy. Like, seriously? Of all the people he could run into, why does it have to be her of all people? Then the Earth Beast calls out to him, "My savior." She puts on a dead serious face and tells him she can't wrap her head around it. Why on earth would he want to pick a fight with the Flying Tiger Palace? Sangun quickly tries to clear things up. "No way, that's not it. I'm just a rogue immortal, so what good does it do me to go picking fights with the Flying Tiger Palace, one of the 4 great spirit tribes?" But the Earth Beast still doesn't get why Sangun is being so incredibly rude to them. Hearing this, he chuckles to himself, "Rude? Look, if that's how you see it, your highness, then whatever. But it's not like we're close enough to share our deepest feelings or anything." Hearing his blunt words, she is totally taken aback and quickly snaps back. Okay, sure, maybe they aren't close enough to gossip about their private lives, but they are still partners working toward the exact same goal. After all, you're my savior, and as the daughter of the 4 Moon Wolves, I'm obligated to help you. Sangun is totally stunned, having no clue why the Earth Beast is suddenly losing her mind like this. I mean, she's not wrong, but this doesn't even affect her, so she needs to stop nosying around. Instead, the Earth Beast straight up screams, "You've been acting so cold since last time. I apologize, so the least you could do is accept it. Is a big, strong man like you really this petty and holding a grudge?" He is completely dumbfounded and snaps, "Excuse me, petty?" The two of them keep bickering back and forth, and she even drags Sangun's marriage into the argument. In the heat of the moment, he blurted out that she's super annoying. Hearing this, she freezes instantly, her voice trembling. "Did you just call me annoying? Me, the 3rd princess of the Tinuit Lang?" And just like that, they start yelling again. Sangun is pissed because she refuses to see his perspective when he asks her if she'd marry someone she's never even met. But she just angrily yells back at him, "What's your deal? Are you done talking yet?" Not backing down at all, he shoots back, "Yeah, I'm done. What are you going to do about it?" This makes her so furious she calls him a total asshole. Sangun just crosses his arms and says, "She's the one who's a jerk." Suddenly, a blinding flash of light bursts from her body. She's actually transforming. Now in her beast form, her glowing eyes glare intensely right at him. She angrily bares her fangs and claws, ready to rip him apart. Scene cuts to the sacred grounds of the Flying Tiger Palace. Her savage attack cracks a whole section of the cliff. After the clash, rocks shatter and dust fills the air. Then, from the thick dust cloud, a pair of glowing red eyes flashes. He also transforms into his beast form, stomping his foot with a loud boom, and roars, "You really want to fight me, huh? I'm going to show you exactly what happens when you wake a sleeping tiger." Sangun growls, and in a flash he lunges at her with his jaws wide open. "It's too late for regrets now, babe." But right as the words leave his mouth, he lets out a pathetic squeak. Out of nowhere, a massive hand slaps down on his head, stopping him dead in his tracks. Her mocking voice echoes, "What were you going to show me again? Since when do threats come in such tiny bean-sized packages?" She angrily slaps him across the face. It seems their little brawl has alerted the entire Flying Tiger Palace. Iron Tiger flies over and asks what's going on. A subordinate reports to her, "By the time we got here, this guy and the lady from the 4 Moon Wolves were already duking it out, so we've just been keeping an eye on them." Iron Tiger looks pretty surprised and asks, "Fighting? For real?" They look down and see Sangun and the Earth Beast tearing into each other like sworn enemies, leaving everyone speechless. Iron Tiger just stares down in silence. Sangun gets his nose bloodied, gritting his teeth in pure rage, but then she lands another brutal punch, straight to his mouth, showing absolutely zero mercy. The Flying Tiger guards are hesitating, wondering if they should break it up, but an elder standing nearby stops them, saying they should let this brat get beaten up a bit more. Iron Tiger just watches them, keeping quiet this whole time. Meanwhile, in the dark dungeon of the Winged Guard, Sangun's painful groans echo. He quietly curses the Flying Tiger Palace for being so petty. He lies on the cold floor with a heavily swollen face, and honestly, every single part of his body hurts. Suddenly, the dungeon door creaks open and a puff of purple smoke startles him. Out of the darkness, a female silhouette appears. It's Hua-Jan, slowly walking in. She glares at him with her glowing purple eyes. Seeing her, Sangun immediately looks away, breaking into a cold sweat. She approaches him and sarcastically says, "Well, didn't you do a wonderful job?" Sangun flinches hard. Hua-Jan angrily shouts that she only left him for 30 minutes. If a dog passing by heard that he got into a fistfight with a girl, it would probably laugh itself to death. She keeps lecturing him, while Sangun tries to gain her sympathy by looking up at her with his swollen face. But Hua-Jan doesn't comfort him at all. Instead, she tells him he looks like a piece of mashed tofu that's been stepped on. Sangun tries to save some dignity, arguing that he's not that pathetic. But Hua-Jan is just too furious and yells, "If you saw your own puppy get beaten up by someone else, wouldn't you be absolutely pissed too?" Sangun feels so hurt, and tears start welling up in his eyes. Like, isn't that way too harsh? Hua-Jan, now tired of yelling, lets out a sigh, reaches out and touches his wounds, asking him when he's finally going to grow up. "Look at these injuries," the princess clearly held back. At this, he mumbles sadly, "Growing up is way too exhausting." But right after he says that, Hua-Jan loses it. Her entire body radiates an overwhelming, terrifying aura. The dungeon echoes with her voice. "The princess shouldn't have held back at all. She should have beaten you to a pulp." Cue Sangun's painful groans. Meanwhile, the Earth Beast, now in her beast-human form, covers her blushing face and stammers, "Rolling around? Don't you think that's a super weird way to put it?" Luan just sighs helplessly and asks, "So, you actually won the fight?" Immediately, the Earth Beast smirks and says, "Duh! I was actually wondering if he was hiding his cultivation level, but turns out he's just weak. One fight was all it took to expose him. For someone who's supposed to be a pure spirit, you'd think his strikes would be way more fierce, but he hasn't improved one bit." Luan is totally unimpressed and says, "Oh, so you're proud of that? Is that why you ended up with all these injuries?" Mentioning her own wounds, she stammers, He played dirty and stabbed me with his horn." Luan just sighs, completely lost, and what exactly is dirty about that? But unexpectedly, she shot back, "But I don't even have horns like that dude." Plus, the Earth Beast suddenly remembered a story her old man told her, that the ancestors of the Flying Tiger clan also had horns. Hearing this, Luan wondered why their savior wasn't even part of the Flying Tiger clan and didn't have wings either. Even though they were both tigers, there was no way a prestigious bloodline like theirs could be anything like that crazy punk. Hearing Luan, the Earth Beast had a light bulb moment, thinking, wait, maybe that's true? But Luan immediately insisted, "Duh, of course it is. Just think back to what he did earlier. That crazy tiger is out of his mind, but this is a whole new level of insane. Going toe-to-toe with the great elder of an entire clan. Even they almost got swept up in his mess." Luan was absolutely furious, gritting his teeth as he spat. Seriously, when his cultivation leveled up, did his brain just melt and vanish into thin air? Otherwise, how could he pull off such brainless stunts? Luan's curse echoed everywhere. "If you want to die, die by yourself, dude." Meanwhile, up on the steep cliffs of the Winged Guardian Sanctuary, the elders of the Flying Tiger Palace were arguing over Sangun's sudden appearance. Iron Tiger stood below, watching them bicker without saying a word. Jiangqi turned to one elder, saying, "Sangun is a tiger just like us. If we can convince him to join our side." But the other old geezer barked, cutting him off. "That guy is just a basic tiger, totally different from us winged flying tigers. We are like birds in the sky, while he's just some land-crawling trash." But Jiangqi retorted, "Are you blind? Did you not see the horns on that kid's head? It's crazy, but they look exactly like the ones our Winged Guardian ancestors had." The ancestors of the Winged Guardians possessed majestic horns and 2 pairs of wings. They even ascended to become divine beasts. The elders kept bickering back and forth, with some arguing that as time went on and generations changed, their bloodline became diluted. Now their 2 pairs of wings had shrunk to just 1, and the horns had completely vanished. The crowd kept arguing back and forth, while Iron Tiger just stood there with her eyes closed, silent. She thought to herself, the horns and the lost wings of the Flying Tiger clan. This is a clan that is slowly deteriorating. Yet a horned tiger suddenly appears right before our grand mission. Is destiny playing mind games with us? What choice are we even supposed to make? The shouting of the flying tiger elders echoed through the mountains. A single tiger managed to throw an entire clan into total chaos, huh? Over at Mount Han, the freezing fog hung low over the rooftops. On the city streets, a figure wearing a cloak was running in a total panic. As soon as he reached a woman, he fell to his knees and shouted, "Greetings, princess! Meeting you like this is truly my absolute honor." The subordinate standing next to Xianryang introduced him to her, saying, "This is King Gon, the ruler of Mount Han. He is a loyal dog of our Gui gang." Hearing this, Xianryang smirked and said, "Very impressive. I will be expecting great things from you in the future." King Gon trembled, stuttering, unable to get a single word out. Even after Xianryang and her subordinate walked past, he was still in shock from just speaking with her. Xianryang and her subordinate kept walking down the path. She asked how that matter was going, and the subordinate replied that everything was running super smoothly. She asked how much longer it would take, and got the answer that it would be done by the next full moon. Hearing this, Xianryang stopped dead in her tracks. She now had all 108 types of goo poisons. Xianryang looked up at something and said, "Let's use them as sacrifices to trigger the frost point and ice barrier." In front of her were human and animal corpses impaled on wooden posts. Xianryang gasped in awe. What a gorgeous view. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, Sangun was looking in a mirror, checking his eyes. His wounds had healed in just one day. He thought, man, having a spiritual beast body is really built different. Sangun stared at his reflection, totally flexing his good looks. Suddenly, a noise at the cell door made him snap back. As the door swung open, a familiar figure stepped inside. It was Iron Tiger, and she was staring right at him. Sangun smirked and asked playfully, "So did you guys make up your minds yet?" Iron Tiger replied that since this was a massive deal, it took her this long to get here. Then she reached into her sleeve to pull something out. These were the exact treasures Sangun had asked for, plus a bunch of spiritual herbs. Iron Tiger pulled the items from her pocket. This was the Flying Tiger clan's answer. Seeing the loot, he was instantly hyped, thinking, hell yeah, she of course didn't miss his greedy look. After staring at Sangun for a moment, Iron Tiger added, "There's one more thing." She then pulled out a round, milky white object, saying this was her personal response to him. Iron Tiger explained that this communication stone had the words Hoi Tian Jiak carved on it. This was an artifact invented by their ancestors, passed down through generations to the leaders of the Flying Tiger clan via a secret technique. Sangun looked at it, totally confused. A clan's secret technique handed over to an outsider like him? But Iron Tiger just asked, "Didn't you say you were the great tiger, Sangun?" She then followed up, "After this is over, can you find your way back here again?" Sangun was taken aback. "Come back here again. Is this an invite from someone who created an entire pocket dimension just to keep outsiders away?" But he didn't pry, simply saying, "Well, if I have time, I'll drop by again." Iron Tiger remained silent. Suddenly, a portal vortex opened in front of Sangun. Iron Tiger said, "The gates of the Winged Guardian Sanctuary are always open, waiting for you. When we meet again, how will our score be settled? Whether it ends well or badly is all up to your luck." The light from the vortex illuminated Sangun's glowing red eyes before growing blindingly bright, completely engulfing his vision. Right after, Sangun was teleported out of the Winged Guardian Sanctuary. Looking around, he realized he was right at the entrance. Seeing Sangun, Luan immediately ran over to ask him what happened. Well, it turned out she and the Earth Beast had already made it out earlier. The Earth Beast looked at Sangun, still feeling super awkward. Staring at her, he thought, totally puzzled. What is up with that? Look, it's like she wasn't the psycho who beat me like a dog back then. Sangun cleared his throat and said that, as the Earth Beast mentioned, their path ahead was still incredibly long, so they should just let bygones be bygones. Seeing her space out, Sangun asked, "What's up? You don't like that?" But the Earth Beast quickly replied, "No, I'll do whatever my savior says." Then they set off together to find the blood ice water at Mount Han, heading towards a village of humanity. After hearing that, Sangun thought to himself that if what he read in the Qianhe Balsangu was true, the demonic sect's whole plan was to break the ice seal, and the target was Mount Hansen. Sangun had no clue when that thing would wake up, but if that ice seal got shattered, it was game over. The Mask faction, the demonic sect, and even the four great spiritual clans would end up starting a massive chaotic war. Since the seal wasn't broken yet, this was his golden chance to grab the blood ice fluid. Meanwhile, at the palace in Mount Hansen, Sanryang kicked her feet up in front of her underlings and asked, "So you're telling me all the guards there kicked the bucket, and the goo poison is practically completely incinerated? Who the hell did this?" Her underling reported that word on the street was a member of the Four Moon Wolf clan, traveling with some guy in his early 20s. Plus, our scouts also spotted a giant pillar of blue fire. Hearing this, Xianryang gasped and asked, "A blue fire pillar?" The underling continued his report, saying Gung Biho showed up right after and took them away. Sanryang was totally shocked, realizing it's him. "It's definitely my guy, there's no mistake about it." The underling went on, "If they're indeed from the Four Moon Wolf clan, they're probably after the blood ice fluid we're keeping. But the issue is, we don't have any goo poison left to complete the ultimate poison fusion." Xianryang just licked her lips and smirked. "Just proceed with the 107 types of goo poison we have first." The underling worried this might threaten the deputy cult leader's safety. To his surprise, she just glared and sneered, "That's got nothing to do with us." Besides, that body is already half dead anyway, so who cares? The underling kept protesting, saying that during the ritual their own people might get eaten alive by the goo insects, but Xianryang completely ignored him. She walked out, muttering that she needed to cool down her burning body so they should handle the rest of the mess themselves. In the dead of night, under the bright moon and a cool breeze, a voice called out Daeho's name. Sanryang strolled outside, whispering to herself, "Are you worried I'd forget you, so you use this stunt to send me a message? Why do you get me so damn fired up?" She was totally lost in her own twisted fantasies, wanting nothing more than to feel his burning flame, feel his warm organs, and even taste his blood. I wonder how intoxicating that taste would be. At this point, her eyes gleamed with pure ecstasy. But as she was walking, she ran into someone standing up on the hill. That person was Cho-Ah. Turning around and seeing a familiar face, Cho-Ah called out, "Lady Sanryang." Sanryang seemed pretty surprised, never expecting to run into Cho-Ah in a place like this. Right under the moonlight, the two started chatting. Sanryang asked Cho-Ah if she had found the guy she was looking for. Cho-Ah calmly replied, "He doesn't leave any footprints, so tracking him down is a huge pain. But I've picked up some clues now, so it's all good." Cho-Ah then turned to ask, "What about you?" Sanryang didn't say a word, just staring blankly at her. Seeing her creepy smile, Cho-Ah joked, "Looks like things are going great for you, huh?" But then Xianryang chuckled and said, "Not quite, I still haven't seen his face, but I'm waiting. Pretty soon, he'll come find me." Holding a compass, Cho-Ah sighed, "Come find you, man, I'm so jealous." Xianryang then turned and asked her, curious as to who could make a beautiful lady like her wander all over the place. "Care to share?" Cho-Ah looked away, thinking for a bit. At first, he thought I was a total pain. Even though he acts cold and distant, he's actually super warm inside, and is the only one who ever gave me comfort. With glowing red eyes, a blue flame, and a giant black blade in his hand, he risked his life to protect me. That's the kind of guy he is. Hearing this, Sanryang froze. Her pupils shrunk as she glared at Cho-Ah and asked, "Wait, is the name of the guy you're looking for?" Cho-Ah calmly turned around and happily replied, "Daeho, his name is Daeho." Hearing this, Sanryang's eyes widened in shock, and her whole body erupted with bloodlust as she let out a creepy laugh. Later that night, dark clouds partially blocked out the bright moon. Sangun wandered through the forest, scanning the area. Seeing that the coast was clear, he smirked, thinking it was time to check what he got from Gung-biho. With that in mind, Sangun pulled out all the loot he received, and his eyes caught onto one specific item. It was the longworm arm goo, a parasite that once implanted would make your muscles rock solid. Honestly, even Sangun didn't expect to get something so insanely valuable. Originally, it was meant for Wu Zheng, the master of the Qiana Boxing goo. Reaching his hand out, he figured he should test it first. Sangun placed a stone next to the blue gem, and sparks of electricity suddenly shot out between them. Soon, the blue gem turned purple, emitting a purple mist. As expected, it was sealed. If he implanted this sketchy thing into his body, his core would be destroyed, leaving him half crippled. Then he realized, right, this was Gung-biho's answer all along. But there was still something bugging him. He remembered when Chiolho gave him a treasure from Gung-biho. They said this was their answer for Sangun. Chiolho was the general who passed down his clan's exclusive channeling technique to him. Sangun stared at the gem, totally unsure what to do. He had to start by testing what kind of channeling technique it was. Since it was a technique that used horns, as long as his horns were out, Sangun could chant the incantation. Holding the eyeball, he mumbled an incomprehensible word. Slowly, a ball of pale yellow light began to form on his horns. The ball kept growing bigger and bigger. The light shone brighter and brighter, leaving Sangun stunned. The ball was now massive, casting a powerful glare. Then the ball of light shot forward like a rocket, slamming into a nearby cliff and blowing it to pieces. Cut to where Ryun and the Earth Beast were sleeping. Suddenly, Ryun woke up and scratched her head, seemingly noticing a noise. But then she shrugged it off and went back to sleep like nothing happened. Sangun, who was blown back by the recoil of the attack, stared in speechless disbelief. He still couldn't believe his eyes. What the hell was that? Sangun had only chanted a few words of the incantation, yet it literally blew away half a mountain. That was insanely OP. Meanwhile, outside Mount Hanzan, a carriage was about to enter the city but was stopped by the guards. Xianryang's underling stepped up to welcome them, saying, "You've traveled a long way, sir. Wu Yan, the pleasure is all mine." He smiled, but his eyes remained cold. "Fatigue? Please, they were just trying to build a good relationship here." "Then Wu!" Wu Yan pointed to the carriage behind him and said, "This is the goo poison that guy whipped up." Suddenly, Wu Yan went dead silent, glaring sharply at Xianryang's subordinate. He mentioned he heard they lost one of the precious goo poisons they'd worked so hard to cultivate. "Did something go wrong during the mission?" he asked. The subordinate quickly replied, "Please don't sweat it, sir. Our plan won't face any issues at all." Wu Yan growled in a low voice, "It better not. We've literally staked the future of the Serpent Tomb clan on this. If you screw everything up, you demonic sect bastards will be the first prey our clan hunts down." The subordinate then mentioned he had a favor to ask Wu Yan, and that favor was to take out a certain guy, the one who completely trashed their goo poison and ruined their plans. Rumor has it he's traveling with the daughter of the Solrang clan, so Wu Yan should easily spot him. Hearing this, Wu Yan seemed pretty shocked that the target was actually with a Solrang. He snapped back, asking if they expected him to clean up their mess just because he threw in a few Spirit Clan spies. The subordinate replied that if the guy knew about their business, There was no way they could let him live. Fine, who is this guy? What's his name? Wu Yan muttered. The scene shifts to Sangun's group standing on a rooftop. Jisoo asked with doubt if the Hyol Bungsu was actually here. Sangun replied that although he didn't know the exact spot, he was positive it was nearby. First off, he suggested they split up to search and then regroup. Walking into the town, Sangun strolled down the street, keeping his eyes peeled, spotting a guy shouting while holding something, while others drank and laughed together. Soaking in the lively street scenes, Sangun felt a sense of peace. He couldn't believe the dark shadow of the demonic sect was about to fall on a place like this. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his head, calling his name. He spun around on his heel. Looking back, Sangun spotted a beggar tailing him. He called out, "Yo, why the heck have you been following me this whole time?" The guy gave an awkward laugh, apologizing if he had annoyed him. He explained that since Sangun was a Taoist he'd never seen around Hansan, he thought he'd just come over to beg for a few coins. Hearing this, Sangun raised an eyebrow. Seriously, our first time meeting? He thought about it for a second, and then it clicked. Sangun grinned and said, "Man, you really are the ultimate info broker. Since you aren't wearing your mask, I didn't even recognize you at first." The guy laughed, but he was sweating bullets in anxiety. Sangun stared intensely at him, trying to mask his presence with a breath-concealing technique at Danryong was completely useless. Yet the moment he stepped into Hansan, a Taoist from the false face sect was already approaching him. Still, he had already anticipated the moves of those demonic sect troublemakers. Sangun reminded himself to stay on guard as he was stepping into a massive clash against the false face sect, the demonic sect, and the spirit clan. He then spoke up, "Look, since you're a false face Taoist, I won't play games. I'll be straight with you. I'm looking for the Hyol Bungsu of the Sawal Rang clan that the demonic sect stole. Since their hideout is right here, it looks like we're going to end up fighting as enemies." Inside, he smirked, thinking, "I'll pretend we're on the same side, then slip away. Once they tear each other apart, I'll just snatch the Hyol Bungsu and bounce." The guy stared at him with his purple eyes in silence. Finally, he let out a sigh, chuckled, and said, "Well, looks like you saw right through me." He introduced himself as Changxian, a Taoist of the false face sect. Sangun introduced himself as Deho, the benefactor of the Sawarang clan. Changxian twirled his staff as if realizing something. Suddenly, a cold wave of killing intent erupted from him as he glared at Sangun, demanding to know if he was the one who reduced the Sun Moon sect of the Ice Valley to absolute ashes. Sangun stared back without blinking, thinking to himself, "Hold up, that's not how it went down at all." Meanwhile, over a stone rooftop in Hansan, a pair of light feet bounded across the tiles. Ryun was chasing close behind, Jisoo calling out, "Princess, where on earth are you going?" Jisoo replied that the location radiating the strongest energy of the Hyol Bungsu was expanding across the entire high mountain region. However, the energy coming from Hansan's is by far the strongest. Until now, I couldn't enter because of my promise, but the tables have turned. Even Ryun, following right behind, nodded in agreement, admitting that although she couldn't sense the Hyol Bungsu like the princess did, their benefactor was totally right. He acts like a total kid sometimes, but we can't deny his insane skills, can we? Landing on a rooftop, Jisoo muttered, "It's still too early to say for sure." The two of them stopped on the roof, staring into the distance, wondering, is that the Hansan Palace? Jisoo locked her eyes onto the structure in front of them. Below, she spotted countless dense barriers layered on top of each other. They were tightly packed, but she could still feel an incredibly massive and bizarre energy vibrating through them. What the hell are they plotting down there? Suddenly, a voice echoed from above. "I heard a princess from the Sawal Rang clan arrived. Never thought it'd actually be you." Startled, both Jisoo and Ryun whipped their heads toward the voice. Jisoo stared in disbelief at the figure perched high up. Wu Yan leaned down, a smug grin plastered on his face as he looked at her. "It's been a hot minute, hasn't it, princess?" Inside the Hansan Palace, the frantic sound of footsteps echoed through the halls. A man ran in a rush, demanding his subordinates tell him where Cheonryung was. He couldn't wrap his head around why his master suddenly ordered them to prep a welcoming ceremony out of nowhere. What on earth is going on? He thought. Even for Master Cheonryung, this is way too sudden. Entering the chamber where the relics were kept, the subordinate froze as he saw his master tying up someone to a massive pillar. He quickly reported that he was looking for a replacement sacrifice for the relic, asking her to wait a bit longer. But to his shock, she turned around, bursting into a wild laugh. "I already found it!" Cheonryung cackled maniacally, pointing to Cho-Ah, who was bound tightly to the pillar. "Our replacement sacrifice is right in front of us." Her head hung low as she struggled to breathe. Meanwhile, back in the city, Changxian's intense killing intent was locked onto Sangun. The young man thought to himself, "I knew it'd come to this, but the one who actually wrecked the Sun Moon sect wasn't me. It was that gold element earth spirit, Gomyang Jiryong, wasn't it?" Man, talk about a major misunderstanding. Standing tall, Sangun asked Changxian if he really thought he was that kind of person. Changxian replied that he didn't have any beef with him. He explained that he already knew about what happened at the Dark Heavens sect and had been watching Sangun tail the demonic sect all the way here. "So maybe you already know what's going on, but it'd be better if you just stay quiet right here." Sangun snaps back, asking him if he even knows the demon cult is running wild, and gets an answer that yeah, he knows. Hearing Trong Tian's reply, Sangun glares at him and says, "You know that, yet you're just sitting on your ass? At this very moment, even ordinary humans are dying out there." Trong Tien shoots back that sacrifices are unavoidable for the greater good. How could a rogue immortal like him ever understand the big picture? Sangun's eyes widen in anger. Sacrifice for the greater good, huh? He remembers when he killed the Wraith. She cried, sobbing that her entire family and friends were all devoured by him, even her little baby. It was so clear how much pain she was in. Sangun glares and tells Trong Tien he's talking absolute bullshit. Trong Tien doesn't back down either, frowning right back at him. He tells Sangun not to judge based solely on what's right in front of his eyes. What they're dealing with isn't just the demon cult. To maintain peace, they have to protect everything in the land of Cao Tian. Sangun hearing this asks, so that's why you chained up the 4 great spirit clans to lock them away? Trong Tien immediately snaps back. What the hell are you talking about? That was a measure to let humans and spirit beasts coexist in peace. Sangun glares, asking in pure rage, but did those people ever ask for that? On the contrary, your fake stance is nothing but selfish justice. To put it bluntly, it's just justice based on a hierarchy of power. Trong Tien grits his teeth in anger at those words, but Sangun realizes he can't entirely blame this guy. If his own body hadn't been turned into a spirit beast, he wouldn't have known either. Sangun explains that it's exactly people like him who rely on that power to crush everything. He's only protecting a piece he decided on his own. But of course, how could a basic Daoist like you know anything? You're just a puppet wagging its tail for its master. Trong Tien screams, how dare you insult the Grand Master? He's absolutely furious, but suddenly, a gust of wind sweeps in from the neighboring house. Luan flies out of nowhere and lands on the roof, calling out to Sangun. She shouts that something went wrong over at the palace. Trong Tien whips his head around at the unfamiliar voice. Sangun also shifts his gaze to Luan and then instantly transforms right in front of Trong Tien. The guy quickly realizes this is spatial magic. Sangun instantly appears on the roof, reaching out to Luan. He glares at her and says, hurry, grab my hand. In the blink of an eye, both of them vanish from the rooftop. Seeing this, Trong Tien just stands there in silence until a voice suddenly rings out, telling him that instead of acting so spaced out, he should go after them. Meanwhile, in the capital, the Earth Beast and Vungan are facing off in midair. She demands, are you the one who plotted this alliance with the demon cult? Vungan scoffs in response, alliance? We're just working together temporarily because we share the same goals. The Earth Beast still can't wrap her head around why. Vungan chuckles and answers, isn't it obvious? It's to nullify that damn promise. The Earth Beast's eyes widen in utter disbelief. He keeps talking, even I chew and swallow it whole, Huanmeng's throat can never be satisfied. So, even though I didn't want to clash with your 4-Moon Wolf clan since you saw it, I can't let you go back. Just be a good girl and let me capture you. With a terrifying swoosh, an iron chain whips forward at a crazy speed. Turns out, this is Vungon's weapon. He hurls it at the Earth Beast, but she manages to dodge it just in time. Dodging the blow, she screams at Vungon, asking him if he's lost his mind. She asks him once again if he's really siding with the demon cult. Vungon doesn't give a straight answer, only muttering, and that's why cowards hiding out in the spirit realm could never understand us. Everything I do is to stop the extinction of the Chimo 2 clan. Right after, they clash head-on, creating a blinding flash of light. The Earth Beast still tries to talk him down. You call this preventing extinction? In my eyes, this looks way more like self-destruction. But Vungan shoots back that thanks to being backed into a tiny corner. Cao Tian, their own people, are now tearing each other apart. During thousands of years of confinement, our clan already destroyed itself because of that. Damn promise. Our clan will break that cursed vow and reclaim our freedom. They charge at each other again, only to be blown back. The Earth Beast plants her hand on the ground to steady herself. She keeps trying to reason with Vungan. Snap out of it. Your opponent is an Earth immortal. How could someone as smart and sharp as you act so stupid? Vungan just gives a calm smile and replies, that's exactly why I've made special preparations for him. Aren't you curious to see how that arrogant face of his shrivels up in fear? Then Vungan tries to recruit the Earth Beast once more, inviting her to join him. Hearing this, she waves her hand, saying, sorry, but I'm not planning on dying along with you guys. She prepares to unleash a move on Vungan. But just as she's about to strike, 2 massive beastmen leap right in front of her. With a sharp swoosh, Vungan swings his weapon at the Earth Beast. She quickly dodges to the side. Another attack comes and she avoids it by jumping up. Vungan seems to be running out of steam. He pants heavily, muttering that he wanted to capture her, but now there's no choice. You have to die. Vungan says, his eyes filled with pure bloodlust. Next, 2 magic arrays form right next to the Earth Beast, floating in midair. 2 snake beastmen surge out of the arrays. It's an ambush. The Earth Beast fights with both hands, struggling to hold them off. She spits out that even if Vungan kills her, she doesn't care. But can he handle it if her clan comes after him? Standing in the distance, Vungan laughs, saying this is exactly what he wants. What would happen if the 4-Moon Wolves marched on Han Sun with pure rage, huh? They, the demon cult, and the Chimo 2 clan will unleash absolute chaos. Since fate has ordained it, letting it play out endlessly isn't a bad idea either. So just die already, 4-Moon Wolf. With that, Vungan swings his weapon at the Earth Beast, slicing her right across the back. Transforming into a beastman, Vungan laughs maniacally as he lunges. I wonder what a 4-Moon Wolf tastes like. He takes a vicious bite, splattering blood everywhere, when suddenly another voice echoes, saying, I've been waiting for this. Vungan's pupils shrink as he looks on in utter disbelief. Turns out Sangun had already shut the guy's mouth and sneered. So how does snake meat taste anyway? The crowd below was absolutely shook by what they were seeing. They're screaming about some mortal Taoist. That's you in disguise, isn't it? Wu Yan lost his mind and shrieked. Where the hell are the Chimyoja guarding the camp? Get your asses out here now. Right after that, a ton of magic circles popped up and a bunch of beastmen started crawling out. He ordered them to show zero mercy and rip Sangun to shreds. Sangun just looked up at Wu Yan, with pure rage burning in his eyes before unleashing a massive lightning strike right at the beastman. Countless purple lightning bolts erupted from his blade, lighting up the sky. The men got absolutely blasted, having no clue what hit them, while some were sent flying backwards, screaming in agony. The entire sky was dyed purple by Sangun's insane lightning strikes. Painful screams echoed right in front of Wu Yan, leaving him completely stunned. This kid's aura was just too insane and terrifying for him to handle. Losing his cool, Wu Yan immediately charged forward, yelling, "Who the hell do you think you're flexing this trash in front of?" Sangun just floated in midair, completely untouched by his own lightning. Seeing this, Wu Yan froze, thinking, did he seriously just wipe them all out? There's no way a simple disguise could carry such an insanely powerful aura. Realizing this, Wu Yan started to get a lot more cautious. Meanwhile, Sangun was helping the Earth Beast land safely, and Ryun immediately rushed over the second she saw them. She quickly knelt down to check on the Earth Beast. Sangun stood there like an absolute boss, standing tall without bowing his head once, and told Wu Yan that he never expected one of the four great spiritual clans, the Chimyoja, to be shaking hands with the demonic path. Wu Yan bared his claws with a cold snort, realizing this was the guy who destroyed the parasite poison and stopped the ritual. And since you dared to mess with my clan, I'll tear you to pieces and swallow you whole. Sangun glared at Wu Yan, thinking, this guy has a spiritual life. That's a high-tier realm right there. This fight is going to be a real pain. Meanwhile, back inside the palace of Hansan, Xianryang was brutally torturing Cho-Ah, trying to force her to spit out what she did to her husband. With every vicious strike from Xianryang, Cho-Ah's blood splattered everywhere. She shrieked, demanding to know what she did to Sangun. Splatters of blood stained the floor. Xianryang finally paused, leaving only Cho-Ah's painful groans echoing through the room. Gasping for air, Cho-Ah squeezed out each word, I am Sangun's real wife. Hearing this made Xianryang's eyes widen in absolute shock. Cho-Ah gasped out that 14 years ago on Baeksan Mountain, she married Sangun and everyone there recognized their union. Sangun is supposed to be my husband. Xianryang just sneered, you've been singing the same tune this whole time. But no matter what dirty tricks I have to use, I'm going to get to the bottom of this. Suddenly, the dark palace fell dead silent as one of her goons rushed in panting to report an intruder. Hearing this, Xianryang snapped and barked, kill him! But the goon stammered, saying the intruder was the guy who destroyed the parasite poison. Hearing this, she immediately froze in shock before letting out a wild, creepy laugh as she turned to Cho-Ah. See? What did I tell you? Oh, I'm getting goosebumps just thinking about Sangun sneaking in here just to find me. Cho-Ah was stunned. Could it really be her husband? But right then, Xianryang shoved 2 fingers right into Cho-Ah's mouth, leaned in close, and whispered to her that she didn't need to say another word, because she'd hear it straight from her husband's mouth. Just sit tight and watch your husband become mine, and after that, you can go straight to hell, Xianryang cursed Cho-Ah. Meanwhile, a torn cloak fluttered violently in the howling wind. Jiang Qian stood on the rooftop of a nearby building, looking down and instantly spotting a Chimyo-sa. Jiang Qian was completely baffled. Why the hell was that guy here in Hansan of all places? Could this whole mess be connected to Chimyo-sa? He thought to himself that, looking at the situation, one of the 4 great spiritual clans might have already been wiped out. Back to the action, Sangun put all his strength into swinging his blade at Wu Yan. The snake bastard was no joke either, spinning his twin scythes and gritting his teeth to block the attack. The two clashed in an absolute showdown. Sangun used his blade to block the whirlwind generated by Wu Yan's scythes. He gritted his teeth, holding his ground so hard that sparks almost flew from his eyes before successfully blasting the guy back. Little did he know this was exactly the trap that Wu Yan had set up. He lunged down, swinging his scythe to impale Sangun from above. But our boy didn't even flinch, let alone dodge. Only letting out a cold snort, I'll just block it like last time. But out of nowhere, a chain wrapped around the hilt of his blade. In the blink of an eye, countless chains from Wu Yan's scythe wrapped tightly around Sangun. Turns out trapping him was his real plan all along. Seeing his trap work, Wu Yan laughed arrogantly. It's over for you now. Trapped inside a cage of thick chains, Sangun glared through the gaps while Wu Yan kept trash-talking him, saying resisting is completely useless since these chains will squeeze the life out of him. Then Wu Yan raised his snake tail and sneered, out of the kindness of my heart, I'll make sure your death is painless. With that, his tail lunged straight at Sangun. But our boy just looked up, staring right back at Wu Yan and muttered something completely unbothered. Wu Yan froze in shock for a second, and in that split second, Sangun swung his blade, shattering every single chain holding him down. His entire body erupted in blazing blue flames, and the snake-tail Wu Yan was so proud of sliced clean off. He screamed in pure agony as the severed chains fell, blue flames sizzling at the cuts. Wu Yan was losing his mind from the pain, roaring, my powerful body made from my spiritual life, my soul weapon. I'm going to turn you into a pile of ashes right now. Woo! Yan thought that because of the blue flame, Sangun shouldn't be able to see or hear. Gritting his teeth in a mix of terror and rage, he barked, you! How the hell did you master fire-controlling magic? But Sangun just shrugged and replied, so what? Then, he acted like he just remembered. that you snakes get incredibly weak around fire. Ah, so even with your trash innate magic, you're still salty about it. Honestly, this is just because you're way too weak, Sangun said slowly with pure disdain. Wu Yan's face turned completely pale with fear as Sangun's mocking voice echoed in his ears. You snakes are supposed to constrict your target before attacking, right? But to think you'd use a soul weapon like that. Have you been living like a sheltered greenhouse plant for so long that you forgot how to hunt? You might think you escaped after being trapped in that high immortal land, but in a dog-eat-dog world, no matter how small you are, you guys are nothing more than fresh prey to me. As Sangun was speaking, a massive stone cage suddenly appeared in the gloomy sky, right above Muon's head. He recognized it instantly. It was the green spirit corpse tower. In that dead silent space, Muon let out a helpless laugh. He bowed his head, accepting his fate. Honestly, besides calling himself weak, there was really nothing left to say. Then Muon turned his head to look to the side, his gaze now a whole lot softer. He turned to the earth beast outside and told her she'd been talking like he was some idiot for the last 2,000 years, and now he didn't have much time left anyway. The earth beast stared intently at Muon, floating in the air as he continued, saying he had been dreaming the exact same dream. When he was still a sacred beast, he would just drift casually along the endless Yangtze River. Those sights, that absolute freedom even in death, Muon could never forget them. He was so close to showing them to his descendants. Right before the tower came crashing down, Muon looked at the earth beast one last time, apologized to her. Then the tower dropped, hiding half his face. In an instant, the tower slammed into the ground, completely locking Muon inside. But the next second, it was yanked upward, effortlessly flying back into the sky. On a rocky cliff, someone was standing as the earth beast and Ryun stared down into the bottomless pit created by the crash. Sangun didn't hesitate for a second, diving straight down into the abyss along with the falling debris. He plummeted like a bullet and slammed onto the ground with a massive thud. Sangun slowly stood up, oozing intense bloodlust, his blood-red eyes glowing in the dark. Sangun stared at the scene before him, telling himself he had to see this through to the end. He closed his eyes and thought, but since he didn't know what was coming, he had to focus on recovering his spiritual energy first. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open as he sensed something weird. Sangun slowly walked forward, heading toward the faint glimmer of light in this pitch-black place. Walking forward, he thought, I don't feel any demonic energy, but the smell of blood is getting ridiculously strong. What the hell happened here? Pushing deeper, what caught Sangun's eyes were towering pillars binding venomous curses. He stared at the sight, utterly stunned and unable to believe it. Are these all venomous curses? If there are this many, then countless lives must have been sacrificed. Sangun exhaled deeply, forcing himself to calm down. He told himself that the priority right now was the blood-ice water. He had to search for that first. But as Sangun was walking, he suddenly froze. In this place reeking of blood, there was a completely different scent. Sangun took a light sniff, wondering what on earth it was. This was definitely blood, and it clearly belonged to... Sangun didn't even dare to think of that person. His hands started shaking violently. But then Sangun had to face the brutal reality that this was Cho-Ah's blood. It was her scent. He remembered the tiny girl from back then. Sangun completely lost it and screamed out. He couldn't understand why her scent was here of all places. He dashed past the pillars of bound curses, his mind in absolute chaos. Right now, there was only one white-blooded demon beast left in the world. Sangun roared out Cho-Ah's name. He was so anxious he was practically losing his mind. His voice echoed through the entire palace, but there was no reply. The pinned pillars and the cursed poison stood tall, serving as the grim evidence of Xianryang's absolute brutality. Sangun dashed forward, his footsteps splashing through puddles of blood, sending it flying everywhere. He sprinted headfirst, screaming Cho-Ah's name over and over. Like a truck with no brakes, Sangun couldn't stop shouting. Where on earth was his Cho-Ah? I'm here! Where are you? Sangun quickly weaved through the pillars, desperately looking for his girl. Suddenly, he whipped his head around, startled and gasped as he spotted Cho-Ah tied to a nearby pillar. Her hair was completely disheveled, her head hanging low, and her body was a total mess, covered in wounds. Sangun rushed to her side. He gently reached out and touched her face, terrified of hurting her. After checking, his panic eased a bit. Thank goodness she was still breathing. He looked up and saw her hands bound tightly above her head against the pillar. Sangun gritted his teeth in pure rage. Just what kind of hell had his Cho-Ah gone through? Right then, he grabbed the chains and shattered them with a powerful squeeze. He then carefully and gently leaned Cho-Ah against the stone pillar. He stared at her, totally lost on how she even ended up here. But more than that, who the hell did this to her? Just thinking about it made Sangun's eyes burn with furious rage. Once the chains were off, Cho-Ah slowly opened her eyes. Seeing this, his eyes filled with pure worry, and he asked softly, Cho-Ah, are you awake? Cho-Ah didn't answer right away, instead timidly reaching out to grab the hem of Sangun's shirt. With a weak, heavy voice, she whispered, I finally get to see this face again. Cho-Ah looked up at a completely stunned Sangun. Staring at him with her crystal-clear, sparkling eyes, she told him she hadn't forgotten him for a single day since leaving Mount Bake and parting ways. Hearing this, Sangun was dumbfounded, whispering in disbelief, No way, you actually. Suddenly, she threw her arms around him, hugging him tight, and whispered, You have no idea how long I've been searching for you. He was deeply touched. He never imagined Cho-Ah would spend all this time looking for him. Sangun remembered her tiny face and her sweet, clear voice. She always listened to him so well. He remembered those pure eyes of hers when she used to call him My lord. Sangun had a sudden realization. Deep down, he thought, so that's how it is. Only her appearance changed. Cho-Ah is still the same as the day we first met. Sangun pulled her close, comforting her. All right, it's been a while, Cho-Ah. But at that moment, he completely missed the fact that Cho-Ah's eyes had suddenly gone pitch black. She muttered under her breath, "Figures, I really wished it wouldn't turn out like this." The instant Cho-Ah looked up, her sparkling blue eyes had completely changed, and a heavy bloodlust erupted from her body. She drove her claws straight into Sangun's abdomen, catching him completely off guard. The fatal blow to his gut made Sangun cough up a mouthful of fresh blood. The sweet, gentle Cho-Ah before him was gone, replaced by a screaming, manic Xianryang. "You've never once looked at me with such loving eyes. You got my heart racing, only to go flit around with other women." She laughed, but her eyes were burning with rage. "What a pity, but whatever, it doesn't matter, because now you're mine." Sangun finally saw who was actually standing in front of him. Shaking in sheer agony, he couldn't even squeeze out a word. Sanryang used both hands to lifting Sangun high up. Tianluang mocked him. "Why so touchy? Can you feel my hands squirming inside your body?" She was absolutely losing it, loving every second of merging with him. Quan tried to fight back, but he couldn't even budge. The demonic energy inside him was making him slip further out of consciousness. Finally, Sangun couldn't hold on any longer and went completely limp. Seeing him pass out, Tianluang squealed. Looking down at Sangun, she mocked how he was way weaker than she thought. Tianluang licked her lips in pure ecstasy, saying, "Now you're never leaving me." Still dangling Sangun in the air, she muttered to herself, wondering what she should do with him first. Cho-Ah, still tied up in the distance, watched this nightmare with tears streaming down her face. To make matters worse, her mouth was sealed, so she couldn't even scream. Meanwhile, outside Hansun City, everything seemed completely peaceful, as if no brutal battle had ever taken place there. Suddenly, a massive crack ripped open in the gloomy sky, followed by several others. Cloaked figures flew out from those rifts. A demonic master, holding a jar in his hand, announced, "From this moment, the sacrificial ritual of 108 sacrificial offerings to connect to the ice realm begins." The other demonic masters started chanting in some bizarre language, muttering endless spells, when suddenly, from inside the jar, tiny crimson droplets floated up. A split second later, they shot straight into the sky, painting the clouds blood red. Along those red cracks, wisps of black smoke began to leak out. Seeing this, the demonic master threw his hands up and laughed, sensing something massive approaching. The sky over Sun was now completely shattering. The demonic masters roared, welcoming the opening of the ice demon realm. Below, Luan and the earth beast stared up in absolute shock, had no clue what kind of madness was going down in the sky. Suddenly, the ground around the palace trembled violently before exploding, and someone shot straight out of the ruins into the sky. Tianluang flew up, cackling like a maniac, feeling absolutely ecstatic. Next to her was a cocoon-like sack containing Quan. The earth beast stared at the sack next to Tianluang, panicking. "Wait, is that our savior in there?" A demonic master rushed over to report that everything was ready, and she tossed him the sack. Tianluang snapped at him. "This is my personal prize. Guard it with your life until the ritual is done." Then, Tianluang looked up to the heavens, shouting in ecstasy, "The sacrifice is about to begin! Grant me unlimited power!" The scene then cuts to the goo insects she had harvested deep beneath the palace. One of the bound goo insects suddenly snapped its eyes wide open. Right after, the other insects started waking up too, looking like they were being drained of their life force as white smoke swirled up into the sky, accompanied by agonizing shrieks. As the white smoke rose, it gathered and surged straight toward Tianluang high above. Everyone started losing their minds. "Oh my god, what is that? Mommy, I'm scared." A beggar in the back cackled loudly. "Finally, the apocalypse is here. The sky is falling." Someone snapped at him. "Shut your mouth, you psycho." But the beggar just screamed louder. "From now on, this world belongs to this dirty rat. Burn it all down." Standing alone on a distant rooftop, Truong watched the chaos unfold, his mind racing. That's ice demonic energy. This is going to make stopping the ice realm portal way harder. But how did they pull off such a sudden move? Truong bit his lip, thinking hard for a second before leaping straight into the air. Truong muttered to himself, "Do not cling to this world, for life is born alongside death." He pressed his hand to his forehead and chanted, "Life is both the dawn and the dusk." Instantly, a blinding purple light burst from Truong forehead. Within seconds, he transformed into the masked man. With cold, sharp eyes, he thought, "Living is just the path to death. In a way, life itself is death." Gripping his iron staff tightly with both hands, Truong roared, "As the master of the masks, I command. 10,000 sects return to the source." The moment he finished, a massive beam of light shot straight into the sky, summoning a horde of masked warriors, one after another. Truong voice echoed with intense determination. "From now on, we fight to the death so the world can live." On the opposite side, a mysterious cloaked figure sneered, "So you've finally come." With a cold flick of his hand, the figure ordered, "Wipe them out." A swarm of blood demons instantly tore through the invisible barrier, and both sides roared in unison, "Annihilate them all!" Instantly, the two armies crashed into each other, unleashing a barrage of devastating skills without holding back. Fire spells exploded everywhere. Another masked warrior repeatedly slashed at the blood demons with his blade. Suddenly, a blood demon swept down like a hurricane, looking to tear him limb from limb. The blood demon slammed a secret technique right onto the masked warrior, laughing maniacally. "Oh, this is absolutely glorious." But right as he was celebrating, a staff slammed right into his forehead. Before he even realized it, Chuang Tian had appeared and smashed that blood demon's skull. The blood demons cackled, shouting, "None of you are leaving this place alive." Chuang Tian quickly analyzed the situation. These bastards are getting stronger thanks to the Crimson Demon merge. I can handle them, but my guys are going to take heavy losses. Scanning the battlefield, his eyes locked onto that woman absorbing the ice demonic energy. No time to overthink, I have to take out Tianlong right now. In the blink of an eye, he bolted forward, using his staff to pierce through the blood demons, aiming straight for Tianlong. Sensing his move, a blood demon roared, "Quick! Form a formation to protect the princess." While Chuang Tian was charging like a bullet toward Tianlong, a sudden flash of green light intercepted him, causing his own attack to rebound, making him cough up blood. "So it's the Chi Moja clan. Don't you dare take another step toward her," the masked warriors gasped in shock. "The Chi Moja? What the hell are you guys doing here?" One of the Chi Moja stared at them with a dark, sinister gaze, mocking, "You think you're the only masked master around? Too bad, but everyone here has to die. We'll deal with those pathetic commoners down there later." Chuang Tian grit his teeth and spat out a curse. "Damn. You dare break the oath?" The Chi Moja member shrugged, replying, "Please, that stupid oath was something you guys forced on us anyway." His eyes flared with deadly intent. "Now go to hell," he roared. "From today, your masked clan is history. We are taking our freedom." Meanwhile, the sword inside Sangun's body was slowly being cleansed of the dark energy. Once fully purified, the blade shone with absolute brilliance. Sangun lay there, still unconscious. So our boy's consciousness slowly drifts back, and he forces his eyes open. Sangun realizes he's still in the game, all thanks to his Kongbao purple core, keeping the demonic energy in his body at bay. In his mind, he desperately calls out, "Hwagon, come on, answer me!" Sangun tries to calm himself down, reminding himself that his soul is still linked with Hwagon's. She probably just passed out from all that demonic energy and should be totally fine. Still, he can't help but feel like an absolute idiot for falling so easily for Cho-Ah's illusion. Sangun wonders, does that Yin demon Rakshasa actually know anything about Cho-Ah? I mean, stuff that only the two of us know? Suddenly, a super familiar scent hits him. There is no way to fake this specific blood. Sangun's eyes instantly light up. Could Cho-Ah really be here? He figures he just needs to go look for her. But first, he's got to deal with the mess in front of him. Sangun looks around, spotting the masked blood demons and those nasty tomb serpents. And to top it off, the ice barrier is finally open. Glancing upward, his eyes lock onto Xian Ryong, who is currently wrapped up in some crazy swirling energy source. Then Sangun spots it. The legendary blood ice water. Our boy smirks. "Well, thanks a bunch, babe. I've been hunting for that forever, and here you are, serving it to me on a silver platter." Without wasting a single second, Sangun decides to swipe it right then and there. This is his ultimate chance. He summons all his strength to completely shatter the barrier, and next he unleashes a teleportation spell, instantly warping right next to the blood ice water. In the blink of an eye, he reaches out and snatches the blood ice water right out of the air. One of the blood demons completely panics, yelling, "No way! Is that really the blood ice water?" He screams at his squad to protect the princess at all costs. Even if they can't get close, they have to stop him. But it's too late. Seeing Sangun wide awake, Xian Rang gasps out, "My beloved." Meanwhile, Sangun is holding the blood ice water, absolutely furious as he roars "Where is she?" His eyes burn with pure rage. "Where is Cho-Ah?" Hearing this, Xian Ryang's heart totally sinks, and she goes dead silent as dark, ominous aura begins pouring out of her. Her voice drops to a chilling whisper. "Why do you have to scream at me like that?" As she speaks, that creepy black mist keeps oozing out of her, and her eyes turn absolutely terrifying. "Is that chick really that important to you?" But suddenly, she shrieks in pure agony as the ice barrier starts draining her blood. The blood demon realizes that without the blood ice water, the barrier is literally sucking the princess dry. Song's of blood is boiling now. "Cut the crap and answer me. What did you do to Cho-Ah?" Xian Ryong clutches her aching body, shaking uncontrollably as she cries out, "You're being so cruel. I'm standing right here in front of you. Can't you see how much pain I'm in?" But Sangun just glares at her with freezing cold eyes. "Who the hell is your beloved?" Right then, everyone suddenly feels this massive surge of spiritual energy out of nowhere. Suddenly, the ground beneath them literally blows up, leaving everyone completely bewildered. What's happening? How did all the goo poison change so fast? What on earth is going on down there? That massive wave of spiritual energy gets even insane, swirling around as the pressure becomes absolutely suffocating. From the center of the vortex, a mysterious silhouette begins to take shape, her eyes glowing in the dark. Turns out, it's none other than Cho-Ah. Sangun's jaw drops, but he recognizes her instantly. Just a few minutes earlier, Cho-Ah was chained up tight against a massive stone pillar, thinking to herself, "We went through so much hell just to see each other again." Cho-Ah blames herself for everything, thinking she's the reason Sangun is in such a terrible state. As a single tear hits the ground, she keeps beating herself up. "Fine, it's all my fault." With her hands shackled tight to the pillar, she mutters, "I was cursed from the very moment I was born." Suddenly, her hands start glowing with a strange light. Her gaze turns razor sharp. "My entire existence is nothing but a curse." With a sudden burst of raw power, Cho-Ah completely shatters the giant stone pillar into tiny pieces. She vows to curse everyone who ever looked down on her, cursing absolutely everything, not even sparing a single blade of grass. Cho even curses heaven itself for never giving her even a shred of hope. And of course, she doesn't spare herself either, muttering, "And I curse my own damn self too." Back in the present, the tomb serpents and the masked men are duking it out. No matter how much they struggle, it's totally useless. The clash between both sides is insanely intense, with the masked men slowly losing ground. The tomb serpents hiss, "We're gonna slaughter every single one of you here." But right in the middle of the fight, the serpents suddenly stop and turn their heads. The tomb serpents hiss with excitement. This scent, this sweet, intoxicating scent. The entire pack locks their eyes right on Cho-Ah's direction, realizing the delicious smell is coming from her. The tomb serpents go completely wild and charge at Cho-Ah, screaming, "I'm gonna eat her! I saw her first! She's my prey! Back off from my food!" The blood demons are totally baffled. "Dude, we're in the middle of fighting the masked men. What the hell are you doing? Have these snakes completely lost their minds?" Meanwhile, Sangun is thinking, "What's going on? That blood scent is getting way too strong. It's so intoxicating I can barely think straight." Right in front of him, the entire swarm of tomb serpents is frantically rushing straight toward Cho-Ah. Sangun starts to freak out, thinking, "Oh crap, those crazy snakes are heading straight for Cho-Ah." Without a second thought, he dives in to stop them, shouting, "Stop, it's too dangerous!" But he's too late. A blinding blue light flashes from below, blasting right into Sangun's face as he dives. The massive, brilliant flash completely lights up the entire sky. The blood demon's jaws literally hit the floor in shock. Even the masked men are completely stunned by what they are seeing. With just a single gentle touch from Cho-Ah, the entire pack of tomb serpents is frozen solid. Sangun is absolutely terrified, thinking, "No way." She froze all of them in a split second. That's the extreme yin blaze, a fire so cold it can freeze your very soul. He immediately recognizes her skill, the eternal white fire. Suddenly, Cho-Ah looks up, searching for someone. Her eyes lock onto the yin demon Rakshasa, who is currently being protected by her guards. Seeing her, Cho-Ah's face goes completely dark. In a flash, she launches herself straight at the yin demon Rakshasa, screaming like a maniac while unleashing a wave of pure, terrifying power. Sangun's mind is racing. Did she sacrifice her own blood to the white blood demon beast to boost her power? If she keeps this up, that power will completely consume her and she'll be lost forever. He knows he has to stop her before it's too late. Channeling his abyssal holy fire, Sangun sprouts a pair of fiery wings and flies at insane speed to shield the yin demon Rakshasa. The collision between Sangun and Cho-Ah triggers a massive shockwave. Struggling to push his hand through a violent barrier to reach her, Sangun screams at the top of his lungs, trying to snap her out of it. "Stop it, Cho, please!" He forces himself to look straight into her burning, rage-filled eyes. "You've got to wake up!" Sangun screams with everything he has. "Look at me, Cho. Please, just look at me. You have to stop before that curse completely swallows you whole." He does everything he can to reach her. "Can you hear me?" Sangun desperately shouts, "The more you use that power, the more dangerous it gets." But Cho-Ah just lets out a deafening, furious roar right in his face. Despite the insane force of that roar, Sangun holds his ground. In a frenzy, Cho-Ah starts wildly clawing at his chest with both hands. The pain is so excruciating that his voice was trembling. Sangun quickly used his hands to push back Cho's power and shouted, "Cho-Ah, please!" Cho reined in her power, leaping backward. Her eyes gleamed as she glared at Sangun with pure, murderous intent. She hovered in midair, her body radiating an absolute peak of rage. Her spiritual power was so insanely strong that it completely overwhelmed and terrified the blood fiends. Even the masked cultists backed off, totally spooked by her power. Meanwhile, Sangun was still desperately trying to push forward to get close to Cho-Ah. Jang Qian was thinking, what the hell is even happening here? How could a single girl wipe out the entire Grave Serpent clan in just one shot? And why was she going head-to-head with the Great Tiger? One of the masked cultists spoke up. "Wait, let's have our men follow the lawless lord's orders." He continued, "Let's just sit back and see who survives this clash." Cho-Ah unleashed all her might, throwing a massive energy blast right at Sangun. He was terrified, knowing that through the Phoenix Demon Holy Fire, the frost energy would only seep deeper into her body. If he tried to stop her, it would trigger a backfire, driving her even more insane. Cho-Ah was getting wilder and wilder, looking absolutely feral. At this point, Sangun was totally clueless on how to fix this, his face filled with pure anxiety. She was being swallowed whole by the curse. What on earth was he supposed to do? Right then, Cho-Ah launched another attack. Sangun was lost, having no idea how to save her. Having just taken a direct hit from her frost blast, his entire body was on the verge of collapsing. Sangun struggled to breathe. Was there really no turning back now? The moment the curse took hold, it was already too late. He thought to himself, do I really have to kill her with my own two hands? Sangun bit his lip. Fine. If I don't want to see this world plunge into chaos, instead of letting her live out such a miserable existence, I'd rather end it myself with my own. As he was lost in thought, something suddenly dripped onto his face, tears falling from Cho-Ah's eyes. His eyes widened in shock. Was she crying in sheer agony? Right then, Sangun finally put the pieces together. So that was it. She was desperately fighting back the curse. Watching Cho-Ah charge right at him, he spoke softly. "You silly, foolish girl." Sangun gently added, "Then all I have to do is hold you close and everything will be okay, right?" Cho instantly lunged forward, ruthlessly impaling Sangun's body. Blood splattered from his wound right onto Cho-Ah's tear-stained face. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light flashed before her eyes. Sangun quickly transformed back into his original form, a giant tiger. He spread his massive paws and rushed forward to embrace Cho-Ah, pulling her tightly against his chest. "It's okay now. Don't be sad anymore." This familiar warmth brought back all of Cho-Ah's old memories of their days together. Her eyes softened once more. Trembling, she raised her hand and wept uncontrollably in Sangun's embrace. My love, oh my love, he gently reached out to wipe away her tears. Sangun whispered, look at you, all grown up now, and you're still the same crybaby. Hearing his words made Cho-Ah sob even louder. Meanwhile, Guillaume Rachel was absolutely losing her mind with rage as she witnessed this. She threw a massive fit, screaming, no way, he is my husband, keep your filthy hands off him. Guillaume Rachel shrieked like a maniac consumed by utter fury. She conjured up a wave of dark energy, swallowing everything in sight. Then Guillaume Rachel went ahead and sacrificed the blood of all the blood fiends. Their fresh blood surged into that pitch-black energy sphere. Sangun felt like something was seriously off. He had already harnessed the ice blood and frost water, successfully saving Cho-Ah, but as Sangun turned to look at her, saying, Cho-Ah, stay here for now, but she had already passed out from sheer exhaustion. Just then, Jian flew in out of nowhere to find Sangun. She shouted from a distance, my lord, are you okay? Seeing Jian, he felt a wave of relief. It was the great guardian Yidong. Meanwhile, over on Guillaume Rachel's side, a voice echoed, well done, now release it. Inside the magical sphere, she writhed in pain, clutching her body and screaming in agony. Guillaume Rachel raised her head, watching Sangun fly away. Her heart twisted in agonizing pain. My lord, if you leave me, where are you going? Guillaume Rachel reached her hand out toward Sangun, crying, I'm right here. Please, don't leave me. Jian looked back, unable to help but wonder, that white blood ghost beast. Wait, no, does that woman know you? Sangun replied, we had a brief encounter, but it was a precious tie of fate. With that, he turned his gaze in another direction. Hearing this, Jian gave him a puzzled look. Yoon thought to herself, if that woman was indeed the white blood ghost beast who wiped out those trashy serpents, and if Master hadn't stopped her, Yoon would probably have died alongside the Grave Serpent clan. Right now, she was desperately holding back her desire for a sweet aroma. Right in front of Yoon was a nether elixir, a one-of-a-kind medicine in this world, a fated treasure she cherished deeply. Suddenly, a scream rang out. Ah, what the hell is that? The shout caught Sangun's attention. A dark object crackling with lightning slammed straight into Sangun's group. A massive wave of dark energy billowed and struck the ground. Black mist violently crashed down from the sky, and a blue ball bounced right out of it. The sphere kept rolling along the ground before abruptly stopping, instantly getting enveloped in a thick shroud of white steam. The sphere slowly melted, leaving a gaping hole in its surface. Supporting Cho-Ah, Sangun called out, is everyone all right? The earth beast quickly replied, yes, everyone is safe. Yoon asked, what on earth is going on? Suddenly, a figure materialized right before their eyes. It was Xian Ryong. She glared at them with bloodshot eyes, her voice dripping with bitter resentment. This is so messed up. I'm literally dying here, but you just left me and walked away? I was so real with you. Fine, I'll just kill everyone. My body is already stuck between life and death anyway, born as this abomination, so I'll just keep killing. But if we could just hold hands until the very end, yes, if I just wipe them all out, everything will be perfect. And if I do that, I can greedily keep you all to myself. Let's go, my love, she shrieked in absolute fury. Get out of my way! Don't you dare stop me! None of you are worthy of standing between me and my husband. A pitch-black sphere formed in midair, enveloped in an endless swirl of dark energy. One of the masked cultists asked Zhang Xian, my lord, now that the Grave Serpent clan is completely wiped out, isn't this the perfect chance to purge the demonic sect? Are you just going to stand there and watch? Zhang Xian replied, don't you see that icy demonic energy shifting? It's like a massive powder keg ready to blow. If the demonic sect makes one wrong move, it'll trigger an explosion that spreads everywhere, turning Mount Hansan into a total wasteland. He thought, either way, I can't just walk away, I have to do something. The sect leader needs to get here, fast! Watching the sphere suddenly freeze in place, a sense of dread ignited inside him, breeding pure anxiety. What the hell? Since when does that dark thunder orb just stop like that? Suddenly, that black sphere started cracking all over, and the cracks began spreading all over the sphere. Then boom, a massive crack splits the whole thing right in half and blinding light spills out from the inside. The orb turned into shattered pieces, scattering all over the sky. Around it, pitch-black energy rises. The blood demons are totally shocked by this, stammering in pure disbelief, saying, a demon. That's the ice demon. They shout in unison, the ice demon is descending. Meanwhile, Xianrang's hand gradually takes shape, looking just like a human hand. The masked men scream, we gotta get out of here! But before they can even finish their sentence, Xianrang glares at them and unleashes blasts of dark energy right at them. The masked men totally freak out at this sudden, unpredictable attack. This move of Xianrang's is so freaking powerful it can slice a whole mountain range in half. As she attacks, she looks down at the crowd standing below her. Zhangchen is also completely stunned by this. He thinks, we're done for. Something that should never exist in the human realm has just been born. Xianrang glares down with her glowing red eyes, her face looking absolutely hideous. Seeing this, the masked men are breaking out in a cold sweat. Zhangchen yells out, don't back down. Life is a path we walk until the very end. Remember what the Dharma Lord taught us and stand tall, as resolute masked Daoists until the end. Hearing this, Xianrang turns her head and notices a figure charging straight toward her from the distance. Xianrang glares at the shadow and bolts toward it like lightning. Seeing this, all the masked men in Zhangchen are completely baffled. Zhangchen lets out a confused groan. Ryun stammers, asking the princess what's going on, but the earth beast immediately signs her to shut up, telling her to stay put. Sangun panics, thinking, this is too dangerous, way too dangerous. Then, out of nowhere, he screams, Gold Fate Earth Beast, transfer your spiritual energy to me. The Earth Beast asks back, What do you mean? Are you planning to fight her with that? Are you actually resolved to kill her? Because if she lives, it's going to be a disaster. Sangun yells, just hurry up. The earth beast snorts, totally worried about what's to come. She shouts, if you kill her, you'll end up hating yourself for the rest of your life. Then a heavenly fire arrow is unleashed, its intense flames blasting right through Sanyang. But with a single flick of her wrist, Sanyang deflects the burning red sparks, sending them shooting up into the sky. Because of this, the earth beast collapses to the ground, completely exhausted. Sangun stares at her, thinking no living thing is supposed to survive that move. But then something clicks in his head and he starts scheming. Yeah, I've definitely got to use that. Suddenly, a bunch of green lights appear right above Xianyang, forcing her to look up before she's instantly wrapped up in those beams of light. It puts crazy pressure on her. Sangun thinks, since I combined my power with the gold fate earth beasts, it's way bigger. Even if she shrugged off the six-spirit silk pagoda before, she won't be able to escape this. Exactly, this will buy me enough time. Sanyang's eyes turn sharp as she claws the ground, unleashing her dark power. The barriers Sangun worked so hard to build to trap her are smashed to pieces with a single punch. He gasps, the six-spirit silk pagoda, destroyed? Then a stream of pitch-black energy shoots down from the sky. The earth beast panics and shoves him away. What the hell are you dazing out for? Sangun can only watch in shock as the earth beast says, you've got to survive, okay? Right before Sangun's horrified eyes, that dark energy tears right through her. In a flash, Xianyang slices the earth beast's head clean off. Her head falls and Sangun just stands there, unable to believe his eyes. Even as her head rolls on the ground, he can't look away. Xianyang stands behind him, dripping with bloodlust. Sangun's eyes widen in sheer horror. Gold fate earth beast. He desperately thinks she can still survive. She's in the soul life realm, so she has one more life left. As long as her head is fine, there's still a way. But as if reading his mind, Sanyang stomps her foot right onto the earth beast's head. Sangun is forced to watch helplessly as her head is crushed into nothingness. From afar, Ryun screams in sheer agony, no, stop, but it's too late. Tears streams down her face. How dare you kill my princess, she howls in pure rage. I'll freaking kill you. With that, she transforms, her sharp fangs baring as she charges headfirst at Sangun, screams in panic, no, don't do it. Sanyang calmly raises her hand toward Ryun and fires a blast. Sangun screams, his eyes bulge out, unable to accept the reality unfolding before him. Ryun takes the hit, and her transformed state slowly fades away until nothing is left in front of Sangun but a single severed claw. Xianyang glares intently at Sangun, who just hangs his head in dead silence. She gets even cockier, looking down at his pathetic state from above, and suddenly stretches her hand with those pitch-black claws toward him. Sangun finally opens his mouth, but this time he's absolutely furious. He growls, I told you not to kill anyone else. Then an insane surge of power erupts from inside him. Even Sanyang is taken completely off guard. A blinding light shines toward her as he unleashes a barrage of moves, the heaven-shattering demonic strike and gushing springs of the whole clan. Sangun looks absolutely ferocious. Stepping into the soul life realm, his eyes are burning with a terrifying savage fire. This monstrous power is enough to send shivers down his enemy's spine. Scene changed to some gloomy place. A voice echoes the unique channeling technique of the three ghosts. Hong-an says, I've recalled the memories of the three ghosts' souls. It's a channeling technique that lets you channel the power of the next realm in a short burst. Sangun lets out a shocked gasp, so my hunch was right. Back then, I suddenly leveled up because I almost got killed. But is that really a channeling technique? Hong-an hands him a bead and says, since you've reached the soul purity realm, you can master this technique now. I've engraved the seal onto this trial eye bead, so take it with you. Sangun replies, thanks, Hong-an. She continues, but since it's a high-level technique, pushing yourself too hard might shatter your spiritual core. If you abuse it, all your hard work so far will go down the drain and your cultivation level will plunge. Sangun looks a bit skeptical, so Hong-an adds, I'm totally serious. Nothing in this world is all pros and no cons, right? Changgun replies, then it's basically trash, isn't it? Who the hell loses their cultivation rank, but can still pull off spirit arts? Hong mentions that Sangun is a master of split-merge hand signs, though. Just how many spirit cores do you actually have? Sangun snaps back. Easy for you to say since it's not your life on the line. Hong warns him, listen to me carefully. When things get absolutely brutal, you can only use it at the exact moment. Your life literally hangs by a thread. He starts spamming his skills. Fiendish Blue Fire Phoenix. Below we see Sangun charging straight at Tianlong to mess her up. Another skill goes off. Blue Spirit Tiger Claw. A sudden blast of energy launches Tianlong straight into the air. Before she can even breathe, he drops another move. Merciless Soul Fire. Streams of golden light violently blast toward Tianlong. She grits her teeth, taking the full force of that insane light before letting out a wild shriek and ripping the golden light right in half, replacing it with dark energy. The ground gets absolutely pulverized with holes from Tianlong's counterattacks, and even Sangun gets caught in the blast. Those lightning strikes hurt like hell, making him groan in pain, but Sangun bites his lip and pushes through. He springs right back up, leaping straight out of the danger zone. Tianlong immediately locks onto him and charges, but she collapses too, planting her hands on the ground. Dark energy is now oozing from every inch of her body. On the other side, Changgun is totally spent, his body crackling with lightning and covered in smoke. He realizes that only at the Soul Fate realm would he feel This freaking helpless. He has only one thought left in his head. Survive. Gritting his teeth, he growls, "Wake up! You're not the type of girl who dies this easily. You're only allowed to die by my hand." By risking all of my spirit cores, pretty suddenly a bunch of empty sockets open up on his back. He activates heaven-shattering demonic strike, unleashing the full power of his cores. He and Tianluong face off, their killer auras clashing. Whispering word by word, he invokes the realm's soul. Tribulation. Sangun's entire body explodes with spiritual energy. As he slowly steps forward, a brilliant galaxy of power glows beneath his feet, while a deadly black fog completely shrouds Tianluong. She unleashes slashes of pitch-black ink, but Changun just stands there, totally chill. He thrusts his hand forward, unleashing a blinding white beam. It acts like a glass wall, trapping her outside. Losing control of her movement, she slams straight into the barrier. Changun is dead certain. Yes, this is it. With this power, I can rip you to shreds and end your life. A crimson flash of pure bloodlust shoots from his eyes. Locking his gaze on the enemy right in front of him, his blue spirit tiger slash carves a massive curved arc. It slices clean through her body, yet Tianluong doesn't take a single scratch. This absolutely triggers Sangun. He goes wild with consecutive slashes, screaming his interrogation. "Why did you kill her?" Crisscrossing slash marks stack on top of each other. Sangun's cape flutters wildly in the wind as he claws his way toward Tianluong. Pure rage completely takes over his brain, and he just keeps screaming, "Why?" His voice pierces through the sound of the rushing wind. "Why did you kill her?" The violet-blue flame flares up, making him look like he's sinking into pure darkness. Meanwhile, blood splatters across her face. Tianluong's eyes burn with rage as she screams right back. Her sheer madness makes him hesitate for a split second, right before another dark blast slams into the ground. Then countless dark spheres crackling with lightning pop up. The balance of his spirit cores starts going haywire, and 2 of them shatter like glass. Changun feels his cores break. By his count, he only has 7 left. Through the chaos, he can just barely make out Tianluong's sadistic grin. He notices her body is getting ripped apart, so Sangun does some quick math. If that's the case, the blazing flames of the blue spirit tiger slash flare up on his hand. He knows he needs to get even stronger. Tianluong's dark spheres float up, but his blue flames burn so intensely that they easily incinerate those spheres. Her attack crumbles into dust, but Changun knows he needs to step up his speed because she suddenly turns into a jagged black blur. He blocks her sudden flash with 2 quick slashes, but out of nowhere, Tianluong slips right behind him. It looks like she can actually react to his teleportation skill. A split second later, Tianluong's body gets blasted out of the shockwave, but she quickly recovers and starts leaping around. Changun has no choice but to keep hacking away at the dark sphere. But when he's done, she suddenly pops up out of nowhere again, and boom, another of his spirit cores shatters. Changun grinds his teeth. Even with her body ripped to pieces, she keeps charging like she doesn't feel pain. On top of that, she's getting faster by the second. If this keeps up, his teleportation won't even be able to dodge her. In the blink of an eye, she fires a blast of light, and her target is none other than Cho-Ah. Panic-stricken, he screams Cho-Ah's name. Tianluong immediately notices this weakness. It's obvious his whole focus is on protecting Cho-Ah. She begins channeling even more power. A massive black vortex covers the entire sky, spawning tons of dark spheres. Changun doesn't even have time to react to this shift. By the time it's ready, he's a step too late. Knowing she'll get obliterated if he doesn't stop this, he decides to channel every last bit of his spiritual energy into his inner core. Doing this will give him power way beyond his current rank. And just like that, the Blue Fire Phoenix manifests. It looks absolutely colossal compared to her puny black smoke. Tianluong, her eyes completely crazed, shrieks and charges forward. Changun doesn't hold back either, throwing everything he has at her. Suddenly, a massive storm of spiritual energy rains down from the sky, turning the poor ground into an absolute war zone. You can see the sheer force of that clash from miles away. Zhang Qian can't help but gasp, realizing just how massive this wave of spiritual energy is. It looks like that wandering immortal might actually pull off a win, but the onlookers are absolutely terrified of this chaotic mess. They're too scared to get close, fearing they'll get caught in the crossfire. In the end, everyone has the same thought. This is going to be the end of those bastards. Back at the brutal battlefield, the towering cliff looks like it has been completely hollowed out. With all his spirit cores shattered, a quiet sob echoes from deep within his soul. After being dazed for a moment, Changun thinks, so this is what the soul purity realm feels like. Losing 4 inner cores at once is a blow even a divine beast body can barely handle. But even with all this power, that monster down there is still kicking. She blasts through the piles of rubble, and Tianluong emerges, still radiating absolute dominating power. She floats right in front of him, the light from her energy reflecting off his face. Reaching her clawed hand towards Sangun, she conjures a tiny dark sphere at her fingertips, then lightly flicks it to the side. Sangun has absolutely no clue what she's trying to do. While one stands and the other kneels, over on the other side, Cho-Ah is still lying completely still. Tianluong starts ramping up. Fire burned in her eyes as the black orb began to crackle with more and more lightning, aiming straight at where Cho-Ah lay. That crazy chick used the chance to pump even more mana through her fingers. Sangun knew he was in deep trouble. He desperately cursed at himself. "Move, you piece of trash body, move!" But the black orb getting bigger by the second. Just then, the horn on his head flared back to life. Sangun sprang up, using every ounce of his strength to grab her spellcasting hand. bolt of lightning slammed into the ground. Luckily, it struck an empty patch just a few inches away from Cho-Ah. Sangun kept wrestling with the enemy, his hand locking onto her left wrist. He didn't hesitate to spit out a warning. "Damn it, who do you think you're messing with? If you can't kill me first, don't you dare lay a finger on." Her Xianryang's face stayed totally blank. Ignoring her burning aura, Sangun squeezed even harder and growled. "Couldn't bring myself to finish you off back then, but this is a whole different story." With that, he summoned the myriad poison flame, crushing the poison vial in his grip. He told her straight up that what was sealed inside was the myriad poison flame. As he pinned Xianryang down, the toxic fumes flared up, brushing against her face like a sick caress. Suddenly, Sangun whispered an apology to Cho-Ah. The poison erupted from the ground like a massive cyclone. He did all this crap just to keep her alive. There was no way Sangun wanted to abandon her. He just figured she'd be way safer with Kunlun than by his side, which is why he sent her away. Plus, Sangun said he'd never forget those times. Seeing her grow up and become a master of the Ice Palace made him so damn happy. For him, that was more than enough until he stood on the razor-thin edge of life and death. Only then did he realize how much Cho-Ah actually meant to him, so went looking for her, tracking the clues she left behind. But since Kunlun was completely trashed, he headed straight to the Ice Palace to see Cho-Ah. He didn't know why, but something was pushing him to at least drop by and say hi, never expecting it to turn into such a bloody reunion. After 14 years, she still looked the same as back then. Honestly, Sangun just wanted to thank her, which is why he had to save her even if it cost him his own life. Right then, his senses snapped back. Top of his head, the azure flame started flickering back to life, its blue glow clashing with the myriad poison flame. Actually, the Phoenix azure flame was shielding him, and he figured she was the one keeping him safe. Meanwhile, Sanryang was getting eaten alive by the poison, her body exploding in red flames. Sangun felt sick to his stomach, disgusted that she could spit out a fire this toxic. Even though the monster's arm was still burning, Xianryang curled her body into some freaky posture. Sangun had no clue what the hell his enemy was doing as the flames kept raging. It looked like Xianryang was actually adapting to it. On top of that, the chick could still move, even while burning. Xianryang dragged herself forward step by step before collapsing right in front of him. But some insane willpower kept driving her forward, so Xianryang kept dragging her body along. Crawling like some disgusting reptile, she kept pushing to attack. As her charred black arm reached out, Sangun's eyes as filled with sadness. Was this really how it ends? Suddenly, her voice turned incredibly soft. "I can finally touch you. Did you know that? Ever since you first grabbed my hand, my lord." Sangun couldn't believe what he was hearing. Did she mean when he grabbed her wrist earlier? Xianryang's voice grew even softer, like she had zero regrets left. Even if she died right here, she'd be happy. But right then, someone cut her off. "I don't think so. I'm not allowing that." A bright golden light lit up the area. A glowing collar snapped right around Xianryang's neck. Up above, a figure looked down at the bloodstained mortal realm. With just a glance, the collar began to burn her. Sangun could only stand there and watch. The old man spoke with pure rage. "You think you can just cause all this chaos and die? Not a chance." Sangun finally let out a sigh of relief. "About damn time you showed up." The chief guardian of the immortal realm in the lower world, the earth immortal, Hyunmang. He looked down with total disgust and said, "What kind of freakish trash did those demon lords whip up this time? Just a bunch of stitched-up chimeras." Xianryang glared in rage, but he just kept mocking her. "Dead or alive, you're nothing but a bunch of mongrels. Since living is going to be absolute hell for you, I'll grant you an eternal life." A golden rift opened right above Xianryang's head. As it connected to the ground, it formed a perfect cage. She shrieked in agony, "No, stop, just kill me instead." She desperately looked to Sangun for help, but then the golden light flashed and she was gone. Hyunmang turned around to leave, the enemy completely erased from before them. Sangun stood there dazed because the whole fight wrapped up in such a bizarre way. He beat himself up, thinking if he'd just been a bit faster, those people wouldn't have died. Suddenly, Hyunmang popped up right next to him. "A beast acting all human, huh? You're breathing a sigh of relief right now, aren't you?" Sangun sat on his knees before him, looking tiny, and painfully muttered that it was already too late. Hearing that, Hyunmang got annoyed, thinking the kid was trying to blame him. But Sangun just said flat out that too many people had died, especially his own comrades. The old man stared at him with a really complicated look. Then, Hyunmang mentioned he'd been keeping a close eye on him. He admitted he originally thought the kid would just bring chaos to the world. Having crossed paths twice, Sangun had broken every single rule, using sketchy elixirs to level up instead of actual training, throwing the lower world into chaos. A lot of people died because of him, so Hyunmang figured it'd be best to just wipe him out. But since he held off those monsters and kept the old man's disciples safe, he was willing to let it slide. But there were some conditions. Hyunmang laid them out clearly. "First, I don't care where you got that myriad poison flame that was supposed to be sealed in Kunlun, but now it's your job to seal it back up. Second, don't you dare set foot in Gosein ever again." Then Hyunmang raised his voice, adding, "Oh, and go save your woman yourself." Sangun's face totally froze. They were seriously using his Cho-Ah as a bargaining chip. He snapped and yelled, "What the hell did you just say I have to do?" Hyunmang casually told him there was no rush. He basically meant that when the time was right, the kid would figure it out himself. Right after that, Sangun blacked out. Cho-Ah had been knocked out cold the entire time, and now she had a buddy to share the floor with. Still, Hyunmang didn't leave right away. Suddenly, a guy leaped out of nowhere. Changxian bowed respectfully and asked, "You've arrived, great Dharma Lord?" Haimeng nodded and asked how things were looking. He reported that the vice leaders were currently teaming up to wipe out the remaining demon cultists, so all this chaos would be cleaned up in no time. Haimeng replied that what's done is done, but he never expected those guys to actually break the seal of the spirit realm. They even tried to drag the 4 great spirit clans into this mess, almost triggering a disaster that could never be undone. Even Huyanmong had to admit that he had done an incredible job holding the line. Truong Tian hesitated for a long time, saying it was nothing, but turns out he wanted to ask how the elder wanted to handle this. He was probably referring to Sangun. Huyanmong knew the kid had made a massive contribution, and he also trusted him to follow his instructions, so he decided to keep an eye on him for now. For the time being, he felt the kid was still useful enough to work for them. After that, he ordered him to clean up the mess and get lost. Meanwhile, on this side, eyes full of pure hatred were scanning the area. Following orders, everyone quickly deployed their defensive treasures. But a split second later, countless soldiers were ripped apart, their blood piling up, creating a scene of absolute carnage. Massive wings spread wide as the ground literally shattered into pieces. A monstrous body that was definitely not human slowly stood up. At that exact moment, another voice echoed, "Damn, that's insane." As expected of the 10-limit myriad curved thorn Ghost King, "Did you really show up just to bust through our siege?" He gloomily called out the name Kung Fi Ho. "Where the hell is my little sister?" In contrast, the other guy just casually smirked. "Your little sister, you say?" Right then, Thiet Ho appeared, bound tightly from head to toe in heavy golden chains. He pointed at her like she was some cheap merchandise on display. Seeing his sister all bruised up, he instantly lost his temper. That's when this red-faced bastard complained that he was super annoyed because Lord Honmen told him no killing. The main objective was left untouched, so why the hell did they have to kidnap that guy's sister? But he never expected to reel in a massive fish like the Ghost King. Realizing how bad things were, Thiet Ho shook in fear and cried out, "Brother, why are you here? Please run now." But her brother just looked at her with pure despair and said, "Our clan is completely wiped out. Everything we had is gone, and even my own sister is locked up like this. Where else could I possibly go?" The enemies burst into mocking laughter, fake praising him for acting cool when he was actually just walking into a trap. Meanwhile, his wings started glowing with a blinding quartz-like light. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted from right beneath the ground. As the thick smoke cleared, a slender silhouette stepped out, and of course it was Sangun. He was scanning his surroundings. That's when he spotted the Earth Beast, and the two slowly closed the distance. When he shut his eyes, the Earth Beast's entire body suddenly started to glow. She was totally confused by his reaction, so he explained that even though she was always causing trouble, he was genuinely happy to see her again. Hearing this, the Earth Beast suddenly asked if he still remembered the very last thing he said to her. Once he confirmed he did, she demanded to know why he was still pulling these cheap tricks, but he just replied that having reached a dead end, there was no need to overthink it anymore. The Earth Beast stared at him with empty eyes. Then Sangun spoke up. "To be honest, I really understand it either. It's just that if I didn't do it, I wouldn't be able to bear it." Her lips grew heavy. Knowing his personality well, she decided to say one last thing. She knew he did that action for her sake, which made her feel incredibly special and happy. Then the Earth Beast told him to let go of the heavy burdens in his mind. Those words seemed to drill deep into his brain. When Sangun finally opened his eyes, he instinctively called out for Cho-Ah. She gently replied, "Are you finally awake?" He let out a soft hum and asked how long he had been asleep. Truth is, there was someone who had been waiting for him this entire time. Cho-Ah wanted to speak her mind right away, but she knew she should let him finish his business first. With absolute tenderness, she whispered that she would wait for him. Sangun promised that he wouldn't go anywhere and would stay right by her side. Cho-Ah's eyes lit up as she softly whispered a reply. Sometime later, Sangun was walking along the outer wall. Even though 3 days had passed, peace felt way too sudden after staring death in the face. It felt so surreal, almost like he was living in a dream. And as for that final dream, he wasn't sure if it was just his stubbornness or something else. As the gentle moonlight filtered through the leaves, Sangun walked into the forest where someone was already waiting. A familiar figure stood, tall under the moonlight. Nokthu turned around and said, "So you've arrived." Sangun respectfully replied, "Yes." Then he began to explain that his clan had cremated and scattered the remaining ashes around this oak tree. The tree absorbed the ashes and bore fruit, which they called spirit plums. They were sweet and fluffy, making them a crowd favorite, and were often used to brew wine. No other alcohol could ever match its taste. It had absorbed the essence of the earth beast's bones, growing into such a plant. This spring it would surely bear fruit. Sangun closed his eyes as if trying to grasp the hidden meaning behind his words. Nokthu suddenly scoffed at how ugly the tree was, but the kid just shook his head. Next, the man informed him that from now on he could return whenever he wanted, while his own daughter's fate was already sealed, and there was no turning back. Soon they were sitting in a completely different room. Nokthu said that this was the price to pay in exchange for the blood ice water. Sangun closed his eyes to clear his mind, reached out, and returned the glowing item on the table. Without hesitation, he turned and walked away. But Nokthu quickly called out after him, "You can tell me about the heavenly longevity ascent technique whenever you're ready. Also, please don't dwell on my daughter's actions. As a four-moon wolf, protecting her benefactor was only natural. The door slammed shut, casting his long shadow across it. Nok-Thu sat silently in the quiet room, downing the liquid in his cup as a single tear escaped his eye. The sparkling droplets fell like morning dew. Meanwhile, another person was introducing a stone chamber used for cultivation. Even though I brought you here as requested by our benefactor, you should probably leave this place. There are plenty of other spots. Sangun refused, finding the place perfect. Seeing that he had made up his mind, the guide simply said, "All right, just let me know if you need anything." Sangun and Hwa-Jian stood inside the cave. As he summoned his storage treasure, the Kim Sam gang immediately scrambled out. Looking at them, he said, "It's been a while since I let you guys out, huh?" One of the Kim Sam quickly piped up, "Hello," while Manhwa and Yanghwa greeted him politely. He was quite surprised because, during their time apart, their spiritual energy had increased significantly. Soon, Sangun got straight to business. "From now on, I will begin cultivating my spirit life force. This stone chamber has plenty of space, making it perfect for your training. I'll give you guys some immortal elixirs, so make sure to use this time wisely." The entire gang obediently accepted his command. That's when he turned to Hwa-Jian, asking to speak in private. Lowering his voice, Sangun asked, "Since when? Don't play dumb with me. How much time do we have left?" Turns out, since they were originally one, he naturally knew all her secrets. Hwa-Jian lowered her head and whispered, "When the sealed realm fully opened, my connection with Sangun began to fracture. It probably started back then. At most, we have about 10 years left." But he felt 10 years was way too short. A second later, Sangun pulled out a small incense burner. Hwa-Jian asked warily, "What is that?" Turns out it was the item he had received from the Great Elder of the Flying Tiger Palace. Among all the treasures, plenty could hold onto a soul, but this bad boy was the only one that could keep it completely intact. She immediately figured out that was the reason why he pissed off the Elder. Sangun just kept saying he knew this day would come, but it got here way faster than he thought. 100 years? He had only lived in this world for 100 years. He suggested she take a little nap, but Hwa-Jian immediately shut him down. She thought dragging things out was totally pointless. Hwa-Jian figured entering reincarnation wasn't a bad deal. Who knows, maybe they'd cross paths again. Besides, her existence and having her soul locked up like this was totally unnatural for him. She felt they should just give up and accept how things work, squeezing Sangun's hand even tighter. "No way. I'm way past the days of being useless, doing nothing but watching you fade away into death. I'll definitely find a way. If that means going against the rules of nature, I don't give a damn." Then, he laid down a stern command. "As your master, I order you to get inside here." Right away, Hwa-Jian started losing consciousness. But before slipping in, she threatened to slap him silly the next time they met. But the incense burner wasn't about to stop sucking her soul, and just for that. Once it was done, Sangun muttered, "Any amount is fine." The incense burner showed it had successfully sealed Hwa-Jian. He stood there staring at the treasure for a while, and right then, Cho-Ah spoke up. "Looks like you are finished talking." He didn't expect Cho-Ah to show up here. A moment later, she softly mentioned that while waiting, she had set up some drinks so he should come join her. Sangun immediately felt awkward since he wasn't used to this treatment. Cho also awkwardly chimed in, "Can I pour you a cup, my lord?" After he held out his cup, she slowly poured the liquid. As he was about to drink, Cho hesitantly said, "I've always wanted to do this for you at least once. Back then I was still young, so I got misunderstood and thought my husband had closed his eyes forever." She said she had always been on the receiving end without ever giving back. Cho sincerely admitted she regretted being too foolish back then and hating him. But now all that misunderstanding is gone. She said she was incredibly happy to meet her husband again like this. Sangun finally realized that when she saw him collapse, she thought he was dead. But suddenly, she cut his thoughts short with a question. "But what happened to Lin Noi Mountain? The magical beast that saved me, why did they act like they didn't know? Do you have any idea how much I suffered after that?" He was slightly taken aback by her rising emotions. He explained that he had no idea, she only just found out he was alive. Looking at her master persona, he figured she was deeply committed to that path. Sangun lowered his eyes and added, "Because the time we spent together was so brief." Right away, Cho-Ah retorted that even though it was brief, it was everything to her. Sangun finally asked the burning question, "How much longer is your lifespan?" Cho-Ah calmly replied that the lifespan of a flying immortal is 500 years if nothing goes wrong. Sangun bluntly replied, "Since you're also a master, you should know the difference between humans and spiritual beasts. I'll cultivate my spirit life here to be equivalent to a human's mirage immortal. If successful, my lifespan will be 2,000 years. Hear him mention the lifespan barrier. Cho-Ah immediately promised to train hard. Next, he explained further, "I think it'll be hard for me to reach spirit life, but if I can, that's great. Compared to humans, when spiritual beasts break through realms, they risk their lives. Just one tiny slip-up can strip away everything and end your life." Cho was super worried, not getting why he was in such a rush. Sangun firmly replied, "Because there's something I absolutely must get done. Before having you, my path was already decided. If you stay by my side, that path is definitely not going to be easy." Her heart grew heavy. "Do you know that? During the time without my husband, I lived like a dead person." She said she only kept going with thoughts of revenge like a half-dead corpse. Now that she had him in her life again, she swore she wouldn't let go a second time, so she resolved to train seriously no matter what path it took. As long as she was with Sangun, she believed they'd be blessed by heaven. He thought fate was a scary thing. Once you're hooked, you can't end it or refuse it. Suddenly, the topic shifted. This wine is called Moonlight, right? He offered her a drink, and that night became incredibly long. The sun rose over the hills. After a night of using booze to confess, our couple was sleeping soundly wrapped in each other's arms. Cho-Ah was still fast asleep, totally unaware that someone was watching her with affectionate eyes. Sensing someone approaching, Sangun quickly went outside to check. Turns out it was Truong-Tien. Sangun, quite puzzled, asked, "What are you here for?" He yawned as he walked. Truong-Tien explained, "Ah, you're out, great Tiger Master. I came because I have news to report to you." Hearing this, Sangun woke right up and asked, "What news?" He tossed something to Sangun, saying, "Catch." Sangun quickly caught it. Staring at the pitch-black stone in his hand, he didn't get what it was. Truong-Tien quickly replied, "It's the fossilized remnant of the myriad poison infestation, because I think through it you can find his location." He was still confused, then suddenly realized, "Wait, you mean it exists as a living entity?" Truong-Tien continued, explaining, while the scene showed a blazing red fire, "It's not ordinary poison. Since it has spirituality and its own will, treating it as a living entity is totally accurate." Sangun stared at the stone deep in thought. "A fire with a will? Dealing with this thing won't be as easy as I thought." Truong-Tien broke into his thoughts. "Well then, you need to come with me now to get ready for action." Sangun asked, "Did something else go down?" He reminded Sangun. "Why do you think I came all the way here? Since you agreed to the Great Elder's proposal, just follow me." Hearing this reminder, Sangun seemed to recall something. The scene shifted to a dark place, packed with chained-up magical beasts, looking like straight-up hell. Sangun asked, "What is this place?" Truong-Tien walked beside him and explained, "It's where we lock up the vicious things that cause chaos in the world." He looked around at the beasts bound in iron chains. They're brainless beasts that destroy nature or masters who cause massive massacres. Besides these hairy beasts, we also lock up sinners, dangerous things, and threats to the world. Truong-Tien led the way, but suddenly stopped. "We're here." Right in front of them was Thiet Ho, bound by iron chains with one of her wings completely ripped off. Having been locked in the dark for so long, she looked absolutely miserable now. "Son," Quan stared at Thiet Ho, speechless. Yet the one who broke the silence was Thiet Ho. "My lord." But before she could finish, Sangun spoke up. "This is a bit of a weird situation, but I guess we meet again, huh?" she muttered, struggling to pry her heavy eyelids open. "As it happens, I was just wondering why you spared my life. I tried to figure out why you'd keep me alive. Maybe to make an example out of me for the other tribes, but I honestly couldn't find a single reason. But it really is you, right?" Sangun asked calmly. "Why were you so nice to me? That's what I came to ask." Thiet Ho questioned him back. "Is that why you spared my life?" Sangun calmly replied, "I have no idea what you're talking about. You surviving is probably because the illusion fairy wanted to keep you alive. I only came here simply to see you again, just like I promised." She fell silent for a moment before muttering, "The only reason I'm not dead is because the illusion fairy wanted to keep me." "Son," Quan explained his reason for coming. "I only came here to see you again like I promised." Then the image of a majestic tiger with stubborn wings and a pair of horns appeared. Thiet Ho calmly explained, "Long ago, our ancestors actually had 2 pairs of wings and a pair of horns." Sangun thought skeptically. "So they hid their horns?" she continued. "Every tiger concubine I've met didn't have real horns, which is why I offered you the corpse-swapping poison." He looked at Thiet Ho and said, "Of all the tigers I've ever met, you're the only one with horns." Her expression darkened as she said, "I won't deny it. Even though I'm the Great Elder, I couldn't just ignore the other elders' opinions, so I offered both. When you returned, I planned on taking full responsibility and paying for my sins." He listened to Thiet Ho, but now that everything was gone, none of it really mattered anymore. Hearing Thiet Ho's explanation, Sangun finally understood everything. He turned and nodded to Truong-Tien, who stepped up and cast a spell to undo the chains. "You're lucky, you know." The chains on her body vanished, and Thiet Ho fell right in front of them. Sangun, his eyes glowing red, said, "From now on, you are free. All the other tiger concubines have been killed, so the oath doesn't mean a thing anymore. You're free to go." Sitting on the cold ground, she looked up at Sangun. Thiet Ho suddenly spoke. "Lord Tiger," she traced her fingers along the ground. "You know the atonement and responsibility I was talking about?" With unwavering determination in her eyes, she added, "is to marry you and plant your seed." The 2 guys froze, their faces flushing beet red as Sangun stammered. "What?" Thiet Ho said with a straight face. "I haven't given up yet. There are countless hidden treasures and secret arts created by our ancestors. I consider this as my dowry and I will offer it all to you. Please, take me in." Thiet Ho pleaded, "Please give me your seed." Sangun's face went completely red, his eyes wide with shock as he thought, "What the hell?" Truong-Tien turned away, blushing. While Sangun clutched his head in sheer embarrassment, she said casually, "Men having a little fun is no big deal, right?" "Is totally fine." Cho-Ah, who was standing nearby, piped up, Excuse me, what kind of crazy talk is that? How can you talk about seeds so casually?" Sangun slumped down, clutching his head, and mumbled, "It's nonsense, don't listen to her." Cho asked, "Is that true?" Thiet Ho, still dead set on getting his seed, said, "Fine, since you already have a first wife, I won't shamelessly demand that spot." Without a shred of embarrassment, she added, "So please let me be your concubine." Cho-Ah's face flared up again as she stammered, saying, "What are you talking about? What do you mean, concubine?" Thiet Ho, looking completely relaxed, replied, "As long as the offspring are strong, having many children is only natural for spirit beasts. for spirit beasts. Cho-Ah shot back, but for humans that's completely unacceptable, while the two women bickered loudly, saying, the wife is human and the husband is a spirit beast. Why are you comparing human behavior to spirit beasts? Sangun sat to the side holding his forehead thinking, what in the world is going on here? Situation is this? The scene shifts to another mountain where some faint silhouettes are talking. Are you really going to be okay? I'll be fine, one replied. The fox, hands on her hips, grumbled. Anyway, it hasn't been that long since that guy left. He's totally trying to ditch me and level up on his own, isn't he? Hong replied, if you activate the interdimensional pig, our seal, you'll go into hibernation for about 100 years, but it'll feel like enduring thousands of years in a virtual world. The fox replied, but anyway, he's focusing on his cultivation, and who knows, he might be about to break through to the spirit life realm. Even if I go looking for him now, it'll only be temporary. He's not the type of person to wait around for me. She closed her eyes as she answered, I understand, so please return to your original form. Right after those words, the fox transformed back into a black panther with glowing golden eyes. Hong teased her, my lady, what exactly do you mean by this? Why don't you change back to your true form? It stammered back, what do you mean? This is my true form, she said nonchalantly. Why are you hiding it? I saw everything last time. Hong was so spot on that the fox couldn't even argue. Finally, it gave in and transformed into its true form. It was actually a four-tailed fox looking incredibly pitiful. Keep this a secret from Sangun, okay? Hong couldn't care less about the fox using a fake form and replied, didn't I already tell you? It's not like I gain anything from doing that anyway. Let's begin then. Right after she said that, the magic array activated, trapping the fox inside the runic circle. Hong stood outside, chanting the spell. Once the array was complete, she smiled and said, I'll wait for him. The fox grinned mischievously and replied, no need to worry. Right now, the mountain is completely shrouded by the array's energy. The scene changes to Cho-Ah standing alone, looking lost in thought. Thiet Ho approached her from behind to strike up a conversation. Who knows, this might be the last time. Are you planning to just leave like this without saying goodbye? With eyes full of sorrow, she replied, I don't want him to see me like this. I want to give him strength, not a burden. Beneath the towering mountains, the two girls looked like tiny silhouettes. Cho-Ah asked, but why? Are you here? Looking at how you followed my husband, I thought. Thiet Ho gently replied, my husband asked me for a favor. He wanted me to stay by your side and protect you on his behalf. Protect you, she commandingly ordered, until the heaven's lifespan barrier is deactivated. Stay by my side. Cho-Ah politely replied, if I can be protected by someone at the spirit tribulation realm. Then Cho-Ah casually asked, I know you probably already know this, but you're stronger than my husband, right? Thiet Ho was slightly caught off guard by her question, but her lips unconsciously curved upward. Thiet Ho comforted herself, thinking either way, if he knows these two women are steadfastly waiting for him, he'll be back in no time. The scene shifts to another place, Cu Peak. Sangun strode up the mountain path. The moment he stepped through the gates, the clan members rushed out to greet him. Our savior is back. Benefactor, you've returned. Ngok-Thu and his subordinates also came out to welcome him. You're back. Sangun replied, yes. Ngok-Thu said just in time, all the preparations are complete. The formation master said to Sangun, but as you know, there's no guarantee we can channel the power of the heavenly longevity awakening. He continued, explaining because ascending to the spirit life realm is a whole different beast. Just in case the absolute worst happens, he asked Sangun, do you have any last words? Sangun just chuckled and replied, it's fine, let's get this show on the road. Okay, Seo ordered the formation to deploy. Understood, let us begin then. He drew a sigil with his brush and the wolves of the clan channeled a snowy glow, feeding their power into the array. Fueled by spiritual energy, the magic circle erupted with light. Standing in the center of the array to absorb the energy, Sangun knew he had to focus and remember. He recalled being swallowed by darkness with a gaping hole blasted right through his chest. At that moment, I saw Yangjin unleash his strike at that realm. I have to recreate that exact feeling. Once the formation successfully activated, bolts of lightning rained down from the heavens. Years later, Cho-Ah was on her way to Sawol Peak. The guards there recognized her, asking, you've arrived, ma'am? Cho-Ah replied, yeah, nothing out of the ordinary. The guard said respectfully, understood. With us keeping watch, absolutely nothing will happen. Will you be heading up the mountain today? One of the gatekeepers asked. To think it's already been 3 years, the other sighed, amazed by Cho-Ah's dedication. She hadn't missed a single day, climbing up to Sawol Peak every single day. Is there anyone else in this world that foolishly devoted? Cho-Ah pressed on alone, her fragile figure swallowed by the heavy mist. She looked up, gazing at Sangun, who was suspended in midair deep in cultivation. His body lay there as if in a deep hibernation. Cho-Ah stared at him with eyes full of longing. Unbeknownst to her, Shil-Ho was already standing there. She watched Cho-Ah from behind as Cho-Ah finally started walking down the mountain, turning her head back toward the peak where Sangun was cultivating. She was all alone, a solitary figure in the vast, quiet wilderness. Suddenly, a blinding light burst from Sawol Peak. Cho-Ah spun around in shock, desperately praying that the light was from Sangun, the peak where her husband was cultivating. Filled with anticipation, she thought, could it be? Is he finally? Cho-Ah bolted back toward the mountain. As she sprinted up, she thought, finally my husband is. Meanwhile, Shil-Ho's wings had fully healed, allowing her to fly once again. She called out to Cho-Ah, Madame, take my hand. Cho-Ah spotted Shil-Ho and reached out to grab it, and together they soared toward the peak. The moment Cho-Ah touched down, her mind went completely blank. She stared ahead in absolute disbelief. It was truly Sangun. He had finished his cultivation and awakened. Standing face to face, Sangun looked at her in shock and called out, Cho-Ah, why have you gotten so thin? Cho-Ah's eyes welled with tears now that he was finally back. Overjoyed, she threw herself into his arms. Cut to another location, nighttime at a certain village, where the ice palace of the underworld was located. Someone called out, Hey, Bichong, I heard our sex master has arrived. Bichong turned around with a sharp gaze. Wearing a veil, he opened the door to reveal a man with flowing white hair and a guard. Bichong bowed respectfully and said, You have arrived, Sasuk. He set his book down and replied, It seems I've located the one named Yukpyo. Is that so? Sasuk turned to Bichong, his voice freezing as he asked, Where is Ryan? Bichong replied nervously, I headed out with Baekrion, but that little rat managed to slip away. But as you know, after that bastard made his big contribution to our sect, he immediately planned his escape. Hearing this unwelcome answer, Sasuk flew into a rage and kicked Bichong away. Slamming his foot right onto Bichong's chest, he spat, You worthless piece of trash, you expect me to believe that blatant lie? 20 years. Nearly 20 years wasted all because of some useless wandering immortal. Sasuk glared, his suffocating aura heavy enough to choke a man. And yet the only reason you were even accepted into the Ice Palace was because of your deal with Baekrion. How the hell could you mess up such a simple task? Bichong choked out. The elder mistress entrusted Sasuk with the task of keeping a close eye on Baekrion. But if you let her choose like this, only for Sasuk to cut him off, and what of it? Baisheng's eyes widened in shock. With dark, cold eyes, Sasuk continued, As long as that bitch is still breathing, I don't care if she loses her limbs. After all, to the elder mistress, Baekrion is nothing more than an unfinished elixir. Sasuk flashed a sadistic grin. So until the elder mistress claims her, she might as well be my plaything. He turned away. I'm sick and tired of waiting around. I'm going to handle this personally. Sasuk licked his lips in a deeply unsettling manner. Just you wait, Baekrion, I'll find you soon. Back Sangun and his group. A crowd was already waiting for them in the distance. Oh, over there, you're finally back! Sangun spotted 3 figures waving at them. Sangun, over here! But he couldn't recognize them. Huh? It's Manhwa and Jiokwa who had been waiting there. You've already reached the spirit life realm, haven't you? Managed to drastically cut down your cultivation time, Sangun. Man Sam stood nearby, hands on his hips, laughing as he said, I knew you'd make it back in one piece. Man Sam Sangun smiled and congratulated them in return. Seeing as you've all taken human forms like this, you must have ascended to the spirit purification realm, right? Manhwa, deep grateful, replied, It's all thanks to you, Sangun. Man Sam and the other 2 asked to join him. From now on, wherever you go, we can be your reliable right hands. However, Sangun politely declined. I appreciate your kindness, but for now, that won't be necessary. Shall we head home? Hearing Sangun say this, they were taken aback. Wait, you mean right now? Sangun nodded yes. Deep down, he was eager to return to Mount Baek. The majestic Mount Baek bathed in brilliant sunlight. As night fell, Sangun approached Oksio from afar and greeted him. It's been a while, hasn't it? Oksio, who was preparing some drinks, was startled to see him. Sangun, you're back. He was even more stunned by the obvious change in Sangun. You really have surpassed the spirit life realm. I could feel your aura from a mile away. Sangun humbly replied, How could I ever compare to you, Hall Master? Is it not uncomfortable? Sitting like that? Why are you out here? Oksio replied, Because tonight is the perfect night for moon gazing. Ah, I see. Oksio offered the wine jar to Sangun, saying warmly, Take this. Sangun accepted. Thanks. As Oksio poured the wine, he said, This wine has been aging for probably 30 years now. I can guarantee its color and taste are top-notch. Oksio shared the origin of the wine. After the cremation, I put the ashes into this oak tree. The tree absorbed the ashes, grew, and bore fruit. Those berries are called bayberries. Sangun looked at the cup in his hand and quietly agreed. If you make wine from this fruit, no other famous wine can hold a candle to it. He downed the cup in one shot. Oksio then asked, By the way, are you leaving now? Setting the cup down, Sangun replied, Yes, I must. Because I've got my own dreams and promises to keep. He looks at Noctu and says, Aren't wandering immortals basically just clouds drifting with the wind? He closed his eyes and admitted, Yeah, that's the real vibe of a wandering immortal. Under the moonlight, they chill, drink, and chat, drifting from place to place, making all kinds of distant connections. So let me pour you another cup, sir. Sangun didn't back down either and replied, Sure. The scene shifts to another mountain. Wait, what just flew by? A house with a few people riding on it, shouting in excitement. No way, this flying treasure is the real deal. It was Vansum, turning back to the other 2 with pure hype. Only Cho-Ah and Manhwa are left. At this rate, we're gonna hit Mount Baek in no time. Manhwa, sitting behind, replied, Man, thanks to that pig from Ngutuan Mountain, we had to ditch Mount Baek and didn't even know how incredibly long it would take just to get back. Turns out, Sangun was tag-teaming with him too. Closing his eyes, he sighed, Tell me about it! 40 long years away from Mount Baek. But then Sangun turned to Chungtian with pure annoyance in his eyes and asked, Why the hell are you even following us? The second he said that, everyone turned and stared dead at him. Blushing with total embarrassment, Chongfen cleared his throat and explained, Look, it's orders from the Grand Dharma Master. You think I actually want to be here? Sangun, still looking completely disgusted, snapped at Chungtian, Seems to me like you've just got nothing better to do. What do you think I'm doing? At best, I'm just a wandering immortal. Suddenly, he lowered his head, his voice turning dead serious. You know what we actually have in common? We're the only ones gutsy enough to speak the unspoken thoughts of the Grand Dharma Master. Brushing off Chungthian's words completely, Songkwan turned to the crew. Just ignore that Taoist clown, pretend he's just thin air, alright? This cracked everyone up, leaving Chungthian speechless and fuming. Meanwhile, Thitho was leaning back, her body radiating a terrifying bloodlust, threatening Chungthian. If he wants to tag along, fine, but he better stay the hell out of my sight. I have no idea when I might snap and tear him apart if my eyes get irritated. Hearing this, he broke into a cold sweat with a forced laugh, while her terrifying aura kept boiling up. Songkwan sighed in frustration, thinking, why did she have to tag along too? All the way here? Pulling back her bloodlust, Thitho asked him, so what kind of place is Mount Bach anyway? Calming down, Songkwan explained, well, it's not some crazy famous special place or a legendary spirit mountain, but it's super quiet and perfect for living a peaceful life. Cho-Ah added sweetly, that's also where my husband and I first met. Seeing them act all lovey-dovey, Thitho frowned and added, sounds like a place worth looking forward to then. Suddenly, Chernin got super serious, staring at Songkwan with a strange look, thinking to himself, yes, what did you say, sir? Chongtian flashed back to when he was standing on a mountain, talking to a mysterious old man floating in midair. I get why you let him go, but if I accept your offer this time, am I really supposed to babysit those spiritual beasts? Why are you giving that guy so much special attention anyway? The old man replied, based on his current state, things like the realm he was born with are starting to blur. Normally, when raising one's realm, an ordinary person wouldn't be able to handle such massive spiritual power, or, who knows, they might unlock deep hidden instincts within their minds that they didn't even know existed. As the mysterious old man spoke, flashes of a crazed Taoist succumbing to chi deviation appeared, showing how Taoists once hailed as sages turned into slaughtering fiends. Among the beasts who once did terrible things, one might actually become the sage of sages. An image of a beastkin in long robes radiating an immortal aura appeared. At this point, the old man brought up Songkwan in both his tiger and human forms. Looking at how that fellow is growing, it's pretty miraculous, isn't it? Born a beast, yet behaving more human than anyone else. Shocked, Chungthian gasped, don't tell me his realm is on par with yours, Grand Dharma Master. The old man calmly replied, how could that be possible? It's just a very average level, even for beasts or Taoist immortals. The old man continued, that's why I need you to keep following him, not to spy on him, but just to keep an eye on things. And in his heart, the old man thought, because if it's you, you can look at him with unbiased eyes. An image of a vibrant, lively Songkwan flashed by. The house soared through the quiet night. Arriving at the destination, Thitho looked at the scenery, then suddenly turned around. Tall buildings was nestled deep in the mountains. Thitho looked up, taking in the serene view. 6 figures stood there, gazing at the landscape when someone asked, this place is incredibly peaceful, isn't it? Van Sum was completely stunned by the change in Mount Bach. What is this, all of this? But this is clearly Mount Bach. Both Cho-Ah and Manhwa were also speechless with shock. Cho-Ah spoke up, has something happened while we were gone? As she turned to look at Songkwan, she saw a terrifying aura radiating from him. Darling, he was absolutely furious. Despite having marked this mountain as his territory, someone had seized his land. This is a direct provocation, a clear threat that they're going to steal my mountain. His eyes turned blood red. Who the hell are you? Who dares to challenge the master of Mount Bach? Looking at the mountain radiating a powerful spiritual energy, Thitho said, unlike what we were told about it being ordinary, the spiritual energy here at Mount Bach is actually insane. She looked over at Songkwan and added, it's crazy how a spiritual mountain like this has stayed hidden all this time. With a cold, expressionless face, Songkwan stared at the mountain. In his mind, he flashed back to 40 years ago right here, when he had absorbed the evil phoenix's azure's flame, the very thing that had devoured all the spiritual energy of Mount Bach. Back then, Songkwan stood alone facing a black phoenix. Once the black phoenix was destroyed and vanished, Songkwan realized, so this was your true form all along. A flag fluttered in the wind on Mount Bach, the White Sea. Songkwan kept talking to himself, 40 years have passed. Even if a single sect had popped up, it wouldn't be that surprising. But there's one thing keeping me on edge, Leonie. The image of her clutching her sword close to her bruised and battered body flashed in his mind. Though his face remained blank, his heart was racing with anxiety. I left her in charge of Mount Bach so she'd have a reason to keep living. Back then, this was just an ordinary mountain. But now, I can only pray that nothing bad has happened. Charging forward at the front, Songkwan declared, first, I need to find out who the hell claims to own the White Sea. Up on the mountain, a spirit beast was whipping enslaved humans, barking, move your lazy legs, you pathetic humans. They kept threatening them. You slow pokes, if you don't want to get eaten, you better hurry up. Manhwa said in disbelief, a spirit beast? I totally thought humans were the ones running this sect. Standing next to him, Cho-Ah couldn't help but gasp. Why is it all spirit beasts? Aren't those people the villagers from Bitch Village? Sangun couldn't believe these spirit beasts would commit such a brutal act. 1. Spirit beast standing on the watchtower pointed at Sangun's group and screamed, hey, what are you guys just standing around for? Move it if you don't want to die. Leaped right in front of the spirit beast, catching it completely off guard. Sangun cast a spell to bind the beast tight. With blood-red eyes, he growled out every single word, I'm asking you, the girl who protected this Boksun mountain. Leonie? Sangun glared with his blood-red eyes, forcing the spirit beast to spill the beans. Where is she right now? Sensing the terrifying aura of Sangun, the beast trembled and stammered. I really don't know, sir. I came here later, so I only oversee the human slaves. Not getting the answer he wanted, Sangun casually decided to blow the watchtower to pieces. Hearing the massive explosion, the slaves in the distance all turned around. They kept asking each other, what was that? Warning drums began to pound, and a few spirit beasts gathered and yelled, Intruder! Spirit beasts of Bakhai, assemble! They swarmed in like an invading army, brutally charging towards Sangun. One of them smirked at Sangun's crew, saying mockingly, What, is that all of them? Sangun glared at them, his body dripping with pure killing intent. He ordered his crew to stand down. Sangun stepped forward alone and asked, I'm only going to ask this once. Does any of you know a girl named Lian around here? Still clueless about who they were dealing with, one spirit beast scoffed, Turns out you're just a bunch of pathetic lunatics, busting into Bakhai just to spout some absolute nonsense. He ordered the beasts behind him, Stop slacking and capture them all. Drag them off to be slaves. Son, Quan coldly muttered, I was only looking for an answer. Getting ready to slaughter these arrogant beasts who didn't know their place, he declared, From now on, I'll personally find her myself. The spirit beast roared, charging forward to intimidate him, but Sangun's eyes flared a furious crimson. Suddenly, an eerie voice echoed through the air. I felt it, that unforgettable, burning spiritual energy. You've finally shown up. It was a heavily cloaked figure, likely the leader of these spirit beasts. Meanwhile, Sangun was single-handedly wiping out the mob. Stepping over their corpses, his body erupted with a mind-blowing spiritual energy that made the remaining beasts shake like leaves. Sangun glared daggers at them, making the terrified beasts stammer, Monster! We're no match for him! Run, run! Before they could even finish, sharp tentacles whipped out of nowhere, impaling the spirit beast and killing it on the spot. Sangun analyzed the tentacle. A single swipe of that thing had torn the spirit beast to shreds. It turned out to be their leader. He hissed in anger. What a bunch of useless trash. As gatekeepers, you couldn't even handle a single guy. The spirit beasts trembled in fear when they saw him, stammering, Lord Ngulan? Sangun stared back, completely unfazed, and asked, Are you the boss of Bakhai? Then you must know, right? Where is the girl who used to protect this place? Ngulan, with his purple eyes and body radiating a villainous dark energy, sneered. You haven't changed a bit, have you? That's why I recognized you in a heartbeat. Sangun asked, You know me? I have no idea who the hell you are. The guy shrugged it off. Doesn't matter. You'll find out soon enough. He then dropped a hint about Lian's whereabouts. The girl you're looking for. She's the one who was carrying an old sword, right? He mocked. Let me think. What did I do to her again? Ngulan pulled out some kind of artifact from his coat. You took the lives of my grandfather Ngudan and my father Ngu too. Guess what I did to her? Sangun's eyes widened. Gudan, wait, don't tell me, Ngutuan-san. The guy swung his artifact towards Sangun and roared, Spot on! I am the only surviving bloodline of Mount Ngutuan. Van Sam glared at Ngulan in utter disgust and asked, What the hell is that thing? Thiet Ho, who had been observing this whole time, took one look and immediately recognized the transplanted treasures. Just how many of those artifacts did this guy have wrapped around his body? Watching Sangun and Ngulan get ready to clash, she thought, I can feel a madness that goes way beyond mere obsession. Ngulan lunged first, but his attack completely missed. Dodged it, huh? Still pretty quick on your feet, I see. Sangun soared up while Ngulan mocked him from below. But how are you going to handle this kind of power? I've spent every single day surviving on my burning desire to see you dead, even discarding my own human form. Sangun muttered, At this rate, Bak's son is definitely going to be destroyed. With that, he activated a space-time shattering illusion, dragging the guy into a different dimension. This is going to get messy, so let's take this fight somewhere else, shall we? The guy gasped in shock, An illusion realm. Don't tell me you've already ascended to the spiritual life stage? Suddenly, a pair of glowing red eyes appeared right behind him. Surprised, son? Quan launched a surprise attack, catching Ngulan completely off guard. Grabbing the guy's tentacle, he snarled in pure rage. That day, I thought I burned all those pigs from Ingu Tuan, but it turns out a few of you roaches survived. Sangun crushed the tentacle in his grip like it was nothing, not giving a single damn. Instead, he glared at the guy, demanding to know where Lian was. I still haven't gotten my answer. Where the hell is Lian? Even though Ngulan took a hit, he still smugly sneered, Don't get cocky. Just because you broke one stupid transplanted artifact of mine. I've got countless other treasures on me. He let out a nasty laugh, but fine, I'll do you a favor and tell you. The woman you're looking for is still breathing. Since she's connected to you, there's no way I'd let her off with an easy death. Ngulan kept pushing his buttons. She's somewhere around here, so why don't you try and find her for me? Sangun's face remained dead calm. Why make this so damn complicated? As he spoke, his body faded into thin air. All I have to do is beat the answer out of you. Ngulan still couldn't wrap his head around what was happening, guessing it had to be another illusion. He started channeling his energy, his tentacles priming for a strike. Over there, huh? A blurry image of Sangun appeared, and Ngulan blasted his power straight at Sangun. With a wicked grin, he sneered, You didn't expect me to have a swap array among my treasures, did you? Ngulan went in for the kill. I'm not falling for these stupid swap tricks. This illusion is more than enough to crush a pathetic wizard like you. Right on cue, a beam of purple light slammed down, shaking the entire space. Not stopping there, Ngulan lunged at Sangun with his blade. I'm gonna tear your weak-ass body to shreds. His blade peeled straight through him. He let out a triumphant laugh. This thing won't let go of you until it drains every drop of your blood. How pathetic. But before he could even celebrate, Ngulan's jaw dropped in horror. What the? Sangun was still standing there completely untouched. He actually stopped the blade with a single hand. Sangun smirked back at him. Did you seriously not know about... So, those implanted treasures of yours, no matter how ridiculously strong they are, they still can't break past your actual cultivation limit, can they? Do you even know what my realm is? With that, he crushed the blade, ripped his tentacles clean off, and roared. It's the spiritual life realm! Ngulan shrieked in absolute agony. As Ngulan clutched his dripping wounds, Siro stuttered in pure shock, asking, what the hell is this insane power? Sweating bullets, Ngulan gasped. I'm literally someone who once surpassed the spiritual life realm, yet there's no way anyone should possess this kind of monster strength. He glared at Sangun, struggling to spit out, Who the hell are you? Because Sangun had cast an illusion barrier, the outsiders couldn't see the beatdown happening inside, only a massive, terrifying tornado. Anyone watching would be sweating bullets for Sangun. Tehu looked at Cho-Ah to comfort her, saying, Yo, no need to stress over your husband. Cho-Ah sighed back. I know my husband is in the spiritual life realm, but you saw it yourself. His opponent has an insane cheat code arsenal of treasures. But Tehu insisted that if he were just some average spiritual life cultivator, then sure, they'd worry. But her hubby? He is a total freak of nature. Right then, a spark flashed in Tehu's eyes. Wait, now that she thought about it, Tehu crossed her arms, deep in thought. Even she, who is in a way higher realm, wouldn't have an easy time taking him down. She looked towards the barrier, thinking Sangun is just a straight-up monster of a man. Meanwhile, inside the barrier, the brutal fight between Sangun and Ngulan raged on, with grotesque mutated pieces scattered all over the place. Standing over Ngulan, our MC asked, So, look at you. I've already ripped off almost all those trashy treasures of yours, haven't I? Seeing Ngulan groveling on the ground, Sangun mocked, Look at how pathetic you are, and I only went after your toys. What a brainless loser. Instead of actually building up his own power, he just relied on cheat codes and tools. Hearing this, Ngulan's face went completely dark, while Sangun stepped forward with a chilling aura, demanding, Let me ask you one more time. Where is Lienor? The villain just glared back, keeping his mouth shut. Outside, freed slaves had gathered together. They approached Cho-Ah and asked, Excuse me, are you with Sangun? She softly replied, Yes, is something the matter? Hearing this, they instantly blew up with excitement and joy. Oh my god, it's true. Just like Lienor said, Sangun really came to save us. Hearing Lienor's name, Cho-Ah completely lost her cool and blurted out, You guys know Lienor? Where is she right now? An old lady stepped forward and slowly replied, She sacrificed her own body to that monster to save us. Before she left, she told us to keep holding on to hope and wait, because Sangun would definitely come to save us. Right then, a desperate voice echoed in Sangun's mind, saying, We beg you, Sangun, please save her from that absolute freak. Back in the fight, Ngulan suddenly burst into a maniacal laugh and ripped open his cloak. Oh, come on, bring it. I'm actually the girl you've been hunting down. All this time. I literally ground her into dust and fused her into my own body along with my other treasures. Ngulan sneered, Even if I can't use my own power to avenge my dead clan, I sure as hell ain't dying alone. With a twisted, victorious smirk, he arrogantly barked, I'm gonna make you feel what it's like to lose everything, son. Quan was absolutely stunned to find out Ngulan had literally hidden Lienor inside his own flesh. As the villain's chest began to glow, he mocked, How does it feel to lose the most important person in your life? It looked like the psycho was trying to drag Lienor to hell with him in a self-destruction move. But suddenly, a flash of golden light zipped past. Ngulan found himself completely frozen, his mind racing. What the hell is this? He panicked. Why did time stop? Goosebumps broke out all over him. Sangun was unleashing his ultimate technique, the void-shattering demon strike. Our MC coldly muttered, I let you waste your strength for nothing. Sangun was keeping Ngulan frozen in time. Atmosphere condensing, spiritual energy converging. The villain gasped, You're actually synchronizing spiritual energy? This is a divine technique that only those at the absolute peak realm can use. How can you do this? Stepping closer to Ngulan, Sangun slowly separated Lienor from his body, saying, Back then, I bled a river too. Lienor's body gently drifted toward him. My people were also hurt. They suffered wounds that can never be erased, and I lost those precious days that can never be turned back. Standing like a supreme judge delivering the final verdict, he declared, This is all on you guys. I'm done sitting back. Sangun added, If you're so eager to die, I'll send you to hell alone. With that, a massive void vortex ripped open, and the villain shivered and stuttered. No way. Ngulan was sucked right into the bottomless vortex, his desperate screams echoing into the endless void. With Ngulan destroyed, the illusion barrier dissolved. Sangun gently landed, holding Lienor in his arms. Exhausted, he thought to himself, I only copied that teleportation technique, and yet my spiritual energy is already completely drained. Thank God I didn't lose my spiritual core. Sangun looked down at Lienor in his arms. Meanwhile, the surrounding crowd erupted into wild cheers, shouting, Lienor is back, and that's Sangun, right? Sangun actually saved Lienor. Seeing both of them safe and sound, Cho-Ah let out a massive sigh of relief and ran over. You actually saved her. But he asked, Wait, why is everything still in chaos? Nearby, the beast minions whispered to each other, I can't feel Ngulan's presence anymore. Another beast replied, Don't tell me Ngulan got absolutely wiped out by that guy? Sangun snapped his sharp gaze toward the beasts. Caught in his freezing glare, they shivered in terror. One of them stuttered, If things have turned out like this, and they all dropped to their knees, begging, Please, Lord, take us in! Sangun and Cho-Ah just stared at them. completely dumbfounded. Huh? Sangun was totally stunned. He played dumb, keeping the girl cradled in his arms while the villagers began cursing the beasts. What the hell are you guys even talking about? A man roared in absolute rage. Do you trash really have the audacity to beg Sangun to take you in? Another villager joined in, shouting, Have you guys already forgotten all the terrible things you did? The beast pleaded desperately. We only did it to survive. That monster in Gulan threatened us, he said. If we didn't obey, he'd slaughter our entire clan and families. We literally have nowhere else to go now, so please, we beg you, take us in. But the villagers wasn't buying it. They kept calling them out. How dare you lie straight to Sangun's face like that? Who in their right mind would believe your crap? The beast army frantically protested. It's not a lie, we swear, it's the absolute truth. Meanwhile, the villagers kept pressuring Sangun. Sangun, you can't just let these scumbags off. Amidst the heated shouting from both sides, the beast desperately promised, We swear we'll never do anything like that ever again. Holding Leonor in his arms, Sangun was shaking with pure annoyance. Shut the hell up already, it's so noisy. But the shouting wouldn't stop. Please forgive us. Standing in the twilight forest, he gave a cold final order. Get the hell out of my home. As his voice echoed, the blue skies and deep mountains fell silent, and everything finally went back to normal. Standing alone amidst the wild nature, he looked out at the scenery. When Sangun returned to Mount Bach, several years had already passed. In the end, he decided to accept the beasts who were once dragged into Ingulan's mess but had truly repented. Yet Cho-Ah was still worried. There are still so many rooms, and they are still perfectly usable, so we can't just let this grand mansion go to waste like this. Keeping guard in their place, Leonor had finally opened her eyes. Over the next few days, he never saw it coming that Mount Bake would turn into a spirit mountain, and he'd already left that kid in charge of it. She must have gone through a whole lot of crap lately, of hardship lately. He got right to work transferring his energy to her. The Sangun is passing down all his secret techniques and spirit elixirs to the kid. Since she's got high spiritual awareness, she's definitely going to ascend to an immortal. Meanwhile, the villagers are lining up in massive queues holding tons of random junk. Their shouting in unison completely startles the Sangun. Please take us in. Turns out a bunch of randoms are trying to sneak in with the Bake villagers just to become disciples. Dealing with just the spirit beasts is already a massive pain in the ass, but now humans too? He absolutely can't deal with this. Leonie taps her fingertips together to make a tiny mountain peak. Sangun gets it, but there's literally no other choice. He's got to rely on his one and only beloved disciple, Leonie. Guess that's his only option. The sight of spirit beasts and humans getting along and sharing treats looks pretty wholesome, but having both around makes Bake Village loud as hell all day long. When a beast takes the baked pastry, it instantly crumbles because of its clumsy paws. Since they're fundamentally two totally different species, they're bound to clash when they're not having a good time. The cake tragedy makes the little girl burst into tears. Sangun's final verdict? Basically, they're just a bunch of annoying pests. Cutting to the underwater scene, the Holy Pack has returned to take over the lake. The eggs they lay after leveling up are going to be super useful for cultivators, just like spirit elixirs. Right in the middle of a barren wasteland, a flower miraculously blooms under careful nurturing. Van Sam has also started planting spirit herbs. Even though he can't go check on all of them right now, once his spirit herbs hit the dirt, they'll grow in a literal flash. I actually sneaked in there once to steal some sacred wood. Sangun stands in the middle of this toxic, dangerous forest, reflecting on everything that's happened. He lets out a heavy sigh. Cho-Ah walks up from behind, looking all worried. What's on your mind, dear? Sangun replies, I was just remembering how that kid suddenly showed up out of nowhere one day. Thanks to her, I ended up having to lug around a whole bunch of baggage. She giggles. Just think of it as your punishment for abandoning me all this time. His gaze softens and her lips flush a deep, warm pink. They're totally lost in their own world, deeply in love amidst the wilderness. As a bird perches on a branch, they both sigh. It's so peaceful. Yeah, if only time could just stop right here. Cho-Ah asks, are you leaving again? He replies, probably yeah. Mount Bake is pretty stable now. Cho looks super conflicted. Before you leave, how are you planning to break the news to Master Iron Tiger? Sangun is totally clueless. What's up with Iron Tiger? What am I supposed to say?